Chapter 1155. Just as Luo Ping was asking Yun Gang, and almost everyone around the peak was looking at Yun Gang, I killed him. A calm voice came from the sky above the group of people. Who's that? Everyone, including Luo Ping, was shocked. They did not expect someone to be hiding in the sky above them. When they raised their heads, they saw a purple figure descending from the sky. There were 3 figures following behind the purple figure. However, everyone's eyes were focused on the purple figure in the lead. As for the other 3 figures, they were all selectively ignored by them. The purple figure was a young man who looked about 25 years old. He wore a purple robe and had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome and elegant. As soon as he appeared, many young female disciples of Een Peak had their eyes lit up. Their hearts were stirred. However, the biggest doubt in their hearts was who this handsome purple-clad young man was. He seemed to be the one who responded to Vice Peak Master Luo earlier. He said he killed Peak Master Yang Hong. Many female disciples of Een Peak were dumbfounded. With his age, it's not possible, right? Many female disciples of Een Peak voiced their doubts. Age? What does age mean? Maybe he's a demon. Some female disciples of Een Peak said disapprovingly. Luo Ping stared at the purple-clad young man who was descending from the sky. She did not know why, but when she looked at this expressionless purple-clad young man, she actually felt a sense of danger. As a woman and the Vice Peak Master of Een Peak in the Yin Yang sect, she had a stronger intuition than ordinary women. Her intuition told her that this purple-clad young man was not simple. Perhaps Peak Master Yang Hong really did die in his hands. Just as everyone was looking at Duan Lingtian in confusion, wondering about Duan Lingtian's identity and questioning whether Duan Lingtian was capable of killing Yang Hong, the Peak Master of Yang Peak. Sect Leader. Yun Gang and the Yu brothers next to him took 2 steps forward and bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. Sect Leader. When Yun Gang and the Yu brothers took 2 steps forward aggressively, they attracted the attention of many people, including the Yang Peak's disciples. They initially thought the 3 of them were going to attack the purple-clad young man. However, he never expected that after the 3 of them took 2 steps forward, not only did they not attack the purple-clothed youth, they even bowed to him. Furthermore, he addressed him as Sect Master. Whoosh! No matter what, Yun Gang and the Yu brothers' actions were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It shocked everyone, including Luo Ping and the group of Een Peak and Yang Peak elders. Elder Yun and the 2 Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak addressed this purple-clad young man as Sect Master. A female disciple of Een Peak swallowed her saliva and asked with difficulty. I think so. The other female disciple beside her nodded. It's rare for a sect leader to appear in our Yin Yang sect. Today, Elder Yun Gang first said that Peak Master Yang Hong was killed before he addressed him as sect leader. Could it be that he wants to be the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect? Even if he's powerful, he still killed Peak Master Yang Hong, the Peak Master of Yang Peak. Such a person isn't suitable to be the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect, right? If he's really that powerful, what can we do if he forces us to acknowledge him as the sect leader? The people present discussed animatedly. In the end, there was a hint of desolation in their tone. This was the Cloud Continent where the strong were respected. As long as one was powerful enough, not only could he do whatever he wanted, he could even become the sect leader of a sect after killing the high-ranking officials of that sect. My name is Duan Lingtian. Just as the crowd was discussing animatedly and sizing up Duan Lingtian with different expressions, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth. His voice was like a clap of thunder that entered everyone's ears. It was like thunder in their ears. I recognize it. Isn't this the voice that spread throughout Een Peak earlier? Soon, many people recognized Duan Lingtian's voice. I'm at the peak. They still remembered. At that time, the voice had only said this short sentence that confused them. After this sentence, the guardian elder of Yang Peak, Yun Gang, spoke in a timely manner. He asked everyone to come to the peak of Een Peak. He and the other 2 Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak had also brought all the elders and disciples of Yang Peak. My name might sound unfamiliar to all of you. However, I'm sure all of you are familiar with the names Ke and Li Fei, right? Duan Lingtian continued to speak. Ke. Li Fei? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the scene fell into a dead silence. After a while, a commotion broke out again. He knows Ke and Li Fei? Luo Ping's gaze softened when she looked at Duan Lingtian. She was Hua Ying, the other vice peak master of Yin Peak. She was also the master of Ke and Li Fei. They were very close. Not long ago, Li Fei was captured and Ke was forced to marry the son of the peak master of Yang Peak. She had personally gone to the peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong, to reason with him. However, she was chased out by him. That was not all. Yang Hong even threatened her that he would break into the forbidden area of Yin Peak and kill the peak master of Yin Peak and her senior sister, Hua Ying, if she dared to meddle in his business. Since she was not as strong as Yang Hong, she could only endure it for the sake of the two Yin Peak high-ranking officials who were in closed-door cultivation. To be honest, today, she was only happy when she heard Yang Hong was dead. He knows junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei. Who is he? Also, where are junior sister Ke and Li Fei? Why haven't I seen them yet? Junior sister Ke and Li Fei aren't here. Senior sister Yang Shui isn't here as well. Many female disciples of Yin Peak looked around, trying to find Ke, Li Fei, and Yang Shui. However, they found nothing in the end. Ke? Isn't that the female disciple of Yin Peak whom the Peak Master forced to marry junior brother Yang Fei? And that Li Fei? The Peak Master imprisoned Li Fei and threatened that Ke. Many people, including me, are unhappy about this matter. However, the words of a lowly person don't carry much weight. Could it be that the matter of him killing the Peak Master has something to do with Ke and Li Fei? Many male disciples of Yang Peak were discussing among themselves. In the end, their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian in unison. Their eyes were filled with doubt and anticipation. I remember now. At this moment, a female disciple of Yin Peak cried out in surprise, startling many people and attracting their attention. Seeing that many people were looking at her, the female disciple of Yin Peak said excitedly, I've heard senior sister Yang Shui mention the name of junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei's fiancé. Their fiancé's name is Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The moment the female disciple of Yin Peak opened her mouth, an uproar broke out in the surroundings. Ke and Li Fei had a fiancé and were serving the same man. This was not a rare thing to the people of Yin Peak. However, most of them did not know the name of the two ladies' fiancé. Now that someone had reminded them, they finally realized what was going on. So, he's the fiancé of junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei. Does this mean that he came to our Yin Yang sect this time for junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei? I can't believe that junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei's fiancé is so powerful. Even Peak Master Yang Hong was killed by him. On top of that, he even subdued Elder Yun and the two vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak. I used to wonder. With junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei's qualities, any one of them could find an outstanding man. Why would they serve the same man? Now, I finally understand. Even I would be willing to share such an outstanding man with other women. You? Look at yourself in the mirror first. Do you think junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei's man would fall for you? The group of Yin Peak's female disciples discussed animatedly. Their eyes landed on Duan Lingtian at the same time. Many young female disciples even looked at Duan Lingtian with infatuation. Soon, the news that Duan Lingtian was the fiancé of Ke and Li Fei spread throughout the entire peak. That's right. I'm the fiancé of Ke and Li Fei. At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke again and admitted that he was the fiancé of Ke and Li Fei. At once, the peak fell silent again. Initially, I came here to save my two fiancés and leave the Yin Yang sect. However, I didn't expect so many unforeseen events to happen later on. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian spoke slowly and paused when he reached this point. As for what exactly happened, Yu Ping, you tell them. Duan Lingtian looked at the elder brother of the Yu brothers. He was also one of the 2 vice peak masters of Yang Peak. He was an old man. Initially, Duan Lingtian wanted Yungang to speak. However, for some reason, he felt uncomfortable when he looked at Yungang. This was the sharp intuition that he had cultivated from his career as a special forces soldier in his past life. His intuition told him that Yungang was a complicated person. He was not as simple as he seemed and was not worthy of his trust. Yes. Under the gaze of Yungang, whose face was slightly gloomy, Yu Ping stood up and attracted everyone's attention. In the beginning, Yu Ping told them about Duan Lingtian piercing Yang Peak's belly with his sword and causing the volcano to erupt. At once, the crowd was in an uproar again. They did not expect this purple-clad young man who looked so young to be so valiant. He was enraged by a woman and broke Yang Peak with his sword. How heroic was that? However, not many people blamed Duan Lingtian for this. Most of them put the blame on Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak, who had already passed away. After all, Yang Hong was the one who forced other people's fiancés to marry his son for no reason and caused the disaster. Otherwise, why would they attack Yang Peak? Was it because they had nothing better to do? As for the Yang Peak's disciples who died due to the eruption of Yang Peak's volcano, they were undoubtedly indirectly killed by Yang Hong. At that time, Yang Peak was completely covered in lava. Elder Yuan, and I arrived at the peak of Yang Peak immediately. Yu Ping continued. After we arrived, Yang Hong and his son followed us. At that time, the sect leaders showed up as well. Chapter 1156. Then, Yu Ping told them everything that happened afterward. He did not leave out the fact that the former peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong, admitted that he had broken into the forbidden area of Yin Peak and killed the peak master and vice peak master of Yin Peak. At that moment, everyone present, including the group of Yang Peak's male disciples, gasped. They did not expect this at all. Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak, was so ambitious that he wanted to become the first sect leader of Yin Yang sect in hundreds of years. For this reason, he even killed the 2 strongest people of Yin Peak when they were in closed-door cultivation to heal themselves. Such an action was equivalent to destroying the 2 pillars of Yin Peak. You're insane. You're insane. All the disciples of Yin Peak were furious when they learned that Yang Hong had killed the 2 peak masters of Yin Peak for his own selfish desires. Senior sister. Luo Ping's body trembled. Her eyes were instantly dyed red. In the next moment, she disappeared from the spot. It was obvious that she had gone to the forbidden area of Yin Peak to verify the truth. It's a pity that senior sister Yang Shui was killed by Yang Hong just like that. Senior sister Yang Shui was so outstanding, but she died in the end. It's such a pity. Unknowingly, the female disciples of Yin Peak shifted their gazes to Xiong Quan, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian. In Xiong Quan's arms was a white-clad woman who had been dead for a long time. The white-clad woman's hair was as white as snow. Most of her white clothes were dyed red. It was dazzling and eye-catching. It was Yang Shui. I can't believe that the peak master could even kill such a pitiful person like senior sister Yang Shui. A male disciple of Yang Peak said indignantly. You're still calling him peak master? If you ask me, Yang Hong is an animal. Like father, like son. His son is an animal too. That's right. Both father and son are animals. Many male disciples of Yang Peak said angrily. Yang Shui was the strongest person among the younger generation of Yin Peak. With her shocking innate talent, comprehension, and peerless beauty, she was the dream lover of all the male disciples of Yang Peak. Now that they knew Yang Hong had killed their dream lover, it was only natural that they were furious. Not long after, Luo Ping returned. She attracted everyone's attention as soon as she returned. For a moment, the scene fell silent. Thank you. Although Luo Ping's face was still filled with grief and indignation, when she looked at Duan Lingtian, she bowed and thanked him. Her tone was full of sincerity. She thanked Duan Lingtian for avenging Yin Peak. She thanked Duan Lingtian for avenging her senior martial sister and martial niece. Seeing Luo Ping's actions, everyone knew that what Yu Ping had just said was true. There was nothing false about it. For a moment, the crowd became even more furious. Vice Peak Master Luo is the junior sister of Master Yang Shui. At this moment, Yu Ping looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced Luo Ping. So it's martial uncle. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he nodded to Luo Ping. Yang Shui's master was also the master of Ke and Li Fei. Therefore, this graceful and elegant woman in front of him was also Ke and Li Fei's martial uncle. He was the man of the two girls. Naturally, he had to address her as martial uncle like the two girls. Other than Elder Yun, the four powerhouses in our Yin-Yang sect are no longer around. I'm sure everyone can guess the danger that the Yin-Yang sect is going to face. Yu Ping continued with a solemn expression. Because of this, Elder Yun, Yuan, and I shamelessly asked this person to be the sect leader of our Yin-Yang sect. When Yu Ping reached this point, he looked at Duan Lingtian. For a moment, Duan Lingtian became the center of attention again. At this moment, the people present on the scene finally understood why Elder Yun and the two Vice Peak Masters from Yang Peak addressed Duan Lingtian as sect leader. Luo Ping, Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak, greets the sect leader. Luo Ping bowed to Duan Lingtian again. However, this time, it was not to thank him. Instead, it was to address Duan Lingtian as the sect leader of Yin-Yang sect. Other than being a powerhouse who could kill Yang Hong and protect the Yin-Yang sect, Duan Lingtian was also the fiancé of her two junior nieces. Compared to Elder Yun and the two Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak, she was closer to Duan Lingtian. Therefore, naturally, she would not reject Duan Lingtian as the sect leader of Yin-Yang sect. See, just when the remaining group of Yin Peak and Yang Peak's elders and disciples were about to address Duan Lingtian as the sect leader, Duan Lingtian interrupted them. Wait. At this moment, not only were the group of people confused, but even Luo Ping found it strange. She did not know what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Only Yun Gang and the Yu brothers remained calm. They could guess what Duan Lingtian was going to say next. You can address me as the sect leader. However, I have to tell all of you something first. That is, after I become the sect leader of Yin-Yang sect, Yin-Yang sect will change its name to Lingtian sect. In other words, Yin-Yang sect will cease to exist. Duan Lingtian said to the crowd in front of him, if you can't accept it, you can leave now. Lingtian sect won't force you to stay. The sect was changing its name. The entire place was in an uproar. The Yin-Yang sect is changing its name? Actually, it's not a big deal. Besides, I think the new name sounds better. It's more domineering. I think so too. Lingtian sect, Lingtian, is above the heavens. Soon, apart from the elders from Yin Peak and Yang Peak who were hesitant, the group of disciples from Yin Peak and Yang Peak discussed among themselves. They were satisfied with the new name. Unlike the elders from Yin Peak and Yang Peak who had been in the Yin-Yang sect for many years, they had deep feelings for the sect. These disciples from Yin Peak and Yang Peak had just joined the sect not long ago, so they did not have much feelings for the sect. They only cared about whether they were still a first-rate force. They did not care about the name of the sect. However, the group of elders from Yin Peak and Yang Peak who were hesitant still compromised in the end. This was because whether it was Elder Yun and the two Vice Peak Masters from Yang Peak or the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak, none of them had any objections. Compared to these four people, they were nothing. Since there's no objection. From today onward, I, Duan Lingtian, will be the first sect leader of Lingtian sect. From today onward, Yin Peak will be renamed as Lingtian Peak. Duan Lingtian announced loudly. His imposing manner was like a rainbow as his voice swept out. Greetings, sect leader. At this moment, all of the disciples from Lingtian's sect bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. It was a sea of black and majestic people. Looking at the crowd before him, Duan Lingtian knew in his heart that from this moment onward, he would be shouldering a mountainous responsibility. From today onward, he would no longer be alone. Sect leader. Yu Ping looked at Duan Lingtian and asked respectfully, now that Yang Peak has been destroyed, how do you plan to settle the people from Yang Peak, sect leader? As Yu Ping spoke, the group of elders and disciples from Yang Peak looked at Duan Lingtian with burning eyes. Even the group of people from Yin Peak looked at Duan Lingtian. They were a little nervous. They were afraid that the people from Yang Peak would take over their cultivation place. When I came here earlier, I studied it carefully. Only half of Ling Tian Peak was opened up as a cultivation place for a group of female disciples, right? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. He looked at Luo Ping when he reached the end of his sentence. Yes, sect leader, Luo Ping replied respectfully. Then, she explained, Ling Tian Peak is covered in snow all year long. Our cultivation place here is still all right. It's close to the south, so we won't be affected by the cold wind. However, the north side is shrouded in the cold wind all year long. It's extremely cold. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I noticed this when I came here. Therefore, I hereby announce. Duan Lingtian glanced at the group of elders and disciples from Lingtian's sect and said slowly, the people from Yin Peak will not change their cultivation place. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the group of elders and disciples from Yin Peak laughed. However, the group of elders and disciples from Yang Peak had a change of expression. The people from Yang Peak will head to the north side of Ling Tian Peak and open up a cultivation place on your own. Duan Lingtian continued. Sect leader. Yuan frowned slightly and said, the north side of Ling Tian Peak is bitterly cold all year long. Even if we open up a cultivation place, it'll still be affected by the cold wind. It'll be difficult to cultivate there peacefully. That's right, sect leader. The group of elders and disciples from Yang Peak nodded. What if I can solve this problem that you mentioned? Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan and asked while ignoring the group of elders and disciples from Yang Peak. Solve it? Yuan was unable to react for a moment. I can set up a large-scale inscription formation to cover the north side of Ling Tian Peak and block the cold wind that blows there. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Whoosh. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. It caused an uproar among the crowd. An inscription formation to block the cold wind from the north side of Ling Tian Peak? Could such an inscription formation really be set up? They doubted it. There was no lack of inscription masters among them, but they had never heard of anyone who could set up such a ridiculous inscription formation. Now, Yun Gang, and Yu Ping will lead the people from Yang Peak to the north side of Ling Tian Peak to open up a cultivation place. As for the inscription formation, I'll complete it in 3 days at the most. Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan and said. Although they doubted Duan Lingtian's words, the 3 high-ranking officials from Yang Peak still led the group of people from Yang Peak to the north side of Ling Tian Peak. What they had to do was to open up a cultivation place in the belly of the mountain. I wonder if the sect leader can really set up such an inscription formation. An inscription formation that covers half of Ling Tian Peak. It's ridiculous just thinking about it. However, judging from the sect leader's expression when he said that, it doesn't seem like he's lying to us. We'll know in 3 days whether he's lying to us or not. The elders and disciples from Yang Peak discussed as they followed Yun Gang and the other 2. They only hoped that the next 3 days would pass quickly. Vice Peak Master Luo, please stay. The rest of you may leave. Chapter 1157. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's order, the group of Yin Peak elders and disciples left one after another. They did not dare to hesitate. Sect leader. Luo Ping looked at Duan Lingtian. Junior uncle, bring me to senior sister Yang Shue's cultivation place. I want her to return to her roots. Duan Lingtian said to Luo Ping. Yang Shui had died for his 2 fiancées. Naturally, he would not mistreat Yang Shui even though she had passed away. Upon hearing this, Luo Ping's body trembled. She could not help but look at Xiong Quan who was behind Duan Lingtian. The blood-stained white figure entered her eyes immediately. Schwer. What a pity. After a while, Luo Ping let out a long sigh. Her face was filled with regret. Yang Shui was the strongest person among the younger generation in Yin Peak. Moreover, she was a variant. If she did not die, it was not impossible for her to become the peak master of Yin Peak in the future. If Shui's spirit in heaven knows that sect leader is treating her so well, she'll definitely be happy. Luo Ping bowed to Duan Lingtian and said with a serious expression, "Sect leader, I thank you on behalf of Shui. Junior uncle, what are you doing?" Senior sister Yang Shui was a great benefactor to my two fiancés, which means I'm indebted to her as well. It's only right for me to do this. Duan Lingtian immediately went forward and helped Luo Ping up. Under Luo Ping's lead, Duan Lingtian and the other three followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived at the mountainside of Lingtian Peak that was close to the peak. There was a small flat platform at the mountainside. On the small platform stood a small wooden house covered in white snow. "This is Shui's cultivation place," Luo Ping said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he descended from the sky and pushed the door of the small wooden house open. As soon as the door was pushed open, a few pieces of snow fell and hit Duan Lingtian's head. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to notice it as he walked into the small wooden house. The cabin was very tidy. Other than a bed, there was nothing else. It didn't look like a woman's room at all. Ever since Shui became senior sister's disciple, she focused on cultivation. Her basic necessities were very simple. Before Kerr and Fei came, she rarely spoke to anyone. It was only when Kerr and Fei became senior sister's disciples and became her junior sisters that she started to talk more. Luo Ping said as she followed Duan Lingtian into the wooden hut. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded and raised his hand. A crystal-clear ice coffin appeared in front of him and was pulled by an invisible force to land on the bed in the cabin. "This is?" Luo Ping was stunned. Before she could react, Duan Lingtian had already called Xiong Quan in and instructed him to put Yang Shui into the ice coffin. This is an ice coffin made from the 10,000-year frost. It can protect senior sister Yang Shui's jade body for eternity. Duan Lingtian said to Luo Ping when Xiong Quan walked to the ice coffin. This ice coffin was made especially for Feng Tianwu. It was just right for Yang Shui to use. When I find those two girls, they will definitely want to see senior sister Yang Shui again. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Wait. Just as Xiong Quan was about to put Yang Shui into the ice coffin, Luo Ping stopped him. Xiong Quan looked at Luo Ping in confusion. "Junior aunt, is there anything else?" Duan Lingtian looked at Luo Ping as well. "Sect leader, I hope Shui can lie in there clean. Give me 15 minutes. I'll help her freshen up and change her clothes." Luo Ping voiced her thoughts. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. After Xiong Quan handed Yang Shui to Luo Ping, he left with Xiong Quan and closed the door behind him. "It's snowing." As soon as he stepped out of the door, Duan Lingtian noticed it was snowing around Lingtian Peak. It was a beautiful sight. Duan Lingtian extended his hand and let the snow fall on his hand. He muttered to himself, "Senior sister Yang Shui, thank you for what you did for those two girls. I, Duan Lingtian, will forever be grateful to you." A quarter of an hour passed quickly. During this period, the only movement Duan Lingtian noticed was the window on the side of the small wooden house suddenly opened. At the same time, a water column gushed out from the inside. The water column was stained with blood. Duan Lingtian knew very well that Luo Ping was using the water profundity to clean the blood stains on Yang Shui's body. "You can come in now." As Luo Ping's voice resonated, Duan Lingtian walked in. This time, Xiong Quan did not follow him in. Instead, he stood outside the wooden house with Feng Tianwu and Gold Thug, waiting for Duan Lingtian to come out. Duan Lingtian walked into the wooden house and saw Yang Shui, who had finished washing up and changed into a clean set of white clothes, lying in the ice coffin. Through the ice coffin, one could see her graceful figure and her peerless face that was devastatingly beautiful. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and bowed 3 times at Yang Shui's body before leaving with Luo Ping. From today onward, this will be the forbidden area of Lingtian Peak. Nobody is allowed to come close. Duan Lingtian told Luo Ping. Luo Ping nodded. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian seemed to be worried. He took out a pile of materials and a pile of high-grade origin stones and began to get busy. He began to inscribe inscriptions and set up an inscription formation on the spot. Luo Ping was dazzled by Duan Lingtian's actions. An hour later, Duan Lingtian's actions slowed down. However, the materials and origin stones in his hands had already flown out of his hands and merged with the snow around the small wooden house. A moment later, a layer of translucent light shield rose and shrouded the small wooden house completely. After more than 10 breaths, the translucent light shield disappeared before Luo Ping's eyes. Of course, Luo Ping knew that the translucent light shield did not really disappear. She could still trigger it if she approached it. This was because it was a defensive light shield formed by the defense formation. Sect leader, I can't believe that not only are you powerful, but your attainment in the inscription Dao is so profound as well. Luo Ping looked at Duan Lingtian and exclaimed in admiration. Although she was not an inscription master, as the saying went, even if you have never tasted pork, you have seen pigs run. She had once witnessed some inscription masters in the sect inscribing and setting up inscription formations with her own eyes. However, the speed and efficiency of those inscription masters were not even 1,000th of the purple-clad young man before her. Perhaps the sect leader can really set up a large-scale inscription formation that can withstand the cold wind blowing at the northern side of Ling Tian Peak. Luo Ping thought to herself. At this moment, she only felt that the sect leader before her was becoming more and more unfathomable. She could not see through him at all. Sect leader, what level of attack can this defense formation withstand at most? Luo Ping could not help but ask. If you want to destroy it, you'll have to have the strength of 3 ancient black dragons or more. Duan Lingtian replied. The strength of 3 ancient black dragons? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Luo Ping's eyes narrowed slightly. Usually, only a martial artist above the 7th level martial monarch stage would be able to unleash the strength of 3 ancient black dragons or more. In other words, it was almost impossible for a martial artist below the 7th level martial monarch stage to break the defense formation that shrouded the small wooden house. She did not expect the defense formation that the person before her had only spent an hour setting up would have such a terrifying defensive strength. It was completely beyond her imagination. Junior uncle, I might need some materials to inscribe and set up inscription formations in these 2 days. Duan Lingtian told Luo Ping. In the next 2 days, he would begin to set up the large-scale inscription formation that shrouded the northern side of Ling Tian Peak. He did not have some of the materials required to set up the inscription formation. Sect leader, just let me know if you need anything. I'll go to Yin Ling Tian Peak storage and get it for you, Luo Ping said. Initially, she wanted to say Yin Peak. However, before she could finish her sentence, she remembered that Yin Peak had changed its name to Ling Tian Peak. It had the same name as the sect leader before her. Thank you, junior uncle. Duan Lingtian smiled as he thanked her. However, Luo Ping was so shocked that she immediately bowed back. She knew very well in her heart. The reason Duan Lingtian called her junior uncle was because of his 2 fiancés. Otherwise, she was nothing in front of Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and the other 3 stayed at Ling Tian Peak under Luo Ping's arrangement. Each of them had a wooden house on the mountainside that was close to each other. Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and the gold thug returned to their respective rooms very quickly and immersed themselves in their cultivation. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not have time to cultivate at the moment. He was busy inscribing the materials and high-grade origin stones that he had on hand to inscribe the inscriptions that he needed. Everything that he did was to prepare for the large-scale inscription formation that he would set up in the next 2 days. The inscription formation could be considered as a defense formation. However, it could only defend against the attack of the cold wind. Initially, such a defense formation was a very simple inscription formation that could be easily set up. However, the problem was, the defense formation that Duan Lingtian wanted to inscribe had to cover the entire northern side of Lingtian Peak. The area was so vast that one could not see the end of it. If he did not integrate the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, it would be impossible for him to set up such a large-scale inscription formation. This was because such a large-scale inscription formation was experimented by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in the past. Even if an ordinary inscription master knew how to inscribe the same inscription formation, he would not be able to set up such a large-scale one. All in all, it could be summed up in one sentence. Only the reincarnation Emperor Wu could inscribe and set up such a large-scale one. After Duan Lingtian was almost done inscribing the materials and high-grade origin stones that he had on hand, Luo Ping had also gathered all the materials that he had asked her to find. She did not miss any of them. In the next 2 days, Duan Lingtian was busy again. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. 2 days later, Duan Lingtian went to the northern side of Lingtian Peak alone. However, he realized that there were many male disciples who were busy. Many elders were also helping out. While they were busy, the robes on their bodies fluttered in the cold wind. Even some of their hair bands were blown apart. Their long hair was no longer bound and was fluttering in the wind. It's the sect leader. Sect leader. As expected, Duan Lingtian's appearance attracted many people's attention. However, the person that they were most concerned about was not Duan Lingtian himself. Tomorrow will be the 3 days later that the sect leader mentioned 2 days ago. I wonder if the sect leader can really set up a large-scale inscription formation that can withstand the cold wind. Chapter 1158. Duan Lingtian did not say anything when faced with the doubts of the group of Lingtian sect's male disciples. He knew that it was useless no matter how much he said. He could only use his actions to fulfill his promise. Only then would he be able to shut everyone up. Because of this, Duan Lingtian began to get busy on this day. Setting up the inscription formation that covered half of Lingtian Peak was undoubtedly a huge project. Even though Duan Lingtian had already inscribed inscriptions on the materials and origin stones beforehand, he still needed to spend time to set it up. For the entire day, Duan Lingtian did not stop at all. From morning until late at night, Duan Lingtian's figure flew up and down on the northern side of Lingtian Peak. As he made his move, all kinds of materials and origin stones were merged into the northern side of Lingtian Peak. The placement of these materials and origin stones was very particular. Even the slightest mistake was not allowed. Fortunately, I set up this defensive formation directly through the memory of reincarnation Emperor Wu. If it was passed down orally, I might not be able to set it up properly even if I spent 10 days and 10 nights. After placing the last batch of materials and origin stones where they were supposed to be, Duan Lingtian stopped and stood up. At this moment, the defensive formation that covered half of Lingtian Peak was completed. Now, all I have to do is to give them an explanation tomorrow. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the night sky that was filled with stars. Then, he vanished from the spot and reappeared at the temporary residence that Luo Ping had arranged for him. In a wooden house on the mountainside on the southern side of Lingtian Peak. Compared to Yang Shui's wooden house, this wooden house was much better. Not only was it bigger, but it was also fully equipped with furniture. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes as he began to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, divine dragon form. On top of that, he was holding the 3 nature profundity fragments in his hand. He was using them to comprehend and level up his fused profundity. Although the monarch stage nature profundity fragments were not as good as the heavenly jewel in assisting the fused profundity, the heavenly jewel was a treasure that could only be found by chance. Just like the heavenly jewel Duan Lingtian had obtained from the berserk mongrel rodent clan, it was a heavenly jewel filled with nature energy. It only took Duan Lingtian a month to completely absorb the heavenly jewel's energy, which was also the nature energy, from the heavenly jewel that took hundreds of years to fill up. Because of this, the heavenly jewel had temporarily become useless. It would take a long time for it to regain its heavenly jewel energy. However, after completely absorbing the heavenly jewel energy in the heavenly jewel, Duan Lingtian's fused profundity also made a breakthrough and transformed into a second-level fused profundity. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel it. When he had absorbed half of the heavenly jewel energy in the heavenly jewel, his fused profundity had already broken through to the second level. After that, when he absorbed the remaining half of the heavenly jewel energy, his fused profundity improved further. In the end, it was extremely close to the third-level fused profundity. Currently, he was only one step away from comprehending the third-level fused profundity. Just like I've guessed. The fused profundity is on par with the Emperor stage profundity in terms of power and difficulty in leveling up. After the origin energy in his body circulated according to the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Divine Dragon Form mental cultivation method, Duan Lingtian could finally divert his attention to other things. The fused profundity is formed by the fusion of 5 different first-level monarch stage nature profundities. At that time, the fused profundity was considered a first-level fused profundity. The first-level fused profundity is equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. This is similar to the first-level Emperor stage profundity. Now, with the help of the heavenly jewel's energy, my fused profundity has leveled up to the second-level fused profundity. The second-level fused profundity is equivalent to the strength of 3 ancient black dragons. It's the same as the second-level Emperor stage profundity. Based on this, the leveling up of the fused profundity should be equivalent to the strength of 1 ancient black dragon every time it leveled up. It was not difficult to speculate this. However, as it turns out, my luck is pretty good. 2 days before I arrived at the Yin Yang sect, my cultivation base made another breakthrough and broke through to the 4th-level martial monarch stage. If it wasn't for that, I might not have been able to snatch Yang Hong's saber that contained his full strength with my bare hands. Duan Lingtian's thoughts started to drift away unknowingly. Originally, according to his estimation, he would have to wait for at least 1 or 2 months before he could break through to the 4th-level martial monarch stage. However, he never expected that because he was so anxious and worried about the safety of the 2 little girls all along the way, the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill in his body was alarmed. The result was obvious. The rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy was quickly consumed and helped him to break through to the 4th-level martial monarch stage in one fell swoop. Now that he had broken through to the 4th-level martial monarch stage, he could unleash the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons with his origin energy alone. The 6th-level monarch stage sword profundity was equivalent to the strength of 7,000 ancient horned dragons. The 2nd-level fused profundity was equivalent to the strength of 3 ancient black dragons. For this reason, he could unleash the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 3,000 ancient horned dragons without using any spirit weapons. 2 days ago, he had used this strength to snatch the Grade 1 spirit saber from Yang Hong with his bare hands. If I use the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, my strength would be equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. With the 9 tribulation sword control technique and the 9 dragons radiant flash, I might even be able to fight against a powerhouse who has the strength of 5 ancient black dragons. Duan Lingtian was very confident about the techniques that he had mastered. He felt that if he unleashed all his techniques, he would be able to make up for the difference of merely 1,000 ancient horned dragons. My current strength is already comparable to an ordinary 9th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. Of course, I'm still far from being comparable to those freakish 9th-level martial monarch stage martial artists. Duan Lingtian knew very well how difficult it was for a 9th-level martial monarch stage martial artist to break through to the Emperor Wu stage through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. It was more than 100 times harder than breaking through to the martial monarch stage from the void transformation stage. If a 9th-level void transformation martial artist comprehended 3 types of 9th-level void transformation concepts or comprehended the 9th-level advanced concept of water and fire, then it wouldn't be difficult for them to break through to the martial monarch stage. However, even if a 9th-level martial monarch stage martial artist had comprehended 3 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities or the 9th-level water or fire monarch stage profundities, it was still less than 1 in 100 who could break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Due to this reason, no matter if it was the era of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's first reincarnation or the era of his second reincarnation, there were very few powerhouses who could break through to the Emperor Wu. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the most powerful 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse that he had ever seen in his second reincarnation even comprehended 6 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities. 6 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities. What did that mean? It meant that the powerhouse's strength was comparable to 6 ancient black dragons even if he only cast the profundities. In addition to his origin energy and grade 1 spirit weapon, he could unleash a strength that exceeded the strength of 8 ancient black dragons. The strength of 8 ancient black dragons. Duan Lingtian shuddered when he thought about it. Currently, he could cast the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons if he unleashed his full strength. However, in front of a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse who had mastered the strength of 8 ancient black dragons, his little bit of strength was nothing. It would be easy for the powerhouse to kill him. It would be easier than stepping on an ant. That powerhouse comprehended 6 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities, but he could not break through to the Emperor Wu stage. It seems like the Emperor Wu stage is really difficult to break through to. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He felt pressured at the same time. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the reincarnation Emperor Wu had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage in his first reincarnation. Even he did not know how he managed to break through. At that time, the reincarnation Emperor Wu had comprehended 4 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities. In his second reincarnation, the reincarnation Emperor Wu had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage. He had no experience at all. In the beginning, he hit a wall repeatedly. In the end, he managed to break through after comprehending 3 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities. I wonder if it'll be easier for me to break through to the Emperor Wu stage compared to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 reincarnations. Duan Lingtian felt anxious when he thought about this. Although he had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, he did not receive any help in breaking through to the Emperor Wu stage. This was because the reincarnation Emperor Wu had also broken through to the Emperor Wu stage in a daze. Therefore, if he wanted to break through to the Emperor Wu stage, he would have to rely on his own efforts. He could not rely on the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. I hope I can break through to the Emperor Wu stage in a daze like the reincarnation Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian was daydreaming in his heart. Without realizing it, Duan Lingtian gradually calmed down. He was completely immersed in his cultivation and comprehension. He cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 9th form, the Divine Dragon form. He comprehended the fuse profundity and comprehended the sword Dao contained in the word, sword, left behind by the sword Saint Feng Qingyang in the depths of his mind. Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation and comprehension, had completely forgotten about the time. He only opened his eyes when the morning sun shone on the earth through the screen on the side of the wooden house and shone on his face. It's morning. After Duan Lingtian woke up, he washed up and walked out of the wooden house. As soon as he walked out of the wooden house, Duan Lingtian saw 2 figures waiting for him. They were the 2 former vice peak masters of Yang Peak, Yu Ping and Yuan. Why are you waiting for me so early in the morning? Are you worried that I'll go back on my word? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows when he saw the anxious expression on the Yu brothers' faces. He thought they were here because he had promised to solve the problem of the cold wind in the north of Lingtian Peak. Sect leader, Elder Yun is missing. Chapter 1159. Elder Yun, the former guardian elder of Yang Peak, Yun Gang. When did you notice he was missing? Duan Lingtian asked calmly. 3 days ago, sect leader, you asked us and Elder Yun to bring some people to the north of Lingtian Peak to dig a cultivation place. We parted ways with Elder Yun. Now that I think about it, we haven't seen Elder Yun since then, Yu Ping said. Yu Ping said, this morning, I asked the elders and disciples who were with Elder Yun back then. They all said that Elder Yun left alone 3 days ago after separating from us. We've searched Lingtian Peak this morning, but we couldn't find any trace of Elder Yun. Yuan added. If I'm not mistaken, he must have left 3 days ago. He must have left Lingtian Peak and Lingtian sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he asked, do you know the relationship between Yun Gang and Yang Hong? Yang Hong is the direct disciple of the former peak master of Yang Peak, and Yun Gang is the former peak master's junior brother. Yang Hong calls Yun Gang junior uncle. Yu Ping said. Duan Lingtian nodded. It seems like he didn't plan to stay from the beginning. He had been following me because he wanted me to lower my guard. He was prepared to leave a long time ago. Sect leader, what should we do now? If Yun Gang leaves, won't it be detrimental to our Ling Tian sect? Yuan asked. Him? He doesn't have that ability. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in them. He must have left 3 days ago. It's too late to chase after him now. Both of you, follow me to the north of Ling Tian Peak. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already far away. The Yu brothers reacted immediately and followed him. I'll go have a look as well. At this moment, Xiong Quan also walked out of a wooden house halfway up the mountain and followed him. Young master must have gone to set up that large-scale inscription formation. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Xiong Quan moved, 2 more figures came from 2 different directions and followed him. It was a woman in red. It was an old man in a golden robe. They were none other than Feng Tian Wu and Gold Thug. When he arrived at the north side of Ling Tian Peak again, Duan Lingtian realized that there were already many people there. These people were the elders and disciples of the former Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect. Sect leader is here. Sect leader is here. The news of the Duan Lingtian's arrival was quickly spread by the people around the Duan Lingtian. Not long after, all the people on the northern side of the Ling Tian mountain flew over one after another. They formed a dark mass, and saluted the purple figure from afar. Apart from Yun Gang, almost everyone from the original Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect had gathered together. Whoosh! 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 Soon, other than the Yu brothers, 3 more people appeared behind Duan Lingtian. They were Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and Gold Thug. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the wind whistling attracted everyone's attention. A group of women in white flew over. They came from the south side of the Ling Tian Peak. It was obvious that they were here to join in the fun. These women were the disciples of the original Yin Peak of the Yin Yang sect. Sect leader. Even Luo Ping, the deputy peak master of the original Yin Peak of the Yin Yang sect had arrived. After greeting Duan Lingtian respectfully, she stood behind Duan Lingtian. Gusts of biting cold wind blew continuously, causing everyone's robes, including Duan Lingtian, to flutter. Some of the people with lower cultivation base even had to squint their eyes due to the wind. I won't say anything else. Duan Lingtian looked at the dark mass of people in front of him. His face was solemn as he spoke loudly. Today, I'll fulfill the promise that I made 3 days ago. I'll make sure that the north side of the Ling Tian Peak will never be attacked by the cold wind again. Fulfill the promise. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes lit up. Their faces were filled with anticipation. They wanted to see how their young sect leader of the Ling Tian sect would set up the extremely exaggerated large-scale inscription formation that he spoke of. Unfortunately, they were destined to not be able to see it. Whoosh! As Duan Lingtian raised his hand and flicked his finger, a high-grade origin stone shot out rapidly and disappeared into a mountain wall on the north side of Ling Tian Peak as if it was breaking a dead branch. Whoosh! Almost at the same time when the high-grade origin stone disappeared, everyone only heard a soft sound in their ears. It was not loud, but it seemed to be able to make their souls tremble. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples, a layer of translucent light shield seemed to have detached itself from the mountain wall on the north side of the Ling Tian Peak and continued to expand outwards. Wherever the light shield passed, the piercingly cold wind that blew from the north was pushed away. The light shield continued to expand until it enveloped the entire mountain wall on the north side of the Ling Tian Peak before it finally stopped. At the same time, it disappeared before everyone's eyes as though it had never appeared. However, the place where the translucent light shield disappeared was not bounded. The cold wind that came from the north was completely isolated and could no longer blow in. For a time, as the cold wind disappeared, everyone's robes, including Duan Lingtian's, stopped fluttering. This works too. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is the large-scale inscription formation that the sect leader mentioned 3 days ago. When did he finish setting it up? Yesterday, many people saw the sect leader wandering around our area. He kept throwing something that penetrated the mountain wall and embedded it in the belly of the mountain. Now it seems like he was setting up the inscription formation at that time. Yesterday? Doesn't that mean that the sect leader only spent a day to set up this large-scale inscription formation? As the group of Ling Tian sect's disciples were shocked, they quickly realized another problem. Their sect leader had only used a day to set up such a large-scale inscription formation. Looks like our sect leader is not only a martial Dao powerhouse, but he's also an outstanding inscription master as well. Many Ling Tian sect's disciples exclaimed. Those young female disciples even had lustful eyes as they cast flirtatious glances at Duan Ling Tian. Humph. However, an extremely cold snort sounded. It made them shudder. They hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to look at Duan Ling Tian anymore. It was Feng Tianwu who stood behind Duan Ling Tian. She snorted coldly as she swept a cold glance at the group of young female disciples. At the same time that she snorted, the aura of a martial monarch swept out. It was only then that the group of young female disciples did not dare to raise their heads. Feng Tianwu's actions were more like a declaration of her absolute sovereignty over Duan Ling Tian. She's the sect leader's wife? She should be. Otherwise, why would she be so dissatisfied when we look at the sect leader? The sect leader's wife is not easy to deal with. Looks like we can only look at the sect leader and sigh when we see him in the future. The group of young female disciples whispered in private. Although their voices were not loud, most of the people present had a high cultivation base. Their hearing was shocking, and they could clearly hear the whispers between them. Sect leader's wife? For a moment, most of the people present looked at Feng Tianwu in unison, causing Feng Tianwu to become the center of attention. When she heard the group of young female disciples, Feng Tianwu's face was already slightly hot. Now that she was being stared at by so many people, although she tried her best to remain calm on the surface, her heart was not calm at all. She only felt that she was like a lone boat in the waves, and the boat would capsize at any time. The sect leader is really lucky. No matter if it's the sect leader's wife or his 2 fiancées, without exception, they are all exceptional beauties. Yes, the sect leader's luck with women is too good. If I can be like the sect leader, I will have no regrets in life. Soon after, many of the male disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian with an envious expression. Now, this sect leader's promise to all of you has been fulfilled, and all of you have a new place to cultivate. After Duan Ling Tian's gaze swept past the group of male elders and male disciples, he looked at the group of female elders and female disciples, and his gaze suddenly froze. Disciples of Ling Tian's sect, listen up. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have not finished his sentence, and after successfully attracting everyone's attention, he opened his mouth again and shouted loudly. At that moment, everyone who was focused on Duan Ling Tian felt an inexplicable tremor in their hearts, and their spirits tensed up. From today onwards, Luo Ping, Yu Ping, and Yuan will be the deputy sect leaders of Ling Tian's sect. The 3 of them will be in charge of all the matters in the sect, no matter big or small. You must obey all of them, Duan Ling Tian said loudly. Yes. At that moment, all the disciples of Ling Tian's sect who were present responded respectfully. Thank you, sect leader, for your high regard. When Luo Ping, Yu Ping, and Yuan heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up, and they quickly bowed to Duan Ling Tian to express their gratitude. Luo Ping, Yu Ping, Yuan. The 3 of you will be responsible for spreading the news that the Yin Yang sect has been replaced by the Ling Tian sect, and that there is a new sect leader. Spread the name of this sect master as well. Duan Ling Tian looked at Luo Ping and the other 2 and continued to order. Yes. Luo Ping and the other two responded respectfully. Also, send out the disciples who recognize Ke and Li Fei to search for their whereabouts, Duan Lingtian ordered again. I'll reward any disciple who finds their whereabouts with a grade 1 spirit weapon that can amplify their strength by 90% and a bottle of grade 1 life recovery pills with a purity of more than 90%. After Duan Lingtian gave his order, he also promised a huge reward. At that moment, the entire place fell silent. Grade 1 spirit weapon. Grade 1 life recovery pills. These two items were undoubtedly extremely precious to the ordinary elders and disciples of the Ling Tian sect. Only Luo Ping, Yu Ping, and Yuan, who were in the upper echelons of the sect, did not lack these items. However, these were only ordinary grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 life recovery pills. Did I hear wrongly? Sect leader, did you just say a grade 1 spirit weapon that can amplify strength by 90%? Chapter 1160. And a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%. Another person chimed in. As someone voiced out his doubts, many pairs of eyes landed on Duan Lingtian again. It was as though they wanted to confirm if they had heard wrongly. You didn't hear wrongly. It's indeed a grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification and a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%. Duan Lingtian confirmed in the face of the doubtful gazes. Whoosh! A tossed stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The crowd was in an uproar. It's really a grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification? A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%? Nonsense. Didn't the sect leader already confirm it? Don't tell me you're doubting the sect leader's words. I know. But, is this possible? I've never heard of anyone refining a grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90%, nor have I heard of anyone refining a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%. 3 days ago, the sect leader said he could set up a large-scale inscription formation to cover the mountain wall north of Ling Tian Peak. Did you believe him at that time? I didn't. Then, what happened in the end? I believed the sect leader. Moreover, I happen to know junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei. This time, I have a chance to go out and look for them. The group of Ling Tian sect's disciples discussed among themselves. Their doubts about Duan Lingtian gradually disappeared. All of this was because Duan Lingtian had fulfilled his promise today and set up an inscription formation that could withstand the cold wind in the north and cover the entire mountain wall north of Ling Tian Peak. In their opinion, their Ling Tian sect's young sect leader could not be judged by common sense. However, speaking of which, if the sect leader can really take out a grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification and a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%, doesn't that mean he knows a grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist? Moreover, he's not an ordinary grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist. Nonsense. Do I need you to remind me of this? Would an ordinary grade 1 weapon craftsman and alchemist be able to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90% and a grade 1 pill with a purity of 90% and above? A grade 1 blacksmith and alchemist like this must be a proud and arrogant person. However, since they're willing to refine those special grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 pills for the sect leader, I'm sure they must have a close relationship with the sect leader. The gazes from the disciples of the Ling Tian sect that landed on Duan Lingtian became increasingly heated. In the past, although the Yin Yang sect also had grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 pills, they were either obtained from outside or obtained from auctions outside. In the past, the Yin Yang sect did not have much contact with grade 1 blacksmiths and alchemists. Even if he could get in touch with the other party to forge spirit artifacts and pills for him, he would still have to pay a heavy price. Due to this reason, there were not many grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 pills in the Yin Yang sect. Even the ordinary elders could not get them, let alone the group of disciples below. Today, the Yin Yang sect no longer existed and was replaced by the Ling Tian sect. However, the young sect leader of the Ling Tian sect seemed to have a close relationship with a grade 1 weapon craftsman and a grade 1 alchemist. In the future, grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 pills might even be able to be used on them. How could they not be happy about this? Why? Don't tell me there's no grade 1 weapon craftsman and grade 1 alchemist in the Ling Tian sect? Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown. It had never crossed his mind that a mere grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist would be able to make the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples lose their composure. As the sect leader, he could not help but feel his face burning as he felt embarrassed. Sect leader, it's true that there's no grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 alchemist in the Ling Tian sect. Luo Ping smiled wryly. Although the Yin Yang sect was a first-rate force in the inner land, it was only a first-rate force at the border of the inner land. Among the many first-rate forces in the inner land, it was considered the weakest. Very few grade 1 weapon craftsmen and grade 1 alchemists would be willing to join such a first-rate force. It seems like it's time for me to trick a few grade 1 weapon craftsmen and grade 1 alchemists back. Duan Ling Tian muttered. Although Duan Ling Tian was muttering to himself, his voice was not soft. His words entered the ears of the crowd who had quieted down. Trick? At that moment, apart from Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and Gold Thug, everyone, including Luo Ping, Yu Ping, and Yuan, could not help but twitch their lips. However, they thought that Duan Ling Tian was just making a casual remark. They did not think that Duan Ling Tian was telling the truth. Humph. If my master says he can do it, of course, he can do it. Don't tell me you don't believe him. Gold Thug snorted coldly and asked in dissatisfaction when he saw the non-committal expression on their faces. When he left the Berserk mongrel rodent clan, he had obtained a lot of information about his master from Xiong Quan. He realized that the more he learned about his master, the more shocked he was. Not only was his master powerful, but he was also an inscription master. Apart from being an inscription master, he was also a grade 1 weapon craftsman and a grade 1 alchemist. Although he was a golden hellhound with a strong heart, he was still shocked when he found out about this. At that time, he had also confirmed one thing. His master was a human. He was not a demon like him. In the face of Gold Thug's question, the people from the Ling Tian sect, including Luo Ping and the other 2 vice-sect leaders of the Ling Tian sect, looked at each other. For a moment, nobody could answer Gold Thug. Gold Thug, why are you angry? These guys won't turn back until they hit a wall. When I trick them to come to them, they'll naturally believe me. In contrast to Gold Thug's anger, Duan Ling Tian was calm. He was not upset by the doubts of the people from the Yin Yang sect at all. Please forgive us, sect leader. We're not doubting you, sect leader. It's just that what you said is just too unbelievable. Luo Ping lowered her head and bowed to Duan Ling Tian as she said respectfully. Please forgive us, sect leader. All the elders and disciples of the Yin Yang sect, including the Yu brothers, lowered their heads and bowed as well. Only then did they realize that their actions earlier had offended the sect leader's dignity. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the people in front of him calmly and said nonchalantly, compared to empty words, I prefer to shut your mouths and slap your faces with facts. Let's go. After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he called out to Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and Gold Thug and left immediately. At once, only Luo Ping, the Yu brothers, and the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples were left. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian and the other 3 had left, many of the Ling Tian sect's disciples began to cause a ruckus again. To be honest, I still don't believe what the sect leader said. I don't believe it either. How can a grade 1 weapon craftsman and alchemist be deceived so easily? In my opinion, even the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who helped the sect leader refine grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 pills might not be able to invite them to our Ling Tian sect. Of course. Those outstanding grade 1 weapon craftsmen and alchemists would have gone to the ancient clan or sought refuge with powerhouses like Emperor Wu if they wanted to. Most of them were still doubting what Duan Ling Tian had said earlier. They felt that Duan Ling Tian was bragging. I don't think so. I have a feeling that the sect leader doesn't seem to be lying. 3 days ago, I also thought that the sect leader was lying to us. However, today, the truth has given me a resounding slap in the face. I also think that the sect leader wouldn't lie to us. After all, just the large-scale inscription formation that shrouded this area is enough to prove that the sect leader is a man of his word. Of course, there were also a small number of people who believed in Duan Ling Tian. No matter what, whether it was those who believed in Duan Ling Tian or those who did not, all of them were looking forward to the future of the Ling Tian sect. Vice sect leaders, I recognize Junior Sister Kerr and Junior Sister Li Fei. Please send me to look for them. I know them too. Me too. Soon after, many female disciples looked at Luo Ping and the other two and said eagerly. After all, as long as they could find the two fiancés of the sect leader, they would be rewarded handsomely. A grade 1 spirit weapon with an amplification of more than 90% and a grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity. They could not help but feel excited just thinking about it. Although some of them did not believe that Duan Ling Tian could trick a grade 1 weapons craftsman and a grade 1 alchemist to the Ling Tian sect, they still believed in the rewards that Duan Ling Tian promised. Because of this, they were eager to obtain it. Just as many disciples of the Ling Tian sect were leaving the Ling Tian peak, there was an old man hurrying on his way in the northwest direction. The old man was none other than Yun Gang, who had left the Ling Tian sect 3 days ago. He was also the guardian elder of the original Yang peak of the Yin Yang sect. Asking that Duan Ling Tian to take over the mess of the Yin Yang sect, and he needs the help of the Yin Yang sect to look for the two girls. I think he won't leave the Yin Yang sect behind for a while. Yun Gang's eyes gleamed. In this case, it'll be convenient for Lord Yang Chun to avenge his brother. Lord Yang Chun. When Yun Gang mentioned these 4 words, his eyes were filled with respect and awe. In Yun Gang's eyes, Yang Chun was a powerhouse that was difficult to defeat. Moreover, if Yang Chun wanted to kill him, he could kill him in the blink of an eye. This was because Yang Chun was a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse. An ordinary 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse could not be compared to him. On top of that, Yang Chun had a shocking identity. He was Emperor Wu's disciple. Most importantly, Yang Chun was Yang Hong's brother by blood. Although the Peak Master has always been at odds with his brother, Yang Chun, he's still a close relative. Yang Chun won't just stand by and watch if he knows that he's killed. Chapter 1161. After Yang Chun kills Duan Ling Tian and avenges his brother, I'll ask him for help and recommend me to be Emperor Wu's disciple. Yun Gang's eyes gleamed with confidence. He owes me a favor, so it'll be hard for him to reject the favor I ask of him. Emperor Wu's disciple. This was Yun Gang's real purpose. When he had witnessed Yang Hong being killed by Duan Ling Tian, this thought had already appeared in his mind. He used Yang Hong's death and Duan Ling Tian to make it impossible for Yang Chun to reject his request. As for asking Duan Ling Tian to become the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect, it was just a little trick he played to make Duan Ling Tian stay in the Yin Yang sect. If he did not make such a request, Duan Ling Tian would not have stayed. At that time, it would be useless even if he looked for Yang Chun. The Cloud Continent was so big that Yang Chun might not be able to find Duan Ling Tian, who had left the Yin Yang sect to avenge Yang Hong. If he could not find Duan Ling Tian, Yang Chun would not be able to avenge Yang Hong. It would also mean that he would not owe anyone a favor. That was not what he wanted to see. For this reason, he had instigated the Yu brothers to invite Duan Ling Tian to become the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect and tried to persuade Duan Ling Tian to become the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect. Even when Duan Ling Tian wanted to change the name of the Yin Yang sect, he did not even bat an eyelid. This was because he knew that Duan Ling Tian would not live for long. As the group of Ling Tian sect's disciples left Ling Tian Peak to look for Kerr and Li Fei, breaking news spread like a hurricane from their mouths. The Yin Yang sect has changed its name to Ling Tian sect. The Yin Yang sect no longer exists. Yang Hong, the former Peak Master of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect, killed the former Peak Master of Yin Peak who was recuperating in closed-door cultivation. At the critical moment, a young expert descended from the sky and killed Yang Hong. That young expert is the current leader of the Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian. For a time, with Ling Tian Peak as the center, as long as there were people in the surrounding area, such news spread everywhere. Everyone knew. The Yin Yang sect was gone. The Ling Tian sect had appeared in a domineering manner, and they had a powerful young sect leader. The news quickly spread in all directions. It did not take long for the news to spread to the south of the inner land near the Ruo Shui River. A small city stood in the south of the inner land, close to the north of the Ruo Shui River. Although the city was small, it was bustling with noise, especially the restaurants inside. Today, the small town welcomed two uninvited guests. They were two slender women in white. Both of them had veils covering their faces. However, just by looking at their exposed autumn eyes and dark eyebrows, it was enough to see that under their veils, they must be peerless beauties. Sister Kerr, let's rest here for a meal before we continue our journey. One of the women who had a seductive look between her eyebrows said to the other woman who had a youthful look between her eyebrows. All right. The latter nodded lightly and agreed. The two women entered the city and found a restaurant to sit at a table in front of the window. It was rare to see women in this small city, let alone beautiful women. As soon as the two women appeared, they attracted the attention of many customers in the restaurant. However, although most of the customers were attracted by the two women in veils, not many of them dared to go up and strike up a conversation. Who knew if these two women were powerhouses with amazing strength? If they were, they would definitely end up dead if they dared to act presumptuously. Therefore, they did not dare to act recklessly. Soon, the atmosphere in the restaurant became noisy again. Although there were still people who were eyeing the two women in front of the window covetously, they only dared to think about it but did not dare to make a move. Hey! Have you heard? The Yin Yang sect no longer exists. Suddenly, a middle-aged customer's loud voice drowned out everyone's voices in the restaurant and attracted many people's attention. The Yin Yang sect no longer exists? Could it be that it's destroyed? At that moment, many people's eyes lit up as they looked at the middle-aged customer. At that moment, even the two women in veils sitting in front of the window could not help but glance at the middle-aged customer. Then, they looked at each other. Sister Fei, we just left the Yin Yang sect not long ago. Why did they say that the Yin Yang sect no longer exists? One of the women asked the other woman. The news outside can't be taken seriously. The other woman shook her head and replied. These two women were Kerr and Li Fei who had just left the Yin Yang sect not long ago. After they left the Yin Yang sect, they began to cultivate as they headed north. Their destination was Yuhan Valley, which was far north of the inner land. The Yin Yang sect is a first-rate force. How can it be destroyed so easily? The middle-aged customer continued. Then what's going on? That's right. Don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us. Many of the drinkers urged him. I'll have to start from when the peak master and a vice peak master of the Yin Yang sect went into closed-door cultivation to recuperate. It said that Yang Hong, the peak master of the Yang peak of the Yin Yang sect, went insane and killed the peak master and vice peak master of the Yin Yang peak while they were recuperating. The middle-aged drinker said slowly, speaking of the peak master and the vice peak master of Yin peak, if they were not injured, none of them would be afraid of Yang Hong. However, now that they are injured, they are no match for Yang Hong. Gasp. 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 When the middle-aged drinker said this, there was a series of gasps in the restaurant as expected. What did the peak master of Yang peak of Yin Yang peak want to do? Why did he kill the two powerhouses from his own sect? This news can't be fake, right? Many people questioned. I heard that Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang peak of Yin Yang peak, wanted to be the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect. That's why he took the opportunity to get rid of the two stumbling blocks of Yin peak. The middle-aged customer said. If that's the case, it's possible. I've long heard that the person who wants to be the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect must have the ability to suppress everyone in the sect. Otherwise, the peak master of Yin peak and the peak master of Yang peak can only control the sect together. Many people nodded. I didn't expect this news to spread here. Li Fei's autumn eyes flashed. Her red lips under the veil moved slightly as she muttered in a voice that only Kerr could hear. Sister Fei, I miss Master and Senior Sister. Kerr, who was sitting opposite Li Fei, had tears in her eyes under her pair of delicate eyebrows. She looked so pitiful that people had the urge to rush up and hug her. I miss them too. Don't worry, we'll definitely avenge them. Li Fei said seriously. Okay. Kerr nodded obediently. If that's the case, the peak master of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect should be the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect now. But why did you say that the Yin Yang sect no longer exists? Could it be that the Yin Yang sect lost two powerhouses and was wiped out by the other opposing forces? A voice resonated and attracted everyone's attention, including Li Fei and Kerr. At once, everyone looked at the middle-aged customer. Of course not. The middle-aged customer shook his head. There are a total of 4 strongest people in the Yin Yang sect. Apart from the 2 from Yin Peak, Yang Peak also has 2. As long as the 2 from Yang Peak are there, the other forces won't dare to act recklessly. Moreover, according to rumors, the peak master of Yang Hong's background is not simple. As for why it's not simple, don't ask me because I don't know either. It's just hearsay. Perhaps, even in the Yin Yang sect, not many people know about the background of the peak master of Yang Hong. The middle-aged customer said. Go away. At once, many people looked at the middle-aged customer in disdain. Some even gave him the middle finger. Get to the point. Why did you say that the Yin Yang sect no longer exists? Someone looked at the middle-aged customer and urged him. Well, I'll have to start from when the peak master of Yin Peak and the other vice peak master went into closed-door cultivation to heal their injuries. It said that the vice peak master had 3 direct disciples who were as close as sisters. All of them were extremely beautiful. The son of the peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Fei, took a fancy to one of the girls. For the sake of his son, the peak master of Yang Peak. Under the watchful eyes of Kerr and Li Fei, the middle-aged customer recounted their experience one by one. In the end, he mentioned how their senior sister, Yang Shui, died because of them and paved the way for them to pass on. Although they were mentally prepared, Kerr and Li Fei's slender bodies could not help but tremble slightly when they confirmed that senior sister Yang Shui was dead. Their autumn eyes reddened slightly. Senior sister. Kerr clenched her fists tightly. Her tears fell silently and were evaporated by her origin energy in the blink of an eye. A heroine among women. Women are not inferior to men. When the group of customers in the restaurant heard that Yang Shui did not hesitate to sacrifice her life to save her 2 junior sisters, all of them gave her a thumbs up. They were not stingy with their compliments at all. It said that Yang Hong and his son went after Yang Shui's 2 junior sisters as soon as Yang Shui was killed. At that moment, a gigantic 5-colored sword ray descended from the sky and pierced through the belly of Yang Peak, causing the magma in Yang Peak to erupt. It turned from an extinct volcano to an active one. The middle-aged customer continued. Who's so bold? At once, many people were shocked. Piercing through the belly of Yang Peak with a sword was something that almost any martial monarch powerhouse with extraordinary strength could do. However, being able to do it was one thing, and daring to do it was another. Once one did that, it would mean that one had offended the Yin Yang sect, a colossus. Unless one was extremely powerful and did not fear the Yin Yang sect, one would definitely die. Speaking of the person who did it, I'll have to mention the 2 girls who escaped under the nose of Yang Hong and his son. The middle-aged customer continued. What does it have to do with them? Many people frowned. They were puzzled and curious about this. At once, even Kerr and Li Fei, who were sitting in front of the window, temporarily suppressed their sadness and looked at the middle-aged customer together. Chapter 1162. Rumor has it that the powerhouse who destroyed Yang Peak was the fiancé of the 2 ladies. The middle-aged customer finished his sentence in one breath. Fiancé. The moment the middle-aged customer's words left his mouth, an uproar broke out in the restaurant. Young master. Kerr's exposed eyes lit up immediately, but they dimmed again soon after. She did not think her young master had the ability to destroy Yang Peak. I can't believe Yang Hong would spread such fake news just to catch us. Does he think we'll believe him just like that? Li Fei's eyes gleamed brightly as she muttered to herself. What happened after that? Many people looked at the middle-aged customer curiously and continued to ask. After that, the young powerhouse snatched the saber from Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak of Yin Yang sect, with his bare hands and forced Yang Hong to retreat. After that, he killed Yang Hong and his son with just one blow. The middle-aged customer continued to speak. Whoosh! The moment the middle-aged customer's words left his mouth, an uproar broke out again. Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak of Yin Yang sect, was considered a famous person in the Ruo River area in the south of the Inner Land. However, such a person was killed with just one blow. Just how powerful was that person's cultivation? It seems like they did spread the fake news on purpose. Kerr sighed. Although she was unwilling to believe that her young master had really come to the Inner Land and the Yin Yang sect, she could not help but harbor some hope in her heart. Now that she heard the middle-aged customer's words, the hope in her heart completely vanished. This was because the middle-aged customer's words were too exaggerated and too ridiculous. Snatching the saber from Yang Hong with his bare hands? How powerful did he have to be to do that? Even her master, whom she admired and respected the most, might not be able to defeat Yang Hong with his full strength even if he used a spirit weapon. If her young master was really that powerful, he would undoubtedly be far more powerful than her master. She would not believe it no matter what. She did not dare to believe that all of this was true. Even if her young master's innate talent and comprehension were so high that they could be said to be heaven-defying. I think the more ridiculous thing is yet to come. Li Fei muttered. As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, the middle-aged drinker continued to speak. When the young powerhouse killed Yang Hong and his son, the 3 high-ranking officials of Yang Peak who were present at the scene were scared out of their wits. In the end, they all requested that young powerhouse to be the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect. That young powerhouse agreed to it, but he made a request. The Yin Yang sect shall be renamed to Ling Tian sect from now on. The middle-aged drinker looked around and said slowly. Ling Tian sect? Ling Tian? What a crazy name. Many people glared at him. If all of this is true, then even if he is arrogant, he has the strength to be arrogant. How many people could have such powerful means like him? He killed one of the top higher-ups of the Yin Yang sect and even became the sect master of the Yin Yang sect. Someone else said. The appearance of the Ling Tian sect naturally means that the Yin Yang sect no longer exists. Now, all of you should understand why I said that, right? The middle-aged man asked as he reached the end of his sentence. Everyone nodded. Since the Yin Yang sect had been renamed to Ling Tian sect, it was only natural that it no longer existed. Perhaps, after a few decades or 100 years, nobody would remember that there used to be a first-rate force, the Yin Yang sect, in the area near the Ruo River in the south of the Inner Land. Then, that young powerhouse became the first sect leader of Ling Tian sect. The middle-aged drinker said. Do you know the name of the sect leader of Ling Tian sect? Many people asked. It said that his name is the same as the name of the Ling Tian sect. His full name is Duan Ling Tian. The middle-aged drinker's eyes lit up when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Ling Tian. For a moment, everyone present remembered this name. The newly promoted powerhouse in the area near the Ruo River in the south of the Inner Land of the Cloud Continent, the leader of the first-rate force, the Ling Tian sect. On top of that, I heard that the sect leader of Ling Tian sect also issued an order. Any disciple of the Ling Tian sect who can find his 2 fiancées will be given a grade 1 spirit weapon and a bottle of grade 1 life recovery pills, the middle-aged drinker continued. The middle-aged drinker added. The eyes of the customers in the restaurant lit up when they heard this. Grade 1 spirit weapon? The sect leader of Ling Tian sect is really generous. Apart from the grade 1 spirit weapon, there's also a bottle of grade 1 life recovery pills. If only I can find his 2 fiancées. Who knows, I might be able to receive the reward that he promised. Many people chimed in. Humph. Perhaps the reward he promised is only for the disciples of the Ling Tian sect. After all, we should keep the goodies within the family. Someone else said. That makes sense. Many people expressed their agreement when they heard this. All of you are wrong to think this way. The middle-aged drinker shook his head and said, I heard that the Ling Tian sect will distribute the portraits of their sect leaders' fiancés in no time. At that time, the reward will be effective to everyone. The moment the middle-aged drinker's words left his mouth, the eyes of all the customers in the restaurant lit up. Is this true? If this is the case, then this is a good opportunity for us. Although it's like looking for a needle in a haystack, who knows, our luck might be so good that we can find his 2 fiancés. Many people were tempted. Moreover, I heard that if we can find one of the fiancés of the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, we'll be rewarded with a grade 1 spirit weapon and a bottle of grade 1 life recovery pills. If we can find 2 of them, we'll be rewarded with 2 grade 1 spirit weapons and 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills. The middle-aged drinker continued to drop a bombshell, causing the entire restaurant to be in an uproar. 2 grade 1 spirit weapons. 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills. It was enough to make them go crazy. I was right. What happened after that was even more ridiculous. Li Fei's eyes gleamed as she muttered to herself. Sister Fei, let's leave quickly. I have a feeling that it's not safe to stay here. Ker's eyes revealed a hint of worry. Yes. Li Fei nodded. She did not even have the time to order before she stood up and prepared to leave with Ker. However, sometimes, they could not leave just because they wanted to. Yo. 2 little beauties, where are you going? A young man of about 30 years old walked into the restaurant unknowingly. There was a middle-aged man following behind him. The former was frivolous while the latter was loyal to his duty. At this moment, the young man was staring at Ker and Li Fei with a perverted smile on his face. 2 little beauties, quickly take off the veils on your faces. If this young master takes a fancy to you, you might become this young master's 7th concubine and 8th concubine. As the young man reached the end of his sentence, he sized up Ker and Li Fei without restraint. It's the eldest young master of the Ku clan. Looks like they're going to be unlucky. Not many women who are fancied by the eldest young master of the Ku clan can escape from his evil clutches. What a pity. Many customers in the restaurant were alarmed by the commotion. Their eyes were filled with pity when they looked at Ker and Li Fei. They all felt that the 2 women were going to be unlucky. Idiot. Li Fei's beautiful eyes that were exposed outside the veil narrowed as she glanced at Kupai coldly. Her red lips under the veil parted slightly as she spat out 2 words rudely. After she finished speaking, she held Ker's hand and led her out without waiting for Kupai's reply. Stop right there. When Kupai saw that Li Fei ignored him and even called him an idiot, his expression turned ugly. His figure flashed as he blocked the 2 women's path at the first possible moment. You 2 bitches. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Today, I'll bring the 2 of you back and make you my female slaves. Kupai glared at Li Fei as he shouted coldly. You're courting death. Even a person made of clay would have a temper, let alone Li Fei who had a bad temper. Her gaze turned cold as she attacked Kupai at lightning speed. Her slender jade-like hand flashed out mercilessly. Boom. 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 Li Fei struck out with her palm. The sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously. In the blink of an eye, her hand had already arrived in front of Kupai. From the beginning until the end, Kupai did not have time to react. Humph. Almost at the same time, the middle-aged man behind Kupai snorted coldly and flashed out, preparing to block Li Fei. Unfortunately, just as he moved, Ker, who was beside Li Fei, also moved. She blocked him and hit him with her palm. Boom! A loud sound reverberated, accompanied by a deafening sound of air exploding. Following the sound of air exploding, gusts of fierce wind came from the place where the 2 palms collided and swept through the entire restaurant. Many tables and chairs that were not occupied were sent flying. Those with low cultivations even had to squint their eyes from the wind. Boom! Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. As Kerr and the middle-aged man's palms collided, they were equally matched. Li Fei's slender jade-like hand pressed on Kupai's body. To be precise, it was pressed on Kupai's dantian. With a soft sound, Kupai was sent flying by Li Fei. In his dantian, origin energy poured out as if it was free of charge, similar to a deflated balloon. Bang! Kupai fell heavily to the ground, knocking over a few tables and chairs before he came to a stop. However, he did not care about the pain in his body and hurriedly checked his dantian. With this check, his expression changed greatly. My dantian. My dantian is crippled. You're so ruthless. You're so ruthless. Kupai looked at Li Fei, his eyes filled with grief and indignation as he roared continuously. How dare you cripple my young master's dantian? Don't even think about escaping. When the middle-aged man heard Kupai's roar of grief and indignation, his expression changed greatly. He immediately pounced on Li Fei and Kerr, ignoring the fact that Kerr's strength was on par with his. Now, he only had one thought. Leave the two women in front of him. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one. Unfortunately, in the face of Li Fei and Kerr's joint attack, he, who had used his spiritual weapon, was killed by the two women who also used their spiritual weapons. Both of you should leave quickly. The Cook clan has a huge business and is a second-rate force. It's rooted in this city, and it's not something you can afford to offend. A kind-hearted person used his origin energy to remind Li Fei and Kerr. Chapter 1163. I can't believe they're also martial monarch powerhouses. After Li Fei and Kerr left, many people sighed. It did not cross their minds at all. These two delicate-looking girls actually possessed such powerful strength. Many people who harbored evil thoughts about the two ladies felt a lingering fear in their hearts when they saw Kupai lying on the ground like a dead dog. This time, the Cook clan's eldest young master has been crippled and a martial monarch powerhouse has died. I'm afraid the Cook clan won't let this go easily. Someone said with a fearful expression. His words received the approval of everyone present. The Cook clan was a second-rate force. It was nothing in the inner land of the Cloud Continent. However, in this small city, the Cook clan was the absolute local tyrant. Nobody dared to provoke them. Very soon, someone who wanted to establish a relationship with the Cook clan sent the Cook clan's eldest young master, Kupai, whose dantian had been crippled, back to the Cook clan. It caused a commotion in the Cook clan. Subsequently, 3 of the remaining 5 martial monarch powerhouses from the Cook clan made their move. They wanted to chase after Li Fei and Kerr, who had crippled Kupai's dantian and killed the Cook clan's martial monarch powerhouse. Any one of the 3 martial monarch powerhouses from the Cook clan was stronger than the person Li Fei and Kerr had killed together. Among the 3 of them, the stronger one was at the 3rd-level martial monarch stage while the weaker one was at the 2nd-level martial monarch stage. Unfortunately, they could not find Li Fei and Kerr even after searching for a long time. Very soon, 2 portraits were sent out from the Cook clan. Each of them was a portrait of a lady wearing a veil. Other than the parts that were covered by the veil, the 2 ladies' eyebrows and eyes were clearly drawn. As long as one had seen the portrait, even if the 2 women took off their veils, one would be able to recognize them at a glance just by looking at their eyebrows and eyes. This was because the portraits were too similar. It was a coincidence. On the same day that the 2 portraits were sent out from the Cook clan, a female disciple from Ling Tian Peak happened to pass by and saw the 2 portraits. It's junior sister Li Fei and junior sister Kerr. This female disciple of the Ling Tian Peak was originally a female disciple of the Yin Peak of the Yin Yang sect. With a single glance, she recognized that the 2 veiled women in the portrait were Li Fei and Kerr. After asking around, she understood what was going on. They even dared to touch the fiancé of our Ling Tian sect leader. This Cook clan really doesn't want to live anymore. The female disciple of Ling Tian Peak thought to herself. However, even though she had such thoughts, she did not go to the Ku family to settle the score. She knew that she alone could not do this to the Ku family. She rushed back to the Ling Tian sect at full speed. A few days later, Duan Ling Tian received the news. He immediately brought Gold Thug to the small town where the Ku family was located. Ku family? Standing in the sky above the Ku clan estate, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Master, do you want me to annihilate the Ku family? Gold Thug asked. There's no hurry. Let me see if I can get anything out of the eldest young master of the Ku family. Perhaps I can find some clues left behind by the two girls. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, his body moved and landed in the courtyard where the eldest young master of the Ku family, Ku Pai, lived. Gold Thug followed behind Duan Lingtian like a shadow. Who's that? Duan Lingtian's appearance alarmed many people. Among them were Ku Pai himself and a few servants and maids who were in charge of serving him. You're Ku Pai. Ku Pai, who was sitting in the courtyard and sunbathing, saw the purple-clad young man in front of him disappear as soon as he opened his mouth. When he reappeared, he was already in front of him. You. Who are you? While Ku Pai's expression changed drastically, he hurriedly signaled the servants and maids with his eyes. It was obvious that he wanted them to call for help. The purple-clad young man in front of him gave him too much pressure. At once, the servants and maids around Ku Pai left the courtyard in a panic. From the beginning until the end, whether it was Duan Lingtian or Gold Thug who was following behind Duan Lingtian, nobody stopped them. It was as though they did not see them leave. Naturally, with Duan Lingtian and Gold Thug's abilities, it was impossible that they did not notice the servants and maids leaving. It was just that they did not care. Tell me everything that happened a few days ago when you met the two girls. Duan Lingtian looked at Ku Pai calmly and said indifferently. What girls? Ku Pai did not react in time due to his panic. The two girls who crippled your cultivation base. Duan Lingtian reminded him. Those two bitches. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Ku Pai finally regained his senses. He immediately recalled the two women he had met a few days ago. His heart was filled with rage as he instinctively cursed. As soon as he cursed, he regretted it. The purple-clad young man in front of him was obviously here for the two girls. If he cursed the two girls in front of him, the purple-clad young man might be unhappy. As soon as Ku Pai thought of that, he felt a cold aura coming from the purple-clad young man in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it pressed down on him. He was almost suffocating from the pressure. Ah! In the next moment, he did not see the purple-clad young man and the golden-clad old man in front of him move, nor did he hear any sound. All he felt was a heart-wrenching pain coming from his shoulder. He could not help but scream in agony. When he came to his senses, he realized that one of his arms had been chopped off. He was so frightened that his face turned pale and he broke out in cold sweat from the pain. You, he looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him furiously. In the end, he could not say a word. To be more precise, he did not dare to say a word. What a joke. If the purple-clad young man could cut off his arm without making a sound, he could also kill him without making a sound. No matter how angry he was, he did not dare to provoke the purple-clad young man any further. Now, he could only hope that the servants and maids who left would bring reinforcements quickly. That was the only way he could be saved. When my father comes, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. At the same time that Ku Pai used his concept to suppress the blood flow, a cold gleam could be seen in the depth of his eyes. It was as though he was about to devour someone. I don't want to repeat what I said just now. Duan Lingtian's tone was still as calm as ever. It was as though he was not the one who chopped off Ku Pai's arm. When Ku Pai heard the seemingly calm words, they were like the devil's words. Horror dawned on him as he said in a panic, I'll talk. I'll talk. Ku Pai told him everything that happened that day. He did not dare to hide anything. After listening to Ku Pai's words, Duan Lingtian did not find any clues. For a moment, his eyes were filled with a cold gleam as he continued to stare at Ku Pai. This person dared to profane his fiancée? I've already answered you. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Kupai said in a panic when he noticed the cold gleam in Duan Lingtian's eyes. His eyes and face were filled with despair. Who's there? How dare you be so presumptuous in our Ku clan? Just when Duan Lingtian was about to kill Kupai, a loud voice came from outside the courtyard. It was getting closer and closer. Whoosh! Whoosh! A moment later, 2 gusts of wind blew into the courtyard. 2 people appeared next to Kupai. One was a strong old man, and the other was a skinny old man. Whoosh! 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 Then, another 3 people appeared next to Kupai. One was a bearded man, and the other 2 were middle-aged men. When the bearded man saw Kupai's severed arm, horror dawned on his face. He wanted to pick up the severed arm on the ground and reattach it to his son. Boom! Unfortunately, before he could pick up his severed arm, a vast amount of energy surged out and instantly turned his severed arm into dust. It was Gold Thug who was behind Duan Lingtian. He had destroyed Kupai's severed arm. You're seeking death. Horror dawned on the bearded man's face. At the same time, the origin energy in his body skyrocketed. His profundity and concept followed like a shadow as he charged toward Gold Thug. He unleashed all of his second-level martial monarch stage techniques. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Gold Thug smirked and took a step forward. He did not seem to make any movement, but a gush of energy suddenly skyrocketed from his body and surged toward the bearded man. Boom! In an instant, the bearded man was engulfed and turned into dust. He completely disappeared from this world. A second-level martial monarch stage martial artist died just like that. He did not even know how he died. Father. Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Kupai's face as he cried out in grief. Clan leader. The 2 middle-aged men who appeared with the bearded man were horrified. They did not expect the living person who was standing next to them earlier to turn into dust in just a blink of an eye. Who are you people? Compared to Kupai and the other 2 who had lost their composure, the 2 old men looked at Duan Lingtian and Gold Thug solemnly and asked with dread in their eyes. You don't even know who my master is, and yet you dare to place a bounty on my 2 mistresses. You're really bold. Gold Thug looked at the 2 old men with a faint smile. Both of you, is there a misunderstanding? The sturdy old man asked with a wry smile. Yes, maybe it's really a misunderstanding. The skinny old man added. Although both of them were the strongest in the Ku clan, they were both at the 3rd-level martial monarch stage. Even so, they knew they would not be able to kill the clan leader of the Ku clan who was at the 2nd-level martial monarch stage in just one blow. The golden-robed old man in front of them gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. Misunderstanding? Gold Thug smirked. With a raise of his hand, 2 drawings appeared in his hand. You're saying this is a misunderstanding? When they saw the 2 drawings of a veiled woman, the expressions of the 5 people from the Ku clan, including Kupai and the 2 old men, changed. Boom! The sturdy old man was the first to react. With a raise of his hand, he killed Kupai who did not even have time to react. Kupai was the instigator of this entire incident. Both of you, this incident is Kupai's fault. It has nothing to do with the Ku clan. Now, the Ku clan has killed Kupai to give both of you an explanation. Chapter 1164. Gold Thug, from now on, I don't want to see this Ku clan ever again. Duan Lingtian merely glanced at the anxious members of the Ku clan indifferently. He did not pay any attention to them. With a flash of his body, he disappeared into thin air. As he disappeared, he left behind a sentence. Yes, master. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, horror dawned on the few members of the Ku clan. However, Gold Thug's eyes lit up. Boom! Before the remaining 4 martial monarch powerhouses from the Ku clan could react, a raging milky white flame rose from Gold Thug's body. Three types of profundities followed him like shadows. Ever since he had fought with Duan Lingtian in the berserk mongrel rodent clan, he had not fought since then. He had been holding back for a long time. Now that he had the chance to fight, he could not help but feel excited. Boom! 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 Gold Thug unleashed his strength as a 6th-level martial monarch powerhouse. The strongest among the 4 powerhouses was only at the 3rd-level martial monarch stage. In just a blink of an eye, they were drowned by his strength and turned into ashes. After all the martial monarch powerhouses from the Cook clan were killed, it was even easier for Gold Thug to deal with the remaining people. He casually lifted his leg and stomped on the ground. A terrifying energy surged into the ground and instantly caused cracks to appear on the ground of the Cook clan's estate. Countless cracks formed a spider web and continued to spread. Boom! 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 The buildings in the Cook clan's estate collapsed one after another. It was instantly turned into ruins. Only blood was left on the ground and some members of the Cook clan who were trying to escape in a sorry state. However, these members of the Cook clan could not escape from Gold Thug even if they wanted to. In just 15 minutes, the entire Cook clan's estate had been turned into ruins. Apart from Gold Thug, there was no one else left alive. What happened to the Cook clan? Oh my God! Who did this? This is too much. The commotion in the Cook clan was huge. In just a short while, it attracted everyone in the small town. When they saw the ruins of the Cook clan's estate, all of them were dumbfounded. I just passed by the Cook family mansion half an hour ago. I remember that the Cook family mansion was still in good condition. In just half an hour, the Cook clan's mansion was reduced to ruins, leaving no survivors. Who exactly did this? That person's strength is too terrifying. While many people were discussing spiritedly, their eyes were filled with fear. I, Duan Ling Tian, will annihilate the entire family of those who dare to scheme against my 2 fiancés. The Ku family is just the beginning. Just as everyone was shocked by the destruction of the Ku family in half an hour, a loud and deep voice sounded from the horizon, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Duan Ling Tian? Could he be the leader of the Ling Tian sect that was renamed from the Yin Yang sect? Very soon, someone reacted and looked up at the first moment. Not long after, people began to look up one after another. A purple figure appeared in front of them. It was a handsome young man. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, and his body exuded an otherworldly aura as though he had merged with heaven and earth. He's Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. He's as young as the rumors say. Many people exclaimed. After a while, everyone only saw a flash in front of their eyes before the purple figure disappeared into thin air. Disappearing along with the purple figure was a golden figure that followed behind him like a shadow. The golden figure also disappeared before everyone's eyes. He's gone. At once, many people heaved a sigh of relief. Although the purple-clad young man was standing in the sky and was far away from them, they could still feel the pressure from the bottom of their hearts. Now that the purple-clad young man had left, the pressure finally disappeared. I, Duan Ling Tian, will annihilate the entire family of those who dare to scheme against my 2 fiancés. The Ku family is just the beginning. Soon after, the words Duan Ling Tian left behind before he left began to reverberate in everyone's ears again. Based on what the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect said, it seems like the Ku family is plotting something against his 2 fiancés. Many people guessed. It can't be. The Ku family is so bold. Even more people found it unbelievable. A few days ago, the news that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian, was looking for his 2 fiancés had already spread to the small town they were in. They believed that the Ku family must have heard the news as well. Could it be that the Ku family dared to go against the wind and commit a crime? Would they not hesitate to offend the Ling Tian sect? That's right. Soon, someone reacted and made a reasonable judgment. As far as I know, the only thing the Ku family has done these few days is to search for the 2 veiled women who crippled the young master of the Ku family. Do you think those two women are the fiancées of the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect? Hua. As soon as this person spoke, the entire place fell silent. After a while, it became noisy again. It's really possible. That's not right. I've seen those two veiled women in the restaurant before. If they are really the fiancées of the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, they should know that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect is looking for them. Logically speaking, they should have returned to the Ling Tian sect. But the Ling Tian sect just sent out the portraits today. It's obvious that the fiancés of the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect did not return. Who has the portraits? Soon, someone took out the two portraits from the Ling Tian sect. On the portraits were two beautiful women. It's really them. Soon, someone took out another two portraits. The two portraits were sent out by the Ke family. Although the two women in the portraits were wearing veils, their eyebrows and eyes were exactly the same as the two beautiful women in the portraits from the Ling Tian sect. That means, they haven't returned to the Ling Tian sect yet. They must be throwing a tantrum and unwilling to return. It doesn't matter if they're throwing a tantrum. Since they haven't returned, it means we have a chance to find them. That's right. Many people were instantly excited. It was as though they had been injected with chicken blood as they rushed out of the city. It was as though they could see grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 pills waving at them. On this day, the small city was exceptionally lively. However, news of Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, annihilating the entire Ke family in a fit of rage for his women began to spread. For a time, some people scolded Duan Ling Tian for being cold-blooded and ruthless. Some people also said that Duan Ling Tian was loyal and righteous. He did not hesitate to shed a river of blood in a fit of rage for his women. No matter what. This time, Duan Ling Tian became famous. He was completely famous. Anyone who has designs on my two fiancés, I, Duan Ling Tian, will annihilate their entire family. The Ke family is just the beginning. Duan Ling Tian's words spread like wildfire among the crowd. For a time, all the unmarried women in the inner land southern area near the Ruo Shui River secretly admired Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, whom they had never met before. As a woman, if I can marry the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, I'll have no regrets in my life. This sentence gradually spread. Gradually, it was not only the unmarried women, but also a group of resentful women and married women who yearned for Duan Ling Tian. A man. This is a real man. If someone can be like the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect and annihilate an entire family for me, I'll definitely kick that dead man out of my family and marry myself to him. As it turned out, the power of women was limitless. Not long after, Duan Ling Tian was pushed to the forefront by them, causing Duan Ling Tian to become the lover of the masses in the inner land southern area near the Ruo Shui River. If I was born 70 years earlier, I'd definitely marry the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. Even some old women who had one foot in the coffin would often mutter to themselves like this. When the news spread like a hurricane and reached the ears of the Duan Ling Tian sect and the Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian was speechless. Those women are really good at bullsh** ting. Duan Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. He did not expect the words he said in a fit of rage would have such an impact. What? Are the two of you gloating? Soon after, Duan Ling Tian turned around abruptly as though he had eyes on the back of his head. He glared at Xiong Quan and Gold Thug, who were secretly laughing. Feng Tianwu was the only one who stood quietly at the side. When she looked at Duan Ling Tian, her eyes were slightly dazed. I wonder if he'll say the same thing for me. Feng Tianwu muttered to herself. Sect leader. There's a person outside who says he's your friend and wants to see you. At this moment, a loud voice came from afar, helping Xiong Quan and Gold Thug out of the predicament. Both of them could not help but heave a sigh of relief. My friend? Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the person who came. The person who came was an old man. He was the elder of the Ling Tian sect. His cultivation base was at the 4th level martial monarch stage. However, when he faced Duan Lingtian, the old man appeared to be very respectful. He did not show any dissatisfaction at all. Yes, that's what he said. The old man nodded respectfully. Did he say what's his name? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He said his name is Chen Shao Shuai. He said that as long as I said his name, sect leader, you. The old man continued. However, before he could finish his sentence, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. Are you sure he said his name is Chen Shao Shuai? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and asked with a serious gaze. Yes. The old man nodded. Where's he now? Duan Lingtian asked urgently. Chen Shao Shuai was one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Sword Young Master. He had participated in the Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition with him back then. In the end, he did not manage to obtain a place to participate in the Dynasty Martial Arts competition. However, although he did not manage to obtain a place to participate in the Dynasty Martial Arts competition, he had decided to travel around on his own. After they parted that time, Duan Lingtian had not heard any news about him. Crazy Young Master, Luo Zhan, had also left with Sword Young Master, Chen Shao Shuai. Until now, Duan Lingtian had not heard any news about Luo Zhan. Chapter 1165. Under the lead of the Lingtian sect's elder, Duan Lingtian saw a figure standing in the distance not long after. The figure stood there straight like a javelin, and it revealed a proud and aloof aura. It was a familiar face, but after so many years, it had become much older. The frivolity of the past was no longer there, and it was replaced by restraint and steadiness. It was as if he was a completely different person. You bastard, why are you here? Before Duan Lingtian arrived, he had already greeted the familiar figure in the distance with a brilliant and gentle smile on his face. The familiar figure before him was none other than Chen Shao Shuai. When he was still in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Sword Young Master, Chen Shao Shuai, was very fond of him, and they could be considered to be friends. After so many years, Duan Lingtian was rather happy to see him again. Of course, at the same time, he could not help but be shocked by Chen Shao Shuai's appearance here. This was the inner land of Cloud Continent. Even you can appear here, why can't I? A fierce aura tore through the sky, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Shao Shuai vanished on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, long time no see. It has indeed been a long time. However, I never imagined that the fellow who didn't even manage to obtain a spot in the Dynasty Martial competition all those years ago would actually appear in the inner land now. I presume he possesses a shocking cultivation as well. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly, and as he finished speaking, his face was filled with surprise. I just had a fortuitous encounter. I originally thought that I'd already left a freak like you in the dust, and I was even proud of it a few times. However, I didn't expect that you're still stronger than me like before. Chen Shao Shuai sized up Duan Lingtian, and as he finished speaking, he could not help but sigh. Looks like your fortuitous encounter is not small. You're already at the 3rd level martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Chen Shao Shuai as he spoke. Earlier, when he extended his spiritual energy, he immediately detected Chen Shao Shuai's current cultivation base. It was at the 3rd level martial monarch stage. He was quite shocked by this. As expected of the Duan Lingtian. You were able to see through my cultivation with just one look. Chen Shao Shuai sighed. He did not seem to be too surprised. However, so what if he's at LV3 Martial Royal Realm? Isn't he still inferior to you? Not only are you the dream lover of almost all the women in this area, you're also the leader of a first-rate force, the Lingtian sect. I heard you killed Yang Hong, the former peak master of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect. As far as I know, Yang Hong could be considered as one of the top figures among 8th level martial monarch stage martial artists. As he spoke, Chen Shao Shuai looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. All those years ago, when he was still in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Duan Lingtian was a complete monster and freak in his eyes. After they parted ways in the Darkstone Empire, he had gone through a lot of hardships. After that, he had a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to skyrocket and wander all the way. In the end, he even crossed the Ruo Shui River and came to the central area of the Cloud Continent, which was the inner land. Initially, he thought he had already left Duan Lingtian far behind. Who would have thought that a piece of news would come and completely shocked him? Lingtian sect. Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, he thought the sect leader of Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian, was just a powerhouse who had the same name as the monster he knew in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. However, his intuition told him that this Duan Lingtian was very likely to be the monster he knew. That was why he came to verify the doubts in his heart. As it turned out, his intuition was right. The sect leader of Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian, was a friend he had made in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. You're quite well informed. Duan Lingtian smiled. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land caused his mood to be extremely good. Do I even need to be well informed about this? Qin Shao Shui rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. You're a famous person in your surroundings now. I heard that there are many unmarried girls that intend to enter your Lingtian sect. As for their objective, I presume you don't need me to tell you. They have an ulterior motive. As he finished speaking, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on Qin Shao Shui's face. Right, you and Luo Zhan left together that day. You two separated later on? Duan Lingtian completely disregarded Qin Shao Shui's words and changed the topic. It was Duan Lingtian's words that caused Qin Shao Shui's body to shake, and his expression became even more unsightly. What? Duan Lingtian's expression became serious, and a bad premonition faintly arose in his heart. Luo Zhan is dead. Finally, Qin Shao Shui spoke with a depressed and low tone. Dead. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as horror dawned on his face. What's going on? How did he die? Luo Zhan was Crazy Young Master, the leader of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters. He had a good relationship with him, and he was also the grandson of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's guild master who had helped him many times. It was hard for him to imagine. If the old man found out about Luo Zhan's death, how painful would he be? It's all my fault. Unknowingly, 2 streams of tears fell from Qin Shao Shui's face, and his body was still trembling. That year, Luo Zhan and I traveled together all the way to the north. We passed by the Darkhan dynasty and the Darming dynasty before we finally arrived at the northern desert. After we left the northern desert, we continued to move forward. Later on, by chance, we came across the secret treasure left behind by an Emperor Wu powerhouse, and we successfully entered it. We obtained a lot of fortuitous encounters in there. We obtained many spirit fruits, concept fragments, and profundity fragments. We even encountered the profound assimilation formation more than 10 times, Duan Lingtian said. However, just when we were about to leave, we accidentally triggered the last inscription formation left behind by an Emperor Wu powerhouse. It was a killing formation. Luo Zhan noticed the killing formation first and pushed me out of the area enveloped by the killing formation in time to help me escape calamity. Whereas he missed the opportunity to escape because of this and was killed by the killing formation. When Qin Shao Shui reached this point, his face turned slightly ferocious. If he didn't save me, he wouldn't have to die. He wouldn't have to die. Luo Zhan. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. According to the sword young master, Qin Shao Shui, if Luo Zhan did not die, his current achievements would not be inferior to his. You don't have to be too sad. Since Luo Zhan saved you, you should live on for him. Duan Lingtian looked at Qin Shao Shui who had a pained expression on his face and said. I know. That's why I'll live on and do the things that he wanted to do but couldn't do anymore. In this way, I'm sure his soul in heaven will be comforted. Qin Shao Shui nodded, and his agitated emotions calmed down a little. What's your plan now? Duan Lingtian asked. I don't know. I just came to the inner land not too long ago. Qin Shao Shui shook his head. Why don't you stay in my Ling Tian sect? I'll make you an elder. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. An elder in the Ling Tian sect? When Qin Shao Shui heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. That sounds interesting. All right. I'll stay in your Ling Tian sect for the time being then. You can stay in the Ling Tian sect if you want. However, I have to make a promise with you. Duan Ling Tian looked at Qin Shao Shui cautiously. He still remembered. When Qin Shao Shui was still in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he would hang around brothels all day long. It could be said that he would not be happy without a woman. Half of the disciples in the Ling Tian sect were female. He did not want Qin Shao Shui to do anything that would bring shame to his Ling Tian sect. How do we make a 3-point agreement? Qin Shao Shui was stunned and could not react for a moment. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian spoke. His face was filled with a wry smile as he rolled his eyes at Duan Ling Tian. No matter how much I want women, I won't mess around in the Ling Tian sect. Even if I don't care about my own reputation, I still have to care about your reputation. It's good that you think that way. Duan Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. I'll introduce you to a few people. After calling out to Qin Shao Shui, Duan Ling Tian brought him to meet Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and the Gold Thug. It was worth mentioning that after Qin Shao Shui saw Feng Tianwu, he stared at her for more than 10 breaths. This was because Feng Tianwu was just too outstanding. Her peerless appearance could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. He only retracted his gaze when he noticed that Feng Tianwu's eyes were still on Duan Ling Tian. So, she's Duan Ling Tian's woman. Qin Shao Shui's heart was filled with envy. I'll bring him to see Luo Ping. Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Feng Tianwu and the other two before bringing Qin Shao Shui away to look for Luo Ping. Although Luo Ping was only one of the 3 deputy sect leaders in the Ling Tian sect, she was undoubtedly Duan Ling Tian's most trusted deputy sect leader. She was in charge of all the matters in the Ling Tian sect, no matter how big or small. She was the only deputy sect leader who could represent Duan Ling Tian. After leaving Qin Shao Shui with Luo Ping, Duan Ling Tian returned to Feng Tianwu and the other two. He looked at Xiong Quan and the Gold Thug immediately. Both of you, announced that the Ling Tian sect is recruiting grade 1 weapon craftsmen and alchemists. Yes, young master. Yes, master. Xiong Quan and the Gold Thug responded and left. If that's the case, I'm afraid none of the grade 1 weapon craftsmen and alchemists will be willing to come. After Xiong Quan and the Gold Thug left, the frost on Feng Tianwu's face melted a little. She told Duan Ling Tian softly. I know. That's why we have more important matters to attend to now. Duan Ling Tian smiled. More important matters? Although Feng Tianwu had a puzzled expression on her face, her heart was filled with joy because of Duan Ling Tian's last sentence. He had more important matters to attend to with her. It was enough to show that she had a high place in Duan Ling Tian's heart. You'll find out soon enough. Duan Ling Tian smiled and kept her in suspense. He then left the Ling Tian Peak and the Ling Tian sect with Feng Tianwu. Chapter 1166. In an area near the Ruoshui River in the south of the inner land of the Cloud Continent, there was a bustling big city. This big city was called Ataraxia City. In this city, everything was indeed peaceful, and there was almost no fighting. Even if there were fights, they would be taken away by a group of powerful law enforcers in the blink of an eye. Nobody knew what happened to those who were taken away. However, nobody ever saw them again. The group of law enforcers who took them away was from the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City. The Zhou clan was the number 1 clan in Ataraxia City. It was a first-rate force. Not only did it oversee the entire Ataraxia City, but it also controlled half of the industries in Ataraxia City. As for the other half of the industries in Ataraxia City, it was controlled by a few first-rate forces. One of them was the original Yin Yang sect, which was now known as the Ling Tian sect. Outside Ataraxia City, 2 figures followed the crowd into the city. A young man and a young woman who were like a golden couple quickly attracted the attention of many people. What a handsome young man. The lady next to him has a peerless appearance. She can be said to be devastatingly beautiful. Many people whispered among themselves. The people who entered Ataraxia City were Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, who had just left the Ling Tian sect this morning. Although Duan Lingtian was the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, and his name was well known in the surrounding area, not many people had actually seen him before. Therefore, nobody could recognize him when he walked on the crowded street in Ataraxia City. Didn't you find any useful clues when you went there last time? Feng Tianwu suddenly asked. Her question was very abrupt. However, Duan Lingtian could guess what she was asking about. They were very careful. They didn't leave any clues behind. Feng Tianwu was silent. After a while, she said, "You'll meet them again." Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, his expression was slightly solemn. Tianwu, do you know why I'm here? Soon after, Duan Lingtian's expression relaxed as he changed the topic. The Zhou clan's large-scale auction. Feng Tianwu spoke very little, but she hit the nail on the head, causing Duan Lingtian to be stunned. He was greatly surprised. How did you guess? When we entered the city, many people were talking about it. Feng Tianwu said. Her words were very clear. When she entered the city earlier, she heard many people discussing the large-scale auction that the Zhou clan's auction square was holding today. Therefore, she guessed. The purpose of Duan Lingtian's trip this time was also the large-scale auction that was held every 3 months by the Zhou family's auction house. I didn't expect you to be so meticulous. Duan Lingtian sighed. That's right. My goal this time is precisely the large-scale auction that the Zhou family is holding today. Speaking of which, I have already been waiting for this day for a few days. In Ataraxia City, there was only one auction house, which was controlled by the Zhou clan. Every 3 months, a large-scale auction would be held. As for small auctions, they were held every day. A few days ago, after learning about the existence of Ataraxia City and the Zhou clan, as well as the large-scale auction that the Zhou clan would hold every 3 months, Duan Lingtian had been waiting for this day. And now, he had finally waited for this day. Let's go. Let's go to the Zhou clan's auction square. The auction will begin in an hour. Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu before he turned right and walked forward. Although it was his first time in Ataraxia City, he seemed to be very familiar with the place. Feng Tianwu could not help but feel surprised. Have you been here before? No, it's my first time here. Duan Lingtian replied truthfully. It was indeed his first time here. The reason he seemed to be very familiar with the place was because Luo Ping had prepared a layout map of the entire Ataraxia City for him a few days ago. The map indicated the few properties of the Ling Tian sect in Ataraxia City and the location of the Zhou clan's auction square. Therefore, since Duan Lingtian had memorized the layout map, it was natural for him to be very familiar with the way to the Zhou clan's auction square since he had already memorized the route. After learning everything from Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu nodded lightly. I heard that the Zhou clan's auction square is different from the ordinary auction square. It's an open-air auction square. On the way, Duan Lingtian told Feng Tianwu. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu arrived at the Zhou clan's auction square. At this moment, the place was already crowded with people. Most of them were here to watch the show while a small number of them were here to participate in the auction. Let's go over there. Duan Lingtian brought Feng Tianwu to the other side. Soon after, independent pavilions appeared before their eyes. A spacious path that was paved with bluestone allowed people to move freely on it. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu arrived at the entrance of the bluestone paved path. They saw a delicate and pretty lady standing on each side of the path. They were dressed plainly and had a smile on their faces. It was as though they were bathing in the spring breeze. Dear guests, are you here to auction off something? One of the ladies asked with a smile as she looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Her voice was as pleasant as an oriole's. I'm here to auction off 2 items. Duan Lingtian nodded. May I know what you're here to auction off? The auction is about to begin, but ordinary auction items are not allowed to be auctioned off at this time. The woman asked first, then continued, don't worry. When she reached the end of her sentence, she undoubtedly revealed another meaning. At this time, the Zhou clan's auction square would not auction off ordinary auction items. I'm here to auction off a grade 1 spirit weapon and a grade 1 life recovery pill. Duan Lingtian said calmly as though he was not affected by the lady's words at all. Grade 1 spirit weapon? Grade 1 life recovery pill? Dear guest, I'm really sorry. At this time, our Zhou clan will only auction off items that are qualified to be the finale. The lady said apologetically. In her opinion, although a grade 1 spirit weapon was precious, it was not qualified to be the finale item of the Zhou clan's auction square's auction that was held once every 3 months. As for a grade 1 life recovery pill, it was even less qualified. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the lady's reaction. He said nonchalantly, what if it's a grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90% and a grade 1 pill with a purity of more than 90%? Gasp. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The two ladies standing in front of him narrowed their eyes, and their faces turned solemn. Dear guest, can you take out your grade 1 spirit weapon for me to test? If it's really like what you said, I'll bring you backstage and get someone to appraise the grade 1 life recovery pill that you brought. Although one of the ladies did not quite believe Duan Lingtian's words, she still said that in an attempt to make Duan Lingtian back off. Any martial artist with origin energy in their body could test how much a grade 1 spirit weapon could increase one's strength. As for the purity of a grade 1 pill, one would have to get a professional alchemist to appraise it. Of course. Duan Lingtian knew very well that if he rejected the lady's request at this time, it would mean that he was guilty. It was impossible for the lady to believe that he had a grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90%. For this reason, he casually handed the grade 1 spirit weapon that he had prepared to the lady. It was a grade 1 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian had casually refined a few days ago. It could increase one's strength by 90%. The lady who thought Duan Lingtian would back off was stunned when she saw Duan Lingtian handing over a grade 1 spirit weapon. Really? However, as a member of the Zhou clan's auction square, she quickly regained her senses and took the grade 1 spirit sword from Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! As the lady's hand shook, the grade 1 spirit sword in her hand let out a crisp sword cry. Soon after, a gush of origin energy surged out of the lady's hand and merged with the grade 1 spirit sword in her hand. Whoosh! For a moment, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the lady's head as though they were telling her that her cultivation base was at the 7th level void transformation stage. Soon after, the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared next to the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. A total of 900 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared, no more and no less. A 90% increase. The other lady's eyes narrowed when she saw the scene before her. Shock was written all over her face. The lady who tested the grade 1 spirit sword was also dumbfounded. She did not expect a grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90% would really exist in this world. Soon after, the two ladies regained their senses. After looking at each other, the lady who tested the grade 1 spirit sword returned the grade 1 spirit sword in her hand to Duan Lingtian. There was a 180-degree change in her attitude. Dear guests, please follow me. As the lady spoke, she led Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu along the bluestone paved road and went straight ahead. Such a grade 1 spirit weapon was qualified to be the finale of the auction today. There were pavilions on both sides of the bluestone road. Many people were seated inside. They were the people who came to participate in the auction held by the Zhou clan's auction square today. As they walked forward, Duan Lingtian was also curiously sizing up the Zhou clan's auction square in front of him. The Zhou clan's auction square looked very grand and elegant. It did not feel oppressive at all. The auction environment was extremely quiet. At the end of the bluestone road was the high platform of the Zhou clan's auction square. It was also the auction stage. Behind the auction stage, there were two pieces of red cloth that looked like curtains hanging on a metal frame that was prepared beforehand. One would be able to reach the backstage of the Zhou clan's auction square through the middle of the two pieces of red cloth. Dear guests, this way please. However, the lady who brought Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu here did not bring them to the backstage of the auction square through the middle of the two pieces of red cloth. If that was the case, they would undoubtedly be a huge target. At that time, perhaps everyone present would know that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were here to put up their items for auction. As the saying went, one should not reveal one's wealth. This was not a good thing. The lady brought Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu around. After taking a few hidden turns, they finally entered a secluded passage and successfully arrived at the backstage of the auction square. However, this could only be considered as the outer area of the backstage of the auction square. This was because there were a few pieces of red cloth that were hung on the metal frame. It made the backstage of the auction square even more mysterious. This must be the place to receive people who put up their items for auction. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chapter 1167. Dear guests, please wait for a moment. The lady who brought Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu over parted the red cloth and walked in after greeting the both of them. Her body disappeared into the red cloth. At that moment, only Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were left outside. Both of them waited quietly. They even set up a soundproof inscription formation. Soon after, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and discovered a simple inscription formation shrouding the huge shed that was made of iron frames and covered with red cloth. Naturally, it was only simple in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was an inscription formation that was used for soundproofing. No matter how loud the commotion in the huge shed was, the people outside would not be able to hear anything at all. Therefore, it was almost impossible to eavesdrop on the auction items that the Zhou clan's auction square had prepared. The huge shed was brightly lit, and figures were busy inside. The lady who parted ways with Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu was stopped by the middle-aged man as soon as she walked in. He asked in a deep voice, "What are you doing here? Don't you know the rules?" Deputy Manager Zhou, the lady immediately bowed when she saw the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was one of the deputy managers in the Zhou clan's auction square. He was usually in charge of the order in the auction square. If someone were to cause trouble, he would be the one to settle it. "I'm asking you, what are you doing here at this time?" Zhou asked impatiently. "There are two guests who brought two auction items. They want to put them up for auction at our Zhou clan's auction square today." The lady immediately replied, not daring to be negligent. "Oh." Zhou's eyes lit up when he heard the lady's words. At this time, their Zhou clan's auction square would only accept auction items that were qualified to be the finale. Since the person before him had brought the guests who brought the auction items, it meant that the two auction items were not bad. "Bring me out to have a look," Zhou said to the lady. Yes. Although Zhou was not in charge of this, the lady did not dare to reject him since he had said so. She immediately brought him out. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu waited outside. After a while, they saw the woman come out again. Behind the woman was a middle-aged man. "Dear guests, this is our Zhou family's auction house's vice manager, Zhou." The woman looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced. At this moment, Zhou's gaze landed on Feng Tianwu's body and could not move away. It was the first time he had seen such a devastatingly beautiful woman with outstanding temperament. It wasn't until Feng Tianwu frowned that Zhou withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, "I wonder what the two of you want to auction?" "She didn't tell you?" Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhou and asked. Zhou looked at the woman beside him. "Vice Manager Zhou, these two guests are here to auction a Grade 1 spirit weapon and a Grade 1 life recovery pill." Then, as the woman spoke, she wanted to explain the extraordinariness of the two items. However, before she could open her mouth, she was interrupted by Zhou. "Grade 1 spirit weapon? Grade 1 life recovery pill?" Zhou looked at the woman and was furious. "Is this your first day working at our Zhou family's auction house? Don't tell me you don't know that the large-scale auction that our Zhou clan's auction fair holds every 3 months doesn't accept items that are not the finale before the auction begins? Or perhaps, in your eyes, a mere Grade 1 spirit weapon and Grade 1 life recovery pill can be used as the grand finale of the large-scale auction held by our Zhou clan's auction square every 3 months? Zhou Li questioned the woman again and again. In the end, his tone became more and more hostile. Grade 1 spirit weapon and Grade 1 pill. Although they were considered precious items, they were still considered as precious items. However, in the inner land, as long as one was a powerful force, one could obtain a Grade 1 pill as long as one paid more origin stones or other precious items. As for Grade 1 spirit weapons, although it was more difficult to obtain compared to Grade 1 pills, it was still possible. For this reason, these two items were not qualified to be the finale of the large-scale auction that the Zhou family's auction house holds every 3 months. Deputy Manager Zhou Li, the Grade 1 spirit weapons brought by these two guests are different from the ordinary Grade 1 spirit weapons. The woman who could not interject for a long time after being questioned by Zhou Li was so anxious that her face flushed red. Humph. What's the difference? Zhou Li snorted. The Grade 1 spirit weapon brought by this guest is a Grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90%. I've already tested it. It's indeed a Grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90%. The woman hurriedly explained. A Grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90%? She even tested it? Upon hearing the woman's words, Zhou Li's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. A bright smile bloomed on his originally gloomy face. Both of you, I wonder if you can take out that Grade 1 spirit weapon for me to test? Zhou Li asked. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhou Li nonchalantly before he casually took out the Grade 1 spirit sword from earlier and handed it to Zhou Li. After Zhou Li obtained the Grade 1 spirit sword, he began to test it. In the end, he discovered that it was indeed a Grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90%. It should be noted that an ordinary Grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 87% was already considered good. If it could increase one's strength by 88%, it would be considered a rare item. If it could increase one's strength by 89%, it would be considered a superb item. If it could increase one's strength by 90%, it would undoubtedly be the best of the best. At once, Zhou Li's breathing quickened. He carefully examined the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand. The best of the best. After a while, Zhou Li gently caressed the body of the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand. Judging from the intoxicated look on his face, it was as though he was caressing his lover instead of a cold object. Perhaps, compared to an ordinary Grade 1 spirit weapon, this Grade 1 spirit weapon could not increase one's strength by much. It was not a big deal. However, the value of this Grade 1 spirit weapon did not lie in its ability to increase a martial artist's strength. A Grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90% was rare in the world. In the eyes of those Grade 1 weapon craftsmen, it was undoubtedly a peerless treasure. If one used this Grade 1 spirit weapon to tempt a Grade 1 weapon craftsman, they would definitely agree to refine hundreds of Grade 1 spirit weapons for them. A Grade 1 spirit weapon like this was a treasure to any Grade 1 weapon craftsman. Perhaps, he could learn the refining method of this Grade 1 spirit weapon and refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90%. Then, he would become famous on Cloud Continent and go down in history. A Grade 1 weapon craftsman basically did not lack anything. What they lacked was the testimony of history, the testimony of their existence. Even if hundreds or thousands of years later, everyone would forget about them, they would still remember their glory for hundreds or thousands of years. In that case, they would not have wasted their time in this world. Vice Manager Zhou Li, right? Is my Grade 1 spirit sword qualified to be auctioned at the Zhou clan's auction fair now? Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at Zhou Li nonchalantly. Of course. Zhou Li nodded without hesitation. Then, his eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Sir, you have another Grade 1 life recovery pill that you want to auction? Can you take it out for me to appraise? After seeing the grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90%, Zhou was very curious about the grade 1 life recovery pill that the person in front of him brought. He had a strong intuition. The grade 1 life recovery pill should be similar to the grade 1 spirit sword in his hand. It was not an ordinary item, and it was not something an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill could compare to. You? Duan Lingtian shook his head after studying Zhou for a while. It's better to get an alchemist to appraise it. Sir, Vice Manager Zhou is an alchemist. At this moment, the lady next to Zhou said. For a moment, a proud smile appeared on Zhou's face. However, his smile froze soon after because of what Duan Lingtian said next. You're an alchemist? What grade are you? Duan Lingtian studied Zhou from head to toe before he said with a frown, You'll need at least a grade 2 alchemist to be able to see through the purity of a grade 1 pill. Sir, I'm a grade 3 alchemist. Although I can't completely see through the purity of a grade 1 pill, I can still tell. Zhou took a deep breath before he replied. Grade 3 alchemist? Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. Soon after, he relaxed and said nonchalantly, Forget it, I'll just make do with it. Forget it? Make do with it? The corner of Zhou's mouth twitched violently. He suppressed the anger in his heart and forced a smile on his face. In that case, please take out the pill for me to appraise. Whoosh. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and handed the grade 1 life recovery pill that he had prepared earlier to Zhou. Zhou took the grade 1 life recovery pill and studied it intently. His gaze went from confusion to astonishment, and then to shock. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%. Finally, Zhou exclaimed in a low voice. The lady standing next to Zhou was shocked as well. A grade 1 pill with a purity of more than 90%? Did such a grade 1 pill really exist? If a grade 1 spirit weapon that could provide a 90% boost to a martial artist was not any less powerful than an ordinary grade 1 spirit weapon, its value lay more in the desire of a grade 1 weapon craftsman for it. However, a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90% was not only as valuable as a grade 1 life recovery pill, but its medicinal effect was also several times better than an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill. Such a grade 1 life recovery pill could save a life at a critical moment. It could do things that an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill could not. In terms of value, this grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90% was far more valuable than the grade 1 spirit sword with a boost of 90%. Dear customer, where did you get this grade 1 life recovery pill? Do you have more? Chapter 1168. Although the greed in Zhou's eyes only flashed for a moment, it did not escape the observant Duan Lingtian's eyes. There's nothing else. Duan Lingtian shook his head in the face of Zhou's question. I found these 2 items in a ruin. At that time, I searched everywhere, but I couldn't find the 3rd item. You mean, you only have one of these spirit tools and one of these pills? Zhou asked as he weighed the grade 1 spirit sword and grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand. He looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded faintly, giving off a dull feeling. However, there was a subtle sneer on the corner of his mouth. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, an ancient bronze mirror appeared in Zhou's hand. He aimed the mirror at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Demon revealing mirror. With just one look, Duan Lingtian could tell that the bronze mirror in Zhou's hand was not an ordinary mirror. It was a mirror that could reflect a demon's true form. Soon after, Zhou's gaze landed on the bronze mirror. A bright smile appeared on his face when he saw a man and a woman reflected in the mirror. They're not demons. He was certain of this at the first moment. The young man and young woman in front of him were not demons but humans. One was around 25 years old while the other was in her early 20s. Even if such humans had high innate talent and comprehension, they could not be that strong. Vice Manager Zhou. Just as Zhou put away the demon-revealing mirror, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. His voice was much colder. Don't you know that it's very impolite to randomly point the demon-revealing mirror at people? On Cloud Continent, the demon-revealing mirror was not considered a rare item. However, it had a shocking effect. Once the demon-revealing mirror was used, it could reflect whether a human was a demon or not. If a demon transformed into a human, once it was reflected in the demon-revealing mirror, its true form would appear instead of its human form. It was precisely because of this that very few people on Cloud Continent would abruptly use the demon-revealing mirror on others because it was very impolite. Manners? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhou Li was stunned at first, then he couldn't help but sneer. Do I need to be polite to liars like you? Liar? Hearing Zhou Li's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into slits. As for Feng Tianwu, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, it was as if a layer of frost had covered her peerless face. Now, she was even colder, revealing traces of a dense chill. Just as the woman beside Zhou Li couldn't help but be stunned, Zhou Li raised his hand and put away the Grade 1 Spirit Sword and Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill into his storage ring. If you don't want to die, both of you, scram as far as you can. Zhou Li shouted coldly with killing intent in his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. It was obvious that Zhou Li was going to openly snatch Duan Lingtian's Grade 1 Spirit Weapon and Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill away. He had taken out the demon-revealing mirror to shine on Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu because he wanted to confirm whether they were demons or not. Since they were not, they were no threat to him at all. He could openly steal the items that they were going to auction. After he finished speaking, Zhou Li no longer bothered with Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. He looked deeply at the woman beside him and said indifferently, "Follow me in." The woman's face turned slightly pale when she heard this, but she still obediently followed Zhou Li into the auction's backstage. "I want him dead." Feng Tianwu's voice was cold. She took a step forward and was ready to chase after him. "You're no match for him." Duan Lingtian reached out and grabbed Feng Tianwu's hand in time to stop her. "It's not easy for me, Duan Lingtian, to return his things after taking them." When Feng Tianwu turned around to look at Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed brightly as he muttered to himself. His tone was cold. Whoosh. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian took the lead and entered the auction's backstage. Feng Tianwu followed behind him. At once, both of them became the center of attention at the auction's backstage. Since they were outsiders, they were strangers to the people at the Zhou clan's auction square. "Who are you people?" Many people frowned and asked. "Who are we people?" Duan Lingtian smirked. His eyes immediately landed on Zhou Li, who was standing at the side. He said calmly, "You should ask Vice Manager Zhou Li about this." Whoosh. 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 At once, Zhou Li became the center of attention. "Zhou Li, what's going on?" Soon after, a dignified old man in a silver robe stepped forward and looked at Zhou Li. He frowned and asked in displeasure. "Manager." Zhou Li did not dare to be negligent in front of the silver-robed old man. He greeted him respectfully. The silver-robed old man was the manager of the Zhou clan's auction square. After greeting the silver-robed old man, Zhou Li looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu calmly and said, "They're just two liars. I'll get rid of them immediately." He did not seem surprised that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu would appear here. "I wanted to let both of you go. Since both of you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." At the same time, Zhou Li's eyes turned cold as he spoke slowly. His voice was filled with killing intent. "Hurry up and settle this matter. The auction will begin in half an hour. Don't create unnecessary trouble." "Don't cause any unnecessary trouble," the silver-robed old man said as he looked at Zhou Li indifferently. "Yes." Zhou Li quickly responded. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu again. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "If the Zhou clan doesn't hand over my things today and give me a satisfactory answer, the Zhou clan's auction square can forget about holding the auction today." Duan Lingtian's face was calm in the face of Zhou Li, who was glaring at him covetously. However, his voice was extremely loud. Whoosh. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The Zhou clan's people backstage, including the manager of the Zhou clan's auction square, the silver-robed old man, had a change of expression. They looked at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Threat. It was a blatant threat. This purple-clad young man was threatening their Zhou clan's auction square, threatening their Zhou clan. Boy, you're seeking death. Zhou Li's face darkened, and the killing intent in his eyes skyrocketed. He moved and was prepared to attack Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! However, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of Duan Lingtian and blocked his path, causing him to stop in his tracks. Manager, what are you doing? The person standing in front of Duan Lingtian was a silver figure. It was the manager of the Zhou clan's auction square, the silver-robed old man. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice, "Are you threatening our Zhou clan?" You can interpret it that way. Duan Lingtian replied casually to the silver-robed old man's question. It was as though he was not worried about what the Zhou clan would do to him. You're very bold. The silver-robed old man said. I wouldn't dare to say that I'm bold. However, I feel that I'm in the right. I think the Zhou clan should be a fair clan. I don't think they'll cover up for some vermin. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Li as he spoke. What nonsense are you talking about? When Zhou Li saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, a hint of panic flashed across his eyes. He was furious. You're in the right for deceiving our Zhou clan's auction square? Zhou Li looked at the silver-robed old man after he finished speaking. Manager, you should go and prepare for the auction. Let me handle this small matter. I'll make them disappear immediately. When Zhou Li reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu as though he was looking at two dead people. There's no rush. I just want to know what's going on. The silver-robed old man looked at Zhou Li and asked. When Zhou Li heard this, he immediately looked at a lady nearby. It was the lady who brought Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu over. You, come here. Tell the manager what's going on. When the lady heard Zhou Li calling her over, her expression changed slightly. However, she quickly clenched her teeth and calmed down before she walked toward Zhou Li. The silver-robed old man frowned in confusion. Manager, she's the one who brought them over. It's better for you to listen to her about the details. Zhou Li explained. The silver-robed old man nodded faintly. At the same time, he looked at the lady who was standing in front of him. Speak. Yes, Sir Manager. The lady was obviously a little restrained when she faced the old man. After she acknowledged his order, she said slowly, Sir Manager, these two guests said they wanted to auction off 2 items. Then, I told them that unless they had something that was qualified to be the finale, they're not allowed to enter the backstage of our Zhou clan's auction square at this time. When the lady reached this part of her sentence, she looked at the man and woman who were looking at her coldly. There was a hint of guilt and helplessness in the depth of her eyes. Dear guests, I'm sorry. I really have no other choice. Deputy Manager Zhou Li said that if I don't do as he says, not only will he kill me, but he'll kill my family as well. At the same time, the lady sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's ears. At once, Feng Tianwu's face darkened. The killing intent in her eyes intensified when she looked at Zhou Li. Although Duan Lingtian maintained a calm expression on his face, there was a hint of coldness in the depths of his eyes. Not only did he covet his items, but he even used such a despicable method to threaten a weak lady. In his heart, he had already sentenced Zhou Li to death. If Zhou Li did not die, he would not be able to vent his anger. These two guests said that the items they wanted to auction off were treasures that were qualified to be the finale. Therefore, I brought them to the auction area and looked for Deputy Manager Zhou Li to appraise them. The lady continued to speak. When Deputy Manager Zhou Li met them and asked them to take out their items for him to appraise, they hesitated for a long time and did not take out anything in the end. Chapter 1169. As soon as the woman finished speaking, it caused a commotion at the backstage of the Zhou clan's auction fair. Deceiving the Zhou clan's auction fair is the same as deceiving the Zhou clan. Vice Manager Zhou Li has already done his best to ask you to scram. How dare you accuse him of taking your things? You deserve to die. This is the first time in my life that I've heard of such a shameless person. The Zhou clan members were filled with righteous indignation as they glared at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Their words were not polite at all. The silver-robed old man, the manager of the Zhou clan's auction fair, had a gloomy expression on his face after he heard the woman's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice, "Do you have anything else to say?" "Regardless of whether I have anything else to say. Now, if I were to say something, would you believe me?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the silver-robed old man indifferently. From the beginning until the end, his expression remained calm as if he did not realize the impending danger. Or perhaps, he was not afraid of the impending danger at all. "Manager, why are you wasting your breath on him? Let's get rid of them. We should start preparing for the auction," Zhou Li said. "Don't you all agree?" Then, Zhou Li looked at the rest of the people backstage. "Yes. Kill them." They slandered Manager Zhou Li and looked down on the Zhou clan. They deserve to die. That's right. They deserve to die. Zhou Li's words were like a fuse that completely ignited the atmosphere backstage. Each of the Zhou clan members wanted to skin Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu alive and swallow them whole. It was only when the silver-robed old man raised his hand that the backstage quietened down. "I would like to hear what you have to say." The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke unhurriedly. "Manager. There's no need to waste time on such liars." Zhou Li frowned when he heard the old man's words. His eyes were filled with viciousness. "I think we should just kill him." As he spoke, Zhou Li took a step forward and stood next to the old man. He was about to attack Duan Lingtian. However, he was stopped by the old man. "What? Vice Manager Zhou Li, are you feeling guilty?" Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Li with a smile, which made Zhou Li's hair stand on end. Zhou Li's face darkened, but he still snorted and said, "What am I guilty of? Could it be that I, Zhou Li, can really take your things? It's not up to you to decide whether or not you took my things." The smile on Duan Lingtian's face did not change. "Naturally, it's not up to me to decide. Didn't you hear what the people who brought you here said? You are all liars. You are here to cause trouble for our Zhou clan's auction house." Zhou Li sneered. "Really?" Duan Lingtian gave Zhou Li a deep look. Then, he raised his hand, revealing a sword and a pill. "Didn't you ask me if I had any other spirit tools and pills? I'm sorry, I forgot that I still have them in my spatial ring." Zhou Li's expression changed when he saw Duan Lingtian taking out the spirit sword and pills. However, his eyes narrowed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "You're the manager of the Zhou clan's auction house, right?" Duan Lingtian looked at the silver-robed old man and casually passed the sword and medicinal pill in his hand to him. "Earlier, your subordinate, Zhou Li, took one of my grade 1 spirit swords and grade 1 life recovery pills for himself." What a joke. Before the old man could say anything, Zhou Li sneered. "Do you think our Zhou clan lacks a mere grade 1 spirit sword and grade 1 life recovery pill? Why would we need to take yours for ourselves? I don't know if the Zhou clan lacks them or not. However, I think you do." Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. You're seeking death." Zhou Li could no longer hold himself back when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He was completely enraged. When the old man reached out to take the grade 1 spirit sword and grade 1 life recovery pill from Duan Lingtian, the origin energy on Zhou Li's body skyrocketed. His profundity followed like a shadow as he shot toward Duan Lingtian like a cannonball. Zhou Li. The silver-robed old man who had just taken the spirit sword and pills did not expect Zhou Li would ignore his advice and attack Duan Lingtian. His expression changed drastically, and he felt his dignity was being challenged. However, it was too late for him to save the purple-clothed young man now. Zhou Li's attack was too sudden. It was so sudden that he did not even have time to react. Boom! Soon after, a loud explosion reverberated in the air. Everyone in the Zhou clan thought the purple-clad young man had been killed by Zhou Li. However, as the sound of the explosion reverberated in the air and a gust of wind blew, they were stunned when they saw the scene before them. Heavens! What did they just see? The purple-clad young man was standing there, unharmed. On the other hand, Zhou Li was curled up on the ground and rolling on the ground. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. You destroyed my Dantian. You're so cruel. You're so cruel. Zhou Li screamed hysterically as he held his lower abdomen in pain and rolled on the ground. He pointed a trembling finger at Duan Lingtian and shouted hysterically. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Everyone in the Zhou clan who was present knew Zhou Li very well. Zhou Li was an elder in their Zhou clan. He was only in his 50s, but he was already at the 4th level martial monarch stage. His strength was shocking. However, today, such a person had his Dantian destroyed in front of a young man who looked like he was only in his 20s. Don't you think you've gone overboard? The silver-robed old man, the supervisor of the Zhou clan's auction square, stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. Overboard? Duan Lingtian smiled. He stole my grade 1 spirit weapon and grade 1 medicinal pills, and he even wanted to kill me. Now, I've only destroyed his cultivation base. Do you think I've gone overboard? The matter hasn't been settled yet. The silver-robed old man looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully and said in a deep voice, I've worked with Zhou Li for many years, so I know him quite well. It's impossible for a mere grade 1 spirit weapon and grade 1 life recovery pill to arouse his greed. That's right. I think so too. Many people from the Zhou clan nodded in agreement. They glared at Duan Lingtian angrily, but none of them dared to make a move. Similar to the silver-robed old man, they were shocked by the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. Zhou Li's Dantian was destroyed in just one blow. Even the silver-robed old man, the supervisor of the Zhou clan's auction square, was afraid of Duan Lingtian's strength. Supervisor Zhou Ji, kill him. Avenge me. Avenge me. Zhou Li, who was in so much pain that he was almost numb, finally stopped rolling on the ground. He looked at the silver-robed old man with cold sweat on his forehead as he urged in a shrill voice. The silver-robed old man was the supervisor of the Zhou clan's auction square. His name was Zhou Ji. If it's just an ordinary grade 1 spirit weapon and grade 1 life recovery pill, naturally, he wouldn't be so greedy. However, do you think my grade 1 spirit weapon and grade 1 life recovery pill that are qualified to be the finale of your auction are ordinary? Duan Lingtian said calmly. His expression remained unchanged in the face of Zhou Ji's doubts. Horror dawned on Zhou Li's face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Fear could be seen in his eyes. Everyone from the Zhou clan, including Zhou Ji, had their eyes on the grade 1 spirit sword and grade 1 life recovery pill in Zhou Ji's hand. Isn't it just a grade 1 spirit weapon and grade 1 life recovery pill? What's the difference? Many people were skeptical. Whoosh! When Zhou Ji raised his hand, pure origin energy surged into the grade 1 spirit sword in his hand. At once, a clear and melodious sword chime resonated in the air. One could tell it was a good sword just by listening to the sword chime. Whoosh! Soon after, an ancient black dragon silhouette appeared above Zhou Ji's head. It was as though it was telling everyone that his cultivation base was at the 7th level martial monarch stage. Soon after, an ancient black dragon silhouette appeared, and the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared again. A total of 9,000 ancient horn dragon silhouettes appeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye. A 90% boost. While most of the people were still studying the group of ancient horn dragon silhouettes and trying to figure out how many of them there were, Zhou Ji finally regained his senses and cried out in surprise. A 90% boost? The entire place was in an uproar. They had never seen or heard of a grade 1 spirit weapon that could provide a 90% boost before. However, it had appeared before their eyes today. Lord Manager, can this grade 1 spirit sword really amplify my strength by 90%? Many people swallowed their saliva and asked with difficulty. What? Are all of you doubting my words? Zhou Ji glared at these people before he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. He asked in a daze, may I ask who made this grade 1 spirit sword? This was casually refined by a grade 1 weapons craftsman in my sect. What do you think? Can it be the finale of the auction that your Zhou clan's auction square is holding today? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly after he finished speaking. Of course. Zhou Ji nodded immediately. Then, his eyes landed on the grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand. Zhouan, you're a grade 2 alchemist. Take a look at this grade 1 life recovery pill. While the crowd was still in shock over the grade 1 spirit sword in Zhou Ji's hand, Zhou Ji looked at a white-haired old man and casually tossed the grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand to him. After the old man called Zhouan received the grade 1 life recovery pill, he began to examine it carefully. His body began to tremble violently with just a glance. What's wrong with Elder Zhouan? Don't tell me there's something special about the grade 1 life recovery pill? It must be. With the grade 1 spirit sword as an example, the Zhou clan members present on the scene no longer dared to underestimate the grade 1 life recovery pill that was also in the hands of the purple-clad young man. The purity is 91%. This is a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91%. Zhouan exclaimed excitedly when he regained his senses after a while. His body stopped trembling. The moment Zhouan's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent again. A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91%? Heavens! Chapter 1170. Trying to escape. While the Zhou clan's people backstage were still shocked by the grade 1 life recovery pill with 91% purity, a calm voice resonated in the air and attracted everyone's attention. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and used an invisible force to grab Zhou Li, who was trying to escape from the backstage of the auction house. Duan Lingtian's hand was in a chokehold. Zhou Li seemed to be choked by the invisible force as well. His face was red as he hovered in the air. His eyes were wide open, and he could not make a sound for a long time. Sir, please have mercy. Zhou Ji looked at Duan Lingtian and hurriedly said. Have mercy? Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhou Ji indifferently and asked, do you think that's possible? Sir, Zhou Li is the only son of our Zhou clan's grand elder. It won't do you any good if you kill him. Zhou Ji decided to use force when he saw that the soft approach did not work. Then, as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian did not know how powerful their Zhou clan's grand elder was, he continued to say, our Zhou clan's grand elder is one of the top powerhouses in our Zhou clan. He's at the 8th level martial monarch stage. Although I'm a 7th level martial monarch stage martial artist, I'll definitely die if I go up against our Zhou clan's grand elder. Zhou Ji continued to exaggerate how powerful the Zhou clan's grand elder was. Zhou clan's grand elder? 8th level martial monarch stage. However, Duan Lingtian did not buy Zhou Ji's words at all. After glancing at Zhou Ji indifferently, he suddenly withdrew his hand that was in a chokehold. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking resonated in the air. It was not loud, but it shocked everyone apart from Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Horror dawned on everyone in the Zhou clan, including Zhou Ji. Boom! Zhou Ji, whose neck was crushed by Duan Lingtian, fell to the ground. The profundity fragment in his body had become Duan Lingtian's possession. His spatial ring was also in Duan Lingtian's hands. You, Zhou Ji looked at Duan Lingtian and was speechless for a long time. He was completely shocked by Duan Lingtian's actions. He dared to kill the only son of the great elder of the Zhou clan. As far as he was concerned, this young man was finished, completely finished. Most of the Zhou family members had the same idea as Zhou Ji. However, a small portion of the Zhou clan did not think so. From the moment he entered the backstage of our auction house, his expression remained calm. He never showed any signs of panic. At first, I thought he was doing it on purpose. Only now did I realize that he didn't take us seriously at all. Even now, when he killed Zhou Li, the only son of our Zhou clan's great elder, his face did not reveal the slightest trace of fear. It seems that he is not afraid of the great elder. Not afraid of the grand elder? Then how strong is his background? Earlier, he said that the Grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification was refined by a Grade 1 weapons craftsman from his sect. A sect with such a Grade 1 weapons craftsman must not be an ordinary sect. Perhaps, he's a disciple from a first-rate sect in the central area of the Inner Land. A small portion of the Zhou clan members whispered among themselves. The Inner Land could be considered as the central area of the Cloud Continent. There were many powerhouses there. The central area of the Inner Land, on the other hand, was the core of the Cloud Continent. There were even more powerhouses there. Upon hearing the whispers of the Zhou clan members, most of the Zhou clan members, including Zhou Ji, felt that they made sense. Their expressions turned solemn in unison. That was right. It was impossible for a Grade 1 weapons craftsman who could refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification to join an ordinary sect. Although their Zhou clan was also a first-rate force, it could only be ranked at the bottom among all the first-rate forces in the Inner Land. It was at the bottom of the first-rate forces on the Cloud Continent. The closer it was to the central area of the Inner Land, the stronger the first-rate forces there were. May I know which sect you're from, sir? Zhou Ji asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian after taking a deep breath. It won't take long for you to find out which sect I'm from. Now, take my things out of Zhou Li's spatial ring so that your Zhou clan members won't say that I'm framing him. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly in the face of Zhou Ji's question. He raised his hand and tossed Zhou Li's spatial ring to Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji glanced at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze before performing the blood ownership claim on Zhou Li's spatial ring. Soon after, he took out a spirit sword and a medicinal pill from it. Whoosh! Although they were mentally prepared, the Zhou clan members who were present were in an uproar when they saw Zhou Ji taking out the stolen goods from Zhou Li's spatial ring. At the same time, they looked at Zhou Li's corpse in disdain. What a disgrace to our Zhou clan! He's even the Grand Elder's son. He's a disgrace to the Zhou clan. Although Zhou Li was already a corpse, many people still mocked him. Put the sword and medicinal pill back. Remove the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring and return it to me. As for the sword and medicinal pill from before, if your Zhou clan's auction fair is willing to auction them for me, I'll hand them over to you. If you're not willing, I'll take them and leave. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Ji and said nonchalantly. Of course we're willing. Zhou Ji replied without any hesitation, not only that, the Zhou clan's auction fair will auction these two items for free. As he spoke, Zhou Ji placed the sword and medicinal pill back into the spatial ring left behind by Zhou Li. Then, he removed the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring and returned it to Duan Lingtian. If that's the case, thank you, Manager Zhou Ji. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Zhou Ji deeply. You're welcome. Faced with this young man who was not afraid of their Zhou clan's grand elder, Zhou Ji did not dare to be negligent before he knew his background. He was deeply afraid that he would offend someone he could not afford to offend. Also, how do you want to deal with her? Zhou Ji asked Duan Lingtian as he looked at the woman who was standing at the side and trembling in fear. Thump. The moment Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, the woman knelt in front of Duan Lingtian and kowtowed loudly. Customer, I know I'm in the wrong. It's only right for you to take my life. However, I hope that after I die, you'll be merciful and let my family go. The woman kowtowed and begged for mercy. However, she was not begging for mercy for herself. Instead, she was begging for mercy for her family. She was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would vent his anger on her family. Since you explained the reason to me using your voice transmission earlier, I won't make a fuss about it with you. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Thank you, customer. Thank you. The woman hurriedly thanked him. Since the customer won't make a fuss about it, why aren't you getting up? The auction is about to begin. Why aren't you bringing the customer to the VIP area? You better serve the customer well. Otherwise, don't ever come here again. Zhou Ji frowned when he saw the woman was still kneeling on the ground. Yes, yes. The woman regained her senses when she heard Zhou Ji's words. She hurriedly stood up and looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Customer, please follow me. She led the way while Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu followed closely behind. After Duan Lingtian left, the backstage of the Zhou clan's auction fair fell into a dead silence again. You, bring Zhou Li's body back to the clan. Also, inform the clan leader of what happened today. Tell him not to alarm the Grand Elder who's in closed-door cultivation and not to make a move before he finds out the background of the purple-clad young man. Zhou Ji looked at one of the Zhou clan's disciples and said with a fearful expression, I have a feeling he's not as simple as he seems. Yes. The Zhou clan's disciples responded respectfully when they heard Zhou Ji's words. They carried Zhou Li's body and left. Everyone, make your preparations. The auction is about to begin. Zhou Ji said to the others. Yes. Everyone responded one after another. On the other side. Under the woman's lead, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu successfully arrived at the area closest to the auction stage. It was also the so-called VIP area. There were many individual pavilions here as well. Some of the pavilions only had one person while others had groups of 3 to 5 people chatting happily. It was obvious they had come together. There's someone wearing a mask? Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered there were many people in the VIP area who were wearing masks. It was as though they were afraid of being recognized. Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess what they were thinking. They were worried that if they bid for something in the auction, it would attract the attention of others. If they wore a mask, nobody would know they were the ones who bid for the item. At that time, they could take off their masks and leave as though nothing had happened. Customer, please. The woman led Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu into an empty pavilion. There was a stone table and stone stools in the pavilion. There were fine wines, delicacies, and fresh fruits on the stone table. After Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu sat down, the woman stood guard in front of the pavilion and said to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, Customer, if you need anything, you can call me at any time. After she finished speaking, the woman stood guard in front of the pavilion. There were many pavilions in the VIP area. However, only the pavilion where Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were standing guard was guarded by people from the Zhou clan's auction fair. For a time, this pavilion that stood out like a crane among chickens attracted the attention of many people. Who's so arrogant? He even has someone to serve him. Many people were curious. A young man dressed in brocade clothes sat in a pavilion not far away from Duan Lingtian's pavilion. Behind the young man, an old man stood there like a shadow. I'd like to see who can make the Zhou clan treat him like this. Even I, the young master, am not served. The young man in brocade clothes heard the surrounding voices and saw the woman standing in front of the pavilion not far away. His face turned slightly gloomy. Then, he stood up and led the old man to the pavilion. Customer, this place is taken. Just as the young man in brocade clothes was about to break into Duan Lingtian's pavilion with the old man, the woman standing at the side stopped them and said with a smile, Please find another place. Get lost. The young man in brocade clothes was furious when he saw the woman blocking his way. He raised his hand and struck out like lightning. Boom. Chapter 1171. The loud noise when the woman was killed instantly alarmed Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian could make a move, a layer of invisible light rose up and blocked the blood that splattered on him and Tianwu. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian looked at the culprit who was slowly walking into the pergola. His face gradually turned grave. What a beautiful woman. The young man in embroidered clothes brought the old man in. His eyes immediately landed on Feng Tianwu. As for Duan Lingtian, he completely ignored him. Feng Tianwu's peerless appearance entered his eyes, and it caused his breathing to become hurried. When had he ever seen such a beauty? Miss, my name is Wuxia. I'm the son of the sect leader of true martial sect. May I know your name, miss? The young man in embroidered clothes walked up to Feng Tianwu. A warm and brilliant smile bloomed on his handsome face. However, there was only lust and desire in the depth of his eyes. He desired this woman who was almost perfect in front of him. Scram! When Wuxia greeted Feng Tianwu politely, Feng Tianwu only replied with a single word. Wuxia was dumbstruck. Ever since Wuxia killed the woman outside the pergola, the commotion here had alarmed many people and attracted many people's attention. Due to this reason, the scene of Wuxia failing to strike up a conversation with Feng Tianwu and being rebuked by Feng Tianwu was also witnessed by a group of people. The son of the sect leader of true martial sect. Many people did not dare to say anything after learning of Wuxia's identity. However, their eyes were filled with mockery when they looked at Wuxia. The true martial sect was a first-rate force that was on par with the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City and the Yinyang sect in the past. I said I'm the son of the sect leader of true martial sect. The young sect leader of true martial sect. Wuxia felt extremely humiliated when he sensed the mocking gazes from the surroundings. He tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart and looked at Feng Tianwu again as he repeated himself. Scram! However, this time, Feng Tianwu's reply was still the same. Get lost. Wuxia's body trembled, and his expression gradually turned ferocious. When had he ever been disregarded in public like this? Such disregard was no different from humiliation. Whoosh! The group of people who were watching the show were also in an uproar. While they looked at Wuxia mockingly, they also looked at Feng Tianwu in surprise. They did not expect this woman to be so bold as to treat the son of the true martial sect master in such a manner. It should be known that although the true martial sect leader had 2 sons, the one he doted on the most was undoubtedly his youngest son, whom he had gotten in his later years. He practically viewed him as his lifeblood. Bitch! I gave you face, but you don't want it. Finally, Wuxia could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and completely exploded. He took a step forward and stretched out his hands to grab Feng Tianwu. Aren't you arrogant? From today onwards, this young master will make you my slave. Wuxia was the son of the sect leader of the true martial sect. He was in his early 30s, and his cultivation base was at the peak of the void. However, in front of Feng Tianwu, he was no different from an ant. Whoosh! Young master. The short-lived sound of a sword whistling accompanied by a loud shout reverberated in the air. As it turned out, Feng Tianwu had casually killed Wuxia, who was charging at her menacingly, with just a swing of her sword. The person who shouted at the same time was the old man behind Wuxia. It did not cross the old man's mind that this seemingly harmless red-clad woman would be able to kill his young master before he could even react. His young master was dead. How was he going to explain this to the sect leader when he returned? The surroundings fell into a dead silence. Many pairs of eyes were slightly stunned as they looked at Wuxia, who was lying in a pool of blood. She killed the youngest son of the sect leader of the true martial sect. She's in big trouble now. The true martial sect won't let her go. I can't believe she's only in her early 20s, but she actually has the strength to kill the youngest son of the sect leader of the true martial sect. Although they didn't mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon, I heard that the cultivation base of the youngest son of the sect leader of the true martial sect seems to be at the peak of the void. She killed him in just one blow. She must be a martial monarch powerhouse. The onlookers discussed animatedly as they stared at the peerlessly beautiful woman in front of them in shock. It was said that women were a source of calamity. Today, they finally witnessed it for themselves. If it was not for the fact that the son of the sect leader of the true martial sect harbored evil thoughts toward this woman, he would not have ended up in such a state. However, they were unaware of this fact. When the son of the sect leader of the true martial sect killed the woman who was guarding outside the pavilion, he had already been sentenced to death by the purple-clad young man next to the woman. You! How dare you kill my young master? Do you know who he is? When the old man saw Wuxia lying on the ground, he was so enraged that his body began to tremble. He glared at Feng Tianwu as though he still had not recovered from the shock earlier. Does it have anything to do with me who he is? Feng Tianwu lifted her head and glanced at the old man indifferently before she said something that almost made the old man spit out blood. This woman had killed his young master first. Then, she asked if it had anything to do with her who his young master was. You're seeking death. The old man could no longer hold it in. With a loud shout, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into thunder and lightning that twined around his body, making him look like the god of thunder. Not only that, but there were also wisps of green wind twining around the thunder and lightning. Apart from the wind, there were also wisps of solidified flames that were dancing around. The old man moved and charged out. Wherever he passed, the sound of air exploding rose and fell. Invisible airwaves rolled and turned into a violent wind that blew in all directions. Whoosh! Soon after, a sword appeared in the old man's hand out of thin air. The sword swung from the west as though it had the help of the gods as it headed straight for Feng Tianwu. The strength that the old man displayed was not only above Wu Jia, but it was also far above Feng Tianwu. However, Feng Tianwu's expression remained unchanged in the face of the old man who was charging at her like a storm. She had no intention of making a move as well. Is she crazy? Looks like she's determined to die. Many of the spectators thought to themselves when they saw the scene before their eyes. Just when everyone thought that Feng Tianwu was going to die, a scene that was out of everyone's expectations appeared. All of them widened their eyes until their pupils were round. Heavens! What did they just see? The purple-clad young man who was sitting next to the red-clad lady, who had not made a move all this while, made his move like a thunderbolt when the old man's sword that contained the strength of 2 blue dragons and a few thousand horned dragons was charging at the red-clad lady. Whoosh! With just a finger, he blocked the old man's sword that he had attacked with all his might. The finger and sword collided, and they were in a stalemate for the time being. With the collision as the center, waves of rolling airwaves spread out. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a violent wind that caused the robes of the spectators to flutter. Some of the people with a lower cultivation base even squinted their eyes from the wind. However, their eyes never left the purple-clad young man in the distance. The purple-clad young man's strength made them feel inexplicably shocked. Smack! 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 At this moment, the old man's face turned red, and his body trembled slightly. With his feet as the center, tiny cracks began to appear. The cracks continued to spread like a giant spider web. Humph! Compared to the old man who was powerless, Duan Lingtian appeared to be calm and composed. However, he soon snorted coldly, and the finger that was on the tip of the old man's sword trembled. A vast amount of energy surged out from Duan Lingtian's finger and entered the spirit sword in the old man's hand as easily as crushing dry weeds before it entered the old man's body. Boom! In just an instant, the overbearing energy destroyed the old man's internal organs. It killed the old man in an invisible manner, causing him to fall to the ground with a dull look in his eyes. He was no longer breathing. Silence. The entire place was dead silent. True martial sect. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 corpses in front of him coldly. A hint of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth. According to Luo Ping, the true martial sect was one of the sworn enemies of the original Yin Yang sect. Tian Wu, let's go over there. Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and took away the spatial rings, profundity fragments, and concept fragments from the 2 corpses. Then, he brought Feng Tianwu to an empty pavilion and sat down again. At the same time, many pairs of eyes followed them. Who's this purple-clad young man? He's so powerful. Judging from the heaven and earth phenomenon that he triggered, this old man from the true martial sect should be at least at the 5th or 6th level martial monarch stage. However, he was still killed by just a finger. He's too powerful. I'm guessing he's a powerful demon. It's impossible for a human martial artist to possess such powerful strength at such a young age. The group of people whispered among themselves. Apart from fear, there was only fear in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu sat down in another pavilion again. The previous pavilion was soon cleaned up by the Zhou clan's auction fair's staff. While they were cleaning up, a few of the staff's bodies were trembling slightly. They were cleaning up the body of the youngest son that the sect leader of the true martial sect doted on the most. Backstage of the Zhou clan's auction fair. Manager, those two are too good at causing trouble. First, they killed Zhou Li. Now, they even killed the youngest son of the sect leader of the true martial sect and an elder from the true martial sect. One of the Zhou clan's disciples looked at Zhou Ji and reported with a wry smile on his face. It seems like our Zhou clan's auction fair is destined to be chaotic today. Zhou Ji sighed. Manager, I've already done as you instructed. I've already sent the two bodies to the true martial sect's property in Ataraxia City. Soon after, someone came in and reported. Manager, it's about to begin. At this moment, someone reminded him. Everything's going according to plan. It must be a mess outside now. I'll go out and calm them down first. After Zhou Ji said that, he walked out of the backstage of the auction fair and went up to the open-air auction stage. As he stood on the auction stage, he could clearly see the pavilions in front of him and the guests sitting in the pavilions. These guests were here to participate in the large-scale auction that was being held by the Zhou clan's auction fair today. Everyone, I hereby announce. The large-scale auction that's held every 3 months at the Zhou clan's auction fair will now begin. Chapter 1172. As Zhou Ji announced the start of the auction, all the guests in the Zhou clan's auction square shifted their attention from Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu to the auction stage. Soon after, someone brought the first auction item up, attracting everyone's attention, including Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian only took a glance before he retracted his gaze. The first auction item was a bottle of grade 1 pills. Even though it was separated by the pill bottle, his spiritual energy could still easily probe the origin of the pills. It was a grade 1 pill with a purity of less than 70%. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, it was no different from trash. However, the trash in Duan Lingtian's eyes did not mean that other people would treat it as trash as well. In many people's eyes, it was a treasure that they would have to spend a lot of high-grade origin stones to obtain. I bid 20 high-grade origin stones, 30 high-grade origin stones, 50 high-grade origin stones. In the end, the bottle of grade 1 pills that Duan Lingtian regarded as trash was bought by someone at the high price of 120 high-grade origin stones. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Such trash, not to mention 120 upper-grade primordial stones, even if it was sold to him for 1 lower-grade primordial stone, he would not buy it. Pills were different from spirit weapons. Spirit weapons of lower quality could be reforged, but pills could not. The auction was in full swing. However, it was not calm in the Zhou clan's mansion in Ataraxia City. When a corpse was sent to the Zhou clan's mansion, the entire Zhou clan was in an uproar. All the Zhou clan's high-ranking officials who were in the Zhou clan's mansion and were not in closed-door cultivation gathered together. In the Zhou clan's main hall, an old man wearing a gold and green robe sat on the main seat. The old man looked extremely healthy. There was an awe-inspiring aura between his brows. This old man was the current clan leader of the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City, Zhou Zheng. There was a group of people gathered below him. There were old people and middle-aged people among them. They were the Zhou clan's elders. At this moment, they were surrounding a corpse that was lying on the ground. The corpse was not unfamiliar to them. Zhou Li, the son of the Zhou clan's grand elder. Patriarch, who did this? A middle-aged elder of the Zhou clan widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Zhou Zheng, who was sitting at the head of the table. He found it hard to imagine who would be so bold. He even dared to kill the only son of their Zhou clan's great elder. For a moment, all the elders of the Zhou clan also looked at Zhou Zheng curiously. The great elder of the Zhou clan was a famous expert in the area around Peaceful City. In their opinion, daring to kill the only son of their Zhou clan's great elder was tantamount to courting death. I'm not sure yet. Facing the curious gazes of the Zhou clan elders, Zhou Zheng shook his head. Not sure. Zhou Zheng's words caused the Zhou clan elders to be completely dumbfounded. Patriarch, what do you mean? Could it be that you don't even know who killed Zhou Li? An elder of the Zhou clan asked with a frown. If that's really the case, then wouldn't Great Elder want to avenge Zhou Li, but still be unable to find the murderer? If the Great Elder comes out of seclusion, he definitely won't be able to accept this. Before Zhou Zheng could open his mouth, the other elders of the Zhou clan had already started discussing. The murderer is currently in our Zhou clan's auction square. When Zhou Zheng opened his mouth, the entire place fell silent. A moment later, a Zhou clan elder was the first to react. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, Patriarch, the Great Elder has devoted his entire life to our Zhou clan. Now that he's in closed-door cultivation to make a breakthrough, and his only son has been killed, we should capture the murderer and wait for the Great Elder to come out of seclusion to deal with him. The other elders of the Zhou clan agreed with the suggestion of this Zhou clan elder. If this matter is so simple, do you think I'd ask all of you to come here? Zhou Zheng asked as he glanced at the Zhou clan elders indifferently. At once, the Zhou clan elders fell silent. Patriarch, is there any problem? Soon after, a sensitive Zhou clan elder asked. That's right. Zhou Zheng nodded and said, Zhou Li was killed in the backstage of our Zhou clan's auction square. When Zhou Li died, Zhou Ji was also present. Zhou Ji, the steward of the Zhou clan's auction square. At the same time, he was also a powerful Zhou clan elder. Come to think of it, if he was not powerful, how could he be the steward of the Zhou clan's auction square that was extremely important to the Zhou clan? Elder Zhou Ji was present? How could the murderer kill Zhou Li? Many of the grand elders of the Zhou clan gasped as their pupils constricted unconsciously. Zhou Ji was at the 7th level martial monarch stage. His strength could be ranked in the top 10 in the Zhou clan. According to Zhou Ji, even he didn't have time to react when the other party attacked. The other party's strength is in no way inferior to him. In fact, the other party is even stronger. Zhou Zheng said in a deep voice. In our Zhou clan, including the Patriarch and the Great Elder, there are 3 supreme elders who are stronger than Elder Zhou Ji. Wouldn't it be easy for them to deal with that person? Many Zhou clan elders said confidently. Of course, I know that. Zhou Zheng said, however, the person who killed Zhou Li must be someone special. Huh? The moment Zhou Zheng's words left his mouth, it attracted the attention of all the Zhou clan elders. Someone special? According to the clan disciple who brought Zhou Li's body back, the person who killed Zhou Li is a guest who came to our Zhou clan's auction square to auction, Zhou Zheng said slowly and paused for a moment. A guest? Since he's a guest, why would he kill Zhou Li? Don't tell me Zhou Li provoked him? The group of Zhou clan elders asked curiously. Today, 2 guests came to our Zhou clan's auction square to auction. Facing the doubts of the Zhou clan's elders, Zhou Zheng told them the ins and outs of the matter that he knew. He told them everything, including the fact that the guest who killed Zhou Li had sent a grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90% and a grade 1 pill with a purity of more than 90%. Of course, he did not leave out the fact that Zhou Li was greedy and intended to take the items that the guest had sent to auction for himself. Whoosh! The Zhou clan's main hall was in an uproar when Zhou Zheng finished speaking. Many of the Zhou clan elders' faces became somewhat ugly, and even more people's faces and ears turned red, as if they were embarrassed because of something. How shameful! How shameful! This time, not only did Zhou Li disgrace himself, he even brought shame to our Zhou family. If that guest spreads the news, who would dare to send their items to our Zhou clan's auction square in the future? Although I respect the Grand Elder, regarding this matter, I can only say, Zhou Li deserved to die. That's right. He deserved to die. Many of the Zhou clan elders changed their target to Zhou Li after they understood what had happened. All of them were filled with righteous indignation. Silence. As Zhou Zheng shouted coldly, the Zhou clan's main hall regained its silence. Even if Zhou Li was in the wrong in this matter, he still paid with his life. Therefore, I don't want anyone to talk about him anymore. Zhou Zheng looked around and said in a deep voice. The group of Zhou clan elders fell silent immediately. Clan leader, you said that. The guest said that the grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90% was refined by a grade 1 weapons craftsman in his sect? One of the Zhou clan elders asked as he looked at Zhou Zheng. That's right. Zhou Zheng nodded. That's what the clan disciple that Zhou Ji sent back said. Moreover, Zhou Ji suspects that the grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91% was refined by a grade 1 alchemist in that person's sect. Whoosh. The moment Zhou Zheng's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. All of the Zhou clan elders' expressions changed drastically. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that his sect has 2 extraordinary weapons craftsmen and alchemists? Heavens! How powerful must such a sect be? Many of the Zhou clan elders exclaimed softly. For this reason, before we find out more about him, not only can we not offend him, but we can't allow the Grand Elder to look for trouble with him even if he comes out of closed-door cultivation. A hint of dread could be seen on Zhou Zheng's face when he reached the end of his sentence. The group of Zhou clan elders agreed with him. Clan leader. Clan leader. At this moment, a panting voice resonated from outside. It was obvious that the person had just rushed back to the Zhou clan. Huh? Zhou Zheng raised his eyebrows and replied, "Come in." A moment later, a Zhou clan disciple who looked like he was in a hurry entered the main hall. When he saw the group of Zhou clan elders present, he could not help but feel a little awkward. Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Did something happen at the auction? Zhou Zheng asked when he recognized the person as the disciple in charge of the Zhou clan's auction. Auction? The moment Zhou Zheng spoke, all of the Zhou clan elders looked at him curiously. They were curious as to why he rushed back to the clan to look for the clan leader. Yes. The Zhou clan disciple who rushed back quickly nodded. Speak. Zhou Zheng said. Clan leader, the guest who killed Elder Zhou Li and the woman next to him killed the young sect leader of True Martial Sect and the person next to him at our Zhou clan's auction. The Zhou clan disciple finished his sentence in one breath. He had returned to report this. The moment the Zhou clan disciple's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. The young sect leader of True Martial Sect. Which young sect leader? Is it the young sect leader, Wu Jian, who's in charge of the True Martial Sect's business in our Ataraxia city? As the clan leader of Zhou clan and one of the top powerhouses in the Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng immediately reacted and asked. Wu Jian was the eldest son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. He usually stayed in Ataraxia city and took care of the True Martial Sect's business in Ataraxia city. He was also a powerful person who was not inferior to Zhou Ji, the manager of their Zhou clan's auction. No. The Zhou clan disciple shook his head and smiled wryly. It's Wu Jia. He's the youngest son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. Manager Zhou Ji has already sent Wu Jia's body to the True Martial Sect's business in Ataraxia city. At this moment, Wu Jian must have seen his brother's body. The Zhou clan disciple continued. Wu Jia. Chapter 1173. Half of the properties in Ataraxia city belonged to the Zhou clan. The other half was controlled by a few other first-rate forces, and the True Martial Sect was one of them. Today, the True Martial Sect's properties in Ataraxia city were not peaceful. When the 2 bodies were sent in, apart from the fact that the shop was closed, the atmosphere in the shop became particularly oppressive. Who did this? A sturdy middle-aged man asked in a deep voice as he looked at the person who sent the bodies in. His eyes gleamed coldly. Young sect leader, I'm from the Zhou clan's auction square. Your brother and this True Martial Sect's elder were killed by 2 guests from our Zhou clan's auction square. The person who was being stared at by the middle-aged man hurriedly replied with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. From his words, it could be heard that this sturdy middle-aged man was none other than the other young sect leader of the True Martial Sect, Wu Jian. At the same time, he was also Wu Jia's brother. You killed my brother and my True Martial Sect's elder. I, Wu Jian, want you to pay with your life. As Wu Jian's eyes gleamed fiercely, a ruthless aura exuded from his body as though he was about to devour someone. Brother, don't worry. I'll twist the head of the person who killed you and bring it back as a sacrifice to you. Soon after, Wu Jian looked at the young man lying on the ground. His eyes were bloodshot as he enunciated each word clearly in a deep voice. Zhou clan's auction square. In just a short while, 5 items had already been auctioned off. However, these items were useless to Duan Lingtian. In fact, 3 of the items were no different from trash in the eyes of Duan Lingtian. This is the 6th item that our Zhou clan's auction square is auctioning today. This is an extremely rare material. According to the records in the ancient books, it's called mysterious silver. On the auction stage, Zhou Ji introduced the auction item in his hand. It was an irregular ball that was as thick as an adult's fist. It was uneven and extremely ugly. Mysterious silver? As soon as Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, shuddered and opened his eyes. His burning gaze immediately shot out from his eyes and focused on Zhou Ji's hand. Finally, there was something that he was interested in. Moreover, this item had an extraordinary meaning to him. What's mysterious silver? That's right. Hurry up and introduce it to us. Otherwise, we won't know what use it has even if we bring it home. At this time, many people asked Zhou Ji to introduce mysterious silver. Zhou Ji lightly smiled as he introduced. The mysterious silver is an extremely rare inscription material. As for its specific function, it's able to communicate and command the puppets that are made from the inscription formation and other things through the mysterious silver. As everyone knows, although ordinary inscription masters can create puppets, those puppets will not listen to anyone's orders, including the inscription master who created them. Puppets don't have intelligence. They can only move according to the inscription formation that the inscription master left in their bodies. Zhou Ji continued, however, if we have the mysterious silver, then everything will be different. Once the puppet is fused with the mysterious silver, and with the corresponding inscription formation, we'll be able to directly command and control the puppet. Whoosh! As soon as Zhou Ji finished speaking, there was an uproar. Puppets can be controlled through this material? Many people's eyes lit up. No. If the puppet is infused with this mysterious silver, I don't know if only I can control it, or if everyone can. If everyone can control it, it's useless. Soon, someone voiced their concerns. That's right. If anyone can control it, then wouldn't it be like making a wedding dress for someone else? Many people agreed. Soon after, similar topics spread throughout the Zhou clan's auction square. Even Zhou Ji, who was on the auction stage, heard it. Everyone, there's no need to worry. The mysterious silver needs to be combined with an inscription formation and inscription formation to control the puppet. As long as the inscription master uses a little technique, only the person he designates will be able to command and control the puppet. Zhou Ji explained word by word in the face of the concerns of the people present. Many people's eyes lit up when they heard Zhou Ji's words. If that's the case, then this mysterious silver is indeed not bad. If it's not expensive, then we can buy it and play with it. There was no lack of inscription masters among the guests at the Zhou clan's auction square today. All of them looked at the mysterious silver in Zhou Ji's hand with gleaming eyes. If it was not for the fact that they did not have the confidence to obtain the mysterious silver, they would have rushed up to snatch it. To an inscription master, mysterious silver could be considered a treasure. Although the puppet they created might not be as powerful as them, it would not be of much help to them. However, when they thought about the fact that they could have a puppet by their side at any time and the puppet would obey them unconditionally as long as they gave an order, their hearts were filled with desire for the mysterious silver. Duan Lingtian was also filled with desire like them. With this mysterious silver, I'll be able to use the inscription formation I obtained in Qingfeng Palace. Duan Lingtian immediately thought of the gigantic wooden figure he encountered in Qingfeng Palace in Qingfeng Emperor Wu's secret treasure that was left behind by Emperor Wu. The gigantic wooden figure used the stone platform that was inscribed with a strange inscription formation as its core. It could combine the energy of the broken wood to form a powerful force. At that time, Duan Lingtian had put away the strange stone platform that was inscribed with the inscription formation because he coveted that inscription formation. Later on, Duan Lingtian wanted to use the inscription formation to combine the origin energy of a group of people to form a powerful force. He wanted to use the inscription formation to defeat the weak and defeat the strong. Unfortunately, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. The impure origin energy that was nurtured in one's body couldn't be combined through the inscription formation. Only the pure origin energy in the origin stones could be combined through the inscription formation. In the past, Duan Lingtian had thought of creating a large number of puppets and combining them through the inscription formation to obtain a powerful force. However, puppets were puppets after all. Even if they were created by him, he could not command or control them. Due to this reason, he gave up on the idea. Perhaps, I'll only be able to use the inscription formation if I obtain the mysterious silver. This was the idea that had appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind in the past. At that time, he had searched through Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory and found out that as long as he merged the mysterious silver into the puppet, he would be able to command and control the puppet through the corresponding inscription formation. The corresponding inscription formation was a very simple inscription formation. Almost any inscription master on Cloud Continent could inscribe and set it up. However, although the inscription formation was simple, the mysterious silver was extremely rare. At the very least, Reincarnation Emperor Wu had never encountered the mysterious silver in his 2 lifetimes. I can't believe that I, Duan Lingtian, have encountered something that Reincarnation Emperor Wu had never encountered in his 2 lifetimes. It seems like my trip to Ataraxia City this time is not in vain. Duan Lingtian looked at the mysterious silver in Zhou Ji's hand. His eyes gleamed. I must obtain this mysterious silver. If an ordinary inscription master wanted the mysterious silver to bring out the puppet to show off, Duan Lingtian would definitely want the mysterious silver. In that case, the reason Duan Lingtian wanted the mysterious silver was to forge a powerful puppet. Even if an ordinary puppet was activated by a supreme-grade origin stone that was better than a high-grade origin stone, the strength it could unleash was limited. At most, it could only be compared to an ordinary void transformation stage martial artist. However, the inscription formation that Duan Lingtian obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure that was left behind by Emperor Wu in Qing Feng could combine the strength of a group of puppets to form an even more powerful force. Even if the origin energy that was on par with a martial monarch powerhouse was combined into a puppet, it could be unleashed through the inscription formation. At that time, coupled with the profundity fragment that I'll put into the puppet will possess strength that's on par with a martial monarch powerhouse. It'll be equivalent to a man-made martial monarch powerhouse. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Although it was difficult for 99% of the inscription masters on Cloud Continent to put the profundity fragment into the puppet and let the puppet cast the corresponding profundity, it was still a difficult problem to solve. However, this was not a problem for Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the memories of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Currently, I've accumulated quite a number of profundity fragments in my hands. I can definitely create a puppet with strength that's on par with a martial monarch powerhouse. However, I still need to obtain this mysterious silver before I can do that. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with desire as he stared at the mysterious silver in Zhou Ji's hand. If he did not have the mysterious silver, it would be useless no matter how powerful the puppet was. It would not listen to his orders and would not be under his control. Dear guests, think about it. If you bring a puppet that listens to your orders and is under your control out the door one day, what kind of look would the others give you? Envy. They'll definitely look at you with envy. Zhou Ji held the mysterious silver in his hand as he continued to exaggerate the value of the current auction item as if it was a routine. I'm determined to get this mysterious silver. Let's see who has more origin stones. I don't lack origin stones. Try to compete with me if you can. As it turned out, Zhou Ji's exaggeration was very effective. In just a short while, many people were arguing until their faces turned red. Although the noise that rang in his ears showed that many people wanted the mysterious silver. However, Duan Lingtian did not care. Putting aside the fact that he had obtained a large number of high-grade origin stones from the bandits led by Gold Thug before he went to the Yin Yang sect. When he became the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect and took over everything in the Yin Yang sect, the high-grade origin stones in his hands had accumulated to hundreds of thousands. Apart from that, there were also many supreme-grade origin stones. The supreme-grade origin stones came from the high-grade origin stone lode that was originally controlled by the Yin Yang sect and was now controlled by Ling Tian's sect. Of course, the production was very small, but they were all kept. Chapter 1174. With so many origin stones in his hand, Duan Lingtian did not feel any pressure when it came to bidding for the mysterious silver. The mysterious silver starts at 100 high-grade origin stones. Soon after, Zhou Ji announced from the auction stage and began to bid for the mysterious silver in his hand. 100 high-grade origin stones. The moment Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, someone made a bid. 200 high-grade origin stones. The moment the former's words left his mouth, someone else followed suit. It was obvious that the effect of the mysterious silver had attracted many people. 300 high-grade origin stones, 400 high-grade origin stones. More and more people made their bids. Soon after, the price of the mysterious silver was raised to 1,000 high-grade origin stones. However, the number of people bidding did not decrease at all, 1,100 high-grade origin stones. 1,200 upper-grade primordial stones. 100 high-grade origin stones, 2,200 high-grade origin stones. Sounds of bidding could be heard, but each time the price was increased by only 100 upper-grade primordial stones. It was fine in the beginning. However, in the end, it made Duan Lingtian feel a little frustrated. 10,000 high-grade origin stones. When someone made a bid of 3,200 high-grade origin stones, Duan Lingtian could no longer hold it in and made a bid in one go. Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, but it drowned out the noise in the Zhou clan's auction square. 10,000 high-grade origin stones. The moment Duan Lingtian made his bid, he attracted many people's attention. Many pairs of eyes gathered on him from all directions. It's him. Soon after, many people recognized Duan Lingtian. It was the woman next to him who killed the young sect leader of True Martial Sect earlier. The old man next to the young sect leader of True Martial Sect was killed by him. Judging from the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy when the old man next to the young sect leader of True Martial Sect attacked, he must be at the 5th or 6th level martial monarch stage. However, such a person's full-powered sword was stopped by him with just a finger. His strength must be at the 7th level martial monarch stage at the very least. Many people whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes filled with dread. After a long while, no one continued to bid. Perhaps they were frightened by the high price that Duan Lingtian quoted, or perhaps they were afraid of Duan Lingtian's powerful strength and didn't dare to bid. After Zhou Ji counted down from 3, Duan Lingtian successfully bid for the mysterious silver. Duan Lingtian took out 10,000 upper-grade origin stones and successfully exchanged them for the mysterious silver. Zhou Ji, the manager of the Zhou clan's auction square, personally delivered the item to him. What arrogance! If you have his strength, you can also put on such airs. Seeing this scene, many people sighed. Congratulations, sir. After Zhou Ji handed the mysterious silver to Duan Lingtian, he smiled and congratulated him. At the same time, he asked curiously, Sir, you and I can be considered acquaintances. May I know your name? You'll know soon enough. Duan Lingtian lifted his head and looked at the sky in the distance as though he had noticed something. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ji left awkwardly. He thought Duan Lingtian was unwilling to tell him. Whoosh! 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 After a while, a few ear-piercing sounds of wind whistling could be heard. The source of the wind whistling was in the direction Duan Lingtian was looking at. They came slower than I expected. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Everyone, including Zhou Ji, looked as though they were facing a formidable enemy. All of them looked at the source of the sound with fear in their eyes. After a while, 5 figures appeared. A middle-aged man was the leader among the 5 of them. The remaining 4 were old men who had one foot in the grave. Wu Jian. When Zhou Ji saw the middle-aged man in the lead, his expression turned grave. However, he did not seem surprised by the appearance of the person. It's Wu Jian, the young sect leader of true martial sect. Soon after, some of the guests in the Zhou clan's auction square recognized the leader of the 5 people. The young sect leader of true martial sect. Wasn't he killed just now? Many people were puzzled. The one who was killed just now is the other young sect leader of true martial sect. The current sect leader of true martial sect has 2 sons. The one who was killed is the younger son, and this is the elder son. I see. However, the other young sect leader of true martial sect sure came quickly. I heard that the young sect leader of true martial sect was originally the supervisor of the true martial sect's property in Ataraxia City. It's not strange that he came so quickly. Perhaps, the red-clad lady who killed his younger brother has limited strength. However, the purple-clad young man next to her is a powerhouse at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. He didn't wait for the true origin sect's powerhouses and brought his men here. I'm afraid he's a little reckless. Reckless? I think you don't know. This young sect leader of true martial sect is a monstrous genius in the martial Dao. He had already broken through to the 7th level martial monarch stage 2 years ago. I see. Looks like we'll have a good show to watch today. The entire Zhou clan's auction square was bustling with noise and excitement. The group of guests was no longer bidding. Their eyes shifted to the 5 people in the sky and the man and woman in the pavilion not far away. The main characters today were none other than them. Wu Jian, the young sect leader of true martial sect. Duan Lingtian also learned about the person's identity from the discussion among the guests in the auction square. He could not help but mutter to himself, if the sect leader of true martial sect finds out that his 2 sons died in my hands. I wonder what kind of expression he'll have on his face. So, you're the ones who killed my brother and my true martial sect's elder? Soon after, Wu Jian, who was hovering in the sky, asked in a deep voice as his gaze swept over them. He instantly locked his gaze on Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. However, both of them had no intention of replying to him. Tianwu, you stay here. Leave him to me. Duan Lingtian greeted Tianwu, who was standing next to him. After he received Tianwu's reply, he stood up unhurriedly and walked out of the pergola. What? Are you going to abandon her and run away on your own? When Wu Jian saw this, he could not help but sneer. Although she's the one who killed my brother, if you didn't kill my true martial sect's elder, she would have been killed by my true martial sect's elder a long time ago. Don't even think about running away. Wu Jian's gaze was cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Run away? Upon hearing Wu Jian's words, Duan Lingtian, who had just walked out of the pavilion, could not help but be stunned. Did Wu Jian think that he was going to run away? On the auction stage, Zhou Ji stood there with a slightly strange expression on his face. Isn't Wu Jian underestimating him too much? He was well aware of the purple-clad young man's strength. In fact, the purple-clad young man was even stronger than him. However, he had no intention of warning Wu Jian. You're the brother of that good-for-nothing rich kid from earlier? Duan Lingtian did not leave as Wu Jian had expected. After he walked out of the pavilion, he rose into the air and stood opposite Wu Jian in just a blink of an eye as he asked calmly. Humph. Wu Jian snorted coldly. The surrounding air seemed to have turned colder. One could see how furious he was. Do you think you'll be able to make me run away? Duan Lingtian studied Wu Jian from head to toe for a while before he smiled faintly. From the beginning until the end, his expression was calm, as though he would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Based on his words, it was as though he did not take Wu Jian seriously at all. You're seeking death. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's mocking words, Wu Jian's eyes turned even colder. His body emitted waves of chilling aura. He, Wu Jian, was the son of the sect leader of the true martial sect. He was the pride of the heavens. Since he was young, he had displayed an extremely monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability. In the end, he had skyrocketed all the way to the martial monarch stage and became a martial monarch powerhouse in his early 40s. Now, more than 10 years had passed, and he was already at the 7th level martial monarch stage. He had become one of the pillars of the true martial sect. Today, he had come to avenge his brother whom he doted on the most. However, he was humiliated by his enemy. He could no longer suppress his anger. He did not hold back at all. Boom! At the same time, the origin energy on Wu Jian's body skyrocketed. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a milky white flame that stirred the heaven and earth energy above his head. In just a short moment, it transformed into a heaven and earth phenomenon. An ancient black dragon silhouette appeared. It was so lifelike. The ancient black dragon's gigantic body was visually stunning. In just a short moment, the milky white flame changed. It had merged with a few other profundities. As Wu Jian lifted his hand, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear trembled and shot out a sharp spear ray like a dragon coming out of its cave. At once, the heaven and earth energy above his head stirred again. In the end, it gathered the strength of 3 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Die! Without warning, Wu Jian shouted and charged toward Duan Lingtian with his spear. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared in a flash. Boom! 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 Wherever Wu Jian passed by, the sound of air exploding could be heard. The rolling energy caused the airflow in the air to vibrate. Waves of invisible airwaves were stirred up and transformed into gusts of violent wind that swept through the entire Zhou clan's auction square. At once, the violent wind blew in the auction square and dust flew everywhere. However, the group of guests in the auction square did not leave the auction square because of this. Their eyes were fixed on the purple figure in the sky. They knew there was going to be a good show soon. Wu Jian, who was at the 7th level martial monarch stage, against the purple-clad young man who was at the 7th level martial monarch stage. Young sect leader. Wu Jian's attack was so fast that the 4 old men behind him did not even have time to react. When they finally regained their senses, they realized their young sect leader had already made his move. At this moment, although they were not confident, they could only brace themselves and charge forward. In terms of strength, the 4 of them were no match for Wu Jian. However, they were the elders of the true martial sect. Could it be that they were going to stand aside and do nothing when their young sect leader had already charged forward? Whoosh! Just when Wu Jian led the 4 old men and charged toward Duan Lingtian suddenly disappeared before their eyes, causing their storm-like attacks to miss. How fast! Chapter 1175. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, the purple figure that disappeared from the encirclement of Wu Jian and the 4 old men reappeared in the sky above them. There he is. That's too fast. Even the young sect leader of true martial sect, a 7th level martial monarch, couldn't react in time. I'm afraid his cultivation base is not just at the 7th level martial monarch stage. I'm not sure about his cultivation base. However, the fact that he could disappear under Wu Jian's nose means that Wu Jian can't keep up with his speed. His strength is stronger than Wu Jian. The group of guests in the Zhou clan's auction square shifted their gaze to the sky above Wu Jian and the 4 old men. A purple-clad young man stood there. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. When Wu Jian and the 4 old men regained their senses and lifted their heads to look at the purple figure above them, horror dawned on them. His speed. How is it possible that he's so fast? Wu Jian's face turned grave. As a 7th level martial monarch, he naturally knew what it meant to have such a fast speed. It meant that his opponent's strength was far more powerful than his. This was because speed was directly driven by one's strength. When he thought about how fast his opponent was and how difficult it was to catch him, he felt helpless. Young sect leader, I'm afraid we're no match for him. Let's return first and inform the sect leader before we make a decision. That's right, young sect leader. Where there's life, there's hope. There's no need to lose our lives in a moment of anger. Young sect leader, the sect leader will avenge little young sect leader. At this moment, the 4 old men next to Wu Jian tried to persuade him through voice transmission. They knew that if Wu Jian continued to be stubborn, he would not be the only one who would die. The 4 of them would die with him as well. For martial monarch powerhouses like them, nobody knew better than them how difficult it was to obtain their cultivation base. Due to this reason, they cared more about their own lives. Ah! Wu Jian's expression changed when he heard the 4 old men's voice transmission. In the end, he lifted his head and shouted as though he was venting his anger. Then, he said coldly, "Let's go." He was about to leave with the 4 old men when he finished speaking. Did I say all of you can leave? However, this sentence caused the 5 of them, including Wu Jian, to pause. Their expressions were ugly as they looked at the sky above them where the voice had originated from. The voice came from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stood there. His purple robe was similar to Feng Qingyang's, and he looked very elegant. Coupled with his almost perfect handsome face, he attracted the gazes of many women in the Zhou clan's auction house. What? You still want to keep us here? Wu Jian looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. We're indeed weaker than you, but if you dare to touch us, you'll be making an enemy of the entire true martial sect. The true martial sect will definitely not let you off. Young man, although your strength is not bad, you're still lacking when compared to the powerhouses of our true martial sect. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't harm others and yourself. An old man beside Wu Jian added. Between his words, there was a trace of arrogance between his brows. True martial sect? Harm others and myself? Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard Wu Jian and the old man's words. It was a brilliant smile that sent chills down Wu Jian and the others' spines. What's he smiling about? At once, Duan Lingtian attracted the attention of everyone in the Zhou clan's auction house. Duan Lingtian's smile sent chills down their spines. Do you think he'll dare to kill Wu Jian and the others? I don't think so. I'm afraid the death of Wu Jia is enough to make the sect leader of the true martial sect fly into a rage. If Wu Jian dies as well, the sect leader of the true martial sect will lose his bloodline. I'm afraid he'll go completely crazy. Moreover, Wu Jian is only in his 50s, and he's already at the 7th level martial monarch stage. I heard he's already considered as the next successor to the sect leader of the true martial sect. If Wu Jian dies, not only will the sect leader of the true martial sect be enraged, but the entire true martial sect's high-ranking officials will be enraged as well. If he kills Wu Jia, only the sect leader of the true martial sect will interfere. However, if he kills Wu Jian, I'm afraid the true martial sect's strongest people will be enraged and attack him together. Due to this reason, I don't think he'll dare to kill Wu Jian. At most, he'll just scare him. I think so too. Discussions continued in the Zhou clan's auction house. Most people thought Duan Lingtian was trying to intimidate Wu Jian and the others by asking them to stay. He did not intend to kill them. However, there were 2 people who did not think so. One of them was naturally Feng Tianwu. The other person was Zhou Ji. Although Zhou Ji had only interacted with Duan Lingtian once, it was during that time that he realized how fearless this young man was. It was an arrogance that did not fear anyone. That's right. It's easy for you to make a move on us, but if you do, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Another old man behind Wu Jian said. The young sect leader is the next successor to the sect leader of the true martial sect. If you dare to make a move on him, you'll be making an enemy out of the entire true martial sect. At that time, you'll be hunted down by the entire true martial sect. Another old man said. Hunted down by the true martial sect. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face did not change as he muttered to himself, that sounds interesting. In that case, in order to make the true martial sect hunt me down, I can only sacrifice all of you. Soon after, Duan Lingtian changed the topic as he looked at Wu Jian and the others with killing intent in his eyes. The cold air emitted from his body seemed to have transformed into a cold wind that caused everyone in the Zhou clan's auction house to shudder involuntarily. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a 3-foot-long blade that was completely formed from 5-colored energy appeared and hovered next to him. Following that, as the air around his body vibrated, another 8 3-foot-long blades that were completely formed from 5-colored energy appeared. A total of 9 3-foot-long blades hovered around him. Oh no! When Wu Jian and the others heard Duan Lingtian's words, their expressions changed. Run! In the next moment, this was the only thought left in their minds. Whoosh! 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 Wu Jian took the lead, wanting to escape. The other 4 old men fled in different directions with all their might. Escape? Duan Lingtian smiled. Then, his eyes turned cold as he slowly uttered 5 words. 9 Tribulations Sword Manipulation Technique. As Duan Lingtian uttered the word technique, the 9 3-foot-long blades that were formed from 5-colored energy around him disappeared into thin air before most people's eyes. Of course, they did not really disappear. They were so fast that many people could not react in time. So fast. On the auction stage, Zhou Ji could vaguely see the traces of Duan Lingtian's 9 swords. The 9 swords were so fast that he could not help but break out in cold sweat. His ability is indeed more powerful than mine. This was the first thought that came to Zhou Ji's mind. If I had attacked him when he killed Zhou Li, I'm afraid my outcome would be the same as Zhou Li's. He did not doubt this at all. The purple-clad young man before him had the ability to do so. Today, as long as the people at the Zhou clan's auction square lifted their heads, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. As the 9 3-foot-long blades that were formed from 5-colored energy around the purple-clad young man disappeared into thin air, Wu Jian and the other 4 old men who were about to flee paused in midair at the same time. Poof! 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 Soon after, 5 clouds of blood mist shot out from their bodies and bloomed. It was as though they had transformed into 5 gorgeous fireworks that were extremely eye-catching. In the next moment, Wu Jian and the other 4 old men fell head first. After flying for a distance due to inertia, they fell hard on the ground and became a few puddles of flesh and blood. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and watched the scene before him calmly. As for the 9 3-foot-long blades that had disappeared into thin air around him, they never returned. It was as though they had completely disappeared. The heaven and earth energy that was stirring in the air above his head also dissipated before it could form the heaven and earth phenomenon. It was as though it had never appeared. Silence. The entire Zhou clan's auction square was terrifyingly silent. At this moment, even if a needle was thrown to the ground, the sound would be heard clearly. Everyone's gaze landed on the purple-clad figure in the air. The purple-clad figure seemed to have become extremely tall and big in their eyes. It seems like I've underestimated him. The corner of Zhou Ji's mouth twitched violently. When the purple-clad young man dodged the attacks of Wu Jian and the other 4, he could already tell that the purple-clad young man was more powerful than him. However, he only felt that the purple-clad young man was slightly more powerful than him. Now that he had personally witnessed the purple-clad young man killing Wu Jian and the other 4 old men in the blink of an eye, he finally realized the difference between them. Even if it was me. If he wanted to kill me, I'm afraid he could kill me in an instant. Zhou Ji's heart skipped a beat. Fear still lingered in his heart when he recalled the incident that happened backstage. It was fortunate that he did not make a move at that time. Otherwise, he would not be standing here right now. He's the one who killed Zhou Li. Outside the Zhou clan's auction square, 2 figures stood on top of an inconspicuous building. They were both old men. At this moment, one of the old men was speaking slowly. His strength is at least at the 8th level martial monarch stage or even higher. However, I can't help but admire his courage. He actually dared to kill both of Wu Lai's sons consecutively. I wonder how angry Wu Lai would be if he found out about this. In the end, he said to the old man next to him, "Second elder, you're fast. Go to the true martial sect and inform Wu Lai about this. Wu Lai was the current sect leader of the true martial sect. At the same time, he was also the father of Wu Jia and Wu Jian, who were killed by Feng Tianwu and Duan Lingtian. Yes, clan leader. When the old man heard this, he responded and disappeared into thin air. It's a good thing that the Grand Elder hasn't come out from his closed-door cultivation yet. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have definitely attacked this young man. I wonder where this young man came from. Chapter 1176. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Duan Lingtian, who had killed Wu Jian and the other four, descended from the sky and returned to Feng Tianwu's side in the pavilion as though nothing had happened. It was as though everything that had happened earlier was not his doing. At once, the crowd felt their scalps go numb. Who is he? He actually killed Wu Jian. Sect leader Wu Lai of the true martial sect has lost 2 of his sons consecutively. Once he finds out about this, I'm afraid he'll be so furious that he'll leave the true martial sect's estate immediately and rush to Ataraxia City. It's not just the sect leader of the true martial sect. Once the news of Wu Jian's death spreads, I'm afraid the other powerful old fellows in the true martial sect won't let this matter rest. Many people whispered among themselves as they broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian sitting in the pavilion with a calm expression on his face, it was obvious that the other people were more worried than him. Let the auction continue. Zhou Ji said loudly when he saw that the matter had come to an end. As for the 5 scattered corpses, the people from the Zhou clan's auction market were responsible for cleaning them up. At once, the crowd's attention in the Zhou clan's auction market shifted from Duan Lingtian to Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji was the host of the auction this time. The auction continued. However, during the bidding for the following items, many people would look at Duan Lingtian from time to time. It was as though they wanted to know if Duan Lingtian was interested in the items being auctioned. They were afraid that if they increased the price, it would displease this mysterious powerhouse and bring disaster upon themselves. On Cloud Continent, the strong were revered. They had no choice but to be cautious. If Duan Lingtian knew what they were thinking, he would definitely be speechless. He was here to participate in the auction, not to be a bandit. Besides, did he look like a bandit? When they saw Duan Lingtian was resting with his eyes closed and did not show any interest in the following items, the other guests in the auction market finally felt at ease and continued to bid. Time passed by quietly. One by one, the auction items were bought at high prices. Originally, the Grade 1 spirit saber in my hand was supposed to be the finale today. On the auction stage, Zhou Ji's voice was transmitted into the ears of all the guests in the auction house, causing a wave of disapproving hisses. A first-grade spirit saber? The finale? Manager Zhou Ji, are you joking? As soon as Zhou Ji finished speaking, someone could not help but make fun of him. Yes, Manager Zhou Ji. How can a mere Grade 1 spirit weapon be qualified to be the finale of the large-scale auction that your Zhou clan's auction square holds every 3 months? It's a wise move for you to take it out to auction first. Not bad. A Grade 1 spiritual artifact is precious. But in an auction like this, it's nothing. Many people said with a smile. Humph. Of course, there were also people who refuted the previous people's words. Don't forget that there were also 2 Grade 1 spirit weapons that were auctioned by Manager Zhou Ji earlier. However, those 2 Grade 1 spirit weapons were auctioned early in the morning. Do you think the Grade 1 spirit saber that was considered the finale by the Zhou clan's auction square is an ordinary Grade 1 spirit weapon? The people who said these words had all thought it through carefully. So far, 2 Grade 1 spirit weapons had been auctioned off in this auction. The Grade 1 spirit saber in Zhou Ji's hand was the 3rd Grade 1 spirit weapon. Zhou Ji said that this Grade 1 spirit saber was the finale of the auction today. This meant that there must be something extraordinary about it. Manager Zhou Ji, is that so? Soon, many people began to ask. That's right. Zhou Ji nodded in the face of the gazes and said, the Grade 1 spirit saber in my hand is a supreme Grade 1 spirit weapon. Now, all of you should know why it's qualified to be the finale of the auction today, right? The moment Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. A supreme grade 1 spirit weapon. Naturally, they knew what it was. Only a grade 1 spirit weapon that had an 89% boost was qualified to be called a supreme grade 1 spirit weapon. In other words, the current auction item, the grade 1 spirit saber in manager Zhou Ji's hand, was a grade 1 spirit saber that had an 89% boost in strength. There was not much difference between a grade 1 spirit weapon that had an 89% boost in strength and an 88% boost in strength. At the very least, there was not much difference in a battle between martial artists. The difference in strength could be made up for with battle experience and martial skills. However, a grade 1 spirit weapon like this was a rare treasure to a grade 1 weapons craftsman. This was because a grade 1 weapons craftsman might be able to improve his weapon crafting skills by studying it. Due to this reason, a grade 1 spirit weapon like this was extremely valuable. Naturally, it was worth bragging about using a grade 1 spirit weapon like this. This was because grade 1 spirit weapons like this were extremely rare on Cloud Continent. As the saying went, a thing is precious when it is rare. This was the case. A grade 1 spirit weapon that has an 89% boost in strength? At this moment, even Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and looked at the grade 1 spirit saber in Zhou Ji's hand with interest. As someone who had merged with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories and inherited the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's refining skills and experience, naturally, Duan Lingtian knew how difficult it was to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that had an 89% boost in strength. I can't believe there's still someone in this world who can refine a grade 1 spirit weapon like this. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When Duan Lingtian was looking at the grade 1 spirit saber in Zhou Ji's hand, the other people in the VIP area shifted their attention from the grade 1 spirit saber to Duan Lingtian. All of them wanted to bid for the grade 1 spirit saber. However, when they remembered that Duan Lingtian was here, they could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. They wanted to know if Duan Lingtian was interested in the grade 1 spirit saber as well. He's also looking at the grade 1 spirit saber. Don't tell me he's also interested in the grade 1 spirit saber? Isn't it obvious? Who dares to compete with him if he wants it? Aren't you wearing a mask? What are you afraid of? Do you think it makes a difference whether I'm wearing a mask or not to a powerhouse at his level? He can kill me as soon as I bid for the grade 1 spirit saber. That's true. The group of people in the VIP area discussed among themselves. In the end, those who were not wearing masks had a bitter expression on their faces. As for those who were wearing masks, their expressions could not be seen. However, all of them shook their heads and sighed. Their discussion entered Duan Lingtian's ears in full detail, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. He could not help but frown as he said, "All of you. Are you treating me like a bandit? Put aside the fact that I'm not interested in this broken saber, even if I was, I wouldn't use such a despicable method to snatch it. Moreover, if I wanted to snatch it, there's no need for the Zhou clan's auction fair to hold an auction. I'll just snatch everything," Duan Lingtian said. Everyone felt a little awkward when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, based on Duan Lingtian's words, they were certain that Duan Lingtian was not interested in the grade 1 spirit saber. He even called it a broken saber. Don't worry, everyone. This guest won't be interested in the grade 1 spirit saber in my hand. Zhou Ji chimed in at this moment. As for the reason, he knew very well. Among the two auction items that replaced the grade 1 spirit saber in his hand, one of them was a grade 1 spirit weapon that was even more perfect than the grade 1 spirit saber. That grade 1 spirit weapon was the purple-clad young man who had put it up for auction. Naturally, the purple-clad young man would not be interested in this grade 1 spirit saber. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and Zhou Ji's words, everyone nodded one after another. They no longer had any concerns and stared at the grade 1 spirit saber in Zhou Ji's hand like hungry wolves. Now, let's begin the auction for the grade 1 spirit saber in my hand that can provide an 89% boost in strength. The starting bid for this grade 1 spirit saber is 3,000 high-grade origin stones. 3,000 high-grade origin stones. Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he heard Zhou Ji's words. In fact, the total value of all the materials used to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon was only about 100 high-grade origin stones. Naturally, that was only the cost of the materials. It seems like the starting bid for the grade 1 spirit sword that I put up for auction is even higher than this. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, the grade 1 spirit saber in Zhou Ji's hand had already been auctioned for 10,000 high-grade origin stones. Moreover, the price was still rising, 30,000 high-grade origin stones. 40,000 high-grade origin stones. Currently, the people who bid were basically the guests in the VIP area. The guests in the ordinary area had extinguished their bids one by one. These people can take out so many high-grade origin stones so casually. Duan Lingtian looked around the VIP area. His eyes shone brightly as they swept past everyone. He thought to himself, if I kill these people, wouldn't I be able to obtain a huge amount of wealth? However, Duan Lingtian only thought about it. He did not lack high-grade origin stones now. Just the Lingtian sect that he controlled alone would mine hundreds of thousands or even millions of high-grade origin stones from the high-grade origin stone reserve that he controlled every year. As long as he was willing, he could mobilize more disciples in the Lingtian sect to mine more high-grade origin stones. In the end, the grade 1 spirit saber with an 89% amplification was auctioned off for 110,000 high-grade origin stones. Ha! Everyone, thank you for letting me win. The person who bid for the grade 1 spirit saber was a white-haired old man wearing a mask. After he laughed, he took out a spatial ring that contained 110,000 high-grade origin stones and exchanged it for the grade 1 spirit saber. Good saber. The old man was elated when he obtained the spirit saber. 110,000 high-grade origin stones? With this lousy saber? Duan Lingtian did not expect a grade 1 spirit saber with an 89% amplification would be auctioned off for such a high price. When the grade 1 spirit sword that I put up for auction comes out, won't it fetch an even higher price? Chapter 1177. At the same time, the group of people in the Zhou clan's auction square was also discussing the finale item. To be able to replace the supreme grade 1 spirit weapon. It seems like the finale item in the Zhou clan's auction square today is no ordinary item. I'm very curious. What's the item that's better than the grade 1 spirit saber that was sold for 110,000 high-grade origin stones? I'm really looking forward to it. The crowd looked at Zhou Ji with anticipation in their eyes. Some of them could not help but say, Manager Zhou Ji, hurry up and take out the finale item in your auction square today. That's right. Stop keeping us in suspense. We're all waiting. Many people urged Zhou Ji. Everyone, please calm down. Our Zhou clan's auction square will naturally take out the finale item. However, I'm still thinking about which item should we auction first. Zhou Ji said. Which auction item? Many people were stunned when they heard Zhou Ji's words. Some of them reacted first and exclaimed, Manager Zhou Ji, based on what you're saying, there's more than one finale item in the Zhou clan's auction square today? More than one finale item. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, everyone present was shocked. That's right. There's a total of 2 finale items in the auction today. Zhou Ji replied with a smile. 2. The moment Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, the sound of people inhaling sharply rose in the air. Since it's the finale item, it must be better than the grade 1 spirit saber that can increase one's strength by 89%. In that case, the Zhou clan's auction square is going to take out 2 good items today. 2 items that are better than the supreme grade 1 spirit weapon. I'm really looking forward to it. Just thinking about it makes me excited. At this moment, many people were so excited that their bodies began to tremble. All right. I've decided to auction the first grade 1 spirit weapon among the 2 finale items. Zhou Ji, who was standing on the auction stage, announced under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Grade 1 spirit weapon. The moment Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Another grade 1 spirit weapon? Manager Zhou Ji, could it be that you're mistaken? That's right. The finale item should be better than the grade 1 spirit saber that was auctioned earlier, right? Soon, many people voiced their doubts. In their opinion, the grade 1 spirit saber that was auctioned for 110,000 high-grade origin stones was already a supreme grade 1 spirit weapon. Among the grade 1 spirit weapons, it could be considered as the supreme king. Now, when they heard that Zhou Ji had replaced the grade 1 spirit saber as one of the final 2 auction items, they naturally thought that Zhou Ji had made a mistake. Perhaps. In their eyes, they did not expect a grade 1 spirit weapon that surpassed the grade 1 spirit saber earlier would appear. Everyone, please calm down. If you have any questions after I finish introducing this grade 1 spirit weapon, you can ask me. After calming everyone down, Zhou Ji raised his hand and took out a sword. It was the grade 1 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian had put up for auction. At once, everyone in the Zhou clan's auction square shifted their attention to the grade 1 spirit sword in Zhou Ji's hand. All of them were confused. I can't tell what's so special about this first-grade spiritual sword. Many people whispered among themselves. Everyone, the reason the grade 1 spirit sword in my hand is able to suppress the grade 1 spirit saber earlier and become one of the final 2 auction items today. Zhou Ji paused for a moment before he paused. At this point, Zhou Ji paused for a moment. He waited until he had whetted everyone's appetite before he continued, it's because it can increase one's strength by 90%. When Zhou Ji reached the end of his sentence, his tone became heavier. 90%. The moment Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Gulp. Gulp. Soon after, one could clearly hear the sound of people swallowing their saliva and inhaling sharply. A grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90%? Manager Zhou Ji, are you sure you're not joking? A middle-aged man in the VIP area asked solemnly. Dear guest, I think you must believe in our Zhou clan's auction square's reputation. That's why you're willing to pay such a high price to get a seat in the VIP area. Do you think our Zhou clan's auction square would lie to you? Zhou Ji still had a smile on his face when he was questioned. Manager Zhou Ji, that's not what I meant. I just feel that this is too unbelievable. The middle-aged man said awkwardly. Dear guest, if you have any doubts, you can come up and give it a try. Zhou Ji said. The moment the middle-aged man heard this, his eyes lit up. In the end, he looked at the young man who was much younger than him. Junior brother, go and give it a try. The young man nodded and immediately left the pergola to go up to the auction stage. My junior brother's cultivation base is at the 7th level void transformation. If he only uses his origin energy, it's equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. If the sword in Manager Zhou Ji's hand can really increase one's strength by 90%, then it's exactly the strength of 900 ancient horned dragons. The middle-aged man, who was the senior brother, said after the young man went up to the stage. For a moment, everyone looked at the young man in anticipation. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian watched the commotion in front of him calmly. He watched as the young man tested the grade 1 spirit weapon in Zhou Ji's hand. He watched as 900 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared next to the 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above the young man's head. At the same time, an uproar broke out among the crowd. A grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90% shocked everyone and made them go crazy. However, Duan Lingtian was happy when he saw these people going crazy. This meant that this group of people would go crazy and fight for his grade 1 spirit sword. However, his face turned gloomy again soon after. He noticed that many people in the VIP area were looking at him again. It was as though they were trying to see if he was interested in the grade 1 spirit sword. All of them were wary. Wary? He must get rid of that thought immediately. What a joke. He was the one who put the Grade 1 spirit sword up for auction at the Zhou clan's auction square. If he could not sell it for a good price, he would be the one who would suffer the greatest loss. Why are all of you looking at me? I'm not interested in these lousy sabers and swords. Duan Lingtian said impatiently. He did not bother to say that he would not snatch the item that he had bid for. Lousy saber? Lousy sword? Many people's mouths twitched when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They could not figure out if Duan Lingtian was telling the truth or not. A Grade 1 spirit saber that could increase one's strength by 89% was considered the best Grade 1 spirit weapon. However, he had regarded it as a lousy saber. Now, a Grade 1 spirit sword that could increase one's strength by 90% that was even better than the Grade 1 spirit saber was regarded as a lousy sword by him. In everyone's opinion, it was unbelievable that Duan Lingtian would say something like that. However, the crowd was certain of one thing. This fiend was not interested in the Grade 1 spirit sword that was being auctioned. For a time, the sounds of breathing in the VIP area became hurried. Many people were waiting for the Grade 1 spirit sword to be auctioned. Unlike the commotion during the auction of the Grade 1 spirit saber earlier, the auction of the Grade 1 spirit sword was exceptionally quiet now. The best Grade 1 spirit weapon among the best Grade 1 spirit weapons. A Grade 1 spirit sword was such a Grade 1 spirit weapon. Why should I buy this lousy saber? How good would it be if I had saved my origin stones to buy that sword? The old man who had won the bid for the Grade 1 spirit saber earlier had a bitter smile on his face instead of a smug expression. Since he had spent 110,000 high-grade origin stones to bid for the Grade 1 spirit saber, he no longer had enough origin stones to bid for the Grade 1 spirit sword that was even more valuable. His heart was filled with regret. I won't say much about the value of this Grade 1 spirit sword. Those who know will naturally know. Now, I announce that the Grade 1 spirit sword will be auctioned off at 5,000 high-grade origin stones. Zhou Ji announced loudly as he stood on the auction stage. 5,000 high-grade origin stones. Compared to the starting price of the Grade 1 spirit saber earlier, it was 2,000 high-grade origin stones more. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied with the starting price. He was so satisfied that a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 10,000 high-grade origin stones. Soon after, someone yelled out loudly. How stingy. 50,000 high-grade origin stones. Another person bid. Do you think you're not stingy? 100,000 high-grade origin stones. The third person bid 100,000 high-grade origin stones. Humph. That lousy saber earlier was auctioned off at 110,000 high-grade origin stones. You guys bid for half a day, but you still can't surpass that lousy saber. How embarrassing. I bid 150,000 high-grade origin stones. Soon after, the fourth person bid loudly. Apart from the first person who bid, the second, third, and fourth people who bid were all from the VIP area. 150,000 high-grade origin stones. Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect the Grade 1 spirit weapon he casually refined would be auctioned off at such a high price. The materials he used to refine the Grade 1 spirit sword were worth at most 80 to 90 Grade 1 origin stones. The refining methods and experience that the rebirth martial emperor left behind for me is really an enormous fortune. Just by relying on this skill, I don't lack origin stones anymore. Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally. 300,000 high-grade origin stones. Initially, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to the voices in the surroundings. It was only when this loud and clear voice resonated in the air that it attracted his attention. It was not only because of the high price. It was also because of the person who bid the high price. The person who bid the high price was none other than Zhou Ji, who was on the auction stage. It was obvious he was bidding for the Grade 1 spirit sword on behalf of the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan is really bold. Previously, when the price was only 190,000 high-grade primal stones, they directly bid 300,000 high-grade primal stones. Many people exclaimed. As expected, the Grade 1 Spirit Sword was obtained by the Zhou clan. Chapter 1178. When the Grade 1 Spirit Sword was bought by Zhou Ji on behalf of the Zhou clan at the sky-high price of 300,000 high-grade origin stones, the atmosphere in the Zhou clan's auction fair reached its peak. There's still one more item for the finale. The last auction item. Since manager Zhou Ji has arranged for it to be the last item to be auctioned off, it must have its own outstanding aspects. I'm really looking forward to it. In the Zhou clan's auction fair, many pairs of eyes were trained on Zhou Ji as they waited for the appearance of the last item. Zhou Ji did not disappoint the crowd. After putting the Grade 1 Spirit Sword away, he took out a pill bottle. It was a pill bottle that looked extremely ordinary. Pill? Many people were disappointed when they saw the pill bottle. Pill. Even a Grade 1 pill could not compare to a Grade 1 spirit weapon in terms of value. Naturally, it was only a Grade 1 pill with ordinary purity. I believe the pill that manager Zhou Ji has placed at the end of the auction is definitely not an ordinary pill, someone said. At the same time, he looked at Zhou Ji with an expectant expression. His words received the approval of many people. Everyone, there is a medicinal pill in the medicinal pill bottle in my hand. This medicinal pill is also the last item of our Zhou family auction house's auction today. It's also the finale. Zhou Ji said to the crowd as he stood on the auction stage and waved the pill bottle in his hand. A pill? Many people were shocked by Zhou Ji's words. It was still acceptable to use a bottle of pills with high purity as the finale. However, it was a little stingy to use a mere pill. This was what most people thought. However, they soon changed their minds. This was because Zhou Ji had introduced the pill. To be more precise, it was the Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill. A Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill with a purity of 91%? Then, wouldn't its medicinal effect be a few times stronger than an ordinary Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill? After a moment of silence, many people exclaimed in shock. Manager Zhou Ji. I wonder if you can take out the Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill for me to take a look. An old man wearing a mask in the VIP area stood up. Everyone, including Zhou Ji, shifted their gazes to him. When he raised his hand, a wisp of purple flame with silver edges appeared in his hand. It was a Grade 2 pill fire. Based on this, it could be seen that this old man was a Grade 2 alchemist. The reason he made such a request was none other than because he did not dare to believe that a Grade 1 pill with a purity of 91% existed, and he wanted to verify it himself. Although the Zhou clan's auction square had always had a good reputation and had never cheated anyone before, a Grade 1 pill with a purity of 91% was just too ridiculous. He found it hard to believe. Of course. Zhou Ji nodded. At the same time, he took out a Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill from the pill bottle and displayed it in front of the masked old man who had ascended the auction stage like a gust of wind. The masked old man looked at the first Grade Life Recovery Pill. After a short moment, his exposed eyes turned from curiosity to shock, and in the end, they were filled with shock. It's really a Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill with a purity of 91%. Very soon, the masked old man's breathing became extremely hurried. At the same time, he couldn't help but cry out in alarm. His voice was filled with inexplicable shock. Upon hearing the masked old man's confirmation, the Zhou clan's auction square stirred again. If the Grade 1 spirit sword that gave a 90% boost was for their own use, most people would not be willing to pay such a ridiculous price for it. However, this Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill with a purity of 91% was enough for them to fight for it with all their might. A Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill was widely used as a healing pill. A Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill with a purity of 91% was many times more powerful than an ordinary Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill. Although it was not at the level of reviving a dead person, it was not far from it. Such a pill could save a life at a critical moment. How could they not be moved by it? A person only had one life, and it would be gone if they died. So what if they had to spend all their wealth for their own life? Nobody knew when, but the Zhou clan's auction square fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard, causing the atmosphere to become heavy. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, everyone's attention was on the grade 1 life recovery pill in Zhou Ji's hand. No one was an exception. Tianwu, how much do you think this grade 1 life recovery pill that I put up for auction will be sold for? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he looked at Tianwu, who was next to him. It won't be any lower than the sword earlier, Tianwu replied. Tianwu replied. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. It was as good as saying nothing. At the same time, the auction for the grade 1 life recovery pill that he put up for auction officially began. Dear guests, I'm sure I don't need to explain the significance of this grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91%. Let's begin the auction. The starting price is 10,000 high-grade origin stones. Zhou Ji announced loudly on the auction stage. 100,000 high-grade origin stones. As soon as Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, someone from the VIP area made a bid. At once, the people in the ordinary area shook their heads. They knew they no longer had the chance to make a bid. 200,000 high-grade origin stones. Soon after, a second person from the VIP area made a bid. 250,000 high-grade origin stones. The third person followed suit without any hesitation. It seems like I'll be able to break the price of that grade 1 spirit sword soon. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. If the materials required to refine a first-grade spiritual sword were only worth 100 upper-grade primal stones, it would be worth 100 upper-grade primal stones. In that case, the materials required to refine a cauldron of 10 grade 1 life recovery pills would only be worth a few dozen high-grade origin stones at most. However, a pill that could be refined using materials that were worth a few high-grade origin stones could be sold for hundreds of thousands of high-grade origin stones. This was a huge profit. 400,000 high-grade origin stones. A familiar voice resonated again. It was Zhou Ji who was bidding on behalf of the Zhou clan for the grade 1 life recovery pill that Duan Lingtian put up for auction. The first bid was 400,000 high-grade origin stones. 450,000 high-grade origin stones. This time, someone followed suit immediately. 500,000 high-grade origin stones. Zhou Ji bid again, and only then was he able to suppress the crowd and obtain the final victory. He managed to bid for the grade 1 life recovery pill in his hands. What a pity. I have limited high-grade origin stones with me. Otherwise, I'd definitely get this grade 1 life recovery pill. Many people in the VIP area shook their heads and sighed. 800,000 high-grade origin stones. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. In his opinion, the high-grade origin stones were too easy to come by. Of course, he also knew that all of this was because the two items he took out were existences that could only be chanced upon by luck in the eyes of others. As the saying went, the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. If he were to take out a dozen or 20 grade 1 spirit swords or a few hundred grade 1 life recovery pills, they would not be as valuable anymore. The auction held by our Zhou clan's auction square today has come to an end. Thank you for coming. Zhou Ji greeted the crowd with a smile on the auction stage. At once, many people stood up and prepared to leave. Hold on. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in the air. Although the voice was not loud, it was like a clap of thunder. Everyone, including Zhou Ji, was stunned as they turned to look at the source of the voice. It's him. A hint of dread could be seen in everyone's eyes when they saw the person. Naturally, the person that everyone was staring at was Duan Lingtian. Sir, is there anything else? Zhou Ji did not dare to slight Duan Lingtian as he asked respectfully. Earlier. The two items that I put up for auction at your Zhou clan's auction square were sold for a total of 800,000 high-grade origin stones. Now, shouldn't you give me the 800,000 high-grade origin stones? Duan Lingtian asked Zhou Ji under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Gasp. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone was shocked. That That sword and the grade 1 life recovery pill were put up for auction by him? No wonder he said the sword was a lousy sword and had no interest in the grade 1 life recovery pill. As it turns out, he was the one who put up the 2 auction items for auction himself. For a time, everyone present came to a sudden understanding. They finally understood why this maleficent existence hadn't bid for those 2 precious treasures that could only be chanced upon by luck. As it turned out, he was the one who put up the 2 rare treasures for auction himself. Sir, according to the rules of our Zhou clan's auction square, the auction proceeds will only be given to the person who put up the auction items for auction after the auction has ended. Zhou Ji was a little speechless when Duan Lingtian openly admitted that he was the one who put up the 2 auction items for auction in front of the crowd. Naturally, although he was speechless, he still explained patiently, moreover, I don't have that many high-grade origin stones with me. I'll have to return to our Zhou clan's mansion to get them. You still want to return to your Zhou clan's mansion to get them? What if you go back on your word? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. Don't worry, sir. Our Zhou clan will never do anything that will ruin our reputation. Zhou Ji smiled wryly. Then hurry up and return to your Zhou clan's mansion to get them. I'll wait for you here. Also, please don't leave and be my witness. Duan Lingtian frowned and shifted his gaze to the crowd. After I've collected the 800,000 high-grade origin stones, I'll tell everyone about the origins of the grade 1 spirit sword and grade 1 life recovery pill that I put up for auction. Whoosh! The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it caused a commotion. Today, the most unforgettable thing for the people present was undoubtedly the grade 1 spirit sword that gave a 90% boost and the grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91% that were bought by the Zhou clan. Many of them even felt that missing out on the sword and the pill today would become their lifelong regret. However, the person who put up the sword and the pill for auction said he would tell them about the origins of the sword and the pill. How could they not be shocked? How could they not be excited? Manager Zhou Ji, you should hurry up and return to the Zhou clan's mansion to get the high-grade origin stones. Chapter 1179. Manager Zhou Ji, why don't I lend you 300,000 high-grade origin stones first? You can return them to me later. I can't wait to find out the origin of the sword and the pill. An old man in the VIP area said to Zhou Ji. This old man had bid for the grade 1 life recovery pill earlier, but due to his limited wealth, he did not manage to win the bid. I have 200,000 high-grade origin stones here as well. I can lend them to the Zhou clan first. I believe in the Zhou clan's reputation. I can lend you 300,000 as well. Another 2 people chimed in. Just like that, 800,000 high-grade origin stones were gathered. It was obvious they were eager to find out the origin of the sword and the pill. Perhaps, they might even have a chance to obtain a grade 1 spirit sword and a grade 1 life recovery pill like the sword and the pill. Just when Zhou Ji was speechless and did not know what to do, a voice resonated from the distance and was getting closer and closer. Thank you for your kind intentions. However, I don't think our Zhou clan needs to borrow high-grade origin stones from all of you. Accompanying the voice was a dignified old man. The old man walked in the air. Every step he took seemed to have merged perfectly with the heavens and the earth. From this, one could see how extraordinary the old man's cultivation base was. Clan leader. As soon as the old man appeared, Zhou Ji bowed respectfully at him. Clan leader? Everyone present was shocked when they heard Zhou Ji's words. It seemed that there was only one person who could be addressed as patriarch by Zhou Ji. It was Zhou Zheng, the clan leader of the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City. Greetings, clan leader Zhou. Greetings, clan leader Zhou. At once, everyone present greeted Zhou Zheng. Their voices were filled with reverence. Apart from being the clan leader of the Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng was also an extremely powerful powerhouse. It was said that he was at the 8th level martial monarch stage, and the profundity that he had comprehended was extremely powerful as well. Even in the entire Zhou clan, he was one of the best. Unlike the enthusiasm of the others, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression on his face when he looked at Zhou Zheng. It was as though the old man in front of him was not the leader of a first-rate force. Instead, he was just an ordinary old man. When Duan Lingtian was sizing up Zhou Zheng was sizing him up as well. "Dear guest, I apologize on behalf of the Zhou family for what happened to Zhou Li," Zhou Zheng said with a smile. "If apologies are useful, what's the point of a martial artist cultivating?" Just as everyone was astonished by Zhou Zheng's apology to Duan Lingtian's reply nearly made them vomit blood. "The dignified patriarch of a first-rate force, the Zhou clan, is apologizing to you, and you still don't appreciate it?" This, Duan Lingtian's reply caused Zhou Zheng to be momentarily at a loss for words. It was a long while before he finally asked, "What do you think, customer? I sold the 2 auction items at your Zhou clan's auction square for a total of 800,000 high-grade origin stones. How about this? Give me 1 million high-grade origin stones, and I'll accept your apology reluctantly." Duan Lingtian said. Black. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, before Zhou Zheng could react, this thought had already appeared in the minds of most of the people present. Although they did not know what kind of conflict Duan Lingtian had with the Zhou clan, they did not know. However, based on Duan Lingtian's words, he actually asked the Zhou clan to take out 200,000 high-grade origin stones as an apology. In their opinion, he was too greedy. To their surprise, when Zhou Zheng, the clan leader of the Zhou clan, regained his senses, he laughed and casually took out a spatial ring before he passed it to Duan Lingtian. "Here's 1 million high-grade origin stones. Of which, 800,000 is what you deserve. As for the remaining 200,000, consider it as an apology." Zhou Zheng looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. "Dear guest, now that you've buried the hatchet with our Zhou clan, I wonder if you can tell me your identity and origin? I'll tell you after I'm done inspecting it." Under Zhou Zheng's shocked and awkward gaze, Duan Lingtian took the spatial ring that Zhou Zheng passed to him and performed a blood ownership claim on it before he carefully inspected it. "That's right, it's 1 million high-grade origin stones." After a long while, Duan Lingtian finally nodded his head in satisfaction after he confirmed it. Duan Lingtian's actions caused the corners of the surrounding people's mouths to twitch uncontrollably. Was this fellow worried that the clan leader of the Zhou clan would lie to him? "My lord, now you should tell us the origin of the sword and pill that you put up for auction, right?" Someone asked urgently when they saw Duan Lingtian keeping the spatial ring that Zhou Zheng passed to him. For a time, apart from Feng Tianwu, everyone present, including Zhou Zheng and Zhou Ji, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that they were curious about this. In their opinion, this would determine whether they would have the opportunity to obtain a rare treasure like the sword and pill in the future. In Zhou Zheng and Zhou Ji's opinion, this would determine the identity of the purple-clad young man in front of them. Of course not. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to say, "Of course not," he seemed to have noticed something. Not only did he interrupt himself, but he also looked at the sky in the east. "Who's that?" When Duan Lingtian looked at the sky in the east, Zhou Zheng also noticed the commotion. His face darkened, and his robe fluttered even though there was no wind. A moment later, a figure wearing a silver-blue robe appeared. It was a sturdy old man with a curly beard. At this moment, the old man's face was dark, and his eyes were as big as copper gongs. It was as though they were going to spit fire. Zhou Zheng was stunned when he saw the curly-bearded old man. He's out of closed-door cultivation. "Who killed my son, Zhou Li?" Before Zhou Zheng could react, the curly-bearded old man had already arrived at the sky above the Zhou clan's auction square. His thunderous voice resonated in the air. It was filled with extreme anger. "Zhou Li?" Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He could guess the identity of the person who had just arrived. Previously, at the backstage of the auction, the Zhou clan's disciple who wanted to take his Grade 1 spirit sword and Grade 1 life recovery pill had his cultivation base crippled by him before he was killed by him. He still remembered. When he killed Zhou Li, Zhou Ji had mentioned that Zhou Li was the only son of the Zhou clan's grand elder. Therefore, the curly-bearded old man's identity was self-evident. The Zhou clan's Grand Elder. Grand Elder, why are you here? Zhou Zheng rose into the air and frowned as he looked at the Zhou clan's Grand Elder. Clan leader, even if I don't become the Zhou clan's Grand Elder today and leave the Zhou clan, I won't let the person who killed my son, Zhou Li, go. The Zhou clan's Grand Elder said angrily in a deep voice. He had just come out of closed-door cultivation today. As soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation, he learned that his son had been killed. At that moment, he felt his entire chest was filled with anger. It was difficult to suppress it. At that time, many of the Zhou clan's elders had told him the ins and outs of the matter. They even told him that the person who killed his son, Zhou Li, had an extraordinary background. However, when he saw his only son's corpse, how could the Zhou clan's Grand Elder, who had to bear the pain of having to send off his son before his death, swallow this anger? He immediately rushed to the Zhou clan's auction square. Grand Elder, why do you have to do this? Zhou Zheng did not expect the old man to be so resolute. He could not help but smile bitterly. Clan leader, even if his background is extraordinary, I'll still kill him today. After I kill him, I'll announce that I'm leaving the Zhou clan, and I won't implicate the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan's Grand Elder said in a deep voice, no matter what, I'll avenge my son. Grand Elder, what if I insist on stopping you? Zhou Zheng's expression turned solemn. In his opinion, today, it did not matter if the purple-clad young man was a match for their Zhou clan's Grand Elder. Once their Grand Elder made a move, the Zhou clan would be the one to suffer losses. If the purple-clad young man was not a match for their Zhou clan's Grand Elder, the Grand Elder would have no choice but to leave the Zhou clan and go on the run after killing the purple-clad young man. In that case, the Zhou clan would lose a powerhouse who was a pillar of support. If the purple-clad young man was more powerful than their Zhou clan's Grand Elder, their Zhou clan would still lose such a powerhouse after the Grand Elder died. For this reason, he only wanted to stop their Zhou clan's Grand Elder. Clan leader, you can't stop me. The Zhou clan's Grand Elder said as he glanced at Zhou Zheng indifferently. Grand Elder, regardless of whether I can stop you or not, I'll still try. If it's possible, I don't want the Zhou clan to lose you. Zhou Zheng took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. The Zhou clan's Grand Elder's eyes turned cold. His body flashed like the wind and shot towards Zhou Zheng like a bolt of lightning. His speed was so fast that most of the people present could not even catch a glimpse of it. In their eyes, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder had disappeared into thin air. The clan leader of the Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng, had also disappeared into thin air. Boom! 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 A series of rolling sounds of air exploding reverberated from the sky, causing waves of vast airwaves and setting off gusts of violent wind that raged in all directions. The violent wind raged and swept across the land, causing the robes of the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, to flutter in the wind. Why is the Zhou clan's Grand Elder fighting with the clan leader of the Zhou clan? Many people asked in surprise when they saw the silhouettes that appeared and crossed each other in the air. It seems like the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's son was killed. He's here to look for the person who killed his son. However, the person who killed his son seems to have an extraordinary background. At the very least, even the clan leader of the Zhou clan is wary of him. I heard it too. According to the Zhou clan's Grand Elder, even if he kills the person who killed his son, he'll still have to leave the Zhou clan. It's obvious that he's worried about dragging the Zhou clan into this. I wonder who that person is. Many people discussed among themselves. However, they did not know that the person they were talking about was standing right next to them. 9th level martial monarch stage. I'm afraid the clan leader of the Zhou clan is going to lose. The others might not be able to see the movements of the clan leader of the Zhou clan and the Zhou clan's Grand Elder, but it did not mean that Duan Lingtian could not. After watching for a while, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, two silhouettes appeared in front of him in the air. One of them was sent flying several dozen meters away. The remaining person stood there proudly. The Zhou clan's Grand Elder. Grand Elder. Why you've broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage. Chapter 1180. Clan Leader, I've told you that you can't stop me. After the Zhou clan's Grand Elder glanced at Zhou Zheng, he looked down at the group of people beneath his feet and shouted in a deep voice, "Coward! You dare to do it but you don't dare to admit it? What a temper you have, old man." Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian soared into the air and arrived in front of the Zhou clan's Grand Elder in just a moment. He faced him fearlessly. "You're the one who killed my son?" The Zhou clan's Grand Elder asked in a deep voice. "If your son's name is Zhou Li, then I think it must be him." Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. "It's him. He's the one who killed the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's son." At once, the group of people in the Zhou clan's auction square reacted. It did not cross their minds at all. The person who killed the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's only son was actually this purple-clad young man. However, they were relieved when they thought about it again. Among the group of people, perhaps only this person had the guts to kill the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's son. The others did not have the guts to do so at all. "Good, very good. How dare you kill my son? I'll make sure you die a graveless death today." When the Zhou clan's Grand Elder spoke furiously, the robe on his body fluttered even though there was no wind. Together with his sturdy body, it was as though he had transformed into an angry King Kong. "Old man, aren't you going to ask me why I killed your son?" Duan Ling Tian looked at the Zhou clan's Grand Elder calmly and asked. "No matter what, my son isn't someone you can kill." The Zhou clan's Grand Elder's voice was filled with extreme cold killing intent. It was as though he was about to devour someone. "Looks like you already know." Duan Ling Tian looked deeply at the Zhou clan's Grand Elder as though he had seen through something. "So what if I know? Putting aside the fact that my son only wants 2 items from you, even if he wants your life, you can't kill him. There's only one outcome for you if you kill him, and that's to die in pain and torture." The Zhou clan's Grand Elder said in a deep voice. "Even if you want my life, I can't kill him?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned at first, then he couldn't help but laugh as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. As expected of the great elder of the Zhou clan, he's really domineering. When the laughter subsided, Duan Ling Tian's eyes began to flicker with a cold light. His purple robes fluttered in the absence of wind, as if a purple flame was burning. In the distance, Zhou Zheng silently watched the scene before him. He knew that everything in front of him was no longer within his control. All he could do was watch from the sidelines. Regardless of the outcome, the final outcome of this battle had nothing to do with the Zhou clan. If the purple-clothed young man died, their Zhou clan's Grand Elder would leave the Zhou clan and flee to the ends of the world to avoid being hunted down by the purple-clothed young man's sect. A sect that can take out a grade 1 spirit sword and grade 1 life recovery pill like that. I'm afraid it won't be difficult for them to annihilate our Zhou clan. It was not difficult for Zhou Zheng to figure this out. If it was not a powerful sect, would a grade 1 weapons craftsman who could refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90% and a grade 1 alchemist who could refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 91% join it? On the other hand, if the purple-clothed young man killed their Zhou clan's Grand Elder, the outcome would be similar for the Zhou clan. Regardless of the outcome, their Zhou clan would lose their Grand Elder who had just broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage. "So what if I'm domineering?" The Zhou clan's Grand Elder sneered. His words showed that he did not take Duan Ling Tian seriously at all. "Don't worry, I won't kill you directly. I'll torture you slowly. First, I'll make you wish you were dead before I let you die slowly. Only then will I be able to vent the hatred in my heart." When the Zhou clan's Grand Elder reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of satisfaction in his tone. It was as if Duan Ling Tian had already been tortured to death by him. "That depends on whether you have the ability or not." Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he said indifferently without taking it seriously. "You'll find out soon enough." The Zhou clan's Grand Elder snorted coldly. The origin energy on his body skyrocketed like a milky white flame that soared into the sky. A few profundities followed him like shadows. In an instant, it was as though he had transformed into a cannonball that shot towards Duan Lingtian menacingly. Whoosh! When the Zhou clan's Grand Elder shot towards Duan Lingtian, a spiritual sword appeared in his hand. As his hand shook, he channeled all of his energy into the spiritual sword. The spiritual sword immediately trembled violently and let out a series of clear and ear-piercing sword chimes. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, tens of thousands of sword rays of various forms shot out in front of the Zhou clan's Grand Elder. They were like rain as they shot towards Duan Lingtian mercilessly. If he was hit, Duan Lingtian would definitely be pierced by the tens of thousands of swords and die. The speed of the tens of thousands of sword rays was even faster than the Zhou clan's Grand Elder. Thousand Light Myriad Sword Technique. As the clan leader of the Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng immediately recognized the sword skill that the Zhou clan's Grand Elder was using. It was a set of heaven-rank advanced sword skill that had been cultivated to perfection. Only the perfection stage of the Thousand Light Myriad Sword Technique could transform into tens of thousands of sword rays once it was unleashed. Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens. Faced with the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's storm-like attack, Duan Lingtian did not fight him head-on. Instead, he moved his body and seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon as he dodged the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's direct attack. Whoosh! 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 However, the heaven-rank advanced sword skill, the Thousand Lights and Myriad Swords technique, which was at the perfection stage, was naturally not easy to dodge. When Duan Lingtian executed his movement technique to dodge, the myriad of sword rays turned and chased after him. Whoosh! At this moment, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder had finally caught up. The heaven and earth energy above his head had now gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. There were 4 ancient black dragon silhouettes and over 3,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. At the 9th level martial monarch stage, his origin energy was equivalent to the strength of an ancient black dragon and 2,000 ancient horned dragon strength. The Grade 1 spirit weapon had an 87% amplification of the strength of an ancient black dragon and a few hundred ancient horned dragon strength. There were also a few scattered monarch stage profundities that were equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 1 ancient horned dragon strength when added together. Therefore, when the Zhou clan's Grand Elder unleashed his full strength, it was equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and over 3,000 ancient horned dragon strength. That's pretty fast. Duan Lingtian, who executed the high-grade heaven-rank movement technique, Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens, seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon as he dodged swiftly, and he quickly noticed the myriad of sword lights that were pursuing him from behind. When he saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's head, a disdainful sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stood rooted to the ground and allowed the tens of thousands of sword rays that were formed from the sword skill cast by the Zhou clan's Grand Elder to envelop him. What's he doing? Perhaps he thinks he can't avoid it, so he's waiting for his death. No way. If he dies, how are we going to find out the origin of the sword and the pill? In the Zhou clan's auction square, many people looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. Naturally, they were not worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. Instead, they were worried that after Duan Lingtian died, they would completely lose the information about the origin of the sword and the pill that was auctioned off by the Zhou clan. At this moment, even Feng Tianwu, who was originally sitting in the pavilion, had stepped out. She looked at the sky and fixed her eyes on the purple figure that had stopped moving. Between her eyebrows, there was a hint of worry. Huh? At this moment, even the clan leader of the Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng, and the manager of the Zhou clan's auction square, Zhou Ji, frowned as they looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. They did not know what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. If he stopped, the tens of thousands of sword rays were just inches away from him. It was almost impossible for him to launch a counterattack. Soon after, their eyes narrowed. The other people's eyes narrowed as well. Heavens! What did they just see? They saw the purple-clad young man standing there with a sword by his side. The sword had just appeared when it disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. At the same time, everyone could clearly see a layer of light shield rising around the purple-clad young man's body out of thin air. They could vaguely hear the sound of swift sword whistling in the air. It was obvious that it was a light shield formed by a sword net formed by swift sword rays. Whoosh! 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 The tens of thousands of sword rays finally arrived. Like rain, they fell on Duan Lingtian and landed on the layer of light shield that rose around Duan Lingtian's body. Boom! 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 The tens of thousands of sword rays fell on Duan Lingtian, creating a series of loud noises and waves of airwaves that turned into gusts of strong wind. However, they still could not break the layer of light shield on Duan Lingtian's body. How's this possible? Upon seeing this, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder was completely dumbfounded. Disbelief was written all over his face. He did not expect this at all. His son's murderer could easily block his attack even though he had broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage after closed-door cultivation and had become the strongest person in the Zhou clan. How powerful! Is he using a defensive martial skill? Yes. Moreover, it's a defensive martial skill that's combined with a spirit sword. It's extremely brilliant. Many people in the Zhou clan's auction square discussed among themselves. All of them looked at the purple-clad young man who was shrouded in the translucent 5-colored light shield with reverence in their eyes. Although they knew the purple-clad young man was powerful, they did not expect him to be this powerful. In the face of a 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse who had unleashed his full strength with the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and over 3,000 ancient horned dragons, not only was he not afraid, but he even used a defensive martial skill to block his opponent's full strength attack. Moreover, he managed to block all of his opponent's attacks. Whoosh! At this moment, the heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head also showed signs of gathering into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Just as everyone was looking over, the light shield around Duan Lingtian's body dissipated, leaving only a sword in his hand. As for the heaven and earth phenomenon, it dissipated again before it could form. Many people were disappointed when they saw this. Did you just say, you're going to slowly torture me to death? Chapter 1181. The Zhou clan's Grand Elder's face turned pale when he heard Duan Lingtian's sarcastic words. However, he did not respond. The reason he came here so aggressively and wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, the person who killed his son, was mostly because he had just broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage in closed-door cultivation. He was almost blindly confident in his own strength. He thought it would be easy to kill Duan Lingtian. It was only now that he realized he was wrong. Terribly wrong. Even if he had broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage, he was still no match for the person who killed his son. His opponent had only used a defensive martial skill to block his full-force attack. He knew very well what this meant. It meant there was a huge gap between his strength and his opponent's strength. If his opponent's strength was only slightly stronger than his, it would be impossible for him to block his full-force sword skill so easily with just a defensive martial skill. Although I'm a 9th level martial monarch stage martial artist, I haven't comprehended even one 9th level monarch stage profundity. My strength still has a lot of room for improvement. Looking at Duan Lingtian, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's heart skipped a beat. His eyes gleamed brightly. Where there's life, there's hope. I'll look for him to avenge my son after I've improved the few profundities that I've comprehended. The Zhou clan's Grand Elder thought of retreating when he thought of this. Body and sword flash. Without warning, the Grade 1 spirit sword in the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's hand shook before he tossed it behind him with all his might. It shot out like a bolt of lightning in a ferocious manner. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, was stunned. The Zhou clan's Grand Elder's body shook, and his speed suddenly increased to the maximum. He caught up with the Grade 1 spirit sword that had not reached its maximum speed yet. He held onto it and allowed it to carry him away. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of many people, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder disappeared after his Grade 1 spirit sword disappeared into thin air. However, in the eyes of Duan Lingtian, Zhou Zheng, and a few others, the Zhou clan's head elder had thrown out a Grade 1 spirit sword with all his might before using it to escape. To be able to escape at such a high speed with the amplification of a spirit artifact, it was none other than the high-grade heaven-class movement martial skill of the Zhou clan's Great Elder, Body Sword Flash. It was far stronger than the average movement technique. Escaped. When the Great Elder of the Zhou clan disappeared into thin air, everyone present also faintly guessed this point, and all of them had strange expressions on their faces. Just now, when the first elder of the Zhou clan came, he came in a menacing manner. Who else could it be but me? But now, he was fleeing. There was a strong contrast between before and after. Trying to escape. Facing the scene before him, Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. Dragon traversing 9 heavens. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon. Wherever he passed, there would be a series of sword-whistling sounds. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that opened a path for him. As the last set of movement martial skill that came with the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens was also the most brilliant movement martial skill. It could also be performed with the help of a spirit artifact. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's current speed was driven by the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. Compared to the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's strength of 4 ancient black dragons and over 3,000 ancient horned dragons, it was much stronger. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian blocked the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's path. You. How can you be so fast? Looking at the purple-clad young man standing before him, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's face changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. In his opinion, he had already used the amplification of a spirit artifact to escape at full speed. Logically, it was impossible for him to be caught up. Do you think only your movement martial skill can use the amplification of a spirit artifact? Duan Lingtian seemed to be able to see through the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's thoughts and asked him back. At that moment, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's face changed drastically. No wonder he could catch up with him. It turned out that his movement martial skill could also use the amplification of a spirit artifact. One must know that there were differences even among heaven-class advanced movement martial skills. There was a world of difference between those that could use the amplification of a spirit artifact and those that could not. I'll fight it out with you. Realizing that it was impossible for him to escape from the purple-clad young man in front of him and that he was no match for him, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder was completely disheartened. At the same time, he roared and attacked Duan Lingtian with all his might. Fight it out with me? Are you even worthy? Faced with the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's roar and his figure that was charging at him at lightning speed, Duan Lingtian had a disdainful look on his face. He raised his hand and casually swung his sword to deflect the spirit sword in his opponent's hand. Whoosh! Subsequently, Duan Lingtian approached the Zhou clan's Grand Elder like a ghost. His other hand formed a palm and landed on the Zhou clan's Dantian as though it was assisted by God. No! Upon seeing this, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder realized something. Horror dawned on his face as he shouted loudly. Bang! Unfortunately, it was useless no matter how loud he shouted. Duan Lingtian's palm landed and easily crippled his Dantian, causing him to follow in his son's footsteps. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian carried the Zhou clan's Grand Elder like an eagle carrying a chick and returned to the Zhou clan's auction square. It only took a blink of an eye for him to bring the Zhou clan's Grand Elder back. Clan leader Zhou, this person wanted to kill me. Now that I've crippled his cultivation base, I'm sure the Zhou clan won't have any objections if I kill him, right? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as he looked at the clan leader of Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng. He was carrying the Zhou clan's Grand Elder in his hand. Energy kept surging out of his hand and destroyed the profundity that the Zhou clan's Grand Elder was communicating with. Although the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's cultivation base was crippled, it was only his origin energy that was crippled. The profundity that he had comprehended was still there. Although Zhou Zhang's expression was grave, he did not say anything. At this moment, he did not dare to say that the Zhou clan had any objections. Did he not see that the other party had crippled their Zhou clan's grand elder? Their Zhou clan's grand elder was originally one of the best in the Zhou clan. Their strength was on par with each other in the past. However, now that their Zhou clan's grand elder had broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage, he had become the strongest person in the Zhou clan. Even so, he was still crippled by this purple-clad young man before him. He did not doubt it at all. If he dared to say that the Zhou clan had any objections now, the Zhou clan would be attacked like a storm. Therefore, for the sake of the Zhou clan, he could only choose to remain silent. It seems like clan leader Zhou has no objections. When Duan Lingtian saw that Zhou Zheng remained silent, he knew that he had made his stand clear. With a lift of his hand, he threw the Zhou clan's grand elder away. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian extended his hand. An invisible energy extended out and transformed into an invisible hand that grabbed the Zhou clan's grand elder's neck and lifted him up. Cough. Cough. The Zhou clan's grand elder's bearded old face was flushed red. Due to the discomfort in his throat, he could not stop coughing. Today, your son, Zhou Li, is also like you. After I crippled his dantian, I lifted him up by the neck like this. Duan Lingtian looked at the Zhou clan's grand elder calmly and said indifferently. Even the way you struggle is the same. As expected of father and son. Naturally, the Zhou clan's grand elder could not hold it in when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he could not finish his sentence because he was being choked. All he could do was glare at Duan Lingtian furiously. What about me? Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he said in a clear voice, I came to the Zhou clan's auction square today to auction 2 items. However, your son, Zhou Li, not only did he want to take the items that I put up for auction, but he even wanted to kill me. It's fine if he wants to kill me, but why can't I kill him? What a joke. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Whoosh. At this moment, the people in the Zhou clan's auction square finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. The items that the Zhou clan's grand elder's son wants to take must be the sword and the pill, right? What a big appetite he has. He dares to take the auction items that are worth 800,000 high-grade origin stones. Isn't he afraid of bursting himself? If we let him have his way, I'm afraid we won't even know that such a grade 1 spirit sword and grade 1 life recovery pill exist in this world. As the people discussed among themselves, they were filled with righteous indignation. Earlier, you said that you're going to torture me to death slowly. Originally, I shouldn't have let you die so easily. However, I've always respected the old and loved the young, so I'll send you on your way and let you reunite with your son. Duan Lingtian stared coldly at the Zhou clan's grand elder as he spoke slowly. When the people present heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. How the **ck could this be called respecting the old and loving the young? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he suddenly retracted his hand. The invisible hand immediately tightened. Crack. A crisp sound resonated in the air. The Zhou clan's grand elder's neck was crushed. His head tilted to one side, and he was no longer breathing. He was dead. A 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse had died just like that. However, a 9th level martial monarch stage martial artist like the Zhou clan's grand elder could only be considered as the weakest among the group of 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouses on Cloud Continent. Compared to other 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouses, he was not even worth mentioning. Whoosh. Whoosh. Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and put away the Zhou clan's grand elder's spatial ring and the profundity fragment in his body. Only then did he casually throw the grand elder away, allowing his body to fall to the ground and smash into a pile of minced meat. Silence. The scene fell into a dead silence again. Everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian in unison. They were shocked by his strength. He could even kill the Zhou clan's Grand Elder who had broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage. Who exactly is he? This was the same question in everyone's mind. Tian Wu. After Duan Lingtian put away the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's spatial ring and profundity fragment, he looked at the red-clad lady standing outside the pavilion, Feng Tianwu. Whoosh! Upon hearing this, Feng Tianwu rose into the air under everyone's watchful eyes. In just a moment, she arrived next to Duan Lingtian. Sir, you haven't told us the origin of the sword and the pill that you put up for auction. At this moment, someone mustered up the courage to ask. At this moment, everyone could see that the purple-clad young man in front of them had called his companion to his side. It was obvious that he was preparing to leave this place. I said I'd tell all of you, so of course, I'll tell all of you. Chapter 1182. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They looked at him expectantly. Even Zhou Zheng, the clan leader of Zhou clan, and Zhou Ji, the manager of Zhou clan's auction square, were no exception. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian said slowly, "The Grade 1 Spirit Sword and Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill that I'm auctioning are from my sect, Lingtian sect." Lingtian sect. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, other than himself and Feng Tianwu, everyone present was stunned. Naturally, they were no strangers to the Lingtian sect. The Lingtian sect used to be the Yin-Yang sect. First, it went through a great change and was renamed by its first sect leader in almost 1,000 years. Is it the Lingtian sect whose sect leader is Duan Lingtian? Soon, someone could not help but ask. The sect leader of Lingtian sect was a young powerhouse called Duan Lingtian. Everyone present was familiar with this name. I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied calmly in the face of this question. Boom! The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone, including Zhou Zheng, the clan leader of Zhou clan, could not help but tremble. Shock was written all over their faces. This purple-clad young man was the sect leader of Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian, who was the talk of the town recently. No wonder. No wonder he's so powerful. So he's the sect leader of Lingtian sect. Zhou Zheng looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze as realization dawned on him. In the past, when the Lingtian sect was still the Yin-Yang sect, he was not afraid even if the peak masters of Yin Peak and Yang Peak personally came. This was because his strength was not inferior to theirs. But now, the leader of the Lingtian sect gave him an inexplicable pressure that made it hard for him to breathe. This pressure came from the powerful strength of the other party. Even the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan who had broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage was killed by the sect leader of sect Lingtian. One could imagine just how powerful the sect leader of sect Lingtian was. Perhaps, even if the other party wanted to destroy the Zhou clan, it would be easy. He's the sect leader of the Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian? No wonder he's so strong. So it's the sect leader of the Lingtian sect who's been the talk of the town lately. The others also came to a sudden realization. Some of the women even looked at Duan Lingtian with infatuation in their eyes. Zhou Li is really unlucky. I can't believe he actually provoked such a fiend. Zhou Ji sighed to himself. Even in his dreams, Zhou Li would never have imagined that one of the two guests he received would be the sect leader of the Lingtian sect who had been the talk of the town lately. If Zhou Li knew about this, he would not have dared to covet the two auction items even if he was beaten to death. What a joke. Those were the auction items that the sect leader of the Lingtian sect had put up for auction. The sect leader of the Lingtian sect was rumored to be able to kill the former peak master of the Yang Peak of the Yin-Yang sect without using any spirit weapon. The former peak master of the Yang Peak of the Yin-Yang sect had a strength that was not inferior to the clan leader of the Zhou clan. Sect leader Duan, did the sword and the pill that you put up for auction really come from your Lingtian sect? At this moment, the clan leader of the Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked solemnly, as far as I know, your Lingtian sect doesn't have any grade 1 weapons craftsmen or alchemists. Clan leader Zhou, are you sure you're talking about our Ling Tian sect and not the original Yin Yang sect? In the face of Zhou Zhang's question, Duan Ling Tian asked back. Zhou Zhang remained silent. Right now, I'm sure all of you have the same question as clan leader Zhou. If that's the case, I'll answer all of you at once. Duan Ling Tian looked down at the surroundings and said loudly, the sword and the pill came from my Ling Tian sect's grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. Whoosh. Although they were mentally prepared, they could not help but be shocked when they heard Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, admit it himself. On top of that, I hope all of you can help me spread a message. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian continued to speak. At once, everyone's eyes were focused on Duan Ling Tian. Some of them even asked impatiently, may I ask, sect leader Duan, what do you want us to spread? From today onward, the Ling Tian sect will open its doors wide to accept grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. Seeing that it was about time, Duan Ling Tian announced loudly, all grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who join the Ling Tian sect will be given guidance to improve their weapons and medicine refining standards. Duan Ling Tian did not elaborate on who the guidance was. However, everyone present could guess what was going on. The sword and the pill that the Zhou clan bid for earlier was undoubtedly the best explanation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before most of the people could react, 2 gusts of wind whistling sounded. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu had disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that they had left. It seems like our Zhou clan's auction fair today is just a wedding dress for Duan Ling Tian. Zhou Zheng smiled wryly. If he still could not see the intention of Duan Ling Tian coming to their Zhou clan's auction fair to auction the sword and the pill, he would have lived for so many years in vain. The sword and the pill were just bait. His ultimate goal was still the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who were eager to improve their weapons crafting and medicine refining skills. Unlike Zhou Zheng, the other people were more concerned about whether the Ling Tian sect would sell another grade 1 spirit weapon and grade 1 pill like the sword and the pill that was auctioned off earlier. No matter what, the news that the Ling Tian sect had a weapon craftsman who could refine grade 1 spirit weapons with a 90% boost and an alchemist who could refine grade 1 pills with a 91% purity spread out just like that. Not only that, but the Ling Tian sect also recruited grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists from the outside. Any grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who joined the Ling Tian sect would be able to receive guidance. If an ordinary sect dared to announce that they were recruiting grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, they would undoubtedly be ridiculed to death. However, the Ling Tian sect was different. The Ling Tian sect was a sect that could take out grade 1 spirit weapons with a 90% boost and grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%. If one did not believe it, one could go to the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City to take a look. The Zhou clan had a grade 1 spirit sword and a grade 1 life recovery pill from the Ling Tian sect. From this day onward, grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists would visit the Zhou clan's mansion every once in a while. The Zhou clan had to spend a lot of effort to receive them. However, those grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists left in a hurry after seeing the sword and the pill that the Zhou clan obtained. They completely ignored the clan leader and the Zhou clan's elders who were trying to get close to them. Everyone in the Zhou clan hated the Duan Ling Tian sect to the core because of this. This was because the Duan Ling Tian sect had made use of them. Of course, this was all in the future. After leaving the Zhou clan's auction square, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu returned to the Ling Tian sect at an extremely fast speed. It was as though they had transformed into 2 bolts of lightning. The most important thing that you brought me out to do was what happened earlier? Ever since she lost her memory, it was rare for Feng Tianwu to take the initiative to speak to Duan Ling Tian. That's right. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. I wanted to use them to advertise the grade 1 spirit sword and grade 1 life recovery pill. With Xiong Quan, Gold Thug, and the rest, I believe we can deceive many grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in a short period of time. Is it really just deceiving? Feng Tianwu blinked her beautiful eyes and asked. Of course, it's not just deceiving. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said with a serious expression, as long as the weapons craftsmen and alchemists are willing to join the Ling Tian sect, as long as they're willing to learn, I'll teach them everything I know. Of course, it's up to them how much they can learn. As someone who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 reincarnations memories, he knew very well how difficult it was for a grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemists to improve. Without outstanding innate talent, it was almost impossible to improve. The word outstanding here referred to being outstanding among a group of grade 1 blacksmiths and alchemists, surpassing most of the grade 1 blacksmiths and alchemists. Feng Tianwu nodded lightly. Apart from the Ling Tian sect, I'm sure you have other motives for recruiting grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists? Feng Tianwu asked softly all of a sudden as though she had recalled something. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded and did not deny it. Whether it's recruiting grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists this time or the fact that I intentionally spread my name out last time. It's all for the sake of finding Kerr and Little Fei, A grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists had a wide network that was unimaginable to ordinary people. With their help, Duan Ling Tian believed he would be able to find the 2 girls faster. As for spreading his name out, it was also because he hoped the 2 girls would know that he had come to the inner land and come to the Ling Tian sect to reunite with him. They must be very outstanding, right? Feng Tianwu said softly. I've told you about them in detail before. However, you've forgotten about it after you lost your memory. Duan Ling Tian smiled and introduced Kerr and Li Fei to Feng Tianwu again. When he mentioned the 2 girls, the gentleness in his eyes did not fade at all. Feng Tianwu could tell how important Kerr and Li Fei were to Duan Ling Tian just by listening. I really want to meet them. In the end, Feng Tianwu said softly. There'll be a chance. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. Soon after, both of them returned to the Ling Tian sect. Duan Ling Tian immediately went to look for Luo Ping. Vice sect leader Luo, bring some disciples and prepare a place to stay. It's best if we can open up a platform halfway up the mountain and build some pavilions on it. Sect leader, are you and Miss Tianwu going to stay there? Luo Ping nodded and could not help but ask at the same time. It's not just us. The main thing is to prepare new members for our Ling Tian sect. Duan Ling Tian smiled and said. New members? Luo Ping was stunned. She had no idea what Duan Ling Tian was talking about. You'll know soon enough. Chapter 1183. Go and prepare. Time is a little tight, so you'd better finish it as soon as possible. Duan Ling Tian said to Luo Ping with a solemn expression. Yes, sect leader. Luo Ping nodded. After bidding farewell, she prepared to leave. After Luo Ping left, Duan Ling Tian walked around Ling Tian Peak and studied his surroundings carefully. A sincere smile appeared on his face as he looked at the sect that was on the right track. In the beginning, he had no interest in becoming a sect leader and taking charge of a sect. However, he now felt a sense of accomplishment. No wonder so many people desire to succeed and become the leader of a force. As it turns out, the feeling of standing at the top and controlling everything is so comfortable. Looking at Ling Tian Peak before him, Duan Ling Tian's eyes gradually blurred. This was the sect that he controlled. Ling Tian sect. One day, I'll let everyone on Cloud Continent know about the existence of Ling Tian sect. I believe that day won't be far away. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone brightly like 2 stars that seemed to illuminate everything. After a while, Duan Ling Tian left. However, he did not return to his residence. Instead, he went to look for the Yu brothers, who were the other 2 vice sect leaders of Ling Tian sect. Sect leader. When they saw Duan Ling Tian, the Yu brothers bowed respectfully. They did not dare to be negligent. I'm looking for you to help me gather some materials. Duan Ling Tian said to the Yu brothers. Please tell us, sect leader. The Yu brothers nodded immediately. Then, Duan Ling Tian reported a pile of materials and asked the Yu brothers to search for them in the Ling Tian sect's warehouse. If they could not find them, they would search outside. I need these materials urgently. Gather them as soon as possible. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, his face turned solemn. "Don't worry, sect leader," the Yu brothers solemnly vowed. Ever since the Yin Yang sect changed its name to the Ling Tian sect, although they had become the vice sect leaders of the Ling Tian sect, they were mostly ignored. Looking at Luo Ping, who was always by sect master's side, their hearts were filled with anxiety. Now that the sect leader had finally asked them to do something, they naturally didn't dare to be careless. They were determined to do their best to gather the materials for the sect leader in the shortest time possible. "Go." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Yes." The Yu brothers respectfully responded and left. Like two streaks of lightning, they disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. "Once they've gathered all the materials, I'll be able to refine puppets without restraint." When a group of puppets powered by supreme-grade origin stones are combined together to form a composite puppet, I wonder how powerful it will be. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, his eyes filled with anticipation. The moment he bid for the mysterious silver in the Zhou clan's auction square, he had already made up his mind. He would refine a group of puppets and combine them with the inscription formation he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The combined puppets would be able to unleash extremely powerful origin energy. Coupled with the profundity fragments embedded in their bodies, they would be comparable to a martial monarch powerhouse. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian could easily control them through the mysterious silver. "I'm sure a grade 1 weapon craftsman or alchemist will come knocking on my door in a few more days." After retracting his thoughts, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention elsewhere as he muttered to himself. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, a grade 1 weapon craftsman came knocking on his door the next day and asked to see him. A magnificent palace stood in the middle of Ling Tian Peak halfway up the mountain. This used to be the main hall of the Yin Yang sect's Yin Peak. Now, it had successfully become the main hall of the Ling Tian sect. There were two people in the main hall today. One of them was dressed in purple and sat in the main seat. It was Duan Lingtian. Standing below Duan Lingtian was a middle-aged man dressed in plain clothes. The middle-aged man's face was full of stubble. It seemed like he had not groomed himself for a long time. "You're a grade 1 weapon craftsman?" Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and asked nonchalantly. "You're the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect?" Although the middle-aged man was dressed sloppily, his eyes were as bright as the stars as he sized up Duan Lingtian. "Interesting." Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man deeply. "That's right, I'm the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect." "Chi." When the middle-aged man raised his hand, his actions revealed his identity. Of course, it was not just his actions. The main thing was that a wisp of golden-edged purple flame appeared in his palm, indicating his identity. "Grade 1 weapon flame. You're going to join my Ling Tian sect? To become a grade 1 weapon craftsman in my Ling Tian sect?" Duan Lingtian asked with a gleam in his eyes. Even after confirming that the middle-aged man was a grade 1 weapon craftsman, he did not show any strange expression. It was as though the person standing in front of him was just an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian's attitude surprised the middle-aged man. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, the middle-aged man said calmly, "As long as I can confirm that your Ling Tian sect has a weapon craftsman who can refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90%, I'll stay." "Confirm?" Duan Lingtian smiled. "You didn't go to the Zhou clan to take a look?" "I did. But that doesn't mean anything," the middle-aged man said again. "Oh?" Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man deeply and asked, "What's your name?" "If your Ling Tian sect allows me to stay, I'll naturally tell you. If not, what's the point of me telling you?" the middle-aged man said coolly. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man deeply and said, "How do you want our Ling Tian sect's grade 1 weapon craftsman to prove himself?" "He'll refine a grade 1 spirit weapon right in front of you." "If that's the case, then it'll be great." The middle-aged man nodded. His eyes were shining brightly. Whoosh. Soon, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. This was because he realized that the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect who was sitting in the main seat had disappeared. This was not the main point. The main point was that a gust of cold wind was blowing towards him. This meant that the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect was coming for him. Why? Are you scared? Duan Ling Tian stood steadily in front of the middle-aged man and asked mockingly. What do you want? Looking at the purple-clad young man who was so close to him, the middle-aged man's face turned pale. What do I want? Don't you want me to prove myself? Duan Ling Tian smiled brightly. Take out your grade 1 spirit weapon. Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man and said. The middle-aged man was stunned when he heard this. Although he had many doubts in his heart, he still took out a folding fan. The folding fan looked strange. It only had a fan frame and no fan face. However, it was a grade 1 spirit weapon. A grade 1 spirit weapon that provides an 89% boost? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he took the folding fan. How? How did you know? The middle-aged man's eyes widened when he saw Duan Ling Tian saying his folding fan was a grade 1 spirit weapon that could provide an 89% boost the moment he touched it. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, it was as though he had seen a ghost. However, Duan Ling Tian ignored the middle-aged man's question. Chi! Duan Ling Tian flipped his palm and a raging flame shot out from his palm. It was a dark golden flame. As soon as the dark golden flame appeared, the middle-aged man's face regained its calm. Then, he stared at the flame in Duan Ling Tian's hand as though he was possessed. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian threw the folding fan into the dark golden flame that shot out from his palm. In just a few breaths, the folding fan turned into a pool of liquid. This is a weapon flame that's more advanced than a grade 1 weapon flame. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed in a low voice. The reason why he said this was because even if it was a first-grade weapon flame, it would still take a quarter of an hour to burn his first-grade spiritual fan to this extent. However, the dark golden flame in front of him only took a few breaths to melt his folding fan into a pool of liquid. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, his gaze was completely attracted by Duan Lingtian's actions. Duan Ling Tian was reforging the grade 1 spirit fan with the intention of increasing its amplification ability. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian casually displayed a profound weapon refinement technique, causing the middle-aged man to be dazzled. When had he ever seen such a profound weapon refining technique? At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten everything. In the world in his eyes, there was only that pair of slender hands that were constantly changing, constantly displaying artifact refining techniques that made him gasp in amazement. Duan Ling Tian seemed to be focused on weapon refining, but he could still spare some time to look at other things. He saw the middle-aged man's exaggerated expression. If you're already so shocked now, won't you be even more shocked later? A mocking smile appeared on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Time passed by quietly. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the pool of liquid had transformed into the prototype of the folding fan. There was still a long way to go before it could be refined back to its original form. Another hour passed by. At this moment, the folding fan had completely returned to its original form. Whoosh! As Duan Ling Tian withdrew his hand, the dark golden flame in his hand extinguished and the folding fan landed firmly in his hand. It's done. Looking at the folding fan in his hand, a satisfied smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. Although the folding fan in front of him looked the same as before, he knew that there was an earth-shattering change under its unchanged appearance. Take it. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and threw the folding fan to the middle-aged man. Yes, yes. The middle-aged man came back to his senses and caught the folding fan in a fluster. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning expression. Sect leader Duan, what grade are you as a weapon refiner? You should be above grade 1, right? We'll talk about this later. First, try the spirit fan that I've reforged for you. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Okay. Hearing this, the middle-aged man took a deep breath. Then, the origin energy in his body surged and poured into the spirit fan in his hand. In an instant, the spirit fan shone brightly. Chapter 1184. Currently, above the middle-aged man's head, there was an ancient black dragon silhouette and 9,200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes circling around there. They were lifelike and brought about a visual shock to the onlookers. 7th level martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect the person before him to not only be a grade 1 weapons craftsman, but he was also a powerful martial monarch powerhouse. Looks like I found a treasure today. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, a smile crept up the corner of his mouth. In the entire Ling Tian sect, only Luo Ping, Yu Ping, and Yuan were at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. Even he was only at the 4th level martial monarch stage. Of course, this was only referring to his cultivation base. In terms of combat strength, even if Luo Ping and the 3 Yu brothers joined forces, they would still not be a match for him. However, someone at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above was still considered a powerhouse. If he could join the Ling Tian sect, it would undoubtedly be a great help to the Ling Tian sect. How? How did you do it? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian. He could not suppress the excitement on his face. He still could not regain his senses when he recalled the scene earlier. Now, are you willing to join the Ling Tian sect? Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man calmly. However, he did not answer his question. Instead, he asked a question of his own. Yes. Yes. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the middle-aged man immediately nodded. He did not dare to hesitate at all. What a joke. The person before him was someone who could refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that could amplify one's strength by 92%. Although he was considered one of the best among the grade 1 weapons craftsmen, he could not be compared to the person before him at all. Now that he had the opportunity to stay in the sect where the person before him belonged to and receive guidance from him, he naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. Unless he was an idiot. Very good. The Ling Tian sect welcomes you. When Duan Ling Tian received the middle-aged man's reply, a bright and sunny smile bloomed on his face. Zhang San greets sect master. Only then did the middle-aged man recall the identity of the person in front of him in the Ling Tian sect. Hurriedly, he bowed and reported his name at the same time. At the same time, Zhang San's heart was filled with shock. The purple-clad young man before him was the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect, Duan Lingtian. He had long heard about this. In addition, he had also heard that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect was very powerful. What a joke. He was able to kill Yang Hong, the former peak master of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect, without using any spirit weapon. He was also able to kill the Grand Elder of Zhou clan in Ataraxia City in just a blink of an eye after he had made a breakthrough to the 9th level martial monarch stage. With such strength, how could he not be strong? That was fine. What Zhang San found hard to accept was that the sect leader of sect Ling Tian before him was actually a weapons craftsman. Moreover, he was a weapons craftsman that surpassed grade 1 weapons craftsman. Initially, I thought someone with such a young appearance who possessed such powerful strength was a powerful demon. Now, it seems like he's actually a human. Or perhaps, he's a variant. Zhang San guessed to himself. It was almost impossible for a demon to become a weapons craftsman, let alone a weapons craftsman that surpassed grade 1 weapons craftsman. Zhang San? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's self-introduction, Duan Lingtian's gaze became a little strange. He did not expect a 7th level martial monarch stage powerhouse and a grade 1 weapons craftsman would actually give him such a casual name. If our Ling Tian sect has another Li Si, you guys can be together. Duan Lingtian joked. Zhang San and Li Si. It was a natural name. However, what Duan Lingtian did not expect was that the moment his words left his mouth, Zhang San's face turned serious as he asked in surprise, "Sect leader, you know that I know Li Si? Is there really a Li Si?" The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He had only casually mentioned it earlier. That's right. Zhang San nodded in all seriousness. Li Si is a fellow from the neighboring village. That year, he and I went out to explore the world together, and by chance, we had a fortuitous encounter. Since then, I became a weapons craftsman, and he became an alchemist. Zhang San finished his sentence in one breath. What grade of alchemist is he? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as his eyes gleamed brightly. Grade 1 alchemist. Zhang San said, if that fellow knows that there's someone in the Lingtian sect who can refine grade 1 pills with 91% purity, he'll definitely rush to the Lingtian sect as soon as possible. However, unfortunately, that fellow has been in closed-door cultivation recently to break through to the 7th level martial monarch stage. He said he won't come out of closed-door cultivation if he can't catch up to me. Zhang San felt helpless when he reached the end of his sentence. In that case, if he comes out of closed-door cultivation, he'll be willing to join our Ling Tian sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. As long as he can obtain the guidance of the grade 1 alchemist in our Ling Tian sect, I think he'll definitely come. Although that fellow's alchemy skills are stronger than many grade 1 alchemists, he's only refined 3 pills with a purity of 85% and above in his entire life, and none of them were grade 1 pills, Zhang San said confidently. When he reached the end of his sentence, he purposely introduced Li Si in detail to Duan Lingtian. 3 pills with a purity of 85% and above? Looks like his alchemy skills are quite high. In that case, the fortuitous encounter that both of you had back then is not simple at all. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Zhang San. His wise gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Zhang San felt guilty when he saw this. Not bad. Reincarnation Emperor Wu? Duan Lingtian suddenly opened his mouth and these 2 words came out of nowhere. Ah! Zhang San instantly cried out in a low voice when he heard this, and at the same time, he had a surprised expression as he stared at Duan Lingtian as if he'd seen a ghost. You? How did you know? Zhang San believed it. There was absolutely no third person who knew about the place he and Li Si encountered back then. Because he and Li Si had once sworn under the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation, that they would not tell a third person about anything related to that place. Yet now, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could no longer suppress the shock in his heart. Because the place he and Li Si encountered was left behind by the Emperor Wu with the title of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, and it was a cenotaph. A cenotaph referred to the place where Emperor Wu casually left behind some inheritances, and it was not the place where Emperor Wu was buried. Of course, if it was in the words of Emperor Wu himself, it was a game he made out of boredom. Whereas those who were able to smoothly pass the game would be able to obtain many benefits. Looks like you found the cenotaph north of Flowing Wind City. Duan Lingtian said. You been there as well? Zhang San sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that the sect leader of sect Lingtian in front of him had also been there before, and that was why he had such a powerful weapon refining technique? That's right. Although the weapon refining technique that the other party displayed earlier was marvelous, there seemed to be some traces of the weapon refining technique that he had mastered. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly. No? Zhang San obviously did not believe it. I can be considered as the successor of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. I know almost everything that he knows. He did not leave behind many things in that cenotaph, but it's rare for you to be able to achieve what you have today. Duan Lingtian casually made up an identity for himself. As he spoke, there was a hint of admiration in his tone. Earlier, he had guessed that Zhang San and Li Si's fortuitous encounter was the cenotaph left behind by Reincarnation Emperor Wu because of the achievements that Zhang San and Li Si had obtained after the fortuitous encounter. Of course, there were other aspects as well. For example, when he had first obtained the folding fan in Zhang San's hand, he had discovered a familiar mark on it, but he did not dare to confirm it. The successor of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Zhang San's eyes narrowed, and at the same time, he hurriedly bowed to Duan Lingtian. Greetings, senior brother. Senior brother? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang San with a spurious smile. If I'm not wrong, the cenotaph left behind by the rebirth martial emperor clearly stated that the person who obtained the inheritance he left behind wasn't considered his disciple, right? Even so, in my heart, I still respect Senior Reincarnation Emperor Wu as my master. Please forgive me for not knowing your identity earlier, senior brother. Zhang San bowed again as he spoke. His tone was filled with sincerity. Seeing that Zhang San insisted on addressing him as senior brother, Duan Lingtian did not say anything else. Perhaps, Zhang San would be more obedient and stay in the Lingtian sect because of this. This was a good thing, not a bad thing. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He asked, the grade 1 spirit saber that gave an 89% boost at the Zhou clan's auction squares auction previously must have been made by you, right? Although he did not carefully observe the grade 1 spirit saber that day, a grade 1 spirit weapon that gave an 89% boost was extremely rare. How could it be refined by just any grade 1 weapon craftsman? Since Zhang San was the first to visit him, it was obvious that he had come from nearby. Due to this reason, he guessed that the spirit saber must have been made by Zhang San. I'm sorry to have embarrassed myself in front of you, senior brother. Zhang San smiled awkwardly. Although he was not at the Zhou clan's auction square that day, he had heard that the grade 1 spirit saber that he had refined, which was supposed to be the finale of the auction, was replaced by 2 other auction items. In the beginning, he was still a little unconvinced. However, when he found out what the 2 auction items were, he completely lost his temper. For this reason, he personally went to the Zhou clan to verify. When he confirmed that the grade 1 spirit sword that the Zhou clan had won could give a 90% boost, he immediately rushed to the Ling Tian sect. However, he did not expect that the person who could refine such a heaven-defying grade 1 spirit weapon in the Ling Tian sect was Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, himself. What made him even more surprised was that Duan Lingtian's master was the same as his, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. However, he knew very well that what Duan Lingtian had learned was not something he could compare to. This could be seen from the fact that Duan Lingtian was able to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that gave a 92% boost. Does this mean Li Si obtained the medicine refinement Dao's inheritance that the Reincarnation Emperor Wu left behind? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Chapter 1185. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. He did not expect this at all. The cenotaph left behind by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second life had been discovered. Most importantly, the benefits left behind by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu had been taken away by someone else. According to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the cenotaph was the only cenotaph that contained the weapon refinement and medicine refinement legacy. Naturally, only the legacy of a grade 1 weapon craftsman and alchemist were left behind. There was no mention of the existence of a quasi-royal grade weapon craftsman, alchemist, or even a royal grade weapon craftsman and alchemist. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Moreover, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu was once the one and only royal grade weapon craftsman and alchemist. It was impossible for him to share everything he had with others without holding anything back. You guys are pretty lucky. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang San and smiled. No matter how lucky I am, I can't compare to you, senior brother. Zhang San's actual age was at least 20 to 30 years older than Duan Lingtian. However, when he faced Duan Lingtian, it was as though he was facing his own elder. He was extremely humble. Even so, he did not feel unnatural at all. In the weapon refinement Dao, the one who was more skilled would always be the first. Senior brother, the weapon flame that you condensed earlier. It must be a weapon flame that's more advanced than a grade 1 weapon flame, right? Zhang San asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a gleam in his eyes all of a sudden. The dark golden flame that appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand earlier only took a few breaths to melt his grade 1 spirit fan into a puddle of liquid. It was much more powerful than his grade 1 weapon flame. That's right. Duan Lingtian did not deny it. The weapon flame that he condensed earlier was indeed a weapon flame that was more advanced than a grade 1 weapon flame. It was a quasi-royal grade weapon flame. It was also because of the quasi-royal grade weapon flame that he could refine and reforge a grade 1 spirit weapon that had an 89% amplification to a grade 1 spirit weapon that had a 92% amplification. Although it was overkill to refine a first-grade spiritual artifact with a quasi-royal grade artifact flame, it was extremely effective. It seems like there's an even higher grade of weapon craftsman above grade 1. Senior brother, I didn't expect you to have such attainments in weapon crafting. Even Senior Emperor Wu at his peak couldn't compare to you now, right? Zhang San sighed. His words made Duan Lingtian's cheeks burn. He knew that the reason Zhang San said this was because Zhang San didn't know anything about Emperor Wu. Perhaps, in Zhang San's eyes, the reincarnation Emperor Wu was only a grade 1 weapons craftsman and a grade 1 alchemist. As for quasi-royal grade weapon craftsmen, alchemists, and even royal grade weapon craftsmen and alchemists, Zhang San had never even heard of them. As long as you work hard, you will be able to reach my current level sooner or later. Duan Lingtian said. As long as senior brother is willing to guide me, I believe that I can reach senior brother's current level. Zhang San smiled, hinting at something. Don't worry. Since you've joined the Ling Tian sect, putting aside the fact that we're related to the reincarnation Emperor Wu, even if we weren't, I won't hide anything from you. Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. Thank you, senior brother. Zhang San was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly bowed to express his gratitude. I'm sure there will be more grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists coming to our Ling Tian sect in a few days. At that time, I'll let you lead a group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen. Duan Lingtian said to Zhang San, I hope you won't disappoint me at that time. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, senior brother. I won't disappoint you. Zhang San replied with a serious expression. Duan Lingtian nodded. The reason he made such a decision was because Zhang San's attainment in the weapon refinement Dao was far from what ordinary grade 1 weapons craftsmen could compare to. All grade 1 weapons craftsmen were proud and arrogant. If one wanted to convince them, one would have to crush them in the weapons refinement Dao so that they would be convinced wholeheartedly. Zhang San was undoubtedly an extremely good candidate. When will Li Si come out of closed-door cultivation? Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also wanted to let Li Si lead a group of grade 1 alchemists. According to Zhang San, Li Si's attainment in the medicine refinement Dao was far beyond ordinary grade 1 alchemists. It shouldn't take long. Zhang San said. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he moved and shot out of the main hall. Follow me. I'll ask Vice Sect Leader Luo to find a place to settle you down temporarily. After settling Zhang San down, Duan Lingtian returned to his room to cultivate. After cultivating for 3 days, many grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists came one after another. These weapons craftsmen and alchemists came because of Duan Lingtian's reputation. After Duan Lingtian demonstrated his attainment in the weapon refinement Dao and medicine refinement Dao, the group of weapons craftsmen and alchemists decided to stay. As weapons craftsmen and alchemists, at their level, they pursued the next level in the weapon refinement Dao and medicine refinement Dao. Staying in the Ling Tian sect was undoubtedly the best opportunity. The group of weapons craftsmen was led by Zhang San. The group of alchemists was temporarily led by him. It was worth mentioning that after Duan Lingtian demonstrated his powerful weapon refinement Dao, he also demonstrated his powerful medicine refinement Dao. This had shocked everyone, including Zhang San. Variant. The sect leader must be a variant. At this moment, the group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, including Zhang San, only had this thought in their minds. They did not think Duan Lingtian was not human. He looked to be around 25 years old, and his cultivation base was suspected to be at the 9th level martial monarch stage. He cultivated both weapons and alchemy at the same time, and he had achieved monstrous achievements in both. In their eyes, such an existence could only be a variant. Moreover, he was a variant among variants. Because of this, Duan Lingtian successfully attracted the group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists to stay with him. There were a total of 13 people in this group of weapons craftsmen and alchemists. Of course, as long as the Ling Tian sect continued to recruit grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, this number would continue to increase. Even if the progress was slow, it would still accumulate to an extremely terrifying number after a long period of time. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap seemed to have been ruthlessly slapped on the faces of the group of elders and disciples of the Ling Tian sect who had doubted Duan Lingtian's words. It was exceptionally loud. The group of elders and disciples of the Ling Tian sect still remembered this. Some time ago, Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, had said in front of them that he would trick grade 1 alchemists and grade 1 weapons craftsmen into joining the Ling Tian sect. At that time, they thought the sect leader was just bragging. However, reality gave them a resounding slap. At the same time, it shut them up completely. The true martial sect was a sect that had existed for thousands of years. It was currently a first-rate force. It stood in a vast canyon. The canyon was lush with greenery, and it was like spring all year round. It gave off a peaceful and tranquil feeling when one was in the canyon. However, on that day, the true martial sect had received an uninvited guest. An old man covered in dust descended from the sky. His speed was so fast that the patrolling disciples in the sky above the true martial sect did not notice him at all. Sect leader Wu Lai, Zhou Hua from the Zhou clan requests an audience. Soon after, a loud voice resonated in the canyon, alarming everyone in the true martial sect. Zhou Hua. Many of the true martial sect's elders and disciples were astonished. They were no strangers to Zhou Hua. Zhou Hua was the second elder of the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City. He was one of the few powerhouses above the 7th-level martial monarch stage in the Zhou clan. His strength was so strong that only a few people in the true martial sect could compare to him. Elder Zhou Hua. Soon after, a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes accompanied by a white-haired old man appeared in front of Zhou Hua, the second elder of the Zhou clan. Elder Zhou Hua, is there anything you need from the true martial sect? The middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes looked at Zhou Hua and asked with a smile. Sect leader Wu Lai. When Zhou Hua saw the middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes, he did not dare to be negligent and quickly returned the greeting. Wu Lai was the sect leader of the true martial sect. He was one of the most powerful people in the true martial sect. Sect leader Wu Lai, before I tell you this, I hope you're mentally prepared. Suddenly, Zhou Hua's expression turned solemn as he reminded Wu Lai. After Zhou Hua's reminder, Wu Lai had an ominous feeling in his heart. Horror dawned on his face as his gaze turned solemn. He asked in a deep voice, Elder Zhou Hua, what do you want to tell me? Sect leader Wu Lai, both of your sons died in Ataraxia City before I came here. After Zhou Hua finished speaking in one breath, he sighed again. My condolences. Boom. The moment Zhou Hua's words left his mouth, it was as though a bolt of lightning had struck from the sky. It struck Wu Lai so hard that he could not react for a long time. When Wu Lai finally regained his senses, his body involuntarily emitted waves of extremely cold air. Elder Zhou Hua, is what you said true? I wouldn't dare to lie to sect leader Wu Lai about something like this. Zhou Hua said solemnly. Who did it? Wu Lai asked in a deep voice. I don't know either. Zhou Hua smiled wryly. You don't know? When Wu Lai heard this, horror dawned on his face. When he looked at Zhou Hua again, there was an additional hint of killing intent in his eyes. It was as though he wanted to transfer his hatred to this second elder of the Zhou clan. Before I came, I didn't see him reveal his identity. Perhaps, he has already revealed his identity now. Zhou Hua said. I'll tell you as we walk. After Wu Lai said this in a deep voice, his body moved and disappeared from the spot. The direction he was heading in was the direction of Ataraxia City. The old man who was following beside Wu Lai also followed at this moment. His speed was so fast that it was not inferior to Wu Lai's at all. Zhou Hua took a deep breath and followed as well. After a while, Wu Lai, who was holding back his speed, asked in a deep voice when Zhou Hua caught up to him, Elder Zhou Hua, tell me. What exactly happened? Where did it happen? Why did my son die? Under Wu Lai's burning gaze, Zhou Hua told him everything he knew truthfully. If that adulterous pair doesn't die, I, Wu Lai, am a father in vain. Chapter 1186. A few days later, Wu Lai, Zhou Hua, and the other two arrived at Ataraxia City. At the same time, the three of them also learned about what happened after Zhou Hua left Ataraxia City and what happened at the Zhou clan's auction square. The people who killed Wu Lai's two sons were from the Ling Tian sect. One of them was even the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect. The sect leader of Ling Tian's sect had killed the Zhou clan's grand elder who had broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage in front of everyone. He had displayed his powerful strength. Sect leader Wu Lai, I know that you want to avenge your two sons. However, I suggest that you bear with it for the time being. In the Zhou clan's mansion, Zhou Zheng, the clan leader of Zhou clan, looked at Wu Lai and sighed. It's not that I'm looking down on your true martial sect, but I'm afraid no one in your true martial sect is a match for him. That day, Zhou Zheng had personally witnessed Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect, making his move. For this reason, he had the most right to speak. Thank you for your reminder, clan leader Zhou. Wu Lai nodded solemnly. Although he was filled with rage, he could only forcefully suppress it at this moment. Although he desperately wanted to avenge his two sons, he did not lose his rationality. Yes, he was the father of his two sons. However, he was also the sect leader of the true martial sect. He had to consider the big picture. Clan leader Zhou, you said earlier that Duan Ling Tian is recruiting grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists for the Ling Tian sect? Wu Lai suddenly asked as he looked at Zhou Zheng as though he had recalled something. Yes. Zhou Zheng nodded. He's using grade 1 spirit weapons with a 90% boost and grade 1 pills with a purity of 91% to attract grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists to the Ling Tian sect. Wu Lai muttered to himself. The Ling Tian sect must have recruited quite a number of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, right? That's right. Zhou Zheng nodded again and smiled wryly. As far as I know, there are more than 10 grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in the Ling Tian sect. More than 10 people were not considered many. However, if there were more than 10 grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, it would be shocking enough. So many grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. It's impossible for those first-rate forces in the central area in the inner land to have them. Even the ancient clan might not have so many grade 1 alchemists and alchemists. The second elder of Zhou clan's alchemists and alchemists and alchemists and alchemists and alchemists and alchemists. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Wu Lai's eyes were piercingly cold as he said in a deep voice, I'll let that Duan Ling Tian know that he's digging his own grave by wantonly recruiting grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. Wu Lai's words caused the other three people present to look at him in unison. As for the other three people, besides Zhou Zheng and Zhou Hua, there was also the old man beside him. He was also a guardian elder of the true martial sect, and his strength was not inferior to Zhou Zheng's. The sect's guardian elder was always by Wu Lai's side like a shadow. Sect leader Wu Lai, what do you mean? Zhou Zheng asked curiously. Although the other two did not say anything, curiosity could be seen in their eyes. Clan leader Zhou, think about it. The Duan Ling Tian sect leader used the sword and pill that your Zhou clan obtained from the auction as bait. I'm sure many grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists would be tempted. Even the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists from other first-rate forces would be tempted. They might even leave their forces to join the Ling Tian sect. Wu Lai said slowly, do you think those first-rate forces would be willing to do that? They won't. Zhou Zheng shook his head. His Zhou clan did not have any grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. If they did, it would be difficult for him and the Zhou clan to accept it if the Ling Tian sect took them away. They might even fly into a rage because of this. Sect leader Wu Lai, you mean, soon after, Zhou Zheng seemed to have guessed why Wu Lai said this. His eyes lit up immediately. That's right. Wu Lai nodded. His eyes gleamed coldly. I want to unite these first-rate forces that have been taken away by the Ling Tian sect. At that time, we'll go to the Ling Tian sect together and demand an explanation. Ling Tian sect's Duan Ling Tian won't be complacent for long. Wu Lai's voice became colder as he spoke. It was as though it came from an extremely cold ice cave. Sect leader Wu Lai's brilliant plan. Zhou Hua could not help but praise when he returned to his senses. Ling Tian Sect, Ling Tian Peak. Sect leader, there's someone outside who's looking for you. A respectful and humble voice sounded out from outside Duan Ling Tian's room, and it jolted Duan Ling Tian awake. Looking for me? Did he say who he is? Duan Ling Tian, who had just returned to his senses from his cultivation, frowned slightly and asked. He said his name is Lu Bai. The voice continued to sound from outside. Lu Bai? Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows twitched slightly before he muttered to himself, why is he here? Isn't he supposed to be in the northern mountain land? Lu Bai, the second young master of the northern mountains Lu clan. The northern mountains Lu clan was where Duan Ling Tian had stayed before he crossed the Roa Shui River. At the same time, it was also a clan that had inherited the legacy of an alchemist taught by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second life. He had always had a good impression of the Lu clan. Otherwise, he would not have left behind so many grade 1 spirit weapons and pills for the Lu clan before he left. Moreover, they were all high-grade spirit weapons and pills. Whoosh! A moment later, Duan Ling Tian disappeared from the bed in the room. When the door opened, he was already outside. Outside, there was a Ling Tian sect's disciple standing there respectfully with a bow. Bring me to him. Duan Ling Tian looked at the Ling Tian sect's disciple and said. Yes. The Ling Tian sect's disciple led the way in front while Duan Ling Tian followed closely behind. Soon, they saw the person who had just arrived. It was Lu Bai from the northern mountains Lu clan. Lu Bai, why are you here? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Duan Ling Tian, it's really you. When Lu Bai saw Duan Ling Tian, it was as though he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. His originally calm expression became extremely agitated, and his body began to tremble violently. What's wrong with you? Duan Ling Tian felt that something was amiss with Lu Bai's emotions. Duan Ling Tian. You must avenge the clan leader and the former clan leader. 2 streaks of tears rolled down Lu Bai's face. A man would not cry easily unless he was deeply hurt. What happened to the clan leader and the former clan leader? Duan Ling Tian's expression changed when he heard this. In the northern mountains Lu clan, other than Lu Bai, he was more familiar with the clan leader of the Lu clan, Lu Rui. As for the former clan leader of the Lu clan, he had a good impression of him as well. Dead. All of them are dead. Lu Bai looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a pained expression, our Lu clan is gone. I'm the only one left in the Lu clan. I'm the only one left. The Lu clan was gone. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed, and he asked in a deep voice, what's going on? Who dares to annihilate the Lu clan? The reason the Lu clan could survive for 10,000 years was because they had always maintained contact with some of the first-rate forces in the inner land. However, someone had annihilated the Lu clan? Was that person not afraid of offending the first-rate forces behind the Lu clan? Not long after you left, soon after, Duan Ling Tian learned the whole story from Lu Bai. Not long after he left, an uninvited guest appeared in the northern mountain land. He claimed to be from the ancient Han clan. At the same time, that person had another identity. He was Cheng He's uncle. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was no stranger to Cheng He. It was the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land who had died in his hands. He thought Duan Ling Tian had mastered some special method to refine medicine and wanted to force the answer out of him. He did not succeed the first time, and he even asked for help the second time. Someone from the Han clan? Duan Ling Tian's face turned grave. His eyes gleamed coldly as he clenched his fists tightly. His purple robe fluttered even though there was no wind. If that person from the Han clan was really angry at the Lu clan because of Cheng He's death, he would definitely annihilate the Lu clan. In that case, he was undoubtedly the person who had indirectly harmed the Lu clan. It was as such. He was responsible for the annihilation of the entire Lu clan, and everyone's death. That old man named Han Jing, who claimed to be from the ancient Han clan, killed everyone in the Lu clan except for me. If it wasn't for the clan leader who took care of me beforehand, I wouldn't have survived. When Lu Bai reached this part of the story, fear could be seen in his eyes. It was as though he had recalled something terrifying. Han Jing from the Han clan. Duan Lingtian's mood turned gloomier. At the same time, he engraved this name in his mind. He was responsible for the annihilation of the Lu clan. He would kill this Han Jing sooner or later to avenge the Lu clan. That Han Jing is simply a devil. Not long after our Lu clan was annihilated, I was lucky enough to escape. After that, I heard he annihilated the O clan as well. Lu Bai continued to speak. His body trembled even more as though he was terrified. He annihilated the O clan as well? Duan Lingtian frowned. Although the Northern Mountains Lu clan and the Northern Mountains O clan were protected by first-rate forces in the inner land, they were annihilated by Han Jing one after another. Although Duan Lingtian was shocked, he was not surprised. If Han Jing was really a powerhouse from the Han clan, even those first-rate forces who had promised to protect the Lu clan and the O clan would not dare to make a move against him. The ancient Han clan's position on the Cloud Continent was above all the first-rate forces. The former was not on the same level as the latter. Isn't the clan leader of O clan the helper his nephew, Qing He, found? The reason Duan Lingtian frowned was because he was puzzled. It said that the clan leader of O clan fled at the last minute and took his anger out on him. For this reason, he annihilated the O clan as well. Our Lu clan and the O clan, the two clans with 10,000 years of history in the northern mountain land, no longer exist. When Lu Bai reached the end of his sentence, his voice was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Only then did he realize. The reason the Lu clan and the O clan could survive for 10,000 years was not only because they had a wide network, but it was also because they did not offend the true powerhouses on the Cloud Continent. Chapter 1187. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he heard that the two clans with 10,000 years of history in the northern mountain land were annihilated just like that. Both clans had survived for 10,000 years, but they still could not stop the Han clan's powerhouses from making their move. Duan Lingtian did not feel anything when the O clan was annihilated. After all, the O clan was implicated in this matter because of the clan leader of O clan. As for the Lu clan, Duan Lingtian felt guilty. Han clan, Han Jing. If I don't kill you, I, Duan Lingtian, won't be able to stand tall in this world. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold, and the words that were slightly dry and hoarse seemed to be coughed out from his throat, causing one's hair to stand on end. At the same time, a murderous aura swept out from his body in all directions. It was as though he was an enraged god of slaughter. Lu Bai, who was standing nearby, did not even have time to react before he was shrouded by the murderous aura. He was terrified, and his body began to tremble even more violently. After a long while, Duan Lingtian retracted his murderous aura, and his expression returned to normal. Lu Bai, why are you in the inner land? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Lu Bai. I'm here to look for you. Lu Bai said solemnly. At the same time, a spatial ring appeared in his hand. It was a spatial ring that did not have an owner yet. The clan leader asked me to pass this to you when I found you. Clan leader? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Naturally, he knew the clan leader Lu Bai was talking about was Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan. After taking the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian performed the ownership claim on it. Soon after, he saw the items inside the spatial ring. The Grade 1 spirit weapons and pill bottles that were filled with Grade 1 pills that he had left behind for the Lu clan were standing there quietly. When Duan Lingtian saw these items, he knew Lu Rui did not think he would survive when he passed the spatial ring to Lu Bai. He only hoped that Lu Bai would survive. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered that apart from the things he had left for the Lu clan, there was also a jade slip. A sound transmission jade slip. Taking out the sound transmission jade slip, Duan Lingtian immediately infused his origin energy into it. After a short while, a clear and familiar voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Elder Duan, if you can hear my message, please help my Lu clan take good care of Lu Bai. This child will be the last bloodline of my Lu clan. As for what happened to the Lu family, Elder Duan, you don't have to blame yourself. Everything is fate. The voice from the voice transmission jade slip belonged to the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Roy. Heaven's will? Duan Lingtian naturally knew that Lu Roy was comforting him. He didn't believe in the so-called will of the heavens. He only knew that man could conquer the heavens. No matter what, even though he wasn't the one responsible for the destruction of the Lu clan, he had indirectly caused it. He was duty-bound to do so. Don't worry. I will take good care of Lu Bai. As for the Lu clan, I will avenge all of you as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When he reached the end of his sentence, wisps of cold flames appeared in the depth of his eyes as though they could burn everything. Lu Bai, you can stay in the Ling Tian sect from now on. I will provide you with the best cultivation resources and help you rebuild the Lu clan. As long as you're still around, the Lu clan will not be destroyed. Duan Lingtian said to Lu Bai with a solemn expression. Thank you. Lu Bai quickly expressed his gratitude emotionally. To him, being able to stay in the Ling Tian sect was undoubtedly a dream come true for him. Let's go. I'll bring you to see someone. I'll ask her to arrange a place for you to stay. The person Duan Lingtian was bringing Lu Bai to was none other than the vice sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, Luo Ping. On the way, Lu Bai followed behind Duan Lingtian and looked at Duan Lingtian's back with a complicated gaze. Previously, the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed at the northern mountains Lu clan had already shocked him. Now that Duan Lingtian had become the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, he felt like he was dreaming. Not long ago, when he had just arrived in the inner land, he had heard that the Yin Yang sect had changed its name to the Ling Tian sect. He had also heard that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect was called Duan Lingtian. When he first heard about this, his first thought was that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect was the Duan Lingtian he knew. However, when he thought about it again, he found it unbelievable. In his impression, although Duan Lingtian was strong, he was not strong enough to kill Yang Hong, the former peak master of the Yang peak of the Yin Yang sect, without using a spirit weapon. However, in the end, he still decided to come to the Ling Tian sect to try his luck. As it turned out, his luck was not bad. The sect leader of the Ling Tian sect was the Duan Lingtian he knew. Cultivate well. As for the Lu clan, I'll avenge them. After handing Lu Bai over to Luo Ping, Duan Lingtian said to him. I'll definitely raise my cultivation base so that I can help you. Lu Bai said seriously. After settling Lu Bai down, Duan Lingtian's heart was still a little heavy. The huge Lu clan was gone just like that. Is there something on your mind? Unknowingly, a fiery red figure appeared beside Duan Lingtian. It was a devastatingly beautiful woman who asked in a soft voice. The Lu clan has been destroyed. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the red-clad lady frowned slightly. The Northern Mountains Lu clan? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'll help you. The red-clad lady's short sentence warmed Duan Lingtian's heart. At the same time, a smile crept up the corner of his lips. When she was in front of him, Tian Wu was becoming more and more cheerful. After I create the combined puppet, I'll go and retrieve the great treasure left by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second life for his third life. As long as I get the royal grade resurrection pill, Tian Wu should be able to regain her memory after consuming it. Duan Lingtian began to plan in his heart. 3 days later, the Yu brothers appeared before Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, the materials you asked for are inside. Yu Ping handed the spatial ring in his hand to Duan Lingtian and said respectfully. Well done. Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he raised his hand and shot 2 pills toward the Yu brothers. The Yu brothers reached out and took a closer look. Their eyes lit up immediately. Sect leader, is this a grade 1 life recovery pill? At once, both of them looked at Duan Lingtian. Their breathing quickened. In their opinion, the Grade 1 life recovery pill that the sect leader took out was definitely not an ordinary Grade 1 life recovery pill. Its purity must be at least 90%. The Grade 1 life recovery pill in your hands has a purity of 99%. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. With the medicine refining technique and experience that he inherited from the reincarnation Emperor Wu, in addition to the quasi-royal grade pill fire that he could condense, refining Grade 1 pills was a piece of cake. Not only that, but he could even refine Grade 1 pills that were close to perfect. 99% purity? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Yu brothers were instantly petrified. They could not regain their senses for a long time. Naturally, they did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. However, this did not mean that they were not shocked. As far as they knew, the news that was spreading outside was only that the Ling Tian sect could take out a Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91%. Even they thought that a Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91% was the limit. However, when the Yu brothers found out that they had a Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 99%, they hurriedly put away the pills as though they had just obtained a treasure. At the same time, they reflexively observed their surroundings as though they wanted to confirm if there was a fourth person who knew that they had obtained a Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 99%. There's no need to look around. There's only the three of us here. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. However, the Yu brothers' faces were tense. It was as though they were afraid that no one would know what kind of treasure they had obtained. They could roughly guess what a Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 99% meant. The medicinal effect of such a Grade 1 life returning pill was probably not far away from reviving the dead and regrowing the flesh and bones. It could save their lives at a critical moment. For this reason, they did not dare to be negligent. After the Yu brothers put away the Grade 1 life recovery pill, they ignored him as though they were guarding against a thief. Duan Lingtian shook his head and left immediately. After he left, Duan Lingtian prepared to use the materials that the Yu brothers had prepared to forge a combined puppet. Now, I'm looking forward to the combined puppet's strength. Duan Lingtian's eyes were as bright as the stars. His face was filled with anticipation. However, forging a combined puppet was undoubtedly a huge project. First, he had to forge a group of ordinary puppets that were directly activated by supreme-grade origin stones. After these puppets were completed, Duan Lingtian would proceed to the second step, which was to forge a combined puppet. With the inscription formation that he had obtained from the Qing Feng Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Duan Lingtian was confident that he would be able to forge a combined puppet. Time passed by quietly. In a month's time, Duan Lingtian had only used half of the materials to forge half of the puppets. Each of these puppets was activated by supreme-grade origin stones. They could display the strength contained in the origin energy that was comparable to a 7th-level void transformation martial artist. In other words, it was the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. However, although these puppets were quite strong, they were not even considered as cannon fodder in Duan Lingtian's eyes. A martial monarch powerhouse only needed to spit a mouthful of saliva to drown them. Duan Lingtian's goal was to combine a group of such puppets through the mysterious inscription formation and display an even more powerful strength. Sect leader, this is bad. This is bad. On this day, Duan Lingtian continued to forge the puppets. However, not long after, he was alarmed by the noise that came from outside. He had no choice but to stop what he was doing. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian flew out and looked at a Ling Tian sect's disciple who was standing in the air outside. He frowned and asked in displeasure. He hated it when people interrupted him when he was focused on his work. He made a decision in his heart. If there was nothing important, he would definitely punish this Ling Tian sect's disciple severely. Sect leader, many people have broken into our Ling Tian sect and killed a few disciples who were in charge of patrolling. Chapter 1188. What? Upon hearing the Ling Tian sect disciples' report, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Killing his Ling Tian sect disciple? Who is so bold? No matter who it is, I will make you pay the price for daring to touch my Duan Lingtian sect disciple. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. His eyes were cold and hard to conceal. Where are they? Duan Lingtian looked at the Lingtian sect disciple in front of him and asked in a deep voice. North. The Lingtian sect disciple could feel the anger of the sect leader in front of him. He hurriedly answered without any hesitation. Whoosh. Almost as soon as he finished his sentence, he felt a gentle breeze blowing on his face. Then, the person standing not far away from him disappeared completely. Duan Lingtian was furious. Completely furious. He was now the sect leader of Lingtian sect. Someone came to his Lingtian sect to kill someone. Moreover, it was a disciple of his Lingtian sect. This was undoubtedly a slap to his face and embarrassed him. I would like to see who is so bold. Duan Lingtian's face was as calm as still water. As he muttered to himself, the murderous intent on his body surged as though it could pierce through the boundless sky. Sect leader. Sect leader. Along the way, many people gathered with Duan Lingtian. They were the elders of the Lingtian sect led by Luo Ping and the Yu brothers. They followed Duan Lingtian one by one. Seeing that Duan Lingtian did not utter a word, they knew that the sect leader of Lingtian's sect was furious. Young master. Master. Unknowingly, Xiong Quan and Gold Thug had also arrived. Along with them was a lady in red who looked like a fire elf. When she appeared, everything around her seemed to be overshadowed. As soon as the woman in red appeared, she landed beside Duan Lingtian and walked side by side with Duan Lingtian. In the entire Lingtian sect, only Feng Tianwu dared to walk side by side with Duan Lingtian. Sect master. Sect master. Not long after, more voices rang out. It was a dozen middle-aged men and old men who flew over. They were led by a middle-aged man and followed behind Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man in the lead was precisely Zhang San. As for the remaining 10 over people, they were the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who had recently joined Lingtian's sect. However, even when Zhang San and the others appeared, Duan Lingtian still ignored them. At this moment, his sharp gaze was fixed in front of him. Although there was neither joy nor anger on his face, everyone present could feel a terrifying chill from his body. I wonder who's so bold as to barge into our Lingtian sect. How dare they kill our Lingtian sect's disciples? We'll make sure they don't return alive. Many Lingtian sect's elders could not suppress the anger in their hearts as they roared to vent their frustrations. They had rushed over because they heard that someone had barged into the Lingtian sect and killed the patrolling disciples. Over there. Suddenly, one of the Lingtian sect's elders looked into the distance and cried out in a low voice. In the distance, a black mass of people appeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. Most of these people were Lingtian sect's disciples. At this moment, they were surrounding more than 10 people with faces full of anger. Some of them even clenched their fists tightly as their bodies trembled violently due to their agitation. To be more precise, there were 12 people surrounded by them. There were middle-aged men and old men. The 12 people were led by 6 people while the other 6 people followed closely behind. It's him. At this moment, the 5 people behind Zhang San frowned. Their gazes fell on 5 of the 6 people who were leading the group. It seemed like they knew these people. Do you know them? Zhang San's face darkened as he turned to look at the 5 grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists behind him and asked. I know that person. He's the sect leader of the Flying Frost sect that I was in previously. The person following behind him is the Grand Elder of the Flying Frost sect. One of the grade 1 alchemists said. I know that person as well. He's the sect leader of the Silver Feather sect that I was in previously. The person behind him is the Silver Feather sect's Guardian Elder. Another grade 1 weapons craftsman said. Other than the 2 of them, the other 3 people were in a similar situation. Among the 12 people, 10 of them were people they knew and had interacted with before. It seems like they're very unwilling to accept your departure. Are they planning to come to our Lingtian sect to snatch the people? After learning the identities of the 10 people among the 12 people from the 5 people, Zhang San could naturally guess their intentions. He could not help but sneer. They're not capable of keeping the people here, so they came to our Ling Tian sect to ask for them. Looks like they really think our Ling Tian sect is a pushover. At this moment, the people behind Duan Ling Tian finally understood the intentions of the 12 people in front of them. Don't they think it's embarrassing enough? How dare they come to our Ling Tian sect to ask for their people? Many of the Ling Tian sect's elders mocked. Do any of you know the remaining 2 people? Soon after, Zhang San asked the remaining grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. However, he did not receive any reply from any of them. Perhaps, the grade 1 weapons craftsmen or alchemists from their forces haven't had the time to come to our Ling Tian sect after they left their forces. Someone guessed. That must be it. Many people expressed their agreement. Duan Ling Tian heard every single word that came from behind him. It made Duan Ling Tian's gaze turn colder and colder. A sinister sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sect leader. Sect leader. The arrival of Duan Ling Tian and his group quickly attracted the attention of a group of Ling Tian sect's disciples. Each and every one of them looked at Duan Ling Tian excitedly. As they bowed respectfully, their eyes were filled with almost blind adoration. During this period of time, as a group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists joined the Ling Tian sect, all the elders and most of the outstanding disciples in Ling Tian sect used grade 1 spirit weapons. Moreover, they more or less had some grade 1 pills in their hands. Although they were just ordinary grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 pills that came from the hands of the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who had just joined the Ling Tian sect, it was enough to make them extremely excited. In the past, this was a treatment that the Yang sect did not even dare to dream of. However, today, they were able to enjoy such treatment. All of this was due to the Ling Tian sect and their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, of Ling Tian sect. It was precisely because of this that they respected the sect leader of Ling Tian sect from the bottom of their hearts. They even regarded him as their idol. Yes. Duan Ling Tian looked at the group of Ling Tian sect's disciples and forced a smile on his face as he nodded in response. However, when he led the group of people behind him to confront the 12 people in the encirclement, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a layer of cold frost. You're Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect? One of the black-robed old men among the 6 leaders stared coldly at Duan Ling Tian and questioned him in a condescending tone. However, Duan Ling Tian ignored him. His gaze swept past the faces of the 6 people in front of him one by one. Then, it swept past the 6 people behind them as if he was observing something. For 9th level martial monarchs? Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. He knew what was going on. Earlier, it seemed like he was only glancing at the 12 people in front of him, but in fact, he was probing their background with his spiritual energy. He discovered that among the 12 people in front of him, 4 of them were 9th level martial monarchs. As for the remaining 8 people, their strength was not weak either. All of them were 8th level martial monarchs. Didn't you hear what I asked you? When the black-robed old man saw that Duan Ling Tian had ignored him and noticed the mocking gazes around him, he was instantly enraged and shouted at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian continued to ignore the black-robed old man. To be more precise, it was as if he did not hear what the black-robed old man said at all. Sect leader Mo, however, this time, an old man standing behind Zhang San who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhang San as he looked at the black-robed old man. I left the 1,000 Feet sect purely out of my own will and choice. It has nothing to do with the Ling Tian sect. Moreover, when I left, didn't you say that we would part on good terms, sect leader Mo? When the old man reached the end of his sentence, his face turned slightly gloomy as if he felt that he had been deceived. Humph. However, the black-robed old man only snorted coldly when he faced this old man. It was as if he could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. He had already discussed it with the leaders of the other 5 first-rate forces. After destroying the Ling Tian sect, they would no longer treat these grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists as well as they did before. They would force these grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that they would never betray their forces. Otherwise, they would be killed by the lightning punishment. In the past, Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists were extremely rare. They were deeply afraid of encountering someone with a fiery temper, so they did not dare to do so. However, it was different today. There were close to 20 Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in the Ling Tian sect. Even if more than 10 of them had a fiery temper and were willing to die, the remaining would be enough for them to divide among themselves. Therefore, they were not worried that they would not be able to recoup the losses of their respective forces after destroying the Ling Tian sect. It was precisely because of this that the black-robed old man, the sect leader of the 1,000 Feet sect, was extremely cold to the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen that he treated so warmly in the past. All 12 of you are here for the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who left their respective forces. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. However, he did not answer the black-robed old man. Instead, he asked in a deep voice. The 5 sect leaders by my side are here for this, but I'm not. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a finely dressed middle-aged man among the 6 people in the lead said coldly. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the finely dressed middle-aged man. From the beginning, he had noticed that this person was different. The moment this person saw him, he revealed an undying hatred. The sect leader of the true martial sect? Duan Lingtian asked probingly as he narrowed his eyes. That's right. I'm the sect leader of the true martial sect, Wu Lai. Today, I'll kill both of you bastards to avenge my 2 dead sons. Chapter 1189. The sect leader of true martial sect. Upon hearing Wu Lai's words, Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. So, you're the father of those 2 idiots. Idiots. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, most of the people present had a strange expression on their faces. Many of them looked at Wu Lai in unison. So what if he was the father of 2 idiots? You. Duan Lingtian, don't push me too far. Wu Lai was so angry that he almost attacked Duan Lingtian. However, at this critical moment, he remembered that Duan Lingtian's strength was far from what he could compare to. Therefore, he could only endure it. After all, he was not the only one who targeted Duan Lingtian and Ling Tian sect today. Don't push me too far. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wu Lai in disdain. I'm pushing you too far. What can you do about it? Do you still dare to attack me? Earlier, he had already noticed that Wu Lai was only an 8th level martial monarch stage martial artist. Therefore, from the beginning until the end, he did not take Wu Lai seriously at all. If Wu Lai dared to attack him, he was confident that he would be able to kill him in one blow. Provocation is useless against me. Wu Lai snorted. However, his eyes still looked as if they could spit fire. It was obvious how angry he was. Trash. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wu Lai indifferently, causing his eyes to bulge. After that, he no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, he swept his sharp gaze across the remaining 11 people. Who killed my Ling Tian sect's patrolling disciples earlier? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. His tone was extremely calm. However, if one listened carefully, they would be able to hear the extreme anger and coldness in his calm tone. I killed them. At this moment, the grey-clad old man next to Wu Lai took a step forward and glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently. Based on his words, it was as though he did not care about this matter at all. At this moment, the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples glared at the grey-clad old man. Sect leader Lin, why do you have to do this? An old man behind Zhang San sighed. This old man was once a Grade 1 weapons craftsman in the first-rate force that the grey-clad old man controlled. Since he wanted to obtain pointers from the weapon craftsmen in the Ling Tian sect who could forge Grade 1 spirit weapons with a 90% amplification, he left the first-rate force he was in and came to the Ling Tian sect. When they left, they parted on good terms. However, it did not cross his mind that the former sect leader would actually come to the Ling Tian sect to cause trouble. You killed him alone? Duan Lingtian was successfully attracted by the grey-clothed old man. He narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. Not bad. The grey-clothed old man said proudly, as if he didn't notice the approaching danger at all. Very good, you dare to take responsibility for your actions. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. At first, Duan Lingtian was still nodding seriously, but as he finished speaking, his entire body disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the gray-robed old man. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the short-lived sound of a sword whistling entered the ears of all the martial monarchs present. As for the Ling Tian sect's disciples who were below the martial monarch stage, they could not hear anything at all. However, although they could not hear anything, they could clearly see the gray-robed old man falling down in an instant when Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, arrived in front of him. When the gray-robed old man fell, his eyes were wide open. There was a hint of disbelief in them as though he had encountered something unbelievable. Perhaps, until the moment before he died, he did not expect that he would be killed by Duan Lingtian so easily. When the gray-robed old man fell, there was a sword mark on his throat. The clear and tiny sword mark was also his fatal wound. A sword to the throat. At this moment, the group of Ling Tian sect's disciples was not the only one who was stunned. Even the sect leader of the true martial sect, Wu Lai, the leaders of the other 4 major forces, and the people they brought with them were stunned. Boom! They only regained their senses when a thunderous explosion reverberated in the air. It was Duan Lingtian who had smashed the gray-robed old man's body into dust with just a palm strike. Only a spatial ring and a few profundity fragments were left before he put them away. Sect leader. The old man who was originally following behind the gray-robed old man cried out in grief. The origin energy on his body surged as his profundity followed like a shadow. It was as though he had transformed into a wild beast as he pounced toward Duan Lingtian. He wanted to avenge the gray-robed old man. Whoosh! When he attacked, he used a grade 1 spirit weapon and charged toward Duan Lingtian. He was determined to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Whoosh! 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 The saber light that covered the sky swept down and enveloped Duan Lingtian. It was as though it wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Die! The old man shouted. The sound of air exploding rose and fell as he passed. It set off a raging wind that caused everyone's robes to flutter loudly. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon condensed and formed above the old man's head. 4 silhouettes of ancient black dragons and 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons charged out. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. You'll have to have the ability to kill me first if you want to. Duan Lingtian sneered and charged forward without dodging. He was not afraid of the old man's storm-like attacks at all. 9 dragons protection. With just a thought in his mind, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was enveloped by the 5-colored energy. It carried a sharp sword chi and wantonly swept around his body as though it had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon. The 5-colored divine dragon was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, it formed a 5-colored light shield on the surface of his body. Boom! 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 The saber rays that fell from the sky crashed onto the 5-colored light shield on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body and set off a series of loud noises. The airflow that exploded in the air set off another wave of raging wind. However, it still could not break through the 5-colored light shield on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. Dragon soaring 9 heavens. After a while, Duan Lingtian charged forward against the saber rays that fell like rain. It was as though he had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon that emitted a sharp sword chi. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the old man. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Just as the 5-colored light shield around Duan Lingtian's body disappeared, the short-lived sound of the sword whistling entered the ears of every martial monarch powerhouse on the scene again. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old man followed in the footsteps of the sect leader of his sect. Boom! Duan Lingtian did the same thing and blasted the old man into dust before taking his spatial ring and profundity fragment. The leaders of the 5 major forces, including Wu Lai, the sect leader of the true martial sect, had their eyes fixed on the heaven and earth phenomenon that was gradually forming above Duan Lingtian's head. They wanted to see through Duan Lingtian's background. This was also the reason why they stood aside and did nothing earlier. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll be victorious in 100 battles. They needed to have a deeper understanding of this Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Lingtian's sect who had appeared out of thin air and rose to power like a comet. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. The heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head dissipated again before it could form. The people from the original 6 first-rate forces had also left. Only the people from the 5 first-rate forces, including the true martial sect, were left. The sect leader is too powerful. Yes, he's too powerful. A dignified leader of a first-rate force was instantly killed by the sect leader in just a blink of an eye. The other powerhouse who had an extraordinary status and strength in that sect was not spared as well. What's there to be surprised about? The sect leader even killed the Zhou clan's grand elder who had broken through to the 9th-level martial monarch stage. Naturally, it's not difficult for him to kill 2 old men. Those 2 old men might not be as powerful as the Zhou clan's grand elder who was killed by the sect leader. The group of Ling Tian's sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Their eyes were filled with passion and admiration when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Some of the young female disciples even stared at Duan Lingtian with lustful eyes. They completely regarded Duan Lingtian as their dream lover. However, everyone, including Zhang San and the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists behind him, as well as the 3 deputy sect leaders of Ling Tian's sect, had a solemn expression on their faces. They could see that although 2 of their opponents had died, the remaining people did not seem to care. It was obvious that the person who had just died was not the strongest among them. Otherwise, they would not have been so calm. They knew that the real crisis of Ling Tian's sect had only just begun. Not bad, not bad. The sect leader of Qianzhang's sect, the black-robed old man, sized up Duan Lingtian for a while before nodding his head. He looked like an elder who was praising a junior. In the blink of an eye, his expression changed again. A ferocious smile appeared on his face. However, no matter how strong you are, you'll still die here today. The 3 of you, let's attack together. After all, this kid is someone who can kill 9th-level martial monarch stage martial artists like us. We can't be careless. The black-robed old man stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. After he had locked onto his target, he called out to the other 3 people. The other 3 people he called out to were naturally the leaders of the other 3 first-rate forces other than Wu Lai, the sect leader of true martial sect. These 3 people were like him. They were all 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses. That Zhou clan's grand elder is only a martial artist who has just broken through to the 9th-level martial monarch stage. Even I can kill him in one blow. Among the leaders of the 3 first-rate forces, the silver-robed middle-aged man said disdainfully. However, although he said so, he still stared at Duan Lingtian cooperatively. His eyes were cold, and he was ready to attack at any time. As for the remaining 2 people, they also locked onto Duan Lingtian immediately. A great battle was about to break out. Let's help the sect leader. The group of people behind Duan Lingtian became restless. All of them wanted to help Duan Lingtian. However, when Duan Lingtian raised his hand, the group of people regained their silence. They knew that the sect leader intended for them to stand aside and watch. Sect leader. You. The group of people, including Zhang San, wanted to persuade Duan Lingtian, but they were interrupted by Duan Lingtian in a deep voice. This is an order. For a moment, the group of people who did not dare to disobey Duan Lingtian's order looked at Duan Lingtian's back worriedly. Their hearts were filled with anxiety. Chapter 1190. Duan Lingtian, from today onwards, Ling Tian's sect will cease to exist. Among the 4 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses who were confronting Duan Lingtian, the black-robed old man, who was also the sect leader of Thousand Zhang sect, said coldly. Based on his words, it was as though Duan Lingtian was destined to be killed by them. That'll depend on whether you have the ability or not. Facing the 4 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouses, Duan Lingtian remained calm. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. Unknowingly, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand had split into 9 and hovered around his body. It continued to rotate at an increasing speed. You're an inscription master as well? The 4 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouses who were confronting Duan Lingtian were shocked when they saw him performing this move. They could see it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was controlling the 9 swords to rotate around his body with his spiritual energy. Compared to the shock of the 4 people and their 6 companions, the people from Lingtian's sect were not surprised at all. This was because the fact that their sect leader was an inscription master was not a secret in the sect. The reason why the cold wind could not invade or get close to the north of Lingtian's sect was because of the large-scale inscription formation that their sect leader had set up. From that moment on, they knew that their sect leader was an outstanding inscription master. As for the 9 swords that were revolving around Duan Lingtian's body, although they were exactly the same, most people only thought that he had taken out 9 identical spirit swords. They did not expect that these 9 swords were transformed from one sword at all. Jian, even though I can't personally avenge you, I've avenged you today. You can rest in peace in the netherworld. Jier, when this Duan Lingtian dies, I'll kill that bitch personally to avenge you. Wu Lai, the sect leader of True Martial Sect, shifted his gaze from Duan Lingtian to Feng Tianwu. All of a sudden, an extremely cold gleam shot out from his eyes, as though he was about to devour someone. In his opinion, today, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. Although Duan Lingtian could kill the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan, who was at the 9th level martial monarch stage, Duan Lingtian could not kill him. However, as far as he knew, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder had only just broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage. He had not even comprehended a single 9th level monarch stage profundity. Any one of the 4 LV9 martial royal realm experts that he had spent a lot of effort to instigate and gather had the strength to crush the great elder of the Zhou clan. Sect Master. A group of people from the Lingtian sect looked at Duan Lingtian's back with a dignified expression. Their eyes revealed traces of worry. Right now, they only felt that this Grandmaster was so tall and lofty. Standing there, he was like a towering mountain. They held their breaths, and no one spoke. They now knew that their sect leader was facing 4 leaders of first-rate forces like the Lingtian sect. The strength of these 4 people could be imagined. For a moment, many people broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Young Master. Master. Xiong Quan and Gold Thug stood side by side in the distance. They looked at Duan Lingtian with hope in their eyes. They hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to kill the 4 leaders of the first-rate forces. However, it was only a hope. They were not confident in their hearts even though they knew Duan Lingtian very well. They must know that Master killed the Zhou clan's Grand Elder who had broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage. However, they still came. It seems like they have a certain level of confidence. Gold Thug communicated with Xiong Quan through voice transmission. Of course. Of course, I know that. Xiong Quan replied in annoyance. At the same time, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Feng Tianwu had also retreated. She looked at Duan Lingtian's back quietly. There was trust in her eyes. It was unconditional trust. Kill. Finally, the sect leader of the 1,000 Feet sect, the black-robed old man, shouted suddenly. Then, it was as though he had transformed into a black lightning bolt as he charged toward Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. Boom! The moment the black-robed old man made his move, the air at the spot where he was originally standing was shaken by him. A deafening sound of air exploding reverberated in the air, followed by a series of faint air exploding sounds. Boom! 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 Almost at the same time when the black-robed old man made his move, the other 3 people made their moves one after another. Their target was Duan Lingtian. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. The 4 people who made their moves at lightning speed knew what to do. As long as they killed Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Lingtian sect, the Lingtian sect would disintegrate and cease to exist. The Lingtian sect will become the most short-lived first-rate force in the history of the Cloud Continent. One of the 3 people who made their moves behind the black-robed old man said. His voice was filled with contempt and disdain. His words caused the people from the Lingtian sect to have a change of expression. Everyone knows how to boast. Like I said, it depends on whether you have the ability or not. In the face of the provocation, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated. His tone was calm. It did not sound like a person who was being targeted by 4 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses at all. Dragon soaring 9 heavens. In the face of the 4 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses who were charging at him menacingly, Duan Lingtian's body flashed. It was as though he had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon that soared into the sky and went straight into the clouds. Humph. Accompanied by 4 cold snorts, the 4 people who attacked Duan Lingtian turned around and charged at Duan Lingtian like 4 bolts of lightning. The 5 people, including Duan Lingtian, were so fast that most of the Lingtian sect's disciples could not catch sight of their figures at all. They could only faintly hear the air exploding sounds that reverberated in their ears. They could also feel the gusts of strong wind blowing in their faces. Currently, only those who were above the 7th-level martial monarch stage could see the movements of Duan Lingtian and the other 4 people clearly. In their eyes, the scene in front of them was extremely spectacular. A 5-colored divine dragon was leading the way, followed by 4 streaks of light that were as fast as lightning. They disappeared into the clouds in just a short while and completely disappeared before their eyes. Whoosh! 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 Upon seeing this, the people present on the scene rose into the air and chased after them. Whether it was those who could see the movements of Duan Lingyun and the others clearly or those who could not, all of them rose into the air as though they wanted to join in the fun. They looked at the turbulent clouds in the distance. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, one could see 16 silhouettes of ancient black dragons and more than 20,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as though they were attacking the same target. This is the heaven and earth phenomenon formed when the leaders of the 4 major forces activated the heaven and earth energy. On average, each of them has the strength of more than 4 ancient black dragons and more than 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Boom! 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 The sound of air exploding reverberated in the air one after another. It was so loud that some of the weaker Lingtian sect's disciples' faces turned red. Some of them even bled from their 7 apertures and hurriedly covered their ears with their hands. At this moment, the leaders of the 4 major forces had already used their grade 1 spirit weapons. The spirit weapons of the 4 of them were different. One of them used a saber, one used a sword, one used a hammer, and one used a pair of gloves. Whoosh! 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 Wherever the saber user passed, the airflow in the air seemed to be cut open by a gigantic saber. The saber ray that filled the sky whistled and swept forward as though it had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon. Whoosh! 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 When the sword user made his move, the sword ray that covered the sky and earth swept out and transformed into a sword net that enveloped the purple figure like an inescapable net. Boom! 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 No matter if it was the hammer user or the gloves user, when the gigantic hammer or fist in their hands smashed out, it was like a cannonball that was shot out. It tore through the sky and set off a series of terrifying air-exploding sounds. These air-exploding sounds were also the source of some of the weaker Lingtian sect's disciples who were bleeding from their 7 apertures. When the strongest person unleashes his full strength, it's equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and over 6,000 ancient horned dragons. The weakest person unleashes his full strength. It's equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and over 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Duan Ling Tian, who had cast the heaven rank advanced martial skill, Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens, appeared exceptionally calm in the face of the 4 people's attacks that were getting closer and closer. Their strength is rather average. Moreover, they're all stronger than the Zhou clan's Grand Elder. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted, and he turned his body again. Whoosh! This time, Duan Lingtian turned around and charged back. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he resolutely welcomed the full force attack of the 4 major forces leaders. You're seeking death. When the leaders of the 4 major forces, including the sect leader of Thousand Zhang sect, saw Duan Lingtian turning around and charging towards them, all of them, at the same time, sneered. In their opinion, this Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect, was basically delivering himself to their doorstep for them to kill. Has he given up on resisting? This was the thought in the 4 of their hearts. A smug smile crept up the corners of their mouths at the same time. At the same time, the attacks that the 4 of them cast out, accompanied by the vast heaven and earth phenomenon that gathered together, swept out like a violent storm towards the purple figure that was charging towards them. What's the sect leader doing? Upon seeing the scene before their eyes, horror dawned on many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples. Only a few people who were familiar with Duan Lingtian had their eyes lit up all of a sudden as though they had guessed something. On the other hand, the remaining 6 people, including Wu Lai, the sect leader of True Martial sect, had their eyes lit up as well. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was undoubtedly courting death for daring to turn around at this moment. Perhaps, he thinks that he's going to die today and wants to die as soon as possible. The sect leader of Ling Tian's sect is only a so-so. This was what most of them were thinking. Jenner, do you see this? This Duan Lingtian is going to die soon. When Wu Lai saw that Duan Lingtian was completely exposed to the attacks of the 4 major forces leaders, a brilliant smile appeared on his face. It was as though he could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed. However, in the next moment, the smile on his face completely froze. Heavens! What did he just see? At the same time, the other 5 people next to Wu Lai were horrified as well. Disbelief could be seen in their eyes. The people from Ling Tian's sect were also stunned. Chapter 1191. For idiots, thank you for the gift you've given me. When he turned around and faced the storm-like attacks of the leaders of the 4 major forces, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth when most people thought he would die. His voice was cold and emotionless. Gift? The leaders of the 4 major forces were stunned. Before they could react, they saw 9 sword rays shooting out from the purple figure that faced their attacks. They knew very well that these were the 9 spiritual swords that had previously surrounded Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect. However, they did not care. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Not only did they not care, but they even despised Duan Lingtian's current attack from the bottom of their hearts. Based on the speed of the 9 sword rays, they could roughly estimate the power contained in the 9 sword rays. These 9 sword rays might be able to block any one of their attacks, but it was impossible for them to block the attacks of all 4 of them at the same time. And now, Duan Lingtian had performed the 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique immediately. The 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique had a special feature. That was, when he controlled them with his spiritual power, he needed a buffer time to increase the speed of the 9 swords to the maximum. This was also the reason why the leaders of the 4 major forces had underestimated Duan Lingtian's 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique. Whoosh! 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 The 9 sword rays whizzed through the air. After a while, the sword rays expanded greatly. It was as though 9 Duan Lingtian had attacked at the same time. Their strength soared to the maximum immediately as though they were assisted by God. How is this possible? At this moment, the leaders of the 4 major forces changed their expressions. The sudden acceleration of the 9 streaks of sword light finally woke them up completely. At this moment, they realized that the 4 of them would not be able to block them. They did not expect this at all. The speed of the 9 sword rays would suddenly increase and increase so dramatically. It was completely beyond their imagination. Damn it! How can this Duan Lingtian be so strong? Didn't Wu Lai say that Duan Lingtian's strength is only slightly stronger than the Zhou clan's Grand Elder who had just broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage? This is called slightly stronger than the Zhou clan's Great Elder? We were tricked by Wu Lai. At that moment, the 4 of them finally saw the heaven and earth phenomenon that accompanied Duan Lingtian. It was the silhouettes of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. The strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. Even the strongest among them was far inferior to this Duan Lingtian in terms of strength. Moreover, the sword skill that Duan Lingtian had just displayed was so miraculous that it was as if he had the help of the gods. It made all of their hair stand on end, and they didn't think that they could block it. Run! At the same time, the 4 of them had the same thought. However, the movements of their hands were not slow in the slightest. A torrential storm of attacks greeted the 9 rapidly approaching sword rays, as if they were not afraid at all. Of course, it was not that they were not afraid of Duan Lingtian, but they knew very well that they would be devoured by their own strength if they forcefully stopped at that moment. That was not what they wanted to see. Therefore, they could only brace themselves and attack. In their hearts, they tacitly made a decision. When his attack collided with Duan Lingtian's attack, he would take advantage of the recoil to escape even if he would be injured. Although they might not be able to escape, they had to do this. If they did not escape, they would definitely die. If they escaped, they might still have a chance of survival. Boom! 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 A few moments later, a series of loud noises resonated. It was the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords that Duan Lingtian had unleashed using the 9 Tribulations sword control technique to attack the 4 major forces leaders. The storm-like attacks were instantly crushed and shattered when they encountered the sword rays that were transformed from the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords. Pooh! Pooh! At the same time, the 4 major forces leaders were all injured. Some of them even spat out a mouthful of dazzling blood. However, they did not dare to stay any longer. With a flash of their bodies, they fled in all directions. However, would they be able to escape? Everyone, including Wu Lai, the sect leader of the true martial sect, was shocked by this scene. After the 9 sword rays crushed the 4 storm-like attacks, the sword rays shone even brighter. In the next moment, everyone was shocked to see that the 9 5-colored sword rays had transformed into close to 100 5-colored divine dragons. To be precise, there were 81 divine dragons. Each ray of sword light transformed into 9 divine dragons. 9 dragons' radiant flash. As Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold, 162 ultimate sword rays shot out from the eyes of the 81 5-colored divine dragons. These ultimate sword rays were so fast that even the powerhouses at the 7th and 8th level martial monarch stage could not capture them. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, a series of short-lived piercing howls entered the ears of everyone present. The piercing sound only lasted for a blink of an eye. In the next moment, everyone was shocked to see that the 4 first-rate forces leaders who were preparing to flee in 4 different directions had their bodies frozen in midair. Dazzling arrows of blood continued to spurt out of their bodies. The blood splattered across the sky like red roses blooming one after another. Without exception, there were dozens of bloody holes on the bodies of the 4 major forces leaders. They were as dead as they could be. Whoosh! At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the purple figure standing proudly in the distant sky disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the people from Ling Tian's sect. There were 5 spatial rings and a pile of profundity fragments in his hand. Then, they disappeared as he put them away into his spatial ring. For idiots, thank you for the gifts you gave me. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's words seemed to be reverberating in the ears of the people present. Only then did they realize. The gifts Duan Lingtian mentioned were the spatial rings and profundity fragments left behind by the four major forces leaders after they died. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Everyone's eyes landed on the same person at the same time. The purple-clad figure was so tall in their eyes, like an invincible god of war. Impossible. Impossible. In the distance, Wu Lai, the sect leader of true martial sect, was the first to regain his senses. He looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him and kept shaking his head as though he was unwilling to believe what he had just seen was real. Wu Lai, didn't you say that his strength is only slightly stronger than the Grand Elder of Zhou clan? Wu Lai. His strength is obviously much stronger than the Grand Elder of Zhou clan. Why did you say that he's only slightly stronger? You killed our sect leader of 1,000 Feet sect. Wu Lai, return our sect leader's life. At the same time, apart from Wu Lai and the old man behind him, the other four people beside him glared at him furiously. Their eyes were filled with coldness. At once, Wu Lai's face turned pale. He had only heard that Duan Lingtian was able to kill the Grand Elder of Zhou clan and that he had just broken through to the 9th-level martial monarch stage. As for how strong Duan Lingtian was exactly, he had no idea. However, according to his previous speculation, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be too strong. At most, he was only slightly stronger than the Grand Elder of Zhou clan. The reason he came to this conclusion was because he thought that if Duan Lingtian's strength was much stronger than the Grand Elder of Zhou clan, it would be impossible for him to condescend to become the sect Lingtian of the original Yin Yang sect. Only now did he realize that he was wrong. Ridiculously wrong. With Duan Lingtian's strength, he could compete with the top powerhouses of the upper-middle first-rate forces even if he went to the central area of the inner land. At this moment, he only wanted to curse in his heart. Why did a powerhouse with such strength like you come to the worts of the inner land to proclaim himself as the king? Isn't this bullying? At this moment, Wu Lai no longer had any thoughts of avenging his two sons in his heart. This was because he knew that he would not be able to avenge them. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Boom! A loud noise reverberated. It was an old man who was not far away from Wu Lai. He attacked Wu Lai like a thunderbolt, his attacks enveloping Wu Lai like a storm. Humph! Accompanied by a cold snort, the old man who followed behind Wu Lai like a shadow made his move before Wu Lai could react and helped him block the former's attack. What are you doing? Wu Lai's expression changed drastically as he glared at the old man who attacked him. I'm going to die today anyway. Before I die, I'll kill you to appease the sect leader's soul in heaven. The old man shouted and attacked Wu Lai again. However, he was blocked by the old man behind Wu Lai again. Both of them were evenly matched and it was difficult to determine the winner. The reason why our few sects are facing such a calamity today is all because of this Wu Lai. Kill him. Soon after, the people from the other three first-rate forces also attacked Wu Lai furiously. In their opinion, if Wu Lai had not personally come to their sects and instigated them to come to the Ling Tian sect, they would not have appeared here and would not have to face such a calamity. Initially, they thought they would be able to obtain great benefits by coming to the Ling Tian sect. Who would have thought that not only would they not obtain anything, but they would even lose their lives here? The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. In the end, they blamed everything on Wu Lai, the instigator. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air. The powerhouses from the three first-rate forces attacked Wu Lai at the same time. They did not show any mercy and heavily injured Wu Lai in just a short while. Any one of them could fight Wu Lai to a draw. If the three of them joined forces, it would be easy for them to kill Wu Lai. In just a blink of an eye, Wu Lai was killed by them. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian watched coldly as a bystander. From the words of the person in front of him, he learned that everything that happened today was all because of Wu Lai, the sect leader of the true martial sect. It was Wu Lai who gathered the powerhouses from the first-rate forces to come to the Ling Tian sect with the intention of destroying the Ling Tian sect. As for the reason, it was not difficult to guess. It was none other than Wu Lai knew that the true martial sect alone would not be able to avenge his two sons, so he dragged the other first-rate forces down with him. This Wu Lai is really smart. He knows how to make use of the opportunity. Chapter 1192. If it was not for the fact that the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and Grade 1 alchemists from the first-rate forces were poached by the Ling Tian sect, Wu Lai would not have been able to convince the first-rate forces to attack the Ling Tian sect. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. Seeing that Wu Lai was killed, Duan Ling Tian made his move and collected the spatial ring and profundity fragment on Wu Lai's body. In the next second, Duan Ling Tian moved again and disappeared before most of the people's eyes. Whoosh! 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 In less than a breath's time, several short-lived sword whistles entered the ears of everyone present. Then, the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples realized that after the sect leader of true martial sect, Wu Lai, died, the remaining 5 people were all killed. None of them were left alive. At the same time, they saw the purple figure appear again. A purple-clad young man entered their sight, causing them to tremble in fear. They did not regain their senses for a long time. The sect leader's strength was just too freakish, right? Not bad. Duan Ling Tian looked at the pile of spatial rings and profundity fragments in his hand and muttered to himself. The sect leader is so powerful. At this moment, the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples regained their senses and looked at the purple-clad young man in front of them with admiration in their eyes. Although they had long known that the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect was powerful, they thought he was only slightly more powerful than the former peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong, of the Yin Yang sect. However, today, this thought of theirs was gone forever. What a joke! Their sect leader had just killed 4 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses who had joined forces. Any one of those 4 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses could easily kill the former peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong, of the Yin Yang sect. However, they died in the hands of the sect leader of Ling Tian sect in just a blink of an eye. With the sect leader of our Ling Tian sect, we can definitely be ranked as a middle-level first-rate force. Many people whispered among themselves. Although there were many first-rate forces in the inner land of Cloud Continent, their strengths were uneven. For example, the original Yin Yang sect, the true martial sect, and the Zhou clan were at the bottom of the first-rate forces in the inner land. However, the 4 people Duan Ling Tian had just killed were the leaders of the middle and lower class forces. Their strength was far from what the experts of the lower first-rate forces could compare with. That's right. With the sect leader's strength, he might even be able to win against the top experts of the middle-tier first-rate forces. Someone else said. His words quickly gained the approval of the majority. Our Ling Tian sect leader killed the leaders of the 6 great first-rate forces and the 8th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses by their side all by himself. I still feel a little excited when I recall the scene earlier. Many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples were excitedly saying similar words. At this moment, they were proud to be elders and disciples of the Ling Tian sect. Master's strength is rising too quickly. Gold Thug looked at Duan Ling Tian with a wry smile on his face. When he first met Duan Ling Tian, he had fought with Duan Ling Tian. At that time, although Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him, it was not by much. However, the current Duan Ling Tian had left him far behind. Young master. After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength, Xiong Quan's eyes lit up, and his face was filled with excitement. Feng Tianwu stood at the side. Her face was expressionless. However, when she looked at Duan Ling Tian, there was a hint of gentleness in the depth of her beautiful eyes. Freak. Too freak. Zhang San looked at Duan Ling Tian from top to bottom and muttered to himself as he looked at him. It was as though he was seeing Duan Ling Tian for the first time. He did not expect this at all. The sect leader of the Ling Tian sect that he had joined was not only a freak blacksmith and alchemist, but he was also a freak of a martial Dao powerhouse. His strength was so strong that he could only look up to him. I heard that the sect leader is also an inscription master. When he thought of this, Zhang San was speechless. He felt as though he had lived like a dog all these years. The group of grade 1 blacksmiths and alchemists behind Zhang San were as shocked as Zhang San. These grade 1 blacksmiths and alchemists had joined the Ling Tian sect after Zhang San had joined it. When they had first joined the Ling Tian sect, they were all full of arrogance. However, when they saw Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, the blacksmithing and alchemy skills, all of them became obedient. Only then did they realize that their blacksmithing and alchemy skills were nothing at all. In the past, although they had heard that their sect leader of the Ling Tian sect was very strong and could even kill Yang Hong, the former peak master of the Yang peak of the Yin Yang sect, in just one blow, they did not have a concrete idea. Today, in their hearts, they finally had a deep understanding of the strength of their sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian. This concept also caused them to be inexplicably shocked. Our sect leader is simply the darling of the heavens. Not only has he achieved great achievements in the blacksmithing Dao, alchemy Dao, and inscription Dao, but he also possesses great strength in the martial Dao. The strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. With such strength, he can do whatever he wants in the outer region of the inner land. The group of grade 1 blacksmiths and alchemists whispered among themselves as they sighed emotionally. Let's disperse. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he calmly ordered in the face of the admiring gazes. As soon as the words left his mouth, he disappeared into thin air before the eyes of most of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples. Only a few people who were at the 7th level martial monarch stage and above saw his afterimage. After Duan Lingtian left, the scene became even more lively. When the news of today's incident spreads out, our Ling Tian sect will be famous in the outer region of the inner land again. Nobody had any doubts about this. Indeed, the news spread out quickly. It was widely spread by the Ling Tian sect's disciples. As the news spread out, many people who heard the news were shocked. Ling Tian sect became famous again. This sect, which had been renamed from the original Yin Yang sect, was once again famous in the world. Among them, Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, became even more popular. Not only was he regarded as the dream lover of countless female martial artists, but he was also regarded as an idol by many younger generation. For a time, in the outer region of the inner land, from old people who were over 100 years old to 3-year-old children, there was no one who did not know about Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's reputation was like the sun in the sky. Ling Tian sect's fame also overshadowed any of the first-rate forces in the outer region of the inner land. Of course, this was also because there were only low-level first-rate forces and middle and low-level first-rate forces in the outer region of the inner land. There were no stronger first-rate forces. The stronger first-rate forces were distributed in the inner region of the inner land and even the core region of the inner land. Ling Tian sect, Ling Tian peak. Boom. 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 A series of thunderous sounds reverberated from the peak of Ling Tian peak. At that moment, a purple figure and a bronze figure were fighting at the peak of Ling Tian peak. Both of them were extremely fast. When they disappeared from their original positions, they had already collided with each other. Whoosh! Suddenly, the owner of the purple figure drew his sword. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head underwent an earth-shattering change. It transformed into 4 silhouettes of ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. Boom! 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 However, even in the face of his sword, the bronze figure was not afraid at all. His fists that were like giant hammers were earth-shattering as though they could shatter the heavens. 9 Dragons Sword Manipulation Technique. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. As the purple figure rapidly retreated, the 9 swords that were entwined around his body instantly shot out. It was as though they had transformed into 9 lightning bolts that swept toward the bronze figure. The 9 lightning-like sword gleams soared to the extreme as soon as they broke through the sky. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into 81 5-colored divine dragons. As soon as the 81 divine dragons appeared, their eyes shot out beams of ultimate radiant light. Whoosh! 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 A total of 162 extreme inch lights swept towards the bronze figure like they were going to cover the sky and cover the earth. It was as if they were going to leave 162 bloody holes on his body. Boom! 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 At the same time, a red energy appeared around the bronze figure's body like a burning flame. Both of his fists pierced through the air like two giant hammers and collided with the 162 ultimate radiant lights. In the void above his head, the heaven and earth phenomenon also underwent a drastic change. 5 silhouettes of ancient black dragons and 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons charged out with his fists in a menacing manner. Everywhere he passed by, it was as though dark clouds were pressing down on the city. Clang! 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 The bronze figure threw out both of his fists. The energy of 4 colors that were mixed together traversed the sky as though it had formed a protective layer in front of him. It forcefully blocked the 162 ultimate radiant lights. However, even though he managed to block the 162 ultimate radiant lights, he was still forced to take a few steps back from the impact. It was obvious that the defense of the energy of 5 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons was not an easy feat against the attack of the energy of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. At this moment, the purple figure stopped moving and even put away the sword in his hand. As for the bronze figure that was 3 meters tall, he stood there obediently after the purple figure stopped moving. He did not move for a long time. The power of 4 different colors that pulsed around his body gradually dissipated. If there was a third person here, he would definitely be horrified. This was because the bronze figure that was 3 meters tall was not a human. It was a puppet. It was a giant puppet that was completely bronze in color and had an exquisite appearance. The outline of the puppet was very distinct. With just a glance, one could tell that the person who created it was extremely serious and had spent a lot of effort. Unleashing my full strength, the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons. I can't increase it for now. Chapter 1193. Naturally, the owner of the purple figure was Duan Lingtian. It had been more than a month since the people from the 6 major forces came to the Lingtian sect. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian had successfully completed the forging of the remaining puppets. Not only that, he had also combined all the puppets together and used the inscription formation that he brought out from Emperor Wu's secret treasure to merge the origin energy that extended from the origin stones in their bodies. Since the origin stones in the puppets' bodies were all supreme-grade origin stones, the origin energy that was released from the origin stones in the puppets' bodies was comparable to a 7th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. Once it was unleashed, it would be comparable to the strength of an ancient black dragon. This is after I've taken out all the supreme-grade origin stones that I have. Otherwise, the origin energy that extended from the puppets' bodies wouldn't be so powerful. When Duan Lingtian was forging the puppets, not only did he use up all the supreme-grade origin stones in the Lingtian sect, but he even used up all the supreme-grade origin stones in the spatial rings that the 12 powerhouses from the 6 major forces left behind after they died. He no longer had any supreme-grade origin stones in his possession. You're lucky. Fortunately, you didn't disappoint me. Duan Lingtian stood in front of the copper puppet and muttered to himself, however, if you want to elevate your strength again, you'll have to obtain a large amount of supreme-grade origin stones again. Or wait for my spiritual energy to elevate again. The reason he said this was because with his current spiritual energy, he could only merge 4 profundity fragments into the puppets at most. He was unable to merge the 5th fragment. Due to this reason, the strength that the copper puppet could display was limited. The copper puppet that stood in front of Duan Lingtian now had the strength of a 7th-level martial monarch stage martial artist and an ancient black dragon strength when its origin energy was fully unleashed. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had refined the few little puppets that were its fists into grade 1 spirit weapons when he was assembling it. Due to this reason, its fists would have a boost of over 9,000 ancient horned dragon strength when it attacked. Among the 4 profundity fragments, the most powerful one was the 8th level profundity fragment. The combined strength was equivalent to the strength of 3 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. With that, its full strength was equivalent to the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and more than 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Duan Lingtian, who unleashed his full strength, it was 2,000 ancient horned dragons worth of strength. However, its biggest flaw was that it did not know any martial skills and only knew how to use brute force. Due to this reason, even though its strength was 2,000 ancient horned dragons stronger than Duan Lingtian, it was still forced to retreat after blocking Duan Lingtian's sword skill. Of course, if they continued to fight, Duan Lingtian had no chance of winning. No matter how outstanding his sword skill was, it was difficult for him to overcome the gap of 2,000 ancient horned dragon strength. As long as my spiritual energy increases, I'll be able to integrate the 5th profundity fragment into its body. At that time, its strength will continue to increase. If I have a large amount of supreme grade origin stones, I'll be able to increase its strength as well. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the puppet before him. However, all in all, he was very satisfied with the strength of the puppet in front of him. If he were to fight it head-on, even he would not be a match for it. As for the other people from Lingtian's sect, it was needless to say. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian saw a figure charging towards the peak like a bolt of lightning. The lightning was swift like a sharp sword piercing through the sky. After a short while, the person arrived near Duan Lingtian and stood still, revealing his true appearance. It was Duan Lingtian's old friend, Chen Xiaoshui, who had come to Lingtian's sect some time ago. Chen Xiaoshui was one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Sword Young Master. When did you come out of closed-door cultivation? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he asked curiously. As far as he knew, ever since Chen Xiaoshui came to Lingtian's sect, he did not come out and entered closed-door cultivation to cultivate painstakingly. I just came out of closed-door cultivation today, Chen Xiaoshui replied. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a resentful expression. Duan Lingtian, you're really not a good friend. Not a good friend? What do you mean by that? Upon hearing Chen Xiaoshui's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled as he asked in confusion. I heard that you killed 12 powerhouses from 6 great first-rate forces last month. You actually didn't ask me to come and watch the battle. Isn't that not a good friend? Chen Xiaoshui complained. I thought it was something big. Duan Lingtian was stunned at first before he shook his head and smiled. At that time, when I heard that someone came to our Lingtian sect to kill people, I was instantly filled with rage. All I wanted to do was to avenge my Lingtian sect's disciples. Do you think that I would have thought so much at that time? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he rolled his eyes at Chen Xiaoshui. Of course, only in front of an old friend like Chen Xiaoshui would Duan Lingtian be so casual and completely return to his true self without any disguise. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Chen Xiaoshui was speechless for a moment. Soon, he no longer bothered about this matter with Duan Lingtian. His gaze shifted to the copper puppet next to Duan Lingtian as he asked curiously, Duan Lingtian, is this a puppet that you made? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. When did you make it? I don't remember seeing this big fellow when I just arrived. Chen Xiaoshui was surprised. I just made it recently. Duan Lingtian replied. Chen Xiaoshui nodded in realization before he asked again, why did you make this? This kind of puppet strength is only comparable to a void transformation martial artist at most. Moreover, it doesn't listen to orders and can't be controlled. It's useless. Chen Xiaoshui knew a little about puppets. Even a puppet that was activated by a supreme grade origin stone was only comparable to a 7th level void transformation martial artist at most. It could not withstand a single blow from a martial monarch powerhouse like him. Useless? Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he heard Chen Xiaoshui's words. He then asked with a smile, do you want to test its strength? You want me to test its strength? Are you kidding me? Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost. Even if I don't use any spirit weapons, I can still destroy this stupid puppet with a casual blow. Go ahead and test it. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face did not waver. Are you sure you want me to test it? If I really want to test it, don't blame me if I blast it to smithereens if I don't pay attention. Chen Xiaoshui asked again. When he reached the end of his sentence, he still looked down on the copper puppet next to Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart. He was filled with contempt and disdain toward it. If you have the ability to blast it to smithereens, I'll give you a grade 1 spirit sword that can increase one's strength by 90%. Duan Lingtian said. Do you mean it? As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Chen Xiaoshui's eyes lit up. He stared intently at Duan Lingtian as his breathing quickened. His chest rose and fell like a bellows, unable to calm down for a long time. Although he did not know Duan Lingtian was a grade 1 weapons craftsman, he had heard that Duan Lingtian was able to contact an outstanding grade 1 weapons craftsman. It was said that the grade 1 weapons craftsman could refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90%. When he first heard this, he was tempted. The spirit weapon in his hand was only a grade 2 spirit sword. If he could exchange it for a grade 1 spirit sword that could increase one's strength by 90%, it would undoubtedly be a huge upgrade to his strength. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he thought Duan Lingtian was intentionally giving him a grade 1 spirit sword. After all, in his opinion, a puppet was nothing to a martial artist at his level. When have I ever lied to you? Duan Lingtian looked at Chen Xiaoshui in disdain before retreating. He said to Chen Xiaoshui from afar, Hey! Attack Hammer first so that you won't say that Hammer is bullying you. Hammer? Chen Xiaoshui was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. That's it. Duan Lingtian glanced at the puppet that was 3 meters tall and said. Hammer was the name he gave to this puppet. It's just a puppet that can't even withstand a single blow. You actually gave it a name? Chen Xiaoshui was speechless. At the same time, he confirmed with Duan Lingtian again, Duan Lingtian, are you sure I can blast it into pieces? Say, since when did you become so wishy-washy? If you can blast it into pieces, not only will I give you a grade 1 spirit sword that can increase one's strength by 90%, but I'll also give you 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills with a purity of more than 90%. Duan Lingtian frowned and said impatiently. You're the one who said that. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Chen Xiaoshui could no longer resist the temptation. His body moved as he made his move. Whoosh! Within Duan Lingtian's field of vision, Chen Xiaoshui's entire body seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that pierced through the air. His target was the 3-meter-tall copper puppet, which was also Hammer. You're not using a spirit weapon? When he saw Chen Xiaoshui raising his hand to form a sword with his origin energy, profundity, and concept before charging at Hammer at lightning speed, he could not help but be stunned. He did not expect Chen Xiaoshui to be so careless. Whoosh! The sword in Chen Xiaoshui's hand moved horizontally and horizontally as he charged at Hammer. In just a moment, he arrived in front of Hammer. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian gave Hammer an order. Defend! At that instant, the origin energy on Hammer's body skyrocketed. For types of profundities that were not low-level followed like shadows. In just a moment, it formed a layer of 4-colored light shield around its body. Boom! At this moment, the sword in Chen Xiaoshui's hand also landed on the light shield in a timely manner, making a loud noise. However, there was not even a trace of a ripple on the light shield. It was still as steady as Mount Tai. It was as though Chen Xiaoshui's sword that was charging at it at lightning speed was nothing at all. Whoosh! Horror dawned on Chen Xiaoshui's face when his attack failed. With a raise of his hand, a grade 2 spirit sword appeared. He made his move again. The sword moved horizontally and vertically as it charged at the light shield on Hammer's surface like a shadow. Boom! Another loud noise reverberated, but the light shield still did not move an inch. At this moment, Qin Shao Shui finally realized that something was wrong. Now, it's Hammer's turn to attack. Chapter 1194. All of a sudden, Qin Shao Shui felt an extremely oppressive gust of wind blowing toward him. It was so oppressive that he could hardly breathe. In the next moment, before he could even react, he felt a huge force pressing down on his body. It was as if a huge hammer had landed on his chest, sending him flying. Barf. Qin Shao Shui, who was sent flying like an arrow, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. What kind of monster is this? Qin Shao Shui finally managed to stop himself. However, the first thing he did when he regained his senses was not to heal his injuries. Instead, he stared at the gigantic figure in the distance. He had been sent flying by the figure earlier. Whoosh! At this moment, a sound of wind whistling toward Qin Shao Shui brought him back to his senses. He raised his hand and caught the item that Duan Lingtian had thrown at him. A grade 1 life recovery pill. When he opened his palm, he saw a familiar pill. Qin Shao Shui's eyes lit up, and he swallowed it without any hesitation. After a while, color returned to his pale face. What a powerful medicinal effect. Qin Shao Shui stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you gave me a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%? Although his injuries were not serious, he was still shocked by the fact that he recovered in a blink of an eye. An ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill would not be able to do that. That was why he asked Duan Lingtian. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled faintly. However, it seems like you're not fated to get those 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills. Duan Lingtian had promised earlier. As long as Qin Shao Shui could destroy the puppet, Duan Lingtian would give him a grade 1 spirit sword with a 90% amplification and 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills with a purity of more than 90%. Qin Shao Shui was speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. While he was speechless, he looked at the gigantic puppet that was 3 meters tall in the distance. Duan Lingtian, what kind of monster is this puppet that you made? How can he be so powerful? This puppet that Duan Lingtian called Hammer had blocked his full force attack with just the origin energy and profundity it released. At that time, he knew. This puppet's strength far surpassed his. Immediately after, before he could even react, he was sent flying by the puppet, unable to retaliate at all. Furthermore, the puppet had held back when its attack landed on him. Otherwise, he would have been dead for sure. He could clearly feel it when the puppet's attack landed on his body. Didn't you say you were going to blast it to smithereens? Now that your injuries have healed, do you want to try again? Duan Lingtian looked at Qin Shao Shui mockingly and asked. If you want to try, go ahead and try. Qin Shao Shui rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. It was fine if he did not know the puppet's strength earlier, but now that he knew, how would he dare to provoke it? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then, he raised his hand and threw a spatial ring to Qin Shao Shui. This is for you. What's this? Qin Shao Shui had a puzzled expression on his face after receiving the spatial ring. Why don't you take a look? Duan Lingtian said. When Qin Shao Shui dripped his blood on the spatial ring to establish ownership, his eyes lit up when he saw the items inside. A spirit sword and 2 bottles of medicinal pills. Don't tell me, when Qin Shao Shui thought of this, he immediately took out the spirit sword from the spatial ring. The origin energy in his body surged and merged with it, causing a dazzling sword ray to burst out. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. First, 4,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared, followed by 3,600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. A 90% boost. Looking at the heaven and earth phenomenon in the sky above his head, Qin Shao Shui was so excited that his body began to tremble. As for the other 2 bottles of medicinal pills, Qin Shao Shui could guess what they were. Without a doubt, they were the 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills that Duan Lingtian had mentioned earlier that had a purity of more than 90%. At this moment, Chen Xiaoshui also realized that the bet that Duan Lingtian made with him earlier was actually just a joke. Duan Lingtian had already prepared these things for him. Duan Lingtian, thank you. When Chen Xiaoshui thought of this, he quickly thanked Duan Lingtian. When did you become so polite? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then, a mocking expression appeared on his face again. Now that you've changed your spirit sword, why don't you practice with hammer again? This time, Chen Xiaoshui merely rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. He could not be bothered with Duan Lingtian. He was not a masochist after all. However, he was genuinely curious about this puppet that Duan Lingtian had made. Duan Lingtian, according to my knowledge, even if it's a puppet that's activated by a supreme-grade origin stone, it would at most be able to exert the origin energy of a martial artist at the 7th level of the void transformation stage, and it would at most be able to fuse concept fragments into its body. Chen Xiaoshui asked curiously, however, this puppet of yours is completely stronger than me. How did you actually make it out? Although he had only used a grade 2 spirit sword earlier, when he unleashed his full strength, he could still exert the strength of 1 ancient black dragon and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. However, the puppet that Duan Lingtian had made completely ignored his strength. Based on this, one could tell that the puppet's strength was far stronger than his. As for how strong it was exactly, he did not know because the puppet had attacked so quickly that the heaven and earth phenomenon had yet to solidify. Inscription formation. In the face of Chen Xiaoshui's question, Duan Lingtian answered succinctly. As for whether Chen Xiaoshui understood it or not, it was not something that he needed to consider. Come with me. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something and looked at Chen Xiaoshui. Where are we going? Chen Xiaoshui asked in confusion. Although Duan Lingtian did not answer Chen Xiaoshui immediately, Chen Xiaoshui soon found out the answer. This was because Duan Lingtian had gone to ask for directions. True Martial Sect. This was the place that Duan Lingtian wanted to bring Chen Xiaoshui to. After a few days of traveling, Duan Lingtian arrived at the True Martial Sect's estate successfully. The True Martial Sect's estate was quiet. However, if one went deeper, one would feel that the atmosphere was a little strange. Some time ago, the entire True Martial Sect was in an uproar when the news of the death of the sect leader, Wu Lai, had spread. Then, they fell into endless sorrow. However, the True Martial Sect's elders and disciples did not leave because of the death of the sect leader. The True Martial Sect had things that they were worried about and things that they wanted. Putting everything else aside, just the high-grade origin stone load that the True Martial Sect controlled was enough to make the group of True Martial Sect's elders and disciples stay. I'm the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stood in the sky above the True Martial Sect's estate and looked down at it as he spoke in a loud voice. Duan Lingtian's voice that contained origin energy descended like a thunderclap and swept through the entire True Martial Sect's estate, alarming everyone in the True Martial Sect's estate. The sect leader of Ling Tian's sect? Is that the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect, Duan Lingtian's sect, who killed the sect leader? Why is he here? Don't tell me he's here to eliminate the source of trouble? At once, the entire True Martial Sect's estate was in an uproar. Most of the True Martial Sect's elders and disciples fell into a panic. Only a few people remained calm. These few people were the most powerful people in the True Martial Sect apart from Wu Lai, the sect leader of the True Martial Sect. When they heard the voice that came from the sky, their expressions turned extremely solemn. Subsequently, they rose into the air and gathered together before heading to the source of the voice. Duan Lingtian stood quietly in the air. Even when a few figures appeared before him, he did not seem surprised at all. Sect leader Duan. The people who appeared before Duan Lingtian were 3 old men in their 70s. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, they bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. Chen Xiaoshui, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, had a strange expression on his face when he saw this. Was there something wrong with these 3 old men? After all, Duan Lingtian had just killed their True Martial sect leader and another 8th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse a little more than a month ago. Now, not only were they not seeking revenge from Duan Lingtian, but they were even groveling in front of Duan Lingtian. It seems like these three old men are reluctant to give up the true martial sect's foundation. It was not difficult for Chen Shaoshui to figure this out. If they were willing, they would have left long ago instead of staying in the true martial sect. After all, any normal person would be able to guess that after the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect had killed their sect leader, he would personally come to the true martial sect to annihilate them. From today onward, the true martial sect will be an affiliate sect of Ling Tian's sect. We'll hand in 300 supreme-grade origin stones and 1 million high-grade origin stones to Ling Tian's sect every year. Do you have any objections to this? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he stared at the three old men before him calmly. When the three old men heard the first half of Duan Lingtian's sentence, horror dawned on them. 1 million high-grade origin stones was still acceptable. However, 300 supreme-grade origin stones was undoubtedly a little too much. The origin stone vein controlled by the true martial sect was only a high-grade origin stone vein. Even if they sent out a large number of people, it would be difficult for them to excavate 300 supreme-grade origin stones in a year. However, when they heard the murderous intent in the second half of Duan Lingtian's sentence, the three of them shuddered at the same time. No. The three of them shook their heads at the same time. It was as though they were afraid the purple-clad young man would attack them if they answered too late. After all, the purple-clad young man before them was someone who could kill their sect leader, Wu Lai. Wu Lai's strength was on par with theirs. However, this was not the only reason they were afraid of the purple-clad young man before them. They had heard that more than a month ago, when the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect killed Wu Lai, the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect, he had also killed 4 9th-level martial monarchs. The 4 9th-level martial monarchs were all leaders of lower-middle first-rate forces. Even the top-notch powerhouses from lower-middle first-rate forces had been killed, let alone the top-notch powerhouses from lower-middle first-rate forces. For this reason, they could only admit defeat. Greetings, Sect Leader. Chapter 1195. Just like that, the true martial sect survived. The price was to become an affiliated sect of the Ling Tian sect. Every year, they would have to hand over a large amount of supreme-grade origin stones and high-grade origin stones to the Ling Tian sect. After leaving the true martial sect and returning to the Ling Tian sect, Duan Lingtian went to look for Zhang San. From tomorrow onwards, gather all the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists for a period of time. I'll be guiding all of you for a while before I go on a long trip. Duan Lingtian said to Zhang San. Zhang San responded respectfully, indicating that he understood. Early the next morning, Zhang San followed Duan Lingtian's instructions and gathered all the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists so that Duan Lingtian could guide them. This group of weapons craftsmen and alchemists had joined the Ling Tian sect out of admiration. If they were not given some benefits, they would most likely leave soon. This was not something Duan Lingtian wanted to see. For this reason, Duan Lingtian patiently guided them. He did not even hide anything from them when he refined weapons and medicine in front of them. As for how much they could comprehend, it would depend on their own luck. As time went by, the group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who joined the Ling Tian sect also gained a deeper understanding of Duan Lingtian's attainments in the weapon refining Dao and medicine refining Dao. For a time, they were all convinced and were even more determined to stay in the Ling Tian sect. They believed. As long as this sect leader was around, as long as they could receive guidance from this sect leader, their attainments in the weapon refining Dao and medicine refining Dao would definitely be greatly improved. Just as Duan Lingtian was patiently guiding the group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, including Zhang San, in a faraway place in the west of the Inner Land, Yun Gang, the former guardian elder of the Yin Yang sect's Yang Peak, finally arrived at his destination. It was a barren stone forest. Very few people came to this stone forest. Even if they did, they would get lost in it as soon as they entered. It was said that there were many unpredictable inscription formations set up in this stone forest. Those who entered rarely came out alive. Only a few people knew that this stone forest was the cultivation place of a powerful Emperor Wu powerhouse. This stone forest was also known as the Lost Stone Forest. Apart from the Emperor Wu powerhouse, there were also some Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers who cultivated in this place. The owner of Lost Stone Forest, the Martial Emperor powerhouse, was called Martial Emperor Shi. Standing near the Lost Stone Forest, Yungang did not dare to go any deeper. He looked at the stone forest in front of him and said respectfully, "Yungang, the supreme elder of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect, requests to see Lord Yang Chun." Lord Yang Chun. As soon as Yungang said this, a figure appeared out of thin air in the stone forest. It was an old man in gray robes. "You're looking for senior brother Yang Chun?" The gray-clad old man asked expressionlessly as he looked at Yungang. "Yes." Yungang replied immediately. He did not dare to slack off. He knew that the gray-clad old man standing before him was one of Emperor Wu's followers. Emperor Wu's followers were nothing compared to Emperor Wu's followers. Many of Emperor Wu's followers had not even seen the face of Emperor Wu whom they were willing to follow. The person with the highest status under the Martial Emperor was undoubtedly the Martial Emperor's direct disciple. Emperor Wu's direct disciples were all genius powerhouses who were personally hand-picked by Emperor Wu. Each of them had an extremely shocking strength. Most of them were at the peak of the martial monarch stage. Even if they were not at the peak of the martial monarch stage, they were definitely the best among their peers. The peers here referred to the people of the same age on the entire Cloud continent. This included the variant. Emperor Wu's direct disciples could often see Emperor Wu and receive guidance from Emperor Wu. Below Emperor Wu's direct disciples, they were not Emperor Wu's followers. They were Emperor Wu's disciples. Emperor Wu's disciples could occasionally see Emperor Wu from afar. However, they could not receive guidance from Emperor Wu. It was even to the extent that Emperor Wu might not even recognize them. These Emperor Wu's disciples were managed by Emperor Wu's direct disciples. When Emperor Wu's direct disciples were in a good mood, they would also give them some guidance. Below Emperor Wu's disciples were the Emperor Wu's followers. They had the lowest status among Emperor Wu's followers. A martial emperor's follower, to put it nicely, was a follower of a martial emperor. To put it bluntly, they did odd jobs for Emperor Wu. Just like the gray-clothed old man that appeared before Yungang now. He was a Emperor Wu's follower that was responsible for guarding the Emperor Wu's door. However, although the status of Emperor Wu's followers was low under Emperor Wu's command, no one dared to look down on them in the outside world, let alone take the initiative to offend them or even kill them. No matter what, Emperor Wu's follower was still in existence under the command of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. Even if he was just an odd job or a guard. No one dared to look down on someone who was related to a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. No one was willing to offend them. Even if he was only a follower of Emperor Wu. Wait a moment. I'll go inform senior brother Yang Chun. Knowing that Yungang was looking for Yang Chun, the gray-clothed old man did not hesitate. After nodding at Yungang, he returned to the stone forest and disappeared before Yungang's eyes. Although Yang Chun was not Emperor Wu's direct disciple, he was still Emperor Wu's disciple. Regardless of strength or status, he was far above him. After the gray-clothed old man left, Yungang stood in the air and waited patiently. At this moment, the stone forest in front of him was no different from a scourge to him. He did not dare to take even half a step into the minefield. In the future, I'll also be able to enter this place and become Emperor Wu's follower. Yungang did not know when a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was a brilliant smile. It was as though he could already see the scene of him becoming Emperor Wu's follower. Time passed by quietly. Half an hour passed by very quickly. However, Yungang was still waiting patiently as before. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind blowing in front of him attracted Yungang's attention. When Yungang raised his head, a medium-sized figure appeared in front of him. It was a middle-aged man dressed in green. The middle-aged man had a pair of tiger-like eyebrows. He looked dignified without being angry. Since he appeared, he had been staring at Yungang intently. Yungang? The middle-aged man frowned at first before he relaxed. He seemed to have some impression of Yungang. Lord Yang Chun. Faced with the middle-aged man's casual attitude, Yun Gang did not dare to be negligent. He bowed respectfully and said, "I'm Yun Gang, the guardian elder of Yang Peak of the former Yin Yang sect. I was fortunate enough to meet you once, Lord Yang Chun." "Former Yin Yang sect? What do you mean by that?" The middle-aged man, Yang Chun, who was also Emperor Wu's disciple under Emperor Wu, could not help but feel puzzled after hearing Yun Gang's words. "Lord Yang Chun, the Yin Yang sect no longer exists." Yun Gang sighed. "Where's Yang Hong?" Yang Chun did not seem to care whether the Yin Yang sect still existed or not. What he cared about was Yang Hong, his half-brother from a different mother. "Peak Master. He's dead." Under Yang Chun's gaze, Yun Gang took a deep breath and sighed. "Dead." These two short words were like a clap of thunder when they entered Yang Chun's ears. It was so shocking that Yang Chun's expression changed drastically. He and Yang Hong had been at odds since they were young, and it had continued until today. However, no matter how much they did not get along, he and Yang Hong were still brothers. This was an unchangeable fact. Now, he heard that his own brother was dead. "Who?" Yang Chun asked Yun Gang in a low voice. Although he only asked one word, the meaning was obvious. He wanted to know who killed his brother, Yang Hong. After learning that Yang Hong was dead, the trace of dissatisfaction Yang Chun had toward Yang Hong in his heart disappeared and was replaced by sadness. That was his brother, his blood-related brother. "It's a person called Duan Ling Tian," Yun Gang said again. "Tell me more." Yang Chun's face was cold as he spoke in a low voice. His tone was unquestionable, and there was a hint of anger in it. Upon seeing this, Yun Gang's eyes lit up subtly. He knew that he had guessed correctly. Although Yang Chun was at odds with his younger brother, Yang Hong, after Yang Hong's death, he no longer cared about the conflict between him and Yang Hong in the past. He wholeheartedly wanted to avenge Yang Hong. "Yes." Yun Gang replied respectfully. Then, he told the whole story without missing a single word. He did not hide anything. Because he knew that it was useless even if he hid it. With the methods of this person before him, he would know the truth sooner or later. If he hid it, it would be self-defeating. "Duan Ling Tian?" Yang Chun muttered in a low voice. His eyes were cold as if he was about to devour someone. At the same time, his gaze landed on Yun Gang. "You're very good. You actually thought of a way to make him stay. After I've avenged my useless brother, I'll grant you a favor that's within my power and won't make things difficult for you. Lord Yang Chun, I want to become a follower of Emperor Wu under the Stone Emperor." Yun Gang took a deep breath and said slowly. Stone Emperor was the abbreviation of Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu was the owner of the Lost Stone Forest before him. Yang Chun was his disciple in name. "That's simple." Yang Chun said indifferently, "As long as I avenge my useless brother, I guarantee that you'll be able to become Emperor Wu's follower." "Thank you, Lord Yang Chun." Hearing this, Yun Gang's face beamed with joy. "Wait here for a moment while I deal with some things. After that, I'll follow you to the Ling Tian sect." At this moment, Yang Chun said to Yun Gang before his figure vanished into the Lost Stone Forest. Soon after, Yang Chun arrived in front of a stone house in the Lost Stone Forest. The stone house was hollowed out from a huge rock in the Lost Stone Forest. It looked very unique. "Senior Brother Zhou." Yang Chun greeted the stone house respectfully. Whoosh! As soon as Yang Chun's words left his mouth, a tall figure appeared in front of Yang Chun. It was a young man in black. His face was cold, and his gaze was sharp. He gave off an invisible pressure. Yang Chun did not dare to stand up when he faced the young man in black. Although he was Emperor Wu's disciple, he was nothing in front of this person. Chapter 1196. At this moment, the black-clad young man standing in front of Yang Chun was one of the few direct disciples under Martial Emperor Shi Qi. "Zhou Yi. What's the matter?" Zhou Yi's expression was as cold as before. When he spoke, his tone was calm, and his words were as precious as gold. Senior brother Zhou, I'm afraid the matter you asked me to do earlier will have to be delayed for a while. Yang Chun smiled wryly. Zhou Yi frowned when he heard this. What's the matter? Senior brother Zhou, someone came from outside the stone forest earlier. He's my brother's subordinate. He came to look for me and said that my brother was killed. Yang Chun sighed. The person who killed my brother might leave at any time. I must rush over in the shortest time possible and kill him to avenge my brother. Please fulfill my wish, Senior brother Zhou. When Yang Chun reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Zhou Yi with anticipation. The revenge of my brother's death cannot be neglected. Go ahead. You can deal with the matter when you return. Zhou Yi said nonchalantly. As soon as his words left his mouth, he disappeared before Yang Chun's eyes. His speed was so fast that even someone as strong as Yang Chun could not catch a trace of him. Thank you, Senior brother Zhou. Yang Chun thanked the stone house in front of him before he turned around and prepared to leave the stone forest to meet up with Yun Gang. The moment he turned around, Yang Chun's face turned completely gloomy. Ling Tian's sect, Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his killing intent could be seen clearly. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Duan Ling Tian did not cultivate or comprehend any profundity. Instead, he focused all his attention on guiding the group of Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, including Zhang San. During this period of time, the group of weapons craftsmen and alchemists, including Zhang San, began to understand how monstrous the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect was in terms of refining weapons and pills. It was something they could only look up to. Looks like I made the right choice this time. I can indeed get what I want by joining Ling Tian's sect. I have a feeling that I'll be able to refine a grade 1 pill with a purity close to 80% soon. Just as Duan Ling Tian separated from Zhang San and the rest, a Tier 1 alchemist said excitedly. Yes, this is the best choice we've ever made in our lives. Another person said. Humph. Now that you've received the benefits, don't forget to work for the sect master. Remember to use all your connections to find the 2 sect masters' wives who are wandering outside. Zhang San gave a low humph and reminded. Don't worry, Vice Sect Leader Zhang. I've already instructed the disciples to bring my token to the higher-ups of the various forces that I'm on good terms with. They definitely won't slack off on my account. Soon after, a Grade 1 craftsman said. I'll go find a disciple and ask him to help me find those fellows who owe me a favor. If those fellows don't try their best to find the 2 sect mistresses, they can forget about getting a single Grade 1 pill from me in the future. A Grade 1 alchemist said and left. Following that, people left one after another. Seeing this scene, Zhang San nodded in satisfaction. He did not disappoint the sect leader's high hopes. Some time ago, Duan Ling Tian announced to everyone in the Ling Tian sect that Zhang San would be appointed as the 4th vice sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. He would be on equal footing with Luo Ping and the Yu brothers. Of course, this was only on the surface. As the leader of a group of Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in the sect, Zhang San's position in the Ling Tian sect was only lower than Duan Ling Tian. Even Luo Ping and the Yu brothers did not dare to offend him. I'll set off 3 days later to retrieve the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second lifetime. After separating from Zhang San and the rest, Duan Ling Tian returned to his residence and sat cross-legged on his bed. He had made up his mind. After arriving in the inner land, he had a rough idea of where he was. After searching through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he quickly confirmed the exact location where the reincarnation Emperor Wu had stored the great treasure. It was located in the inner land south, quite a distance away from the Ling Tian peak. I'm afraid it would take me 2 months to travel back and forth from that place at full speed. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Since he had made up his mind, Duan Ling Tian did not think too much about it. He closed his eyes and calmed down to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Divine Dragon Transformation. While cultivating, he comprehended the fused profundity. Of course, other than that, he was constantly comprehending the sword Dao from the word, sword, in his mind and improving his sword concept. Time passed by quietly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian, get out here. The originally tranquil Ling Tian sect was now in an uproar due to the sudden outburst from the sky. Who dares to ask the sect leader to get out? Many of the Ling Tian sect's disciples were shocked. Does he have a death wish? How dare he provoke the sect leader in our Ling Tian sect? I wonder where this reckless guy came from. One by one, the elders and disciples of the Ling Tian sect rose into the air and looked in the direction of the voice. However, all they saw was a sky full of clouds. The person who spoke was obviously hiding behind the clouds. Whoosh! 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 Swift figures appeared out of thin air one after another. The 4 deputy sect leaders of the Ling Tian sect, Feng Tianwu, Chen Shaoshui, Xiong Quan, and Gold Thug gathered together because of the shout that came from the sky. This voice seems familiar. Luo Ping frowned and said. Familiar voice? Chen Shaoshui was stunned. Do you know him? It's Elder Yun's voice. At this moment, the Yu brothers looked at each other and said in unison. There was a hint of surprise in their voices. Elder Yun? Chen Shaoshui was confused when he heard the Yu brothers. It's the former guardian elder of Yang Peak, Yun Gang. Luo Ping's face was a little pale. Didn't he run away last time? Why did he come back? Luo Ping, watch your words. I didn't run away last time. Almost as soon as Luo Ping finished speaking, the voice from the sky continued to reverberate and attracted everyone's attention. An old man followed behind a middle-aged man and descended from the sky. The person who spoke was the old man behind the middle-aged man. He was also the former guardian elder of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect, Yun Gang. As for the middle-aged man in front of him, his identity was self-evident. He was the brother of Yang Hong, the former peak master of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect, Yang Chun. Apart from being Yang Hong's brother, Yang Chun was also a powerful disciple of Emperor Wu. Although he was not as powerful as Emperor Wu's direct disciple, he was still not someone an ordinary 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse could compare to. Yun Gang. Luo Ping's face turned slightly grave. Her eyes landed on Yun Gang for a moment before she quickly shifted her gaze to the middle-aged man in front of Yun Gang. There was no need for her to guess. Yun Gang came back prepared today. The middle-aged man walking in front of him was obviously a helper that he had found. He should be more powerful than him. At this moment, the Yu brothers' faces turned slightly grave. They could see that Yun Gang and the middle-aged man in front of him did not come with good intentions. It's Elder Yun. Didn't he run away last time? Why did he come back? Is he not afraid of death? Don't you see the middle-aged man he's following? Do you think a person who can make him follow behind him so eagerly would be a simple person? It seems like he's found a helper. At this moment, many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples who recognized Yun Gang began to discuss among themselves. Some of them looked worried that their sect leader would not be able to deal with the helper that Yun Gang had found. Some of them, on the other hand, looked indifferent. They were confident in their sect leader. Luo Ping, Yu Ping, Yuan. I came back this time to kill Duan Ling Tian and rebuild the Yin Yang sect. Are you willing to help me? Yun Gang looked at Luo Ping, Yu Ping, and Yuan and went straight to the point. Upon hearing Yun Gang's words, horror dawned on the 3 of them, but they did not say anything. It seems like you're doubting my strength. Yun Gang looked at the 3 of them deeply and said slowly, I admit that I'm not as good as Duan Ling Tian. However, do you know who this person in front of me is? When Yun Gang reached the end of his sentence, he exuded a strong sense of confidence. At this moment, not only Luo Ping and the other 2, but even Feng Tianwu, Zhang San, and the others also had their eyes on the middle-aged man in front of Yun Gang. It was as if they wanted to see what was so special about him that made Yun Gang so confident. You're Yun Gang, the supreme elder of the Yin Yang sect's Yang Peak. Chen Shaoshui looked at Yun Gang with contempt. I've heard about you before. A few months ago, you ran away from our Ling Tian sect like a stray dog. A stray dog. Chen Xiaoshuai's words caused Yun Gang's face to turn completely grave. I really don't know. Where did a stray dog like you get such strong confidence from? Chen Xiaoshuai obviously did not plan to let him go so easily and continued to mock him. Boy, don't be so smug. You'll cry later. Although Yun Gang was extremely furious, he still suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice. Then, he no longer cared about Chen Xiaoshuai, who was looking at him with disdain. He looked at Luo Ping and the other two again and said, this person in front of me is Peak Master Yang Hong's biological brother, Lord Yang Chun. Yang Hong's biological brother? Luo Ping and the other two's faces turned grave when they heard this. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with Yang Hong. He was the Peak Master of the Yin Yang sect's Yang Peak. However, they did not know that Yang Hong actually had a brother who was obviously more powerful than Yang Hong. They suspected that he was a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse. However, even if they suspected that the other party was a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse, they did not show any signs of fear. What a joke. Their Ling Tian sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, had killed several 9th-level martial monarch powerhouses before. Not to mention the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City, even the leaders of the 4 middle and lower first-rate forces did not survive the hands of their sect leader. Chapter 1197. However, Luo Ping and the other two's expressions changed completely when they heard Yun Gang's next sentence. Lord Yang Chun has another identity. He's Emperor Wu's disciple in Lost Stone Forest. These were Yun Gang's exact words. Emperor Wu's disciple. The moment Yun Gang's words left his mouth, not only did Luo Ping and the other two's expressions change drastically, but even Zhang San and the Gold Thug's expressions changed as well. As for Feng Tianwu, Chen Xiaoshuai, and Xiong Quan, they did not have any concept of Emperor Wu's disciple. Therefore, they only looked confused and did not show any exaggerated expressions. Elder Yun's helper is Emperor Wu's disciple? He's Emperor Wu's disciple in Lost Stone Forest. I've heard of Lost Stone Forest before. It's the cultivation place of Emperor Wu's powerhouse. That Emperor Wu's title is Emperor Wu Shiqi. Elder Yun's helper is Emperor Wu Shiqi's disciple. At the same time, many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples had a change of expression. They did not expect Yun Gang's helper to be Emperor Wu's disciple. Emperor Wu's disciple. Even if he was not Emperor Wu's direct disciple, he was still extremely powerful. This was because it was impossible for a weak martial artist to become Emperor Wu's disciple. At most, they could become Emperor Wu's follower. Most of Emperor Wu's direct disciples were people who stood at the peak of the martial monarch stage. They were people who had half a foot in the Emperor Wu stage. Although Emperor Wu's disciples were slightly weaker, they were still not comparable to an ordinary 9th-level Emperor Wu stage powerhouse. It was said that any random Emperor Wu's disciple could be compared to the top powerhouses from the middle and upper first-rate forces on Cloud Continent, or even the top powerhouses from the upper first-rate forces. Emperor Wu's disciple. Yang Hong's brother is Emperor Wu's disciple. Luo Ping's expression was extremely ugly. I've long heard that Peak Master Yang Hong's background is not simple. But I didn't expect his brother to be Emperor Wu's disciple. The Yu brothers looked at each other and saw the inexplicable shock in each other's eyes. Disciple of Emperor Wu. He was an existence that they had to look up to. He only needed a finger to crush them. For a time, their hearts were filled with fear. If it was said that they were still full of confidence in their Ling Tian sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, then now, they were shaken. Emperor Wu's disciple. The mere Peak Master of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect is actually the younger brother of Emperor Wu's disciple. Zhang San's expression was somewhat ugly. He had long heard that Duan Ling Tian had killed the former Peak Master of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect and became the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect. He had even changed the name of the Yin Yang sect to the sect Ling Tian sect and became the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. However, it had never crossed his mind that the former Peak Master of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect actually had such an elder brother. Disciple of Emperor Wu. That was no joke. As far as he knew, those who wanted to become Emperor Wu's disciple either had to be a variant with extraordinary innate talent and divine ability on the Cloud Continent or a powerful 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. The middle-aged man in front of him was obviously the latter. The threshold for the latter was extremely high as well. It was said that only a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse who possessed the strength of more than 5 ancient black dragons would be qualified to become Emperor Wu's disciple when he exerted his full strength. The strength of 5 ancient black dragons was the lowest threshold. At this moment, Feng Tianwu, Qin Shao Shuai, and Xiong Quan had also learned the meaning of the words Emperor Wu's disciple from the discussion of the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples nearby. At once, Qin Shao Shuai and Xiong Quan's faces turned grave. Damn it! Emperor Wu's disciple is actually so powerful? Qin Shao Shuai cursed in his heart. Even though Feng Tianwu maintained a calm expression on her face, in the depths of her beautiful autumn eyes, there seemed to be a trace of worry mixed within. It was obvious that she was worried about Duan Lingtian. Luo Ping, Yu Ping, Yuan. I'll give the 3 of you a chance. Now, stand on my side. After Lord Yang Chun kills Duan Lingtian, all of you will still be part of the Yin Yang sect. At this moment, Yun Gang looked at Luo Ping and the other 2 and said slowly, if you're not willing to stand on my side, I won't spare your lives after Lord Yang Chun kills Duan Lingtian. Based on Yun Gang's words, it was obvious that he wanted Luo Ping and the other 2 to make a choice. This choice was related to their lives and fortunes. At once, Luo Ping and the other 2's faces turned pale. I'll give all of you 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, whoever doesn't stand on my side will be my enemy. Yun Gang continued to force Luo Ping and the other 2 to make a choice. The moment Yun Gang's words left his mouth, apart from Yang Chun, everyone's eyes fell on Luo Ping and the other 2. They wanted to know what choice they would make. Would they choose to stand on the opposite side of Ling Tian's sect and stand on Yun Gang's side? Or would they choose to stand on the side of Ling Tian's sect and continue to oppose Yun Gang? Either of the 2 choices had its risks. If they chose the former, once Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect, killed Emperor Wu's disciple, Yang Chun, the consequences were obvious. Nobody would let go of a traitor. If they chose the latter, once Emperor Wu's disciple, Yang Chun, killed Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect, they would not be able to survive. Yun Gang would send them on their way immediately. Speaking of which, the choice now was a gamble. Would Duan Lingtian be stronger than Duan Lingtian, or would Yang Chun be stronger than Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian's strength was not a secret to most of the people from Ling Tian's sect present on the scene. 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had demonstrated his strength when he fought the leaders of the 4 great first-rate forces. His strength was equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. However, as Emperor Wu's disciple, even if Yang Chun was not Emperor Wu's direct disciple, he still possessed the strength of at least 5 ancient black dragons. Yun Gang, if I stand on your side, I'll be standing on Yang Heng's side. For this reason, I choose to live and die with Ling Tian's sect. Soon after, Luo Ping was the first to make her stand. Although Yang Heng was dead, Yun Gang brought Yang Heng's brother, Yang Chun, back today. If she stood on Yun Gang's side, it would be no different from standing on Yang Heng's side. She, who hated Yang Heng from the bottom of her heart, made her choice immediately. The moment Luo Ping's words left her mouth, many of the elders and disciples from Ling Tian's sect's eyes lit up immediately. They secretly praised her as a heroine. Humph. Since you want to die, I won't stop you. Yun Gang snorted disdainfully when he heard Luo Ping's words. Then, he looked at the Yu brothers whose expressions were still changing and said in a deep voice, Yu Ping, Yuan. Both of you better think carefully. Right now, you only have 5 breaths left. 5 breaths. The Yu brothers' expressions changed again when they heard Yun Gang's words. For a moment, the Yu brothers had become the center of attention. What do you think the 2 vice sect leaders will choose? I don't know. This depends on whether they have more confidence in the sect leader or that Emperor Wu's disciple. Many of the elders and disciples from Ling Tian's sect whispered among themselves. They were filled with anticipation for the Yu brothers' choice. There's still 3 breaths left. After 2 breaths, Yungang urged them again. The Yu brothers' expressions turned even uglier. Not long after, another 2 breaths passed. Yungang said in a deep voice, "Both of you have 1 more breath left." Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Yungang finished speaking, the Yu brothers finally made their move. They flew out and appeared behind Yungang in a flash. Ha ha ha! Seeing that the Yu brothers had chosen his side, Yungang laughed heartily. At the same time, he looked at the 2 of them and said, "Yu Ping, Yuan. Both of you will soon realize how correct your choice is." Then, he looked at Luo Ping and sneered, "Luo Ping, you will soon realize how stupid your choice is." Luo Ping ignored Yungang's sarcasm and looked at the Yu brothers. She said in a deep voice, "Yu Ping, Yuan. Are you worthy of the sect leader for making such a choice? If I remember correctly, both of you seem to have spirit weapons and medicinal pills that the sect leader personally refined for both of you, right?" Whether it was Yu Ping or Yuan, both of them had a grade 1 spirit weapon that Duan Ling Tian had refined for them. It was a grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90%. They had also obtained 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills with 91% purity from Duan Ling Tian. When the Yu brothers heard Luo Ping's words, their expressions turned grave. However, they did not say anything because they knew they were in the wrong. "I really feel sorry for Duan Ling Tian. To think he actually made both of you the vice sect leaders of Ling Tian's sect." Chen Xiao Shui said disdainfully as he glanced at the Yu brothers. Traces of killing intent began to flicker in the depths of Feng Tianwu's eyes. This killing intent was directed at the Yu brothers. The Yu brothers' choice had infuriated her. "Which one of you is Duan Ling Tian?" Yang Chun, who had been watching the show from the side for a long time, finally spoke. The moment she spoke, she wanted to look for Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect. "Lord Yang Chun, Duan Ling Tian hasn't come out yet." Yun Gang, who was standing behind Yang Chun, said respectfully. "However, those 3 people are Duan Ling Tian's people. If you kill them, Lord Yang Chun, I'm sure Duan Ling Tian won't be able to hold himself back and come out." Soon after, Yun Gang's gaze landed on Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and the gold thug as he said with a sinister smile. Yang Chun's gaze immediately shifted to Feng Tianwu and the other 2. Xiong Quan and the gold thug's faces turned grave when they were targeted. However, they still flew out at the same time and stood in front of Feng Tianwu. They were like 2 door gods as they protected Feng Tianwu behind them. "Both of you are really loyal. It seems like she must be Duan Ling Tian's woman." Yang Chun smirked. "If that's the case, I'll ruthlessly destroy the flower and kill this woman first. I don't have to worry about that cowardly Duan Ling Tian not coming out." Based on his words, he did not show any mercy to Feng Tianwu because of her peerless beauty. Idiot. Chapter 1198. It's the sect leader. Many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples' eyes lit up when they heard the voice. They began to look around as though they were trying to find the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. There were also some people who looked at Yang Chun strangely. "So what if you're Emperor Wu's disciple? Our sect leader of the Ling Tian sect still calls you an idiot." When Yang Chun heard the voices that seemed to come from all directions, she was unable to react for a moment. After noticing the strange gazes around her, she was completely enraged. "You're Duan Ling Tian?" His sharp gaze quickly landed on the purple-clad young man who had appeared out of nowhere. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness and killing intent. Naturally, the purple-clad young man was Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was standing next to Feng Tianwu like a flower guardian. At this moment, Gold Thug and Xiong Quan, who were standing in front of Feng Tianwu, tactfully retreated. They stood behind Duan Ling Tian respectfully as though they were Duan Ling Tian's shadow. "Elder Yun." Duan Ling Tian acted as though he did not hear Yang Chun's question at all. His gaze landed on Yun Gang, who was behind Yang Chun. You left without saying goodbye that day just to look for help to make a comeback. Yang Chun, who was ignored by Duan Lingtian, had a gloomy expression on his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent as though they were about to spit fire. Duan Lingtian, Lord Yang Chun is asking you a question. How dare you ignore Lord Yang Chun? You're dead meat. Yun Gang could also sense Yang Chun's anger and could not help but sneer as he spoke. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze swept past the two people next to Yun Gang. They were the Yu brothers. When his gaze swept past the two of them, it was as though he was about to devour them. He had never mistreated the two of them before. However, today, the two of them had betrayed him and the Ling Tian sect. Whether I'm dead or not, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to know. In the face of Yun Gang's sneer, Duan Lingtian said unhurriedly. At this moment, Yang Chun's expression suddenly changed. She moved and disappeared on the spot as if she was hiding from something. She didn't even have the time to warn Yun Gang and the other two. Bang! Almost at the same time that Yang Chun disappeared from where he stood, a deafening explosion rang out like a sudden clap of thunder. Boom! 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 Waves of earth-shaking explosions were clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone present. Quite a number of Ling Tian sect disciples with low cultivations were shaken to the point that they bled from their 7 orifices. At the same time, the airwaves that were accompanied by the sound of the air explosion transformed into waves of raging gales that swept through the surrounding area, causing many of the Ling Tian sect disciples with low cultivations to squint their eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yun Gang and the Yu brothers, who had been standing there perfectly fine a moment ago, exploded into 3 clouds of blood mist with a loud bang. Bloody mist splashed out like a blossoming firework, extremely beautiful. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Even Yang Chun, who had dodged to the side, had an extremely grave expression on his face. His gaze was fixed on the spot where the 3 clouds of blood mist exploded. A gigantic figure had appeared there. The gigantic figure that was about 3 meters tall appeared before the eyes of the people present, causing them to be stunned. Puppet? Am I dreaming? For a moment, many people looked at each other silently as similar thoughts appeared in their minds. Many of them even stretched out their hands and pinched their thighs hard. It was only when the intense pain came from their thighs that they confirmed that they were not dreaming. Since when did a puppet possess such powerful strength? Killing an 8th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse and 2 7th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses in just a second? Just the thought of it made their scalps go numb. Of course, this was not the only thing that made them feel inexplicably shocked. After the gigantic puppet that was about 3 meters tall appeared in the distance, it actually raised its hand like a human and put away the 3 spatial rings and over 10 profundity fragments in the bloody mist that filled the sky. Subsequently, the puppet threw out the spatial rings and profundity fragments in its hand under the shocked and bewildered gazes of the crowd. The direction it threw them in was the direction where Duan Lingtian was standing. Whoosh! 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 3 spatial rings and over 10 profundity fragments flew through the air and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. When they got close to Duan Lingtian, they were casually put away by Duan Lingtian into his spatial ring. Upon seeing this scene, everyone present was speechless. I thought it was going to attack the sect leader with the spatial rings and profundity fragments. I didn't expect it to pass the spatial rings and profundity fragments to the sect leader. Can anyone tell me what's going on? How can a mere puppet possess such powerful strength? This doesn't make sense at all. I've never heard of such a powerful puppet on the Cloud Continent. Most importantly, this puppet seems to be obeying the sect leader's orders. Aren't puppets supposed to be activated by inscription formations? Once they're activated, they won't recognize anyone, right? Why is it obeying the sect leader's orders now? It said that a few months ago, the sect leader won a piece of mysterious silver in the auction held by the Zhou clan's auction square in Ataraxia City. Mysterious silver? What's that? Mysterious silver is a special material that can be fused with inscription formations into a puppet's body to make the puppet obey orders. I see. As the group of Ling Tian's sect's elders and disciples discussed among themselves, they were not surprised by the puppet obeying the orders of their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect. However, at the same time that they were shocked from the bottom of their hearts that a puppet could possess such great power, they were also puzzled. None of them had ever heard of such a powerful puppet. This puppet is too powerful. It's so powerful that it's terrifying. I'm afraid the two vice sect leaders did not expect that they would end up like this even when they died. I reckon that they were killed by the sect master's puppet before they could even react. Many people sighed at the death of the Yu brothers. Luo Ping broke out in cold sweat from the shock. At this moment, she was extremely glad that she stood on the side of the Ling Tian sect. Otherwise, she would definitely end up like the Yu brothers. She would not even know how she died. Hammer. Hammer is actually so powerful? Chen Xiao Shui, who was stunned for a long time, finally regained his senses. After he regained his senses, his face was filled with fear. He only realized it now. When Hammer attacked him previously, he was afraid that he had only used 30% of his strength at most. Otherwise, he would not have survived. Hammer's ability to instantly kill two level 8 martial monarch stage martial artists and a level 9 martial monarch stage martial artist made him realize this point clearly. I can't believe there's such a monster by the sect leader's side. Zhang San was dumbfounded. At this moment, apart from the others, even Gold Thug and Xiong Quan who were next to Duan Ling Tian were shocked. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Xiong Quan, how did Master make this puppet? Gold Thug asked Xiong Quan through voice transmission. How am I supposed to know? I only know that Master has recently made a puppet, but I didn't expect it to be such a powerful puppet. Xiong Quan replied in annoyance. When he reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with shock. Even though Feng Tianwu's expression was as calm as before, but in the depths of her pair of beautiful autumn eyes, there seemed to be slight shock mixed within. It was obvious that she was shocked by the puppet's ability that Duan Ling Tian had made. Give me the control of this puppet, and I'll consider letting them go, if you die. Just as everyone was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's puppet, a cold voice resonated in the air and entered everyone's ears. Many people's expressions changed. At this moment, the person who spoke became the center of attention. The person who spoke was none other than Yang Chun. At the same time, he was also Emperor Wu's disciple. It was obvious that his words were directed at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Apart from being the biological brother of Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak from the Yin Yang sect, he seems to be Emperor Wu's disciple as well. At this moment, Chen Xiao Shui looked at Duan Ling Tian and reminded him. Emperor Wu's disciple? Upon hearing Chen Xiao Shui's words, Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. After exclaiming in surprise, he began to re-examine the middle-aged man in front of him. Yang Chun. Duan Ling Tian's surprise caused a smug expression to appear on Yang Chun's face as well. However, very soon, the smug expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy expression. All of this was because of Duan Ling Tian's next sentence. As far as I know, many of Emperor Wu's disciples are not even known by Emperor Wu. These people use the name of Emperor Wu's disciples to fool people, but in reality, they're just the dogs of Emperor Wu's direct disciples. One had to admit that Duan Ling Tian's words were incisive, and every word struck the heart. This could be seen from Yang Chun's gloomy expression. If I'm not mistaken, you're not Emperor Wu's direct disciple, right? When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, it seemed like he had no intention of letting Yang Chun off the hook. If he was not Emperor Wu's direct disciple, then he must be an ordinary Emperor Wu's disciple. In Duan Ling Tian's words, an ordinary Emperor Wu's direct disciple was just a dog that was ordered around by Emperor Wu's direct disciples. As someone who had merged with Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Ling Tian naturally knew that the people under Emperor Wu's command on Cloud Continent were divided into direct disciples, ordinary disciples, and low-level followers. Duan Ling Tian. Finally, Yang Chun could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He roared, "Today, not only am I going to kill you, but I'm going to annihilate your entire Ling Tian sect. At this moment, Yang Chun, who was extremely enraged, seemed to have lost interest in the puppet, hammer, that Duan Lingtian controlled. At this moment, he only wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. This person still dared to humiliate him after knowing his identity. What? You're angry because I hit the nail on the head? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew wider as he continued to provoke Yang Chun. It seemed like he was not afraid of Yang Chun just because he was Emperor Wu's disciple. You're seeking death. Duan Lingtian's provocation was like a fuse that completely ignited Yang Chun's anger. Chapter 1199. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, Yang Chun disappeared before most people's eyes. Of course, he did not really disappear, but his speed was so fast that it was difficult for people to catch the traces of his movements. However, although most people present could not see the traces of Yang Chun's movements, it did not mean that Duan Lingtian could not see them. However, even in the face of Yang Chun, who was charging at him menacingly, Duan Lingtian did not have much of a reaction. He stood on the spot as if he was waiting for Yang Chun's attack to descend. Swoosh! Yang Chun's body moved like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. He pounced at Duan Lingtian, baring his fangs and sharp claws. Swoosh! In his hand, the 3-foot-long sword suddenly expanded into a sword radiance that was several feet long. It whizzed out and aimed directly at Duan Lingtian, as if he wanted to split Duan Lingtian into two. Boom! 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 At the same time that Yang Chun's body moved, a series of air explosions also attacked Duan Lingtian. As Yang Chun charged at Duan Lingtian with his sword, the sword radiance that was several feet long whizzed out. Just as it was about to land on Duan Lingtian's body, a huge figure stood in front of Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Swoosh! A pair of huge fists whizzed out like 2 cannonballs. They met the sword radiance that was whizzing towards them and violently collided with it. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying loud sound reverberated. With the fist and sword as the center, the airflow in the air fluctuated like ripples in all directions. Wah! Wah wah! Many Ling Tian sect disciples with low cultivations were shaken by the loud sound until they bled from their 7 orifices. There were even some who spat out mouthfuls of dazzling and eye-catching blood. At the same time, a raging wind swept out, causing the robes of the people present to flutter. The group of people who were not affected stared at the scene before them without blinking. In the nick of time, the huge figure that appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in time to protect Duan Lingtian and swung its fists to block Yang Chun's ferocious sword was the puppet that was 3 meters tall. Hammer, well done! Chen Shaoshui shouted loudly when he saw the puppet and Yang Chun were in a deadlock, breaking the silence of the scene. Hammer? So, it's called hammer. At this moment, everyone present, Duan Lingtian's puppet. Swoosh! Swoosh! Soon, everyone's attention to the void above hammer and Yang Chun. The heaven and earth energy, heaven and earth phenomenon. First, 5 silhouettes of ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons appeared above Hammer's head. After that, 5 silhouettes of ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons appeared above Yang Chun's head. Boom! Just as the heaven and earth phenomenon above Hammer and Yang Chun's heads condensed, another loud sound rang out. It was the sword ray that swept out from the grade 1 spirit sword in Yang Chun's hand that suddenly soared and suppressed Hammer's fists. Hammer was forced to take a few steps back from the pressure. Its huge body began to tremble violently because of this. The difference of the strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons caused Hammer to be completely crushed. Yang Chun did not use his full strength when he swung his sword earlier. He only used the strength of 5 ancient black dragons, and it was blocked by Hammer in the end. He was instantly enraged. Being blocked by a puppet was undoubtedly a great humiliation to him. At this moment, he unleashed the 4th-level monarch stage profundity that he did not use earlier. He unleashed his full strength and unleashed the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Just like that, the strength of the sword ray that shot out from the grade 1 spirit sword in his hand easily suppressed Hammer's strength and pushed him back. The strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horn dragons. The sect leader's puppet is so powerful. No wonder it could kill 3 7th-level martial monarchs in just a blink of an eye. It turns out that its strength is comparable to a 9th-level martial monarch martial artist. It's even more powerful than most 9th-level martial monarchs. This Yang Chun can actually unleash the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. The sect leader's puppet is no match for him. A few months ago, the sect leader killed the leaders of the 4 major first-rate forces by himself. At that time, the strength that the sect leader displayed was equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. It's only been a few months. Even if the sect leader's strength has improved, I'm afraid it'll only increase by 1,000 to 2,000 ancient horned dragons at most. If that's the case, the sect leader's strength is at most on par with his puppet? The group of Ling Tian's sect's elders and disciples whispered among themselves. In the end, all of them turned pale with panic as though a great disaster was about to befall them. At this moment, most of them did not think that their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, would be able to deal with Yang Chun, a martial monarch's disciple. According to Yang Chun, he planned to annihilate the entire Ling Tian sect today. Once their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, was defeated, the Ling Tian sect would be annihilated as well. They would all die in Yang Chun's hands and be buried together with the Ling Tian sect. When they thought of this, many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples were filled with despair. Many of them even had the intention to retreat. Soon after, when one of the Ling Tian sect's disciples was about to leave quietly, many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples followed suit. It was as though they were avoiding the plague. However, these people were stopped by Luo Ping and Zhang San. Hand over your spatial rings and you can leave. You're no longer Ling Tian sect's disciples. Luo Ping and Zhang San did not stop the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples who wanted to leave. However, they took their spatial rings. Their spatial rings contained the origin stones mined from the Ling Tian sect's estate and the grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 medicinal pills refined by the Ling Tian sect's grade 1 weapons craftsmen and grade 1 alchemists. These things were not allowed to be taken away. For a moment, many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples hesitated. No matter what it is, it's not as important as my life. I don't want anything in this spatial ring. Soon after, one of the Ling Tian sect's disciples took the lead and handed over his spatial ring. After muttering to himself, he quickly left the Ling Tian peak and the Ling Tian sect. With someone taking the lead, many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples quickly followed suit. Soon after, 1/3 of the people from the Ling Tian sect had left. Chen Xiao Shuai's expression was extremely grave as he said, "They're really fleeing in the face of disaster." In the distance, Yang Chun, who no longer pursued after forcing Chui to retreat, saw the scene of many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples leaving. However, he did not stop them. His thoughts were completely focused on the puppet that was 3 meters tall in front of him. This puppet actually possessed the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Although it was not as strong as him, it was still shocking for a puppet to possess such strength. If I can bring this puppet back and give it to Senior Brother Zhou, I'm sure Senior Brother Zhou will be very happy. Yang Chun thought to himself as his heart jolted. Although he was Emperor Wu's disciple, just like the purple-clad young man before him had said, even his nominal master, Emperor Wu Shiqi, might not know him. Usually, Emperor Wu's disciples like him would follow one of Emperor Wu's direct disciples and listen to their orders. The direct disciple he followed was Emperor Wu's direct disciple who was ranked second among the 4 direct disciples of Emperor Wu. He was an extremely powerful powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage. Zhou Yi. It was said that Zhou Yi's strength was not inferior to the person who was ranked first among the 4 direct disciples of Emperor Wu. The 4 direct disciples were not ranked according to their strength. Instead, they were ranked according to the order they entered the sect. Zhou Yi was Emperor Wu's second disciple. He was also the disciple that Emperor Wu doted on the most. Yang Chun had always been proud of following Zhou Yi. When Yang Chun thought about the opportunity to please senior brother Zhou today, his heart was filled with excitement. However, he quickly calmed down. He knew it was almost impossible for the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect, Duan Ling Tian, to hand over the control of the puppet. Although he could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian to avenge his brother, Yang Hong, for the sake of this extremely rare puppet before him that could please senior brother Zhou, he had to suppress his rage for the time being. Duan Ling Tian, you killed my brother, Yang Hong. You'll definitely die today. However, do you really want so many people to die with you? Yang Chun asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. When he reached the end of his sentence, he swept his gaze across the others. His eyes gleamed with a ruthless luster, causing fear to rise from the bottom of many people's hearts. Some of the people with weaker mental fortitude were so frightened that their bodies began to tremble. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yang Chun calmly as though Yang Chun's words did not affect him at all. Duan Ling Tian, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the control of this puppet. As long as I obtain the control of this puppet, I'll leave after I kill you. Yang Chun continued. To him, his target today was Duan Ling Tian. All he had to do was kill Duan Ling Tian. He did not care about the life and death of the others. Although this puppet of yours is powerful, as you saw earlier, it's far from being a match for me. Yang Chun reminded him patiently. Yang Chun's words caused a small portion of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples to look at Duan Ling Tian hopefully. They hoped that Duan Ling Tian would do as Yang Chun said. If that was the case, they might be able to escape this calamity. However, Duan Ling Tian's next words caused their expressions to change. They realized it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to do as Yang Chun said. Are you done? Duan Ling Tian asked calmly as he glanced at Yang Chun indifferently. Are you done? When Yang Chun heard Duan Ling Tian's casual words, his face turned completely gloomy. He threatened, Duan Ling Tian, since you're so stubborn, I'll kill the people from your Ling Tian sect one by one first. I'll kill you after they're all dead. I hope that when the time comes, you can still be as calm as you are now. Chapter 1200. As soon as Yang Chun's words left his mouth, many people's expressions changed. At the same time, Yang Chun did not wait for Duan Ling Tian's reply. His body flashed as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared before most people's eyes. He dashed towards his first target. His first target was none other than Feng Tianwu, who was by Duan Ling Tian's side. Whoosh! Yang Chun's speed was so fast that even Hammer, the puppet that was ordered by Duan Ling Tian to chase after Yang Chun, could not catch up to him. Its fists that were like cannonballs landed on empty air. I'll kill your woman first. After a short moment, Yang Chun arrived near Feng Tianwu. Origin energy skyrocketed from the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand. A few types of profundities followed like shadows as they transformed into a sword ray that was several tens of feet long that was pointed at Feng Tianwu. Although most of the people present could not see Yang Chun's movements, the sword ray that was flying towards Feng Tianwu was clearly reflected in their eyes. Coupled with Yang Chun's cold words, they knew that Yang Chun's first target was the red-clad lady by the side of their sect leader of Ling Tian's sect, Feng Tianwu. This person was suspected to be the sect leader's wife. At this moment, many people's hearts were in their mouths. Could it be that this peerless beauty who was devastatingly beautiful was going to die here? Accompanied by Yang Chun's ferocious sword, a fierce gust of wind blew towards Feng Tianwu's face and swept her beautiful hair that fluttered in the wind. It added a hint of celestial aura to her as though she was a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. In the blink of an eye, Feng Tianwu's expression remained unchanged even though she was facing a life and death crisis. It was as though she was completely unaware of the impending danger. Of course, this did not mean that she was not afraid of death. Although she had lost her past memories, she once again had the motivation to live well during this period of time. That motivation was the man standing by her side. The reason why she could be so calm was entirely because she trusted this man almost blindly. Miss Tianwu. Gold Thug and Xiong Quan's expressions changed. Like most of the elders and disciples of the Ling Tian sect, they felt that Duan Lingtian's ability was at most on par with the puppet, hammer. They did not think that Duan Lingtian was stronger than Yang Chun. Idiot. A calm and indifferent voice rang out as the several zhang long sword ray arrived in front of Feng Tianwu in the blink of an eye. It was only inches away from Feng Tianwu. Boom! Immediately after, everyone heard a loud sound. The moment the loud sound spread out, the airflow in the air was compressed to the extreme and then spread out, turning into a terrifying gale. The raging wind caused many people to close their eyes involuntarily. When they opened their eyes, they saw a scene that they would never forget. Heavens! What did they see? They saw a purple figure standing in front of Feng Tianwu without them noticing. A layer of 5-colored light shield rose around his body. It was like a translucent cocoon that covered his entire body. In the face of Yang Chun's ferocious sword strike, the 5-colored light shield on his body only shook for a moment before it regained its calm. How's this possible? Horror dawned on Yang Chun's face. When he stared at the purple-clad young man in front of him, shock and disbelief filled his eyes. In fact, he had exerted all his strength in the sword strike earlier. It contained the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. This could be seen from the heaven and earth phenomenon that consolidated in the void above his head. However, even then, his attack was still blocked. Moreover, it was blocked by the other party's defensive martial skill. Yang Chun was stunned. He was completely stunned. Yang Chun was not the only one who was dumbstruck. Apart from Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu, everyone else was also dumbstruck. The scene that unfolded before their eyes was completely beyond their imagination. In the beginning, when they saw Yang Chun's attack was blocked by Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect, with his defensive martial skill, they only thought that Yang Chun had held back. However, when they saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above Yang Chun's head, realization dawned on them. As it turned out, Yang Chun had exerted all his strength in the sword strike earlier. Yang Chun's sword strike with all his strength was actually blocked by the sect leader's defensive martial skill. To be able to block Yang Chun's sword strike with all his strength with a defensive martial skill. How powerful is the sect leader now? Isn't the sect leader's improvement too great? When he fought with the leaders of the 4 first-rate forces previously, he only exerted the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. Perhaps the sect leader held back and did not exert all his strength previously. That should be the case. The leaders of the 4 first-rate forces are not qualified for the sect leader to exert all his strength. When the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples regained their senses, their eyes lit up. While they were glad that they had escaped the calamity, they were also shocked by Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength. At this moment, they only felt that their understanding of Duan Lingtian, the sect leader, was still too shallow. Otherwise, they would not have so little confidence in the sect leader. I wonder how powerful the sect leader is now. The heaven and earth phenomenon above the sect leader's head is going to take form soon. At that moment, many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples were attracted by the heaven and earth energy that was swirling above Duan Lingtian's head. However, they were soon disappointed again. This was because the heaven and earth phenomenon had disappeared before it could take form. It was because the 5-colored light shield that rose from Duan Lingtian's body disappeared. An extraordinary 3-foot-long sword stopped moving and landed steadily in his hand. It was his quasi-royal grade spirit sword. As for the 5-colored light shield, it was formed by the defensive martial skill, the 9 Dragons' protection. Earlier, he had relied on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword to cast the heaven-rank advanced defensive martial skill that originated from the 9 Dragons' war sovereign technique. He had easily blocked Yang Chun's attack. His current strength was far from what Yang Chun could compare to. In the past few months, although he had slacked off on his cultivation base and fused profundity, he had been constantly comprehending the sword Dao that was contained in the word, sword, that sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind in his mind. Due to this reason, his sword profundity had improved once again. Even Duan Lingtian was shocked by the improvement this time. He was so shocked that he could not react for a long time. Due to this reason, his strength had completely surpassed the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. This was also the reason why he was not afraid of Yang Chun. As someone who had merged with Emperor Wu's memory from the reincarnation, it was only natural that he could roughly estimate the strength of the ordinary disciples under Emperor Wu. Based on his speculation, he had overestimated Yang Chun. In my eyes, you're no different from your brother, Yang Hong. Both of you are idiots. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he stared at Yang Chun with his cold eyes. Idiot. When Yang Chun heard Duan Lingtian calling him an idiot for the 3rd time, his body trembled. His face was filled with shame and anger, but he did not do anything in the end. Although he did not know exactly how strong Duan Lingtian was, he had no idea how strong he was. However, the scene earlier told him that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. He knew that Duan Lingtian was much stronger than him. Although he could not figure out how a leader from a low-level first-rate force could be so strong, it was true that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. With Duan Lingtian's strength, it would only take a blink of an eye for him to kill him. What? Didn't you say that you're going to kill everyone around me one by one? Why aren't you doing it? Duan Lingtian glanced at Yang Chun in disdain and urged him. Yang Chun's face turned green and pale. Duan Lingtian, don't be so full of yourself. There are many people in this world who can cure you. Yang Chun sneered in anger. Perhaps, there are many people in this world who can cure me. However, I don't think that includes you. Duan Lingtian said sarcastically. When he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. At the same time, a wave of killing intent began to surge out of his body. It was a terrifying killing intent. Run! Yang Chun, who felt the killing intent emitted from Duan Lingtian's body, only had this thought in his mind. With a flash of his body, he disappeared before most of the people's eyes. Trying to escape. When many people were shocked by Yang Chun's sudden disappearance, another voice entered their ears. It was the voice of Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Lingtian sect. Subsequently, they realized that Duan Lingtian had disappeared as well. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian appeared in the distance. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of him as well. It was none other than Yang Chun. A disciple of the great Emperor Wu actually fled in front of the sect leader? Many of the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples had a strange expression on their faces. Don't forget, this Yang Chun is just an ordinary disciple under Emperor Wu. Perhaps, even Emperor Wu doesn't know him. According to the sect leader, a disciple of Emperor Wu like him is just a dog of Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Someone said. Do you think you have the ability to escape from me? Duan Lingtian stared at Yang Chun with a hint of disdain and contempt at the corner of his mouth. Duan Lingtian, I admit that I'm not as good as you. However, you better think this through. You'll have to pay a huge price if you kill me. Yang Chun took a deep breath. While fear could be seen in his eyes, he did not forget to threaten Duan Lingtian. Price? Duan Lingtian laughed. Could it be that you think that Emperor Wu would avenge you just because you carry the title of Emperor Wu's disciple? I reckon even if he saw you, he wouldn't be able to recognize you. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with mockery. You don't have the qualifications to make Lord Stone Emperor make a move. Any personal disciple under the Rock Emperor's command is enough to easily kill you. Yang Chun sneered. At the same time, his eyes flashed. With a raise of his hand, a ray of light shot out. *T. When Duan Lingtian, who had been observing Yang Chun, saw Yang Chun's actions, his expression changed drastically, and he wanted to chase after the ray of light. However, he soon noticed that the ray of light had vanished before his eyes in the blink of an eye. Its speed was so fast that it was far from what he could do now. Communication jade slip. Duan Lingtian's face was ashen. As someone who had fused with the lifetime of inscription memories of Emperor Wu, he could tell that the communication jade slip that Yang Chun had just shot out was made by an inscription master of Emperor Wu's level. The speed was so fast that he was unable to catch up. I was careless. Chapter 1201. Ha 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 ha. Duan Lingtian, if you dare to kill me, you won't be able to live either. Yang Chun laughed heartily when he saw Duan Lingtian's grave expression. His eyes were filled with disdain as though he was certain that Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill him. However, did Duan Lingtian really not dare to kill him? Soon, he got his answer. Idiot. As Duan Lingtian spat out the two words nonchalantly again, the quasi-royal Great Spirit sword trembled all of a sudden as he lifted his hand and charged toward Yang Chun. 9 dragons radiant flash. Before the smile on Yang Chun's face disappeared completely, the 5-colored sword gleam that surged out of the quasi-royal Great Spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand transformed into 9 5-colored divine dragons in just a blink of an eye. A gleam flashed in the eyes of the 9-headed divine dragons, and 18 ultimate radiant flashes shot out. Before Yang Chun could react, they pierced through all of his vital points all over his body. In just a blink of an eye, Yang Chun was killed by Duan Lingtian. The almighty disciple of Emperor Wu died just like that. When Yang Chun was killed, he still had a smug smile on his face because he thought Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill him. That was also the last smile he would ever have in his life. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Although Duan Lingtian had displayed a strength that was much more powerful than Yang Chun, most of the people present did not think that Duan Lingtian would dare to kill Yang Chun. After all, Yang Chun was Emperor Wu's disciple no matter what. However, the result was out of everyone's expectations. Duan Lingtian killed Yang Chun, Emperor Wu's disciple from Lost Stone Forest, without any hesitation. All Lingtian sect's elders and disciples, listen to my order. At this moment, Luo Ping and Zhang San, who seemed to have reached a tacit understanding, looked at the surrounding Lingtian sect's elders and disciples and shouted in unison. In an instant, all the Lingtian sect elders and disciples turned to look at the two of them. Next, all of you must swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation that you will not speak of what happened today. Those who do not swear will be killed on the spot. Zhang San slowly opened his mouth. His tone was cold and indifferent, and it was filled with killing intent. For a moment, many of the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples' complexion changed greatly. Their bodies trembled for no reason, but they quickly regained their composure. They naturally guessed the intentions of the two vice sect masters. He was worried that they would spread the news that the sect leader had killed Emperor Wu's disciple, which would bring disaster to the Lingtian sect. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhang San and Luo Ping, then sighed. Due to the fact that the communication jade slip that Yang Chun threw out was too fast, the two 7th-level martial monarchs, Zhang San and Luo Ping, did not notice it. Otherwise, they would not have been so eager to make the group of Lingtian sect's elders and disciples swear. It's impossible for the communication jade slip that Yang Chun threw out to attract Emperor Wu. The biggest possibility is that he's Emperor Wu's direct disciple. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a great pressure. Emperor Wu's direct disciple was not something Emperor Wu's disciple could compare to. Every Emperor Wu's direct disciple was either a genius martial artist who could be considered monstrous in the entire Cloud Continent or a powerhouse who was at the peak of the martial monarch stage who had 1 foot in the Emperor Wu stage. Although I've comprehended the first-level Emperor stage sword profundity and unleashed my full strength, it's equivalent to the strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, compared to Emperor Wu's direct disciples, I don't have any advantage at all. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian knew how terrifying Emperor Wu's direct disciples were. The reincarnation Emperor Wu had gone through 2 lifetimes and had taken in a few powerful direct disciples. Any one of them was more powerful than him. Moreover, there were even some who could exert a strength that was comparable to the strength of 7 ancient black dragons or more. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a strong sense of danger in his heart. It was so oppressive that he felt a little suffocated. I'll depart tomorrow to retrieve the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Many of the royal grade pills he left behind can help a martial monarch powerhouse raise their cultivation base. Coupled with the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill that's accumulated in my body, my cultivation base should be able to raise rapidly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely certain. Tomorrow, they would set off for the place where the rebirth martial emperor stored his great treasure. They would retrieve the great treasure left behind by the rebirth martial emperor. This time, Duan Lingtian planned to depart alone. He did not even plan to bring Feng Tianwu, Gold Thug, and Xiong Quan because he wanted to rush back as soon as possible. Who knew if Emperor Wu's direct disciples who received the communication jade slip that Yang Chun sent out would really come? He had no choice but to prepare himself for the coming storm. That night, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed. A jade box appeared in his hand out of thin air. The jade box looked extremely exquisite. It was left behind by Duan Lingtian's cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing. At that time, Duan Ruffing had left him a total of 3 powerful talismans and this exquisite jade box. Now, the 3 talismans had long been used. Only this exquisite jade box was left. I wonder if I'll be able to open it now. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He exerted force with both hands, intending to open the exquisite jade box in his hand. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head. However, Duan Lingtian soon discovered that even if he took out his quasi-royal grade spirit sword and unleashed his full strength that was equivalent to 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons, he still could not open the exquisite jade box in his hand. What's my cheapskate father trying to do? Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. With his current strength, he could at least be ranked in the middle among the powerhouses who were at the peak of the martial monarch stage. However, he could not even open a small box at that moment. At that moment, the exquisite jade box became even more mysterious in Duan Lingtian's eyes. I'm afraid this exquisite jade box does not only contain my cheapskate father's whereabouts. It's highly possible that there are other things in it as well. Perhaps, it's something more precious than the 3 talismans. Or perhaps, it's a huge stack of talismans. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. In the end, his eyes were as bright as the stars. It was as though he could see himself holding a huge stack of talismans and randomly throwing them around to kill a group of powerhouses at the peak of the martial monarch stage. Naturally, for now, all of this was Duan Lingtian's dream. This was because Duan Lingtian had no idea what was in the exquisite jade box. He could only make wild guesses. Since he could not open the exquisite jade box, Duan Lingtian did not continue to be in a stalemate with it. He put it back into his spatial ring and focused on his cultivation. 9 dragons war sovereign technique, divine dragon form. While he was cultivating, Duan Lingtian did not forget to comprehend the fuse profundity and the sword profundity. Currently, Duan Lingtian's strength was equivalent to the strength of 5 ancient black dragons. All of them came from the fused profundity and the sword profundity that he had comprehended. The second-level fused profundity was equivalent to the strength of 3 ancient black dragons. The first-level emperor stage sword profundity was equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. When the 2 were added together, it was equivalent to the strength of 5 ancient black dragons. Even if Duan Lingtian used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and unleashed his full strength, it would only be equivalent to the strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. This was because his cultivation base was too weak compared to the 2 profundities that he had comprehended. The 4th-level martial monarch stage was already considered a high cultivation base. However, it seemed so weak and powerless in front of the 2 profundities that Duan Lingtian had comprehended and mastered. If people knew the composition of Duan Lingtian's strength, they would definitely be shocked. He possessed the profundity that Emperor Wu had comprehended, but his cultivation base was only at the 4th-level martial monarch stage. The difference between the 2 was like heaven and earth. It was hard to imagine that the same person would possess the same cultivation base. However, this phenomenon had indeed happened to Duan Lingtian. That sword Saint Feng Qingyang is really a god. I've only comprehended 20% of the sword Dao comprehension that he left behind in the word, sword, in my mind, and he's already able to transform the sword profundity to the emperor stage profundity. If I were to comprehend all the sword Dao comprehension in my mind, wouldn't I be able to comprehend the 9th level emperor stage sword profundity? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heart could not help but tremble. He felt that the person who left behind the word, sword, who called himself the Sword Saint was really unfathomable. The Sword Dao comprehension that I've accumulated in my mind is only the tip of the iceberg of the Sword Dao comprehension in the word, sword. If I can completely comprehend the word, sword, I wonder what level my sword profundity will be raised to. One thing I'm certain of is that the sword profundity at that time will definitely surpass the 9th level Emperor stage sword profundity. Duan Lingtian did not doubt this at all. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's mind had calmed down again. He quietly cultivated the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Divine Dragon form, and comprehended the 2 profundities. His cultivation base was increasing at a speed that was unimaginable to ordinary people. Naturally, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, the increase in his cultivation base was still too slow. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian left Lingtian Peak in the Lingtian sect without alerting anyone. He made his way to the place where the great treasure was stored in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Naturally, he did not leave without saying goodbye. Yesterday, he had already told Feng Tianwu that he was leaving. Moreover, he had also passed the control of the puppet, hammer, to Feng Tianwu. During the time that he was leaving the Lingtian sect, the puppet, hammer, would guard the sect. With hammer's strength, it was easy for it to guard a first-rate force. Unless it encountered a martial monarch powerhouse like Yang Chun again, it would not feel any pressure at all. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not worried when he left. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's speed was driven by his own strength. He even used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. His speed was extremely fast. The journey that was supposed to take him a month only took him slightly more than 20 days. Chapter 1202. West of the Inner Land, Lost Stone Forest. A black figure appeared out of thin air in front of a stone house. It was a tall young man dressed in black. He stood there as though he was one with the heaven and earth. Suddenly, the black-clad young man raised his hand and caught a streak of light that was shooting toward him. When he opened his hand slowly, a deep-colored jade slip appeared in his hand. It was a communication jade slip. As the black-clad young man channeled a trace of origin energy into the communication jade slip, an anxious and familiar voice entered his ears clearly. Senior Brother Zhou, if I didn't make it back, I would have been killed by the sect leader of Lingtian's sect, Duan Lingtian. If I die, I hope you can avenge me on account of the fact that I've worked hard for you all these years. The voice stopped abruptly at this point. This black-clad young man was Emperor Wu's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, in Lost Stone Forest. His master was Emperor Wu Shiqi, and he was Emperor Wu's favorite disciple. His strength could be considered as one of the best among the direct disciples under Emperor Wu's command. Duan Lingtian, Zhou Yi muttered indifferently. Zhou Yi muttered with an expressionless face. He tightened his grip on the communication jade slip and crushed it into pieces. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing Zhou Yi's black clothes to flutter. The communication jade slip in his hand turned into powder and disappeared into the air with Feng Qingyang in just a blink of an eye. Zhou Yi's expression remained calm from the beginning until the end. It was as though Yang Chun's life and death had no effect on him at all. However, a hint of coldness flashed in the depth of his eyes. At the same time, on the other side of the inner land, Duan Lingtian finally arrived near his destination by following the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. His destination was the place where the reincarnation Emperor Wu left behind the great treasure during his second lifetime. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the spatial ring that contains the great treasure he left behind is in that mountain range. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly landed in the distance. There was a mountain range in front of his eyes. The mountain range was lush and green. It was enough to show that the environment for flowers and trees to grow was good. After 10,000 years, this mountain range would have more or less changed. I'm afraid it'll take some effort to find the place where the reincarnation Emperor Wu hid the spatial ring. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Regarding this, he had already mentally prepared himself. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he shot toward the mountain range in front of him. Soon after, he arrived in the sky above the mountain range. Boom! 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 When Duan Ling Tian arrived above the mountain range, he suddenly heard a series of loud noises coming from the depths of the mountain range. These loud noises caused the nearby mountains to shake violently. For a moment, countless birds flew from the place where the sound came from. The emerald green forest in that area swayed as if it was experiencing the baptism of a violent storm. Someone's fighting? Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. At the same time, he moved closer out of curiosity. The closer he got, the louder the sound became. It was deafening. Whoosh! 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 As soon as he moved closer, Duan Ling Tian felt a gust of strong wind blowing toward him. It caused his purple robe to flutter. He squinted his eyes instinctively. It seems like two powerhouses above the 7th level martial monarch stage are fighting. Duan Ling Tian pondered as he continued to move toward the source of the sound. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian saw two figures fighting in a spacious canyon. It was a 2-meter-tall burly man fighting with a white-haired old man. Whoosh! 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 The burly man held a pair of meteor hammers in his hands. When he moved, the meteor hammers shot out like two cannonballs toward the old man. He did not show any mercy. Wherever the meteor hammers passed, the airflow was compressed and set off a series of thunderous explosions. As a result, a raging gale was born and spread in all directions. Clang! 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 On the other hand, the old man held a walking stick in both hands. He was not afraid of the meteor hammers in the burly man's hands. He blocked them again and again. Both the meteor hammers in the burly man's hands and the walking stick in the old man's hands were grade 1 spirit weapons. The two of them exchanged blows, and in addition to the fact that the two of them had similar strength, they were evenly matched for a while, and it was difficult to determine the victor. Old man, I was the one who found the 10,000-year red fruit first. Don't you think it's a little too much for you to interfere? The burly man said in a deep voice as he swung the meteor hammers in his hands. Big guy, since you haven't had the time to pick it, it naturally doesn't belong to you. A heavenly treasure like the 10,000-year vermilion fruit should belong to those who are capable. The old man's walking stick shot out at lightning speed and blocked the meteor hammers in the burly man's hands that were shooting out like meteors. At the same time, he said without giving in. What a good belong to the capable. In that case, I'll kill you, you shameless old man, today before I pick the 10,000-year red fruit. The burly man roared as the muscles on his body bulged. He seemed to have expanded a little. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, the pair of meteor hammers in his hands suddenly shook and turned into a sky full of hammer shadows that fell toward the old man like a meteor shower. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. The old man smiled disdainfully. The gray robe on his body swelled and the walking stick in his hand shone brightly. He waved it in the air as though it formed a defensive barrier in front of him and above his head. Boom! 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 The sky full of hammer shadows fell like a meteor shower mercilessly on the defensive barrier formed by the old man's dancing walking stick, causing the old man to retreat. Both of their strengths were about the same. Now that the burly man had the upper hand, he had the upper hand. However, the old man was not easy to deal with. He took advantage of the situation to resolve the crisis. As the two of them fought, the sound of air exploding was endless. The rolling air waves turned into gusts of wind that uprooted all the flowers and trees around them. With the two of them as the center, a large area was turned into a barren land in just a blink of an eye. The two of them who were engaged in an intense battle did not notice that as the flowers and trees around them were uprooted, a figure appeared in the sky. The owner of the figure was naturally Duan Ling Tian, who had been attracted by the commotion caused by the two of them fighting. 10,000-year red fruit? Duan Ling Tian heard the conversation between the two of them. His eyes lit up and his breathing quickened. He had seen records of the 10,000-year red fruit in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. The 10,000-year red fruit was an extremely precious spirit fruit. On Cloud Continent, it was also known as the King of Spirit Fruits. In Cloud Continent, the reason why it was difficult for martial artists above the martial monarch stage to increase their cultivation base by consuming spirit fruits was because the spirit fruits on Cloud Continent had the strongest medicinal effect only for void transformation martial artists. There was no effect on martial monarch powerhouses if they consumed spirit fruits. Of course, there was no effect if they were consumed directly. If it was a grade 1 pill refined by a grade 1 alchemist using a large number of different spirit fruits, it could help a martial artist above the martial monarch stage to improve their cultivation base to a certain extent. However, although it could improve their cultivation base, the improvement was not as exaggerated as when a martial artist below the martial monarch stage consumed spirit fruits. However, as the king of spirit fruits, the 10,000-year red fruit's medicinal efficacy was far superior to ordinary spirit fruits. Even if a martial monarch stage martial artist consumed it, it could greatly improve their cultivation base. A 10,000-year red fruit and some precious medicinal herbs can refine a cauldron of profound monarch pills. If I refine a cauldron of profound monarch pills myself, I can refine 10 pills. The medicinal efficacy of 3 profound monarch pills is comparable to the medicinal efficacy of a 10,000-year red fruit. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian would not consume the 10,000-year red fruit directly even if he obtained it. He would combine it with other medicinal herbs to refine the profound monarch pills. Since they're fighting here, I think the 10,000-year red fruit must be nearby. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he began to search the surroundings for the 10,000-year red fruit. However, after searching for a while, he still could not find anything. Bang! Just at this moment, a loud sound was heard. It was as if the earth was breaking apart and the sky was shaking. Duan Lingtian instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. He saw the old man who was at a disadvantage against the burly man's pair of meteor hammers launched a powerful counterattack. The crutch in his hand landed on the burly man's body and sent him flying. Boom! The burly man's body slammed hard against the mountain wall beside him before he fell to the ground. He no longer made any sound. He was dead. I'll let him bring me to it then. When Duan Lingtian saw the old man keeping the burly man's spatial ring and profundity fragment, he locked his gaze on the old man. He believed the old man would go to look for the 10,000-year red fruit next. All he had to do was follow the old man closely. Huh! When Duan Lingtian saw the old man's next move, he could not help but be stunned. The old man rose into the air and flew to the other side of the mountain range. Looks like the 10,000-year red fruit isn't here. To think that I was searching here earlier. Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly and followed the old man. Duan Lingtian's movements were extremely light, and he was very far away. Therefore, the old man did not notice him from the beginning until the end. He only cared about himself as he entered the canyon on the other side of the mountain range. This canyon was extremely narrow and humid. However, in this narrow canyon, in a corner of the forest where the sun could not be seen, there was a plant that stood proudly. There was a spirit fruit that was so red it was almost purple on the plant. The 10,000-year red fruit is mine. The old man's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and wanted to take the spirit fruit for himself. However, just as he was about to reach out to pluck the 10,000-year red fruit, he felt a strange wind blowing from the side of his body, causing his expression to change drastically. Chapter 1203. It really is the 10,000-year red fruit. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at the spirit fruit that was so red it was almost purple. His voice was filled with excitement. Although the burly man and the old man had mentioned the 10,000-year red fruit when they were fighting, he did not see it with his own eyes. Therefore, he was not sure if the burly man and the old man had made a mistake. Now that he looked at the spirit fruit in front of him, he was certain. The spirit fruit in front of him was indeed the 10,000-year red fruit. This was because it was exactly the same as the 10,000-year red fruit in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian knew that the 10,000-year red fruit was the first 10,000-year red fruit. In his first life, the reincarnation Emperor Wu had also obtained a 10,000-year red fruit that was almost identical to the one in front of him. Therefore, he was certain that the spirit fruit in his hand was the 10,000-year red fruit. Duan Lingtian's voice clearly entered the old man's ears. The old man's expression changed again as he shouted, "Who's there?" As he shouted, the old man quickly turned around and retreated as fast as he could. It was as though he was afraid that the person behind him would attack him. After a while, he finally saw the person standing behind him. It was a handsome purple-clad young man who looked like he was about 25 years old. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he had an elegant demeanor. "Who are you?" the old man asked in a deep voice as he looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him. Naturally, the person the old man was staring at was Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and glanced at the old man indifferently. "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I want this 10,000-year red fruit." As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. "I found it," the old man said in a deep voice. Although he did not know how powerful the purple-clad young man was, he could tell that his cultivation base was not ordinary based on the speed he had displayed earlier. If it was not necessary, he did not want to provoke him. However, the 10,000-year red fruit meant a lot to him. If he consumed it, he might be able to break through from the 8th level martial monarch stage to the 9th level martial monarch stage. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not easily give up on the 10,000-year red fruit. "You found it?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. "If I remember correctly, this 10,000-year red fruit was found by that big guy first, right? Before you killed him, didn't you say that the most capable wins?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the old man meaningfully and said, "If you have any objections, I don't mind you challenging me. If you can defeat me, I'll return the 10,000-year red fruit to you. What do you think? Only the strong can get it?" Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man's face became increasingly gloomy. He only felt that he had shot himself in the foot. At this moment, he finally realized that Duan Lingtian's appearance was not a coincidence. Perhaps, as early as when he was fighting with that big guy, the other party was already hiding in the dark. Otherwise, how could the other party know what he said at that time? Duan Lingtian's last sentence made the old man even more fearful. Since Duan Lingtian dared to say such a thing, it meant that he was very confident in his strength. At this moment, the old man had the intention to retreat. However, the thought of retreating was quickly suppressed by the greed that rose in the depths of his heart. "No. I can't give up on the 10,000-year red fruit just like that." The existence of the 10,000-year red fruit made the old man unwilling to leave. Whoosh! Moreover, as he muttered to himself, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. He lifted his hand and a grade 1 spirit weapon, a walking stick, appeared in his hand. He immediately charged toward Duan Lingtian. He attacked with all his might and showed no mercy. It was as though he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian in one hit. However, he returned as quickly as he attacked. Just as the old man took out his grade 1 spirit weapon walking stick and charged toward Duan Lingtian with all his might. Not only did Duan Lingtian not dodge, but he also took a step forward. Before the old man's walking stick could touch him, he struck out with his palm. It landed on the old man's chest as though he had the help of God. A loud bang was heard. Subsequently, the old man was sent flying like an arrow and slammed hard into the mountain wall. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Duan Lingtian had held back. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's strength, killing him would have been a piece of cake. A mere 8th level martial monarch martial artist was nothing in Duan Lingtian's eyes. The old man caught his breath and immediately took out a healing pill to consume. After he had recovered a little, he looked at Duan Lingtian who was standing nearby in fear. In the next moment, he immediately fled without saying a word. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he realized Duan Lingtian did not chase after him. When he left, the old man could feel his back drenched in cold sweat. It was the first time in his life that he felt so close to death. He did not want to experience that feeling of suffocation again in his life. As for the 10,000-year red fruit, he had long forgotten about it. He did not dare to lay his hands on it anymore. Just like that, the 10,000-year red fruit was in Duan Lingtian's possession. When I return, I'll ask Luo Ping to prepare the other herbs. Once I've gathered all the herbs, I'll be able to refine a cauldron of profound monarch pills with this 10,000-year red fruit. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought of this. After a while, he regained his senses and put the 10,000-year red fruit into his spatial ring as though it was a treasure. Looks like I'm quite lucky. I've obtained a 10,000-year red fruit before I even found the great treasure left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Now, it's time for me to look for the great treasure left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. Following that, Duan Lingtian began to search the mountain range based on reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories from 10,000 years ago. He wanted to find the spatial ring left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. During reincarnation Emperor Wu's second reincarnation, he had stored all the rare treasures he had prepared for his third reincarnation in the spatial ring. Now, Duan Lingtian wanted to obtain the spatial ring. After all, obtaining the spatial ring was equivalent to obtaining the great treasure left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. Where is it? After searching for a day and a night, Duan Lingtian still did not find anything. After 10,000 years, the mountain range had more or less undergone some changes. Therefore, it was not easy for Duan Lingtian to find the spatial ring left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. It would take him some time. Finally, after 3 days and 3 nights, Duan Lingtian successfully found the spatial ring left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. The spatial ring was buried deep underground. If it was not for Duan Lingtian's sharp spiritual energy, he would not have discovered it. Drip. Duan Lingtian pricked his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the ancient spatial ring that had just been unearthed. He dripped his blood on it to claim ownership of the spatial ring. At this time, Duan Lingtian also gained control of the spatial ring. With just a thought, he could see everything in the spatial ring. The spatial ring was shockingly spacious. As expected of a royal-grade spirit weapon refined by reincarnation Emperor Wu. It's so spacious. The spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand was so spacious that it was comparable to a spacious mansion. However, Duan Lingtian's attention was soon attracted by something else. There were all kinds of rare treasures piled up like a mountain in the spacious spatial ring. Duan Lingtian was dazzled by the sight. He could not react for a long time. These were the great treasures left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. From now on, they belonged to him alone. Gasp. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian calmed down and began to count the various rare treasures in the spatial ring. He was completely engrossed in it. Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, his heart still beat faster when he saw so many treasures. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lingtian Sect, Lingtian Peak. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew past. A figure appeared in the sky above Lingtian Peak. It was a black figure. It was a tall young man dressed in black. The young man was handsome. There was a majestic aura between his brows. He seemed to have merged with heaven and earth as he stood there. It was obvious that he was not a simple person. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, the black-clad young man's lips moved slightly as he spoke. His voice was not loud, but it contained origin energy. It spread to every corner of Lingtian Peak. Who's calling the sect leader? The voice seems to be from the peak. At once, the entire Lingtian sect was in an uproar. Many elders and disciples of Lingtian sect even stepped into the air and flew to the peak. Luo Ping and Zhang San, the deputy sect leaders of Lingtian sect, appeared soon after. Feng Tianwu, Gold Thug, and Xiong Quan appeared as well. Xiong Quan, who do you think it is? Gold Thug asked Xiong Quan through voice transmission. How would I know? Xiong Quan rolled his eyes at Gold Thug and muttered, "Someone came looking for young master before he returned. I wonder if he's a friend or foe." Not long after, almost all of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples on Ling Tian Peak who were not in closed-door cultivation or had not left the sect had arrived at the peak of Ling Tian Peak. When they arrived at the peak, they looked at the black-clad young man in the distance and pointed at him. Was he the one who called the sect leader's name earlier? Seems like it. Many of the Ling Tian sect's disciples sized up the black-clad young man. "Who are you? Why are you looking for our sect leader?" Luo Ping looked at the black-clad young man and asked in a deep voice. Unfortunately, the black-clad young man ignored Luo Ping. Instead, he looked at the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples and asked loudly, "Did Duan Ling Tian kill Emperor Wu's disciple, Yang Chun, from Lost Stone Forest?" The black-clad young man's question was so sudden that the people present did not react immediately. Occasionally, some of them reacted first, but their expressions changed immediately. Although nobody admitted it, the expressions of many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples showed that they agreed. Very good, very good. Chapter 1204. Which one of you is the Duan Ling Tian sect? The black-clad young man asked calmly as he looked at the crowd before him. At this moment, the expressions of the people from the Ling Tian sect turned grave. Based on the black-clad young man's question, it was obvious he was here for Emperor Wu's disciple, Yang Chun. Moreover, he was here to avenge Yang Chun. Even Emperor Wu's disciple, Yang Chun, was killed by the sect leader. If this person is also Emperor Wu's disciple like Yang Chun, I don't think he would dare to barge into our Ling Tian sect alone. Since this person dares to barge into our Ling Tian sect alone, he must be confident in his strength. At the very least, he's stronger than Yang Chun. Many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples discussed among themselves. Suddenly, one of the Ling Tian sect's elders spoke. His words caused the scene to fall into a dead silence. His strength is stronger than Yang Chun, and he's here for Yang Chun. Don't tell me this person is Emperor Wu's direct disciple? Emperor Wu's direct disciple. The most powerful person under Emperor Wu's command. He was someone who could frequently meet Emperor Wu and receive guidance from Emperor Wu. Such an existence was unreachable to everyone present. They had to look up to him with a humble attitude. You're smart to be able to guess my identity. The black-clad young man looked at the Ling Tian sect's elder and said nonchalantly, "That's right. I'm Emperor Wu's direct disciple. My master is Shi Qi, the Emperor Wu of Lost Stone Forest. As for Yang Chun, he's just a disciple of Emperor Wu who runs errands for me." Boom! The black-clad young man's words were like a bolt of lightning that struck everyone present. It caused horror to appear on most of their faces. They had guessed earlier that the black-clad young man before them might be Emperor Wu's direct disciple. However, the fact that the black-clad young man had admitted it gave them a different feeling. After all, if it was just a guess, it might not be true. However, now, Emperor Wu's direct disciple? Is he really Emperor Wu's direct disciple? That should be it. According to him, even Yang Chun was his errand boy. I just didn't expect that he would come to our Ling Tian sect for an errand boy. As the saying goes, before you beat a dog, you have to look at its master. He probably felt that his dignity was being challenged. The expressions of the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples changed. When they looked around again, there was only fear and dread in their eyes. Duan Ling Tian, I'll give you the time of 3 breaths. If you don't come out, I'll annihilate your entire Ling Tian sect. The tone of the young man in black was still calm, but when it fell into the ears of everyone present, it was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them, causing them to be unable to breathe. Our sect master left the sect 2 months ago and has yet to return. Zhang San said with an ugly expression. It did not cross his mind that the young man in black before him was Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Such a person could completely annihilate their entire Ling Tian sect on his own. Even if their sect master was here, he did not doubt that the young man could annihilate Ling Tian's sect, let alone their sect master. Almost all of Emperor Wu's direct disciples were at the peak of the martial monarch stage. An ordinary martial monarch powerhouse could not be compared to them. Although their sect master was powerful, he might not be a match for the young man. That's right. At this moment, Luo Ping chimed in and cooperated with Zhang San. It was as though she was afraid that this Emperor Wu's direct disciple would not believe her. Luo Ping's eyes were filled with dread as well. Left? The young man in black narrowed his eyes imperceptibly before he opened them again in just a blink of an eye. Then, he looked around and said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, I'll give all of you two options. Either you send someone who can speak and die on behalf of Duan Ling Tian, or I'll annihilate Ling Tian's sect and all of you will die together." As far as he was concerned, this trip was just to fight for his own pride. He did not care if the person who died was Duan Ling Tian or someone else that Duan Ling Tian cared about. Although he did not care about Yang Chun's life or death, Yang Chun had been working for him for many years. One had to look at the master before beating a dog. He had to do something about this matter. Whoosh! The moment the words left the young man's mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It caused everyone, including Zhang San and Luo Ping, to change their expressions. However, nobody stepped forward. Even the two vice sect masters, Zhang San and Luo Ping, had no intention of stepping forward. What a joke! If they stepped forward, only death would await them. Although dying on behalf of the sect master would save the lives of everyone in Ling Tian's sect, how could the lives of others compare to their own? What should we do? What should we do? Many of the elders and disciples of Ling Tian's sect panicked. Who's willing to sacrifice on behalf of the sect master? Sacrifice him to save the entire sect. We'll remember him. Nonsense. Why don't you step forward and we'll remember you? The group of elders and disciples of Ling Tian's sect had ugly expressions. They looked at each other, but in the end, no one was willing to step forward. Looks like all of you value your lives. The young man in black looked at the scene before him and said with a mocking smile. If that's the case, I'll send all of you to hell. Then, the young man in black raised his hand and a terrifying aura began to emerge from his body. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth. It caused many of the Ling Tian sect disciples with low cultivation to change their expressions and despair to appear on their faces. Was this the power of Emperor Wu's direct disciple? You said that as long as someone steps forward, you'll let them go? At this moment, a calm voice that contained coldness and a woman's voice resonated from afar and interrupted the young man in black. Then, a fiery red figure appeared before everyone's eyes like a fire spirit. She stood there and confronted the young man in black. Miss Tian Wu, let me replace young master. At the same time, two figures came from afar. One of them was a middle-aged man who was looking at the red-clad lady who had just appeared with a serious expression. His sect is my sect, said Qin Wendian. The red-clad lady who had just appeared was none other than Feng Tianwu. After she appeared, she stared at the young man in black with a cold expression. When she heard Xiong Quan who had just rushed over, she replied indifferently as though everything she was doing now was natural. What a beautiful woman. When Feng Tianwu appeared, the young man in black's eyes were completely attracted to her. He had seen many beautiful women in his life, but most of them were only beautiful on the outside. It was his first time seeing a woman with such a peerless appearance and extraordinary temperament like this red-clad lady before him. Ever since he was born, his heart, which had always been obsessed with the cultivation of martial arts, suddenly trembled. He was tempted. Miss Tian Wu. Xiong Quan's expression changed drastically when he heard Feng Tianwu's words. How was he going to explain to young master if something happened to Miss Tian Wu? Kill me and let the others go. Xiong Quan took a deep breath and appeared in front of Feng Tianwu in just a blink of an eye. He shielded Feng Tianwu behind him. Whoosh! As soon as Xiong Quan stood still, a gust of wind whistled. A figure appeared next to Xiong Quan and shielded Feng Tianwu behind him. It was Gold Thug. Gold Thug, you, Xiong Quan was stunned when he saw Gold Thug was willing to sacrifice his life to protect Feng Tianwu. In his opinion, he had followed his young master for many years. It was only natural that he was willing to sacrifice his life for his young master. However, Gold Thug was different. He had only followed his young master for a short period of time. What? Do you find it unbelievable? The Gold Thug smiled faintly. There was a hint of respect in his eyes. From the moment Master helped us take revenge, I've given my life to Master. I, Gold Thug, have no regrets even if I die for Master. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay by Master's side in the future. Gold Thug sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Whether it was Feng Tianwu, Gold Thug, or Xiong Quan, they stood in front of the black-clad young man without hesitation, protecting all of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples. For a time, many people's faces turned red, and they felt so ashamed that they couldn't show their faces. I, Zhang San, am also willing to pay with my life on behalf of the sect leader. Soon after, Zhang San's expression changed drastically. He flew out and stood next to Xiong Quan and Gold Thug. His gaze landed on the black-clad young man. In his opinion, since he came to the Ling Tian sect, he was highly valued by the sect leader. He had even received many benefits from the sect leader. If he did not stand up now, he would be a fool. Although he did not stand up earlier, there was no doubt that he felt guilty. Whoosh! Another sound of wind whistling reverberated. Luo Ping had also stood up. At once, Zhang San and Luo Ping, the two vice-sect leaders of Ling Tian sect, received the respect of all of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples. They used their actions to prove that they were worthy of their position as vice-sect leaders. Humph. Your lowly lives are not enough to die on behalf of Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, a scene that was out of everyone's expectations appeared. The black-clad young man raised his hand, and a vast wind swept out. In just a blink of an eye, it swept the four people standing in front of Feng Tianwu to the side. The four martial monarch powerhouses, two of whom were above the 7th-level martial monarch stage, were swept away one by one before they could even react. They did not have the strength to fight back at all. In front of the black-clad young man, they were like ants that could not even withstand a single blow. At once, the four of them were horrified. You're willing to die on behalf of Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect? After the black-clad young man swept away the four obstacles in front of him, he looked at Feng Tianwu with a burning gaze and asked bluntly. Feng Tianwu did not open her mouth to reply to the black-clad young man. Her pair of resolute eyes was undoubtedly the best response. To have such an outstanding beauty like you die on behalf of Duan Ling Tian. To be honest, even I'm a little jealous of him. The black-clad young man was not angry at all. Instead, he spoke at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of envy could be seen in his eyes. Then, he asked again, I'm very curious. What's your relationship with him? Why are you willing to die for him? He's my man. Chapter 1205. To Feng Tianwu, who had lost her memory, Duan Ling Tian was her everything. Duan Ling Tian had always been by her side, protecting her, giving her warmth and everything. She only felt at home when she was by Duan Ling Tian's side. And she was also enjoying all of this. Now that the Ling Tian sect was in trouble, they needed someone who could speak on behalf of Duan Ling Tian to stand up for them. She stood up. Not for the Ling Tian sect, but for Duan Ling Tian, the man she had relied on for her entire life. She had no regrets in this life if she died for that man. Your man. After receiving Feng Tianwu's reply, the black-clad young man's face turned gloomy, as if he was very unhappy. He had never thought that the beauty in front of him would be taken. Whoosh! Unknowingly, the red clothes on Feng Tianwu's body fluttered as if flames were burning. At the same time, flames that filled the sky had indeed risen from her body and transformed into sword-shaped flames in the blink of an eye. A 5-foot-long red soft sword appeared in her hand. As she infused her energy into it, it trembled slightly and let out a crisp sword sound. Above the void, the energy of heaven and earth stirred and gathered to form the heaven and earth vision. Even though she knew that she was no match for the black-clad young man in front of her, Feng Tianwu did not intend to resign herself to death. That was not her style. Even though she knew that she was no match for him, she still wanted to fight. I hope you can do as you say. Feng Tianwu looked at the black-clad young man in front of her. Her clear eyes did not contain any emotions. She opened her red lips slightly and spoke almost word by word. With this little bit of power, it's far from enough to contend with me. The black-clad young man looked at the heaven and earth vision above Feng Tianwu's head and shook his head. This level of power was not a threat to him. However, this is not important, because I've changed my mind. The black-clad young man's lips curled into a rare smile. It was an evil smile that made one's hair stand on end. When Feng Tianwu heard this, her pair of willowy eyebrows slightly furrowed. As for the others, their gazes fell upon the black-clothed young man. They did not know what the black-clothed young man was going to do next. Could it be that he regretted? Or did he want to destroy the entire Ling Tian sect? For a time, many people's expressions changed, and fear appeared on their faces. I can spare your life, and I can also spare the Ling Tian sect and Duan Ling Tian. The black-clothed young man stared at Feng Tianwu with a burning gaze. His gaze caused Feng Tianwu's expression to darken. She had a bad feeling. Conditions. Feng Tianwu said. You, be my woman. The gaze of the black-clothed youth did not change as he spoke with a fervent expression. Whoosh. The black-clothed young man's words caused an uproar. This Emperor Wu's direct disciple was trying to steal their sect leader's woman? In fact, the red-clad woman before them, Feng Tianwu, was the publicly acknowledged sect leader's wife in the Ling Tian sect. Even Feng Tianwu herself had never denied this. Dream on. Two furious shouts sounded almost at the same time. It was Gold Thug and Xiong Quan glaring at the black-clothed young man when they heard his words. This fellow actually wanted to steal their master's woman? Shut up. The black-clothed young man's expression darkened. As he raised his hand, a majestic energy swept out and sent Gold Thug and Xiong Quan flying far away. Along the way, they left behind a trail of blood that looked like blooming blood-red fireworks. I'll give you one more chance. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll take your lives. The black-clothed young man said coldly. This time, he only taught Gold Thug and Xiong Quan a lesson and severely injured them. He did not want to take their lives. What do you think? When the black-clothed young man looked at Feng Tianwu again, the coldness on his face disappeared and was replaced with a smile. Impossible. At this moment, Feng Tianwu's eyes narrowed. The frost on her face seemed to have increased by a few more layers, emitting waves of cold aura that kept people at 1,000 miles away. What? Do you want everyone in the Ling Tian sect to die? The black-clothed young man smiled. It was a brilliant smile as he threatened Feng Tianwu with his words. The moment his words left his mouth, most of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples who were present had a change of expression. Initially, they thought they could get away with it. Who knew that the situation would take a turn for the worse, causing their mood to plummet from heaven to hell? At the same time, many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples looked at Feng Tianwu. All of them wanted to know how she would respond. As you wish. In the face of the black-clothed young man's threat, Feng Tianwu did not seem to care as she responded nonchalantly. The black-clothed young man was stunned. He did not expect Feng Tianwu to respond in such a manner. He could not help but ask, didn't you say that you would protect the Ling Tian sect for your man? Are you going back on your word now? Feng Tianwu did not respond to the black-clothed young man. However, her pair of fearless eyes undoubtedly answered the black-clothed young man's question indirectly. What she meant was very simple. She was not afraid of death. However, it was impossible for him to have her as a person. She would rather die than betray the man she loved, Duan Ling Tian. All right, the black-clothed young man took a deep breath and said, all right, twice in a deep voice. Many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples who were present felt their hearts skip a beat. This is the first time in my life that I, Zhou Yi, have met a woman that I like as much as you. The black-clothed young man, Zhou Yi, who was also Emperor Wu's direct disciple from Lost Stone Forest, looked at Feng Tianwu with a burning gaze. For this reason, I'm willing to take a step back for today's matter. I won't kill Duan Lingtian or anyone from the Lingtian sect. However, you must return to Lost Stone Forest with me. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed as he said bluntly, 10 years. You only have to stay in Lost Stone Forest for 10 years. In these 10 years, I'll pursue you. Before I succeed, I won't do anything to you. If you still reject me after 10 years, I'll return your freedom to you. When Zhou Yi reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with confidence. He was confident that he would be able to successfully pursue the woman before him within 10 years. Who was he? Emperor Wu's direct disciple. He was one of Martial Emperor Shi Qi's strongest subordinates. Give him 10 years, if he still couldn't get a woman, then he could just find a wall and kill himself. 10 years. The moment Zhou Yi's words left his mouth, the scene fell into a dead silence again. Miss Tianwu, don't agree to it. After consuming the healing medicinal pills, Gold Thug and Xiong Quan, who had recovered a lot, spoke to Feng Tianwu through voice transmission in unison. 10 years. To a martial artist, it might not be a long time. However, to a young couple, it was too long. It was so long that one could forget the other. Although it was not to the extent of completely forgetting, it was long enough for one to forget about the other. That's right, Miss Tianwu, you must reconsider. Zhang San and Luo Ping chimed in. Although they wanted to live, they would rather die if they had to rely on such a young and beautiful woman to survive for 10 years. This is my bottom line. If you're unwilling, I'll kill everyone in the Lingtian sect. After that, we'll wait here for some time until the Duan Lingtian returns and kill him. Zhou Yi looked at Feng Tianwu, who did not respond for a long time. His tone was cold. There was a limit to his patience. Swear. Finally, Feng Tianwu's eyes lit up. She glanced at Zhou Yi nonchalantly and said, Why? Are you worried that I, Emperor Wu's direct disciple, will go back on my word? Although Zhou Yi said that, his heart was filled with joy. This was because this meant that the red-clad lady before him had decided to agree to his condition and even leave with him. Due to this reason, Zhou Yi cooperated and swore using the 9-9 Heavenly Tribulation Oath. Boom! 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 Soon after, 9 claps of thunder resonated in response to Zhou Yi's oath. Lead the way. Feng Tianwu said coldly when she saw Zhou Yi swore. In the beginning, Zhou Yi did not react. However, when he regained his senses, he immediately led the way and brought Feng Tianwu to the northwest direction. Destination, Lost Stone Forest. Zhou Yi brought Feng Tianwu and left the Lingtian sect just like that. He had completely forgotten about his revenge for Yang Chun. To him, Yang Chun's life was nothing. What he cared about was this peerless beauty who had moved his heart. In the next 10 years, he would use all kinds of methods to obtain this peerless beauty's heart and make her his woman. However, in Feng Tianwu's eyes, all of this was just a stopgap measure. She believed that in less than 10 years, her elder brother Duan would be able to raise his ability and come to the Lost Stone Forest to save her. She would just treat it as going to the Lost Stone Forest to cultivate for a period of time. She was not worried that Zhou Yi would force himself on her because she had a way to control her own energy to self-destruct before Zhou Yi could get his hands on her. She would rather die than let her elder brother Duan down, the man whom she regarded as her future husband. She decided to leave with Zhou Yi because she had made all these preparations. There were only 2 paths she could take now. First, she could wait for her elder brother Duan to save her, or Zhou Yi would keep his promise and let her leave 10 years later. Second, she could die. However, she had no regrets. I'll use 10 years of my youth in exchange for your safety. Very quickly, a purple figure appeared in her mind. The corner of her mouth curled up into a rare warm smile. Zhou Yi left with Feng Tianwu. Only the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples, the 2 deputy sect leaders, Gold Thug, and Xiong Quan were left on the Ling Tian peak in silence. Currently, they did not look too good. Even the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples were not happy. Although they were happy that they were able to survive, they could not help but feel guilty when they thought about how the sect leader's confidant had used 10 years of her youth. I'm afraid Master won't be able to accept it if he finds out about this when he returns. Gold Thug's expression was gloomy, and his heart was heavy. If young Master returns, he'll definitely go to the Lost Stone Forest immediately. Xiong Quan knew Duan Lingtian better than anyone else present. Chapter 1206. What a bountiful harvest this time. Not only are there quasi-royal grade spirit weapons and royal grade spirit weapons refined by the reincarnation Emperor Wu, but there are also some quasi-royal grade pills and royal grade pills in the spatial ring. There are also many rare and precious materials. Duan Lingtian's face was filled with a satisfied smile as he made his way back. Most importantly, I have enough royal grade resurrection pills. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew wider. The resurrection pill was a healing pill. There were different types of healing pills. Grade 9 to Grade 7 were the gold injury pills. Grade 6 to Grade 4 were the great recovery pills. Grade 3 to Grade 1 were the life recovery pills. Quasi-royal grade and royal grade were the resurrection pills. The resurrection pill was a miraculous healing pill that could bring someone back from the dead. Its efficacy was so strong that even a Grade 1 life recovery pill with 99% purity could not compare to it. That was no longer an accumulation of quantity, but a transformation of quality. Now that I have enough royal grade resurrection pills, I should be able to help Tian Wu regain her memory after consuming them for a period of time. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he thought of this. His face was filled with tenderness. He had always blamed himself for Tian Wu's amnesia. In his opinion, Tian Wu had lost her memory because of him. Now that he had the chance to help Tian Wu regain her memory, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. When I refine the Profound Monarch pill with the 10,000-year red fruit and other materials, I'll be able to raise my cultivation base even faster. Coupled with the pills that the reincarnation Emperor Wu left behind to assist my cultivation, I'll be able to break through to the 9th level martial monarch stage in a short time. Now that I've comprehended the Emperor stage profundity, it's only a matter of time before I break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian was not sure if his fused profundity was an Emperor stage profundity. However, his sword profundity was a genuine Emperor stage profundity. As long as his cultivation base entered the 9th level martial monarch stage, he would be able to smoothly enter the 1st level Emperor Wu stage and become an Emperor Wu powerhouse. On the way back, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. It was as though he could already see the martial Emperor stage waving at him. However, his good mood completely vanished when he returned to the Ling Tian sect half a month later. All of this was because he had received a shocking piece of news. Tian Wu had been abducted. Who did it? Duan Lingtian looked at the 4 people in front of him, his eyes burning with anger as he asked with a gloomy expression. The 4 people standing in front of Duan Lingtian were none other than the 2 deputy sect leaders of Ling Tian sect, as well as Gold Thug and Xiong Quan, who had always been by Duan Lingtian's side. Young master, it's Zhou Yi. Xiong Quan lowered his head and said bitterly. Zhou Yi? Duan Lingtian's face darkened. Who's he? Master, Zhou Yi is Emperor Wu's direct disciple in Lost Stone Forest. Even Yang Chun was only his errand boy. He's very powerful. Although he didn't show it to us, the energy and aura he emitted suppressed us to the point that we couldn't even muster up any fighting spirit. Gold Thug took a deep breath and said with lingering fear in his heart. That day, the aura Zhou Yi emitted was extremely terrifying. It suppressed him to the point that he could not breathe, let alone muster up any fighting spirit. He's here to avenge Yang Chun. However, he doesn't seem to care about Yang Chun's life or death. Soon after, Zhang San and Luo Ping, the 2 deputy sect leaders of Ling Tian sect, spoke as well. They told him the whole story without hiding anything. Tian Wu left with Zhou Yi and went to Lost Stone Forest for Ling Tian sect. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's expression turned extremely grave. He was filled with anger and could not hold it in at all. Whoosh! Before Zhang San and the others had the time to react, Duanling Tian vanished into thin air before their eyes without leaving the slightest trace behind. Horror dawned on the four of them at once. Sect leader went to Lost Stone Forest? Zhang San's expression was grave. Definitely. Xiong Quan nodded with a grave expression. Subsequently, he moved and headed northwest. It was obvious that he was going to chase after Duanling Tian. Although he knew his own strength, he would not be able to help even if he went. However, he still had to go. That was his young master. He was willing to sacrifice his life for his young master. Deputy sect leaders, before master returns, I'll leave Ling Tian's sect in your hands. Xiong Quan and I will make a trip to Lost Stone Forest to see if we can stop master in time. Gold Thug said to Zhang San and Luo Ping before he moved and followed Xiong Quan. Although he said that, he was not confident at all. His ability was far from his master's. Even if his master arrived at Lost Stone Forest, he would still be on his way. With Gold Thug's speed, he caught up with Xiong Quan in no time. You're too slow. I'll bring you along. As Gold Thug spoke, a vast energy extended from his body and pulled Xiong Quan along with him toward the northwest. That was the direction of Lost Stone Forest. Ever since Yun Gang had brought Yang Chun to the Ling Tian sect and both of them were killed, Duan Ling Tian had deliberately inquired about the Lost Stone Forest and found out about its location. As Duan Ling Tian's people, Gold Thug and Xiong Quan naturally knew about it as well. Zhou Yi. I don't care if you're Emperor Wu's direct disciple or not. If anything happens to Tian Wu, I'll kill you. Duan Ling Tian traveled at full speed. His expression was gloomy, and his eyes looked as though they were about to spit fire. Although Tian Wu had lost her memory, her temper was still as fierce as before. He was most worried that Zhou Yi would go back on his words and force himself on Tian Wu. With Tian Wu's temper, she would rather die than let him have his way. He knew Tian Wu very well. That was why he was so eager to rush to Lost Stone Forest when he found out about this. He was worried that something would happen to Tian Wu. If something happened to Tian Wu, not only would he not be able to explain himself to Feng Wu Dao, but he would also never forgive himself. Tian Wu, wait for elder brother Duan. Elder brother Duan will save you soon. When Duan Ling Tian flew out, he was like a bolt of lightning that streaked across the sky. Wherever he passed, the clouds in the sky would disperse and form a clearly visible heavenly road. Although Duan Ling Tian's decision to head to Lost Stone Forest to save Tian Wu was partly due to his impulsiveness, it was not like he had not seriously considered it. Firstly, he might not be a match for Emperor Wu's direct disciple, Zhou Yi. Secondly, Lost Stone Forest was Emperor Wu's cultivation place. Zhou Yi was Emperor Wu's direct disciple. The position of Emperor Wu's direct disciple was completely different from those ordinary disciples in Emperor Wu's eyes. No matter how many ordinary disciples died, the martial emperors would not care. However, Emperor Wu would be furious even if only one of his direct disciples died. He might even avenge him. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 reincarnations memories. If I'm not a match for Zhou Yi, I'll use the Devil Seal Tablet. Even if I lose my mind, I'll save Tian Wu from the Sea of Fire. Duan Ling Tian had already made up his mind. He would do whatever it took to save Tian Wu. Let alone losing his mind, he would not hesitate even if he had to give up his life. If Tian Wu could give up her life for him, he could do the same as well. Duan Ling Tian, who had used the Devil Seal Tablet twice, already had some experience and tricks to using the Devil Seal Tablet. As long as his emotions fluctuated to the extreme, the Devil Seal Tablet would react and cooperate with him to devilify him. The Devil Seal Tablet has greatly improved my strength. If I use the Devil Seal Tablet now, I'm afraid even an ordinary Emperor Wu powerhouse might not be a match for me. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes gleamed. It was because of this that he dared to head to Lost Stone Forest. After all, Lost Stone Forest was the cultivation place of an Emperor Wu powerhouse. It was very likely that his trip would alarm the other party. If he was not prepared, it would be no different from sending himself to his death. While Duan Lingtian was making his way to Lost Stone Forest, it was very lively in Lost Stone Forest. Hey! Did you hear? Senior brother Zhou brought back a young lady. Whether it's her appearance or her temperament, she's peerless. I really want to meet her and see if she's really that outstanding. A few Emperor Wu's disciples were chatting in a circle when one of them said. Although I didn't hear about it, I saw that young lady when senior brother Zhou came back yesterday. Another Emperor Wu's disciple said. Oh. The other Emperor Wu's disciples' eyes lit up immediately. Their interest was piqued. Is that young lady really a peerless beauty with both appearance and temperament like the rumors say? One of Emperor Wu's disciples asked. Of course. The Emperor Wu's disciple in front nodded and said enviously, Senior brother Zhou really has good luck with women. He brought back such a peerless beauty with just a trip. As far as I know, Senior brother Zhou was obsessed with cultivation in the past. He didn't care about relationships at all. I didn't expect him to bring back a woman this time. This shows that the woman is very outstanding. Even a cultivation maniac like Senior brother Zhou is moved by her. The other Emperor Wu's disciples said. However, that young lady seemed to ignore Senior brother Zhou. When I saw her and Senior brother Zhou, it was always Senior brother Zhou who spoke to her with a smile, but she never responded. The Emperor Wu's disciple in front frowned and said. That can't be. The other martial emperor's followers could not help but be shocked. Don't tell me Senior brother Zhou snatched that woman away? One of Emperor Wu's disciples gulped and guessed. That's possible. Another Emperor Wu's disciple nodded in agreement. Humph. That woman doesn't know what's good for her. Our senior brother Zhou is Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Lord Emperor Wu thinks highly of him. He's also one of the direct disciples in Lost Stone Forest who has the highest chance of entering Emperor Wu's realm. How can she ignore him? Chapter 1207. In Lost Stone Forest, a black silhouette stood in front of a stone house that was hollowed out. It was a tall and sturdy black-clad young man with a cold expression. His black clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look elegant. Tian Wu, I'll bring you to see my master. The black-clad young man was none other than Emperor Wu's direct disciple in Lost Stone Forest, Zhou Yi. At this moment, he was talking to the stone house in front of him. The master that Zhou Yi mentioned was the owner of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu, Shi. The person in the stone house with its door tightly shut in front of Zhou Yi was the red-clad lady who followed him back from Ling Tian Sec's Ling Tian Peak, Feng Tianwu. Along the way, Feng Tianwu did not mention her name to Zhou Yi. She did not even speak to Zhou Yi. She maintained her silence. She remained silent until a few days after they arrived at Lost Stone Forest. The reason Zhou Yi knew Feng Tianwu's name was because Gold Thug and Xiong Quan had called her Miss Tian Wu when they were at Ling Tian Peak in Ling Tian Sect. Tian Wu is not a name you can call. As soon as Zhou Yi finished speaking, an extremely cold voice resonated from the stone house. I only know your name is Tian Wu. Zhou Yi smiled faintly and said, Tian Wu, you're not a demon, but you possess such a cultivation base at such a young age. Your innate talent is really rare. I've already asked Master to take you in as his direct disciple if he's satisfied with your innate talent. Emperor Wu's direct disciple. At this moment, the stone house fell silent. After I become his direct disciple, will I be able to leave Lost Stone Forest without abiding by the 10-year promise? A moment later, the cold voice resonated from the stone house again. Since you've become Master's direct disciple, naturally, you should stay in Lost Stone Forest to cultivate. You can only leave when you've cultivated to the peak of the martial monarch stage and possess sufficient ability. This is the rule that Master set. Zhou Yi smiled and said, Master has no other intention in setting such a rule. He's just worried that his direct disciples would suffer a loss and embarrass him when they leave. Not interested. The cold voice rang out once again, filled with a tone that kept people at 1,000 miles away. Not interested? The words that came out of the stone house were Feng Tianwu's words. Zhou Yi couldn't help but be startled. Was there anyone who wasn't interested in becoming Emperor Wu's personal disciple? Tian Wu, I hope you can consider this carefully. Not everyone can become Emperor Wu's direct disciple. I also spent a lot of effort to convince Master to agree to confirm your talent. If possible, he will directly accept you as his personal disciple. Zhou Yi advised patiently. However, although he seemed to be patient on the surface, the depths of his eyes were filled with indifference. He spent a lot of effort to convince his master, Emperor Wu Shiqi, to agree to confirm Feng Tianwu's innate talent. Naturally, he did not purely want to help Feng Tianwu and make Feng Tianwu his master's direct disciple. Putting aside the fact that his master might not take a liking to Feng Tianwu, even if he did, he would do everything he could to prevent Feng Tianwu from becoming Emperor Wu's direct disciple. This was because he did not really want Feng Tianwu to become his master's direct disciple. After all, once Feng Tianwu became his master's direct disciple, she would become his junior sister and be on equal footing with him. There would be no need for her to be wary of him, let alone agree to become his woman. He only did this because he wanted to make Feng Tianwu feel touched and grateful to him. In his eyes, Emperor Wu's direct disciple was actually just a bait for the mermaid, Feng Tianwu, to take the bait. He wanted to use this to ease the conflict between him and Feng Tianwu. If it was a normal martial artist, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed if they knew that they had the chance to become Emperor Wu's direct disciple. If there was someone who recommended them, they would definitely be extremely grateful to the person who recommended them. This was the effect he wanted. However, it did not cross his mind that the woman in the stone house had no interest in becoming a martial emperor's direct disciple at all. This was completely out of his expectations and disrupted his plan. For a moment, he felt powerless. He realized that the breakthrough he thought of to ease his relationship with Feng Tianwu was useless. However, he was still a little unwilling. It was precisely because of this that he patiently persuaded Feng Tianwu. Scram. However, when he patiently persuaded her outside the stone house, what he received was Feng Tianwu's extremely cold scram. It caused his face to turn green and white. At once, he narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in them. His expression turned extremely gloomy. He, Zhou Yi, was Emperor Wu's direct disciple in Lost Stone Forest. He was also Emperor Wu's favorite direct disciple. When had he ever been given the cold shoulder like this before? When had he ever been treated like this before? He was enraged. He felt like his heart was filled with rage. However, when the figure of the woman in the stone house appeared in his mind, the gloomy expression on his face disappeared and was replaced with indifference. Tian Wu, I'll take my leave first. I'll visit you another day. Zhou Yi took a deep breath and suppressed his anger before he turned around and left. The moment he turned around, his face turned gloomy again. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness. 10 years. If you don't accept me, I'll destroy you even if I can't kill that Duan Lingtian. If I, Zhou Yi, can't have a woman, no one else can. Zhou Yi muttered to himself as he flew away. At the same time, his expression was extremely grave. He had already spoken to his master, Emperor Wu Shiqi. However, he was stood up by Feng Tianwu. He could imagine how he would be scolded later. This was because he was Emperor Wu's favorite direct disciple. If it was another direct disciple who stood up Shiqi's Emperor Wu, apart from being scolded, he would definitely be punished. Although the stone house in Lost Stone Forest was formed by hollowing out a huge rock, it was extremely clean and tidy. Every corner looked as though it had been cut by a knife or sword. It looked very smooth. The stone house's furnishings were simple. Apart from a square stone bed, there was nothing else. At this moment, a red-clad lady was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed. The red-clad lady looked to be in her early 20s. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and her beautiful face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. She exuded a cold aura that could save someone from 1,000 miles away. In addition to the slight frown on her face, she looked like an ice beauty who was wrapped in fire. The fire she was referring to was naturally the red dress she was wearing. It was a red dress that looked like a burning flame. Elder brother Duan, now. Have you returned to the Ling Tian sect? It was unknown when, but the red-clad woman slowly opened her pair of enchanting autumn eyes as she muttered in a low voice. Her voice was filled with dependence and longing for Duan Ling Tian. Ever since she lost her memory, she had always been by Duan Ling Tian's side. This was the first time she had left Duan Ling Tian for so long. She was panicking. 10 years. She was not sure if her elder brother Duan would be able to raise his cultivation base and have the ability to save her from Lost Stone Forest within 10 years. After all, there was an Emperor Wu powerhouse in Lost Stone Forest. He was also Zhou Yi's master. She was originally full of confidence in her elder brother Duan. However, she gradually calmed down after coming to Lost Stone Forest. It was extremely difficult for a martial monarch powerhouse to break through to the Emperor Wu stage. There were not many Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent. There were not more than 10 of them that were publicly known. There were even martial monarch powerhouses who had comprehended 6 or 7 monarch stage profundities to the 9th level, but they still could not break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Based on this, one could see how difficult it was to break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Although her elder brother Duan had an extraordinary innate talent that was far from what an ordinary person could compare to, it was still difficult for him to become one of the few Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent that were publicly known. Due to this reason, she was not sure if her elder brother Duan could save her in 10 years. If elder brother Duan can't save me, then I'll have to wait for 10 years before I can see him again. When Feng Tianwu thought about how she would only be able to see the man who had haunted her dreams after 10 years, she felt a pang in her heart. It was her first time feeling this way ever since she lost her memory. 10 years was neither too long nor too short. However, to Feng Tianwu, the days in Lost Stone Forest were as long as a year. If it was possible, she did not want to stay here for even a second longer. Time passed by quietly. Almost a month had passed in just a blink of an eye. On this day, an uninvited guest arrived outside Lost Stone Forest. It was a travel-worn purple-clad young man who came from the southeast. The purple-clad young man looked to be about 25 years old. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes, and he was extraordinarily handsome. Just his handsome appearance alone was enough to attract countless women. So this is Lost Stone Forest? The purple-clad young man muttered softly as he looked at the stone forest in front of him. His eyes gleamed fiercely as though they could spit fire. This purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had rushed all the way here from Ling Tian Sect's Ling Tian Peak. These inscription formations. Most of them are illusory formations. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were like torches. He could see through the stone forest in front of him with just a glance. There were many inscription formations in the stone forest. Most of them were illusory formations, but there were also a few killing formations. Duan Ling Tian could see that. Most of these inscription formations were created by martial monarch stage inscription masters. A few of the killing formations were created by Emperor Wu stage inscription masters. That Emperor Wuxia Xianxia is not an inscription master. Based on this, it was easy for Duan Ling Tian to figure this out. If Emperor Wuxia Xianxia was an inscription master, it was impossible for him to not personally set up inscription formations in his lair. After all, the inscription formations set up by Emperor Wu stage inscription masters were not something a martial monarch stage inscription master could compare to. Humph.